Chapter 601-251 New Team Member 3. Do you want to learn the vein condensation technique? Li Shu naturally understood Zhu Xiaoyun's intentions and broke the silence with a smile. Yes, I do. Seeing an opportunity, Zhu Xiaoyun quickly nodded in response. How about this? You don't need to participate in the big competition. Officially join the technicians group and I'll teach you, Li Shu said. Sure. Zhu Xiaoyun nodded eagerly. He didn't mind at all. Then leave the blood seal stone here, Li Shu said. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaoyun hesitated a bit. He wasn't originally from Longevity City, but he made quite a name for himself in Longevity Heaven, partly because he wasn't bound by a blood seal stone. His grandfather used to be the commander and brought him into the society. At the time, a blood seal stone was made, but it was under his grandfather's control. Eventually, before his grandfather stepped down from his position as commander, he removed Zhu Xiaoyun's blood seal stone. The succeeding commander was aware that he didn't have Zhu Xiaoyun's blood seal stone in his possession, but chose not to say anything. For one, it was out of respect for Zhu Xiaoyun's grandfather, and secondly, he didn't want Zhu Xiaoyun's family causing any trouble for him. This family was full of thieves, as the saying goes. Don't fear the thief stealing, fear the thief keeping an eye on you. The new commander didn't want to be targeted by a family of thieves, so he pretended not to know, allowing Zhu Xiaoyun to enjoy his freedom. Now, if Zhu Xiaoyun were to leave the blood seal stone with Li Shu, he would be under Li Shu's control, which is not something the freedom-loving Zhu Xiaoyun was inclined to do. If you don't want to give it, then please leave, Li Shu said as he prepared to close the door. I'll give it, why wouldn't I give it? Commander, you're overthinking. I'm just wondering where to leave my blood seal stone. Zhu Xiaoyun quickly held the door, smiling widely. In his heart, he had already decided that once he learned Li Shu's secret technique, he would steal his blood seal stone back. As the heir of this generation of the Divine Thief clan, stealing a blood seal stone from Li Shu should be a piece of cake, nothing to be afraid of. You don't need to look for it, I'll make a new one for you. Just fill out the group admission form first, and we'll talk afterward, Li Shu said as he closed the door. Enjoy being smug now. Once I get the secret technique, you'll be the one crying. When the time comes, I'll not only steal back my blood seal stone, but also empty your entire house. Zhu Xiaoyun thought happily as he went to find Han Minghui to get the group admission form. After sending Zhu Xiaoyun away, Li Shu continued to train Qian Zhongshan. Qian Zhongshan's talent was decent, but it still lagged behind Ye Xiwan. Previously, teaching Ye Xiwan only needed verbal instruction, whereas teaching Qian Zhongshan required hands-on guidance. Fortunately, Qian Zhongshan was very persevering and showed no aversion to tedious training. In fact, he seemed to thrive on adversity, getting more motivated the tougher the training. He's been coming for training since before dawn these days. When Li Shu trained, he followed along. When Li Shu rested, he would take a baseball and study, trying to learn Li Shu's pitching method. Initially, Li Shu just wanted Qian Zhongshan to win 1 or 2 rounds, but seeing that Qian Zhongshan had some potential, he couldn't help but give a few more pointers. Under Li Shu's guidance, Qian Zhongshan improved not only in the angel's wings, but also learned Li Shu's demonic light ball manipulation technique. Of course, unlike Li Shu, Qian Zhongshan couldn't freely control the demon light ball and needed a lot of time to practice before he could master some techniques to alter the demon light ball's trajectory. Moreover, time was tight and there wasn't much time to practice the various methods of the demonic light ball manipulation technique. So Li Shu asked Qian Zhongshan to focus solely on the butterfly technique, which sends the demon light ball like a knuckleball in baseball, erratically swaying up and down, left and right. Even the magic armor master who throws it wouldn't know where it would eventually go, let alone the opponent. Li Shu could perfectly control the knuckleball, but Qian Zhongshan was not Li Shu, so Li Shu didn't demand that Qian Zhongshan perfectly control the knuckleball. They could rely on luck when the time came. With body technique ensuring not to be defeated and relying on the knuckleball for luck, Qian Zhongshan had quite a good chance of winning. When condensing the demon light ball, don't let the demonic light inside the ball be symmetrical as usual, create an offset point. The position of the offset point is crucial in affecting the trajectory. Seeing Qian Zhongshan being so serious, Li Shu explained in more detail. After listening, Qian Zhongshan continued to practice. After a while, Lei Qingfeng came over, telling Li Shu that Qian Zhongshan's new demon armor was ready, and asked Li Shu to take Qian Zhongshan to test the new demon armor. So fast? The competition was still over 10 days away, earlier than previously expected by several days. By the command of the commander, how could the Research Institute dare to slack off? Professor Shu led a team of researchers working day and night to leave more time for you, Lei Qingfeng said. The 3 arrived at the Research Institute and indeed saw the newly manufactured demon armor. Commander, according to your requirements, this demon armor utilizes 32 energy cores, with the light pattern transmission system enhanced, and the material is composite. Professor Shu introduced the new demon armor's performance metrics. Thank you, this demon armor has exceeded expectations, Li Shu said with a smile. If the 32 energy cores are simultaneously activated to maximum power, the produced demonic light can reach super spirit standard, but multi-core control can be very troublesome. If coordination is poor, it may cause interference between core energy sources. Professor Shu then explained the various drawbacks of the new demon armor in detail. Zhongshan, give it a try. Li Shu had Qian Zhongshan put on the new demon armor and began testing its performance. With 32 cores, even using chain-like manipulation technique, Qian Zhongshan still couldn't activate all the cores, and using the demon armor was very unsmooth, walking like a child who just learned to walk. This state worried Professor Shu and Lei Qingfeng. If he really competed like this, let alone win, not falling down would already be quite fortunate. However, Li Shu seemed very satisfied and, after having Qian Zhongshan do some tests, took him back to courtyard number 7. Under Li Shu's request, after leaving the research institute, Qian Zhongshan kept wearing the new demon armor, even sleeping without taking it off, let alone during regular training. 602, Chapter 602, Chapter 602, Confidence is Earned. At this moment, Han Minghui, Li Changyin, and Bai Wanli are studying the tournament match schedule. The 3 spots reported by the technician group are Jing Li, Li Qingyi, and Qian Zhongshan. Jing Li was expected. Qian Zhongshan is an ordinary S-class magic armor master and can be ignored, but Li Qingyi's participation is a bit troublesome. Should we still follow the previous plan to place Jing Li in the light base group, or put Li Qingyi in the light base group? Han Minghui looked at Li Changyin and said, although Li Qingyi has just advanced to the light base level, her symbiotic contract is extraordinary. Coupled with the resources she can enjoy, it's estimated she has already consolidated at least 6 veins. Even if she is placed in the light base group, those people probably won't go all out against her, perhaps even intentionally hold back. Li Changyin said calmly, rather than letting her enter the light base group, it's better to use the light base group to suppress Jing Li and let Li Qingyi win. Consider that resource as a gift to her. Han Minghui smiled and said, the patriarch and I thought alike. After all, she is the president's daughter. Since she wants to join the technician group, this respect must be given. Then it's decided, put Li Qingyi in the weakest group, Jing Li in the group with all light-based trial takers, and the other magic armor master in another group. Besides Li Qingyi, ensure the technician group doesn't win any matches. By the way, there's something very strange. Han Minghui put down the match schedule and said, what is it? Li Changyin asked. Zhu Xiaoyun applied to join the technician group, but I haven't approved it yet, Han Minghui said. Li Shu seems quite capable, trying to get Zhu Xiaoyun to substitute. Unfortunately, it's too late. Don't approve for now. Wait until the match list is announced, and replacements can't be made, then approve, Li Changyin said. All right, then that's settled. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll head back first. Han Minghui got up to leave. After Han Minghui left, Bai Wanli held the match schedule and said to Li Changyin, Patriarch, something seems odd with the Seek Path group. Wan Xiaokun isn't representing the Seek Path group in the tournament. Instead, it's a light-base level super member from the Seek Path group participating. Li Changyin smiled and said, Wan Xiaoxin's control over the Seek Path group was inevitable, just didn't expect it this quickly. It seems Wan Xiaokun put in a lot of effort. Vice President Han must be quite troubled now. The annual tournament of Changsheng Heaven is much like a festival outside, considered the most important event each year. The results of this tournament determine how much resources each family or group can obtain for the next year, and whether their days will be easier, closely tied to the interests of every member of Changsheng Heaven. Essentially, everyone is focused on this tournament. The Grand Martial Arts Arena is already a sea of people, waiting for the opening match to begin. Previously, each year's opening match was always between the Changsheng group and the Undying group, the 2 oldest and first groups participating in the tournament. Initially, the 8 major families did not participate in the tournament and received fixed resources. With the passage of time, Changsheng Heaven now has 7 groups, and the 8 major families have become 4 families, leading to significant changes in the rules. Unexpectedly, this year's opening match also changed, completed by participants not from the Changsheng group and Undying group, but from the Technician group and the Heartless group. The 7 Changsheng groups plus the 4 families make a total of 11, with 33 participants. The 33 participants are split into 3 subgroups, each subgroup having 11 participants who must compete against each other. Winning a match earns 1 point, losing a match does not deduct points. The total points across the 3 groups will determine the additional resources allocated besides the base amount. The opening match is between the Technician group's Magic Armor Master Qian Zhongshan and the Heartless group's Trial Taker Wu Xingyun. Within Changsheng Heaven, everyone knows that the Heartless group is currently controlled by the Li family. If someone claims there's no personal vendetta involved in this fight, no one would believe it. The Li family wants to give Li Shu a warning. The old Undying, sitting in the stands with a thermos cup in hand, said with a smile while sipping hot water, such a warning doesn't have much practical effect. With Li Qingyi representing the Technician group, they're sure to take a portion of resources. The other 2 are basically cannon fodder. Mo Wuya laughed. That's what I'm saying, but look at the expressions of those magic armor masters. The old Undying nodded toward a spot in the audience. Sword Saint, Spear Saint, Feng Zhang, and Hua Mei have all come. They seem concerned about this match. Mo Wuya thought for a moment and smiled wryly. Right, this match affects how many resources the technician group can get in the future. If the technician group gets less, their share decreases, and maybe even the already small amount could further lessen, so it's no surprise they're concerned. Heh, Li Qingyi can get some resources for the technician group, but it's much less compared to before. It's hard to say how much they will receive. The old Undying laughed. Sword Saint, Spear Saint, Feng Zheng, and Hua Mei sat in the front row of the Magic Armor Master formation, their expressions grim. Though everyone knows that Qian Zhongshan will surely lose, placing his match as the opening match is somewhat excessive, not only putting the technician group to shame, but also all Magic Armor Masters. Im Sir 6 Other 3, Chapter 6 Other 3, 252, Confidence is earned too. If I had known this, we should have gone in ourselves. Even if we lost, at least we would lose with dignity. Qian Zhongshan's abilities are still too weak, sighed the gun demon. What's the point of saying that now? When the commander came to ask you to fight, why didn't you agree? Hua Mei interjected. There's no point anyway. All we would do is lose, shrugged the gun demon helplessly. Since you all know this, what else is there to say? Hua Mei watched as Qian Zhongshan entered the martial arts arena and exclaimed lightly, That's odd. Has Qian Zhongshan changed his demon armor? I've never seen this set before. Changing demon armor won't help. His spiritual sense is too ordinary to activate special demon armor. No matter how much the armor is updated, he still struggles to compete with the super spirit testers. That old fellow Wu Xingyun has been a super spirit for 10 years now, though he forgets his light base in this lifetime. Still, he isn't considered weak at the super spirit level. Qian Zhongshan doesn't stand a chance, Sword Saint coldly stated. If you all look down on Captain Qian so much, then why come here to spectate? Lei Qingfeng, sitting behind, said discontentedly. It's not about looking down on anyone, I'm merely stating a fact, Sword Saint replied. What do you mean by fact? The fact is, you haven't even watched the match yet, and you're already undermining it. The fight hasn't happened yet, so how do you know Captain Qian and his demon armor aren't good? Lei Qingfeng retorted. For a magic armor master, spiritual sense dictates everything. The result is clear without having to watch, Sword Saint said. As the two argued, Wu Xingyun entered the martial arts arena as well, and the people from Wu Yun line and the Li family cheered for him, presenting a stark contrast to the indifference from the magic armor masters. Li Shu and Sha Chu sat atop the platform, observing the scene below, without any particular reaction. Seeing Qian Zhongshan looking at him from within the martial arts arena, Li Shu gestured an OK sign to him. Qian Zhongshan, upon seeing Li Shu, felt a sense of calm, took a deep breath, and looked across at Wu Xingyun. Wu Xingyun stood boldly in the martial arts arena, holding a skinning knife coexistence contract, and said to Qian Zhongshan while keeping his hands behind his back, Strike first. If I attack, you won't get a chance. The words were arrogant, yet few considered Wu Xingyun arrogant because he indeed had the right to say them. Although Wu Xingyun wasn't a genius like Jing Li or Su Bancheng, he toiled until his 50s before becoming a super spirit, and after over 10 years of this state, he reached only an 80-plus super spirit limit. Even so, he was already considered a remarkable person. Many trial takers never even dream of becoming super spirit. Moreover, Wu Xingyun wasn't without outstanding skills. It's said that before joining Longevity Heaven, Wu Xingyun was a martial arts expert, particularly skilled in a body technique known as 8 trigrams body traveling step. After becoming a tester, Wu Xingyun furthered this body technique and proved ferocious in combat, especially adept at dodging and seizing opportunities. With Wu Xingyun's super spirit force, it's not only challenging for an S-class magic armor master, but also hard for fellow super spirit testers to hit him. His body technique is impressively slick. Wu Xingyun's arrogance in the arena was also due to his proficiency in body techniques, coupled with Li Chongyin specially instructing him to suppress the technician group's pride in this battle. Thus, Wu Xingyun was this arrogant. Let me oblige you, Qian Zhongshan coldly said, conjuring a demon light ball with his right hand and flung it straight towards Wu Yun line. Qian Zhongshan himself felt uncertain, so this demon light ball was hurled with utmost care, meeting the highest standards practiced usually. The demon light ball flew directly at Wu Xingyun. Seeing Qian Zhongshan using an attack any magic armor master could deploy against him, Wu Xingyun sneered. You underestimate me too much, Wu Xingyun. I gave you a chance. Use your full strength. Miss this opportunity, and you'll regret it when I make my move. While speaking, Wu Xingyun sidestepped, attempting to evade Qian Zhongshan's demon light ball. He thought he had dodged successfully, but the demon light ball suddenly veered violently, catching him off guard even without entering the super spirit state, blasting directly onto his left shoulder. Boom! Wu Xingyun's body was sent flying to one side, his arm pulverized and bloodied, as the coexistence contract dropped from his grasp. As Wu Xingyun fell to the ground, everyone watched, stunned, unable to comprehend how Wu Xingyun fell just like that. Li Shangyin on the platform wore an exceedingly unpleasant face, inwardly cursing Wu Xingyun as an idiot. Wu Xingyun himself was stunned. He calculated precisely, should have dodged the demon light ball, How was it able to change direction? Covering his wounded arm, Wu Xingyun tried to get up and grab his skinning knife, but hadn't yet stood when he saw Qian Zhongshan already rushing over, madly throwing demon light balls at him. One after another, demon light balls traced strange arcs, wildly bombarding Wu Xingyun. Without his coexistence contract enabling the super spirit state, Wu Xingyun could only rely on 8 trigram's body-traveling step to evade. This is the drawback of super spirit testers. They inherently lack light energy reserves, relying wholly on coexistence contracts, unlike the light base level, which can unleash terrifying light energy even without coexistence contracts. 604. Chapter 604, 252, Confidence is earned 3. But those demon light balls were really too strange, swaying left and right, up and down as they flew through the air. Wu Xingyun clearly felt that he had dodged them, yet he was struck by the demon light balls, unsure of where to hide. Bang bang, bang bang. The martial arts arena was continuously exploding. Wu Xingyun managed to dodge some demon light balls, but he was still hit by several of them, leaving him covered in wounds and bleeding all over. His tattered parasitic contract clothes were almost reduced to ragged beggar's attire. He desperately tried to summon back his symbiotic contract, but as soon as the skinning knife flew up, it was knocked away by the demon light balls, unable to return to Wu Xingyun's hand. Damn, when did Qian Zhongshan become so fierce? Lei Qingfeng widened his eyes. Although he was not convinced by the words of the Sword Saint and the others, he knew that against Wu Xingyun, Qian Zhongshan shouldn't have much of a chance. But now the situation was the exact opposite. Qian Zhongshan was brutally thrashing Wu Xingyun on the martial arts stage, a scene that even the magic armor masters couldn't believe, let alone the other trial takers watching. Wu Xingyun couldn't dodge the demon light balls, getting bombarded and severely injured. He desperately tried to retrieve his symbiotic contract, but with no success, and had no choice but to admit defeat, making Li Chongyin's face turn green with anger. What's going on? Since when did Qian Zhongshan's magic armor control become so formidable? How can those demon light balls have such strange trajectories and even turn on their own? What kind of magic armor technique is this? The Sword Saint, Gun Demon, Feng Zheng, and Hua Mei were also surprised, not knowing why Qian Zhongshan became so powerful or when he learned this demonic light control technique. Suddenly, from behind came a heartfelt exclamation from Chu Tianyu. The commander is indeed the commander. He only trained Captain Qian for just over a month, yet he elevated Captain Qian's level to such an extent. It's truly impressive. This demonic light ball manipulation technique is fantastic. When I get back, I must ask the commander to teach me this technique as well. Lei Qingfeng drooled as he spoke. I thought the chain manipulation technique was already amazing, but I didn't expect the commander to have such excellent stuff. I must learn it. The commander doesn't have time to teach you. If it weren't for the big competition, Captain Qian wouldn't have had the chance for personal instruction from the commander, Chu Tianyu said. No worries, Captain Qian has already learned it, right? If the commander is busy, he could have Captain Qian teach instead. With the commander's personality, he would definitely agree, Lei Qingfeng said. The Sword Saint and the Gun Demon exchanged glances. They found it hard to believe that Li Shu trained Qian Zhongshan to such a level in just over a month. Who was the one saying, Captain Qian is not good enough? Lei Qingfeng couldn't help taunting the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint coldly said, it was just luck. If Wu Xingyun hadn't been too arrogant and entered the super spirit state at the first opportunity, Qian Zhongshan couldn't have won. His next opponent won't give him such a chance. Some people are just stubborn as a dead duck, Lei Qingfeng said, pursing his lips. The opening match was unexpectedly fast, and the result was also unexpected, with the magic armor master Qian Zhongshan managing to win, which nobody anticipated. However, most people still believed that Qian Zhongshan's victory was primarily due to Wu Xingyun's arrogance and carelessness, and did not consider that Wu Xingyun could continue to win. Regardless of what others thought, this battle gave Qian Zhongshan confidence, and he no longer felt as tense as before. Why should I be nervous? Although I've trained for so long, I still can't dodge the commander's throws. But they are not the commander. I can't avoid the commander's balls. What are their attacks supposed to be? They can't even dodge the demon light balls I cast. What's a super spirit tester compared to the commander? They are nothing. I've been personally taught by the commander. There's no need to be nervous. As long as I display my training results, I'll surely win. Yes, the commander already said before. As long as I don't mess up myself, those guys can't possibly hurt me. As Qian Zhongshan walked off the martial arts stage, his mindset had completely shifted. Match after match took place, dazzling the spectators with the battles involving various contracts and magic spirits, truly cool and dazzling. Especially those radiant-level battles. It was like a chaotic barrage of lasers, terrifyingly inhuman. But for some reason, even though these matchups were more exciting than the one between Qian Zhongshan and Wu Xingyun, many still hoped to see Qian Zhongshan's matches again. Of course, it wasn't because they thought Qian Zhongshan was so powerful, but out of curiosity, curious whether this magic armor master, in his subsequent encounters with a super spirit tester, could continue to win. However, to see Qian Zhongshan's match again would have to wait for the next round to begin. While pondering this, another pair of contestants entered the martial arts arena, and upon seeing who the contestants were, the spectators were involuntarily drawn to them. In one of the three groups, the majority were Radiant level, with only one exception, who was now on the stage, Jing Li. Despite how strong Jing Li might be, he still hasn't ascended to Radiant level. No one thought he could win. When the matchups were announced, many had already assumed that Jing Li would be completely defeated and might even directly withdraw. Jing Li's opponent was Mo family's light base, Mo Shogi, who was Mo Weidao's half-brother. Although not as renowned as Mo Weidao, his talent and abilities were equally remarkable. Mo Shogi was clad in heavy armor, looking like a heavily armored robot. It was the body formed after merging with a symbiotic contract upon reaching the light base level. Originally with the armor as his symbiotic contract, merging with the radiant level armor contract, and his body made his physique and contract become even more indestructible. Jing Li was the same as before, draped in a robe with a sword slung over his shoulder, carrying a deadpan expression that seemed to disdain everyone. I don't want to hurt anyone from the Mo family. Just admit defeat, Jing Li suddenly said to Mo Shofu, 6015, Chapter 605, 253 Selling, Secret Technique, that Jing Li is truly unbearably arrogant. The old immortal shook his head with a wry smile. Mo Tianya chuckled and said, for young people, a little arrogance is not a bad thing. With Jing Li's temper, that's considered quite polite already. Arrogance also depends on whom it's directed at. No matter how powerful he is, he hasn't advanced to light base yet. Being arrogant towards those at the same level is one thing, but doing so towards those at light base level is a bit much, said the old immortal. Many shared the old immortal's view. Jing Li is very strong, arguably the strongest among the super spirits, but that only pertains to those below light base. Among the light bases, Jing Li's formidable strength isn't much. Any random light base, as long as they have condensed even a single light vein, can crush Jing Li in terms of light energy. Moreover, Mo Shogui is not the type who has only condensed 1 or 2 light veins. He has condensed 10 light veins, a light base level tester, whose pure light energy far surpasses Jing Li, making them incomparable. So when Jing Li spoke like that to Mo Shogui, it indeed felt somewhat discordant. Mo Shogui, hearing Jing Li's words, chuckled and said, feel free to hack at me boldly. If you can hurt me, the Mo family won't blame you. Instead, we will honor you as a distinguished guest. Mo Shogui was not mocking Jing Li, he excelled in defense. If Jing Li, a super spirit, could hurt him, the Mo family would indeed need to learn from him. The majority of the Mo family, like Mo Shogi, followed the path where defense is king. If they can't defend against an attack from a tester of a lower level than theirs, it clearly shows a flaw in the Mo family's path. It would be worthy of honoring those who can point out such flaws. Seeing that Mo Shogui had no intention of conceding, Jing Li said no more and directly drew the tongue blade from his shoulder. As the tongue blade was unsheathed, the blade entered the super spirit state, transforming into a ghost head blade style, with the blade and Jing Li simultaneously emanating a terrifying purple-black glow. Use that farewell technique of yours, Mo Shogui said, knowing that Jing Li had created a farewell technique but had never witnessed it firsthand. He had only heard that the farewell technique's intent approached that of the demon blade of the Knife Elder, reputed as the first blade of the eternal sky, so he wanted to witness it for himself. Jing Li raised the ghost head blade above his head and calmly said, I told you, I don't want to harm anyone in the Mo family. Once the farewell is out, it results in death or injury, so I won't use the farewell technique on you. Saying this, Jing Li's blade slashed down towards Mo Shogi, using the self-harming move he had used in his battle with Li Shu. Forgetting emotions, the self-harming slash originated from the path of forgetting emotions taught by Jing Li's mentor. However, the current Jing Li executing the slash differed from the one used in his battle with Li Shu. Oh, Li Shu was also surprised to see this slash from Jing Li. He was surprised not because the slash was altered, but because he discovered that the light veins flowing in Jing Li's body were not entirely consistent with what he had taught in The Unspoken Words and Mysterious Forces. Besides The Unspoken Words and Mysterious Forces, it seemed there were other light veins developed as well. As Jing Li slashed down, the purple-black blade light descended like a sky-splitting blade towards Mo Shogui's head. Mo Shogui looked at the immense purple-black blade light, and his arm emitted black light, moving to block Jing Li's blade light. At the moment of contact between blade light and arm, a black circular cord-shaped light shield appeared on Mo Shogui's arm, blocking the purple-black blade light. This was Mo Shogui's super spirit skill, Guardian of the Celestial Vault, which condensed light energy to form an impregnable defensive light shield. Moreover, this light shield could absorb and decompose portions of light energy. Under the Guardian of the Celestial Vault, even a light-based tester with stronger light energy than Mo Shogi would find it challenging to break, let alone Jing Li, who was just a super spirit tester. Seeing Mo Shogi use Guardian of the Celestial Vault, many familiar with this super spirit skill thought he was overdoing it for such a minor threat. If Jing Li had advanced to light base, using Guardian of the Celestial Vault for defense would have been appropriate, but Jing Li hadn't advanced to light base yet, so there was no need for such a technique. However, at the moment the blade light collided with the light shield, the spectators widened their eyes. Amid everyone's gaze, Jing Li's blade light fiercely pressed down, forcefully shattering the guardian of the celestial vault into fragments, and the ghost head blade struck harshly on Mo Shogwi's arm. Only then did people see that Jing Li had used the back of the blade for the slash. The back of the blade crashed onto Mo Shogwi's arm, knocking him to the ground, causing cracks on the stone floor, and Mo Shogwi's arm guard was dented and covered in cracks. This was still with the back of the blade. If the blade edge had been used, Mo Shogwi's arm might have been severed. Impossible. Mo Wuya suddenly stood up, staring in disbelief at Jing Li, who had already sheathed his blade and stood in the arena. The entire martial arts arena was deathly silent. The commanders, patriarchs, and those who understood the scene were filled with disbelief at this moment. The old immortal's mouth gaped open, unclosed for a long time, making no sound, his eyes fixed on Jing Li. Mo Shogui sat on the ground, staring blankly at Jing Li, and after a long pause, he climbed up and asked Jing Li with a complex expression, "Have you advanced to light base?" 606. Chapter 606, 253, Cell Secret Technique 2, Number. Jing Li shook his head. Impossible. If you haven't condensed the light veins, how could you possess such terrifying light energy? Mo Shogui frowned. I just haven't advanced to the light base, but I never said I didn't condense the light veins, Jing Li said calmly. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked, even more incredulous, each one staring hard at Jing Li, as if trying to see through his mind and determine whether what he said was true or false. Impossible. You haven't advanced to the light base. How can you condense light veins? Mo Shogi immediately shook his head. I also didn't believe it was possible to condense light veins before reaching the light base level, but the commander made me realize it's not that difficult. With the commander's help, although I haven't advanced to the light base, I have already condensed 12 light veins. Jing Li said calmly. Jing Li's 12 light veins actually equate to the time others take to condense 6 light veins, because the light veins condensed by Zibu Yu's strange power and god technique are paired, allowing 2 at a time. Are you saying that the method of condensing light veins was taught to you by Li Shu? Mo Shogui was even more incredulous, looking at Li Shu seated on the high platform. Not only Mo Shogui, but everyone's eyes involuntarily turned towards Li Shu. Indeed, without the commander's help, I couldn't have condensed light veins before advancing to the light base. No, I shouldn't say condensed light veins, but plant light veins. The commander specifically researched a light planting technique that allows any low-level trial taker to plant light veins without needing to advance to the light base. These words were like thunder clapping overhead, making people's heads buzz with noise. Without needing to advance to the light base, any low-level trial taker can condense light veins, the light planting technique. The impact of this information on the trial takers was unimaginable, as it was common knowledge that only those at the light base level could condense light veins, and light veins were also a noble identity symbol for light-based trial takers. But now someone was telling them that any trial taker could condense light veins. The mental shock was palpable. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Mo Shogi still couldn't believe Jing Li's words. If it were just that Jing Li had extraordinary talent and could condense light veins before reaching the light base, it would be somewhat acceptable. But now Jing Li told them that his method of condensing light veins was created by Li Shu and taught to him by Li Shu, which was simply unimaginable. After all, it's Li Shu. Though competent with demon armor, he's only a C-level trial taker. A C-level trial taker researching light veins and solving a problem that so many light-based experts in the eternal sky couldn't solve, isn't that absurd? But the fact was undeniable, leaving them with no choice but to believe. Jing Li actually hadn't advanced to light base, otherwise his symbiotic contract and body should have shown changes. And Jing Li unquestionably had condensed light veins. Otherwise, how else could he have shattered Mo Shogui's guardian of the celestial vault with one cut? Do you want to continue? Jing Li asked Mo Shogui, who was looking incredulous. No need, I lost. Is your light condensation technique really created by Li Shu? Mo Shogui asked, unwilling to give up. Why would I, Jing Li, need to lie? Jing Li said, and then turned to walk out of the martial arts arena. Following matches no longer drew any interest, especially from the higher-ups of the 4 great families and 6 groups. Their gazes frequently turned towards where Li Shu was seated, each calculating in their minds. A light condensation technique that all trial takers could cultivate, what a terrifying thought. It would overturn the entire trial taker system, a heaven-defying technique that could potentially reshape the world's order. Whoever could seize this opportunity might accomplish unimaginably great feats. The very thought was frightening. If humans could cultivate the light condensation technique from birth, regardless of how slow the cultivation speed, with 10 or 20 years of accumulation and experience, not only would advancing in levels become effortless, but advancing to the light-based level could even become straightforward, possibly even eliminating the need to break the symbiotic contract and merge with oneself to advance to the light base. Merging the symbiotic contract is meant to give oneself the ability to condense light veins. Since light veins can already be condensed, what difference does merging or not merging make? One could say that Li Shu's light planting technique is a direct shortcut to the light-based level. Currently, only a very few trial takers can merge the symbiotic contract to advance to the light base. Learning the light planting technique would make everyone a light-based trial taker. It's simply outrageous. Including Li Changyin and Han Minghui, many were plotting how to seize Li Shu's light planting technique for themselves. Competitions became worthless in their eyes, and those resources were insignificant compared to the light planting technique. As matches continued, Li Changyin approached Li Shu's location with Baiwan Li. Only then did the other patriarchs and commanders react, each itching to move, though unable to due to Li Changyin's presence, hoping Li Shu would reject Li Changyin quickly, giving them a chance to approach him. Zhu Xiaoyun, watching from the periphery, was quite speechless, only cursing Jing Li as a big fool. Winning was enough. Was pretending to be light-based level such a big deal? There was no need to expose this earth-shattering secret, indirectly pushing Li Shu into a pit of fire. Or 6007, Chapter 6007, 253, Selling Secret Technique, 3. It's not a big deal if Li Shu is dead, he hasn't gotten the light planting technique yet. Wan Chaoxin looked peculiarly at Li Shu talking with Li Changyin in the distance, still somewhat incredulous, and asked Wan Chaoxin beside him, "Auntie, did Li Shu really create that light planting technique?" Jing Li is standing right there, so it probably can't be wrong. Wan Chaoxin's expression was also somewhat unusual. She pursed her lips and lightly smiled, saying, "If you want it, I'll go ask for a copy for you. Is this convenient?" Wan Chaoxin was proud and ambitious. If it were just for himself, he would never ask for Li Shu's things. However, the light planting technique that Li Shu came up with could influence the whole dynamic of Longevity City. If other families have it and Wan Chao's family doesn't, the decline of Wan Chao's family would be foreseeable. There's nothing inconvenient about it. Don't forget, he's my fourth brother. Wan Chaochun smiled as she stood up. "Let's go. We'll go now." Wan Chaochun gritted his teeth and followed Wan Chaochun towards Li Shu, his expression shifting unpredictably, feeling somewhat anxious and unsettled. Wan Kaokun, however, wasn't as anxious and unsettled as Wan Kaosin. She knew that since Li Shu had brought up this thing, he definitely hadn't planned to enjoy it alone. Once people knew, it wouldn't be something he could keep to himself. That's why she would go to ask Li Shu for it. She knew Li Shu would give it. Of course, Wan Kaokun didn't intend to get it for free either. Li Changyin originally thought that negotiating with Li Shu would be very troublesome. After all, his relationship with Li Shu was already like water and fire, and now getting such a thing from Li Shu might require unimaginable sacrifices. Li Changyin had already made up his mind. No matter what kind of sacrifice he would have to make, he must get Li Shu's light planting technique, and he couldn't let it fall into others' hands. What Li Changyin didn't expect was that Li Shu didn't mention the previous matters at all and was actually very willing to trade with him, and the terms weren't as demanding as Li Changyin imagined. Li Shu just wanted to take back those blood seal stones from the former demon armor team and additional gemstone resources, nothing else. Although the gemstones Li Shu wanted were many, it was already much less than the cost Li Changyin had anticipated. "Are you sure the light planting technique you're giving me can be cultivated by all trial takers?" Li Changyin looked at Li Shu and asked. "If it can't be cultivated, the patriarch of the Li family is welcome to come and take my head," Li Shu said calmly. "All right, Wanli, go get the blood seal stones and the gemstones Li Shu wants, not one less." Li Changyin ordered Bai Wanli to fetch the gemstones. Soon, Bai Wanli came back with boxes of blood seal stones and gemstones, piling them directly in front of Li Shu. Li Shu took out a small box from his chest and handed it to Li Changyin with great care. "Patriarch, this technique is extremely precious. I hope you won't easily spread it." "I naturally understand this." Li Changyin took the box and opened it. Inside was a beautifully bound small booklet. He flipped through it, and it was filled with handwritten techniques, clearly a manuscript, which made Li Changyin quite satisfied. After looking at it for a while, Li Changyin realized Li Shu's light planting technique was indeed feasible. Although there were special requirements, as long as there were light-based experts to assist, indeed everyone could condense light veins. He felt excited, but his face turned cold, pretending to be annoyed. This method is not something everyone can cultivate. The requirements are too high, and it needs verification to know if this technique is feasible. After I verify it, if it's not feasible, I'll surely take your head. The patriarch may go ahead. Li Shu knew that Li Changyin's words were actually sowing a thorn in the minds of the other high-ups, so they wouldn't come to him for the light-planting technique so quickly. Seeing that Li Shu didn't refute his words, Li Changyin was satisfied and left with the box, urgently leaving the martial arts arena. Since the light-planting technique was of unknown authenticity and so many gemstones were required for exchange, it is believed other families would also consider whether it is worth spending a huge amount now to compete for the light-planting technique. Wan Kaokun had already brought Wan Kaoxin near to Li Shu. Wan Kaoxin looked at the boxes of gemstones and he felt troubled in his heart. If Wan Chao's family really had to take out so many gemstones at once to exchange for the light planting technique, then before the resources were distributed next year, Wan Chao's family would have to tighten their belts. Sister Chun. Seeing Wan Chao Chun coming over, Li Shu stood up and greeted her willingly. Fourth brother is indeed a genius, having researched such a secret technique as the light planting technique, Wan Kaokun said with a smile. Is Sister Chun interested too? Li Shu laughed and asked, "Indeed, very interested. Xiaoxin leading Wan Chao's family to reach this stage wasn't easy, and this time our Wan Chao family can't lose the advantage," Wan Kaokun said. Li Shu understood Wan Kaokun's meaning and smiled as he handed a copy of the light planting technique to Wan Xiaoxin, saying, "Last time I didn't bring a gift for our meeting, so consider this as making up for our last meeting gift." Wan Xiaoxin was surprised and delighted, not expecting Li Shu to say this. For a moment, he didn't know whether to accept it or not. "Thank your fourth granduncle," Wan Kaokun said beside him. "Thank you, fourth." Wan Kaosin gritted his teeth and took the light planting technique from Li Shu's hands. But those four granduncle words were really hard to say, and he only managed to say fourth uncle. "Family doesn't need to be polite," Li Shu said with a smile. Originally hesitating due to Li Chongyan's words, the senior members of each family, seeing this, also came over. Rather be deceived than fall behind. If Li Shu really deceived them, seeking it back from him later wouldn't be difficult. No matter how formidable Li Shu was, he wouldn't dare to deceive everyone. Li Shu did not refuse anyone who came, selling the light planting technique to whoever asked for it. He started selling it expensive, but later it kept getting cheaper until even some small families could afford to buy a copy. At first, some wanted to resell it, but realized Li Shu sold it cheaper than they did, turning the stands in the martial arts arena into a marketplace. No one watched the tournament at all. Li Chongyan hurriedly took the light planting technique back. He'd already decided that even at the risk of being punished by the president, he couldn't let Li Shu leave the martial arts arena alive. He didn't know that after he left, Li Shu had already started a big sell-off. He hadn't thought Li Shu would bring so many handwritten copies. Walking and walking, Li Chongyan suddenly felt something was wrong. There seemed to be a lot of garbage in Longevity City today. Someone had posted some papers on the walls of Longevity City. He looked at the contents carefully, and suddenly he was almost spewing blood and anger. The content written on the paper was unexpectedly the light planting technique that Li Shu had sold to him at high prices, identical in writing, including the penmanship. 608, Chapter 608, 254 Yenbo Pool. Those who bought Li Shu's light planting technique at the martial arts arena were almost fuming. Now the light planting technique is everywhere, plastered all over the streets and alleys. Many people have copied it and taken it home, so it's impossible to keep it secret. Li Shu, what an interesting person. By doing this, he's practically offended almost all the major forces in Longevity City. Can he still survive in Longevity City? The old immortal said with a crooked smile. He and Mo Wuya didn't spend money on it, so they are feeling very comfortable now. If he hadn't done that, then he really couldn't have survived. If only Li Chongyan had gotten the light planting technique, do you think the Li family would have allowed Li Shu to survive? Mo Wuya said. It's like he can survive now. Li Chongyan probably wants nothing more than to skin and disembowel him. It's surely a situation where they'll fight to the death. The old immortal laughed. And it's not just the Li family. Those families who bought the light planting technique are now blocked at the gate of courtyard number 7. If Li Shu doesn't refund the money, the other families might tear him to pieces without the Li family having to act. It's no use. Word just came from over there that Li Shu and his close confidants didn't return to courtyard number 7. They quietly headed to Wansheng town. I reckon they should have already entered the land of trial by now. Mo Wuya laughed. That kid sure runs fast. It seems his plan wasn't made yesterday. He's thought through his escape route. Which land of trial did he go to? Isn't he afraid someone will chase him inside to kill him? The old immortal said. He entered the Celestial Gate. How many people do you think can chase him into the Celestial Gate to kill him? Mo Wuya laughed. Others can't go, but the Li family members can. Isn't that even more dangerous? The old immortal pondered. He went to the Celestial Gate with other plans. Do you really think he's the kind of person who would brainlessly send himself to death? Mo Wuya said. No, that kid is sly like a fox. The old immortal chuckled. Without waiting for the big match to finish, Li Shu took his people and fled. After leaving the martial arts arena, he met up with Sha Chu, who had been posting flyers in Longevity City, and the group headed straight for the Celestial Gate with the resources exchanged for selling the light planting technique. With Li Qingyi's help, the group smoothly entered Celestial Gate City. With Li Qingyi, Jing Li, and Zhu Xiaoyun present, leading them upstream to complete the trial was not a problem at all. Li Shu plans to hide out at Old Knife's place for a while. There's no way he's refunding the money. Once his level is higher, who would come asking for a refund? Then he wouldn't be so polite. Are you really planning to hide inside Celestial Gate City and not come out? This is not a proper solution in the long run. Li Qingyi looked at Li Shu with a peculiar expression after sending him into Celestial Gate City. She's never seen anyone as reckless as Li Shu. She truly can't understand whether Li Shu is a genius or a madman. Being able to invent the light planting technique, he's undoubtedly a genius. But how could a genius let himself fall into such a situation, becoming the world's enemy? This is something only a madman could do. Running away might be shameful, but it's definitely useful. Li Shu laughed. I couldn't bring the puppies in. Help me take care of them once you're out. Li Qingyi sighed. Celestial Gate City isn't a safe place either. It's actually more perilous than outside. You can encounter terrifying demons at any time. Moreover, Li Qingyin can bring people into the Celestial Gate too. I can help you outside, but here, no one can save you. You're in more danger here than outside. Why not go back and refund the money and live your life peacefully? It's fine, I have my arrangements. Li Shu bid goodbye to Li Qingyi and led Shachu, Jing Li, and Zhu Xiaoyun into Celestial Gate City. You really screwed me over, since you've plastered the light planting technique all over the streets. Why couldn't you give me a copy earlier? Zhu Xiaoyun followed Li Shu, feeling extremely gloomy. Li Shu made a mess and dragged him into it. His blood seal stone was in Li Shu's hands, so he had no choice but to follow him. Even if you had the light planting technique, could you use it to condense the vein? Li Shu said casually. Zhu Xiaoyun felt even gloomier. He now knew that the light planting technique requires a light base level light foundation establishment to condense the light vein. But his family's only light base level has gone off somewhere to enjoy life, and with his great reputation in longevity region, he really can't find a light base level to do light foundation establishment for him. So can I condense the vein by following you? Zhu Xiaoyun said with a pout. Li Shu is only a sea level, miles away from light base. The only light base level here is Jing Li, but would Jing Li help him with light foundation establishment? Since you're one of my technician group, it wouldn't be a big deal to help you with light foundation establishment. But there's a sequence for everything. Once we're settled, we'll first help Shachu, then you with your light foundation establishment, Li Shu said casually. Hearing Li Shu say that made Zhu Xiaoyun feel a bit better. After all, it's Li Shu who deceived people, not him. Once Jing Li helps with his light foundation establishment, he'll find a way to steal his blood seal stone back and immediately sever ties with Li Shu. He thought Li Shu intended Jing Li to help with his light foundation establishment without truly understanding Li Shu's meaning. Li Shu took the map given by Li Qingyi and followed it into Celestial Gate City. This was a safe route explored and confirmed in Longevity region, and shouldn't pose too great a risk. Furthermore, with Jing Li present, as long as luck wasn't terribly bad, there was nothing to fear. 609, Chapter 609, 254, Yanbo Pool 2. The door Elder Dao guarded was on the other side of the city, requiring a journey across the entire Celestial Gate City to reach it. Where exactly are you planning to go? Zhu Xiaoyun couldn't help but ask after following Li Shu for half a day. Shachu and Jing Li followed Li Shu without saying a word, which annoyed Zhu Xiaoyun. To Elder Dao, who guards the Celestial Gate, Li Shu replied with a smile. Zhu Xiaoyun almost jumped up at those words. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Do you even know who Elder Dao is? Of course, Elder Dao is one of the top 10 elders, currently substituting for the Grand Elder's position as the guardian of the Celestial Gate, serving as the interim Grand Elder. Li Shu answered as he walked. That's not what I mean. Do you know the relationship between Elder Dao and the Li family? Zhu Xiaoyun said. What relation does Elder Dao have with the Li family? Li Shu asked, puzzled. Zhu Xiaoyun was almost infuriated. Elder Dao was recruited into the Longevity Heaven by the Li family through the Seeking Path group, and now Elder Dao's Blood Seal Stone is still in the hands of the Li family. Going to Elder Dao is as good as walking into a trap. Oh, I see, that's a bit troublesome. Li Shu hadn't expected that Elder Dao's Blood Seal Stone was actually with the Li family. He wasn't afraid that Elder Dao would be manipulated by the Li family to deal with him. With Elder Dao's personality, threatening him with his own life was futile. Li Shu was worried that if the Li family really brought Elder Dao's Blood Seal Stone, Elder Dao might end up clashing with the Li family and losing his life. Li Shu knew how to handle the Blood Seal Stone, but that method was only applicable before the contract. Once the Blood Seal Stone was contracted, Li Shu had no means to resolve it. Good that you understand. You mustn't go to Elder Dao's place. Find somewhere to hide instead, and light a lamp for me so we're a bit safer, Zhu Xiaoyun suggested. I'll decide after I meet Elder Dao, Li Shu replied. After everything I've said, you're still intent on meeting Elder Dao? Zhu Xiaoyun was almost furious. Li Shu smiled and said nothing more, continuing to follow the map forward. Seeing Li Shu's demeanor, Zhu Xiaoyun had nothing to say, closed his mouth, and walked on his own, thinking to himself, anyway, I have no grudge with the Li family. Even if Elder Dao receives the Li family's orders, he'd only kill you, Li Shu. What does that have to do with me? Good advice is wasted on those who are doomed. The Celestial Gate City was really vast. After several hours, they'd only traversed less than a quarter of the map's route. Fortunately, they had the map and the route marked by Qingyi. Without it, who knows if they'd survive reaching Elder Dao. As the group reached a jade pavilion, Li Shu stopped to examine it. This is the Yanbo Pavilion. According to the map's mark and notes, we need to rest here at Yanbo Pavilion for a while. Only after the lotus in Yanbo Pavilion blooms can we wade through the water across the Yanbo pool in front of us, Li Shu said as he entered Yanbo Pavilion. The Yanbo Pavilion had 4 corridors and 8 pillars, built quite peculiarly. More strange, in the center of Yanbo Pavilion was an ancient well, the water almost spilling out, with 2 lotus leaves and an unopened lotus bud on the surface. Without the lotus blooming, they couldn't cross the Yanbo pool ahead. As per the map, there was no bridge for crossing the Yanbo pool. It could only be crossed by water. The 80-mile Yanbo pool could only be swum across, and if the lotus didn't bloom, something strange might occur in the Yanbo pool, making it dangerous to get into the water. Besides swimming, there was another method. There was a small boat within the Yanbo pool. Sitting on this small boat could also cross the pool, but the boat was usually controlled by those guarding the celestial gate. Unless Elder Dao happened by during his patrol, they wouldn't have a boat to use. Jing Li gazed at the Yanbo pool enveloped by a mist of light outside the pavilion and said, I've heard people say there's an incredibly terrifying spirit hidden in the depths of the Yanbo pool. It lurks at the bottom, hidden, and if anyone or any spirit tries to cross the pool, it will pull them into the water to devour them. Even light-based level beings aren't spared. Only when the lotus blooms does that spirit slumber, and once the lotus closes again, it awakens. It's best to cross the Yanbo pool during this time. Zhu Xiaoyun chimed in. I've heard a slightly different tale. What version? Li Shu asked. Zhu Xiaoyun looked at the swirling mist of light outside the pavilion and said, The story I heard differs from Jing Li's. There's no spirit in the Yanbo pool but an emperor's consort sleeping. An emperor's consort? Why would the emperor's consort be sleeping in this pool? Sha Chu inquired with interest, looking at Zhu Xiaoyun. The tale goes that the emperor was extremely tyrannical, finding pleasure every night with different women and torturing them to death, tossing their bodies into the Yanbo pool. No one knows how many innocent women the tyrant killed, leaving them to rest in the Yanbo pool. 80 miles of the Yanbo pool, the burial ground of vengeful spirits and lost women, it's said the pool's bottom is covered with those women's bones. After a pause, Zhu Xiaoyun continued. Until one day, a woman named Lian became the tyrant's consort, and she amazingly walked out alive from the tyrant's chambers. After that, the tyrant required Lian Consort service every night, never harming other women again. If that's the case, why was Lian Consort also thrown into the Yanbo pool in the end? Sha Chu asked further. 6110. Chapter 6110-254, Yanbo Pool 3. The Lotus concubine was not thrown into the Yanbo pool, she jumped into it herself. Zhu Xiaoyun continued, the tyrant reveled night after night, lost in wine and women, completely ignoring the affairs of state, causing the demon kingdom to be filled with resentment. The Lotus concubine, understanding the greater good, tried in vain to persuade the tyrant and threw herself into the Yanbo pool, sacrificing herself to inspire the tyrant to be diligent in governance. Was the tyrant moved? Sha Chu, being a woman, still held a hopeful sentiment. It's uncertain if he was moved at the time, but clearly he did not change. Otherwise, the demon kingdom wouldn't have perished. Zhu Xiaoyun chuckled. The story isn't over yet. Let me continue. The Lotus concubine, with a pure heart after entering the Yanbo pool, unlike other women who turned into vengeful spirits, transformed into a pond full of lotus flowers. When the lotus blossoms open, it marks the time when the Lotus concubine awakens. The vengeful female spirits in the Yanbo pool are then calmed and do not harm people. If one enters the pool when the blossoms have not opened, they will be dragged to the pool's bottom and drowned by the vengeful spirits. You're making it sound quite story-like, but it's not very logical, Sha Chu said. A story is just a story. If it were too logical, it wouldn't be one, would it? As Zhu Xiaoyun was speaking, they saw the lotus flower in the well bloom. The lotus flower was as white as snow, with a cluster of pink at the tip, blooming as if snow has been dyed with rouge. The flower has opened, let's head into the pool. Li Shu glanced at the blossoming lotus and then turned to walk toward the pool's edge. A group of them walked down into the water one after another, descending the steps. Jing Li led at the front, Li Shu and Sha Chu were in the middle, and Zhu Xiaoyun was at the back. With those light clusters resembling clouds and mist covering them, they couldn't see the water below. They walked several steps along the stairs before feeling the water soak over their ankles. Continuing forward, the water quickly reached above their thighs. The cloud and mist-like light clusters in front grew denser, making it nearly impossible to see each other's faces even at close range. Be careful, everyone. As Li Shu spoke, he suddenly felt the ground beneath his feet give way, and his whole body plunged into the water. The stairs were no longer there. Beneath his feet was the unfathomable pool water. Although the group was close together, they could no longer see each other and could only hear the continuous sound of water nearby. Li Shu started swimming forward, listening to the nearby water sounds to stay in sync with Sha Chu and the others. The legend says the Yanbo pool stretches 80 li. With their physical condition, swimming across 80 li shouldn't take long. Jing Li and Zhu Xiaoyun slowed down considerably to wait for Li Shu and Sha Chu, otherwise they would have long disappeared into the distance. The water in the Yanbo pool was somewhat chilly. Li Shu didn't fear the cold, but after swimming for a while, he felt the water getting hotter. Initially, he could barely stand it, but soon the water felt as if it were boiling, scalding Li Shu to the point of discomfort. Why is the water so hot, Sha Chu? Are you okay? Li Shu tilted his head back, paddling with his hands, and shouted towards Sha Chu's direction. He wasn't worried about Jing Li and Zhu Xiaoyun. With their physical resilience, even boiling water couldn't harm them. Hot? Why would it be hot? This water is quite cool. Soon, Sha Chu's voice came from beside him. As Sha Chu spoke, she swam closer to Li Shu, soon reaching his side, kicking her legs in the water, paddling with one hand while reaching out to touch Li Shu with the other. Cool? Li Shu was full of questions. Although the water around him wasn't bubbling like boiling water, its temperature seemed close to boiling. Even with good physical resilience, he shouldn't feel cool. Yes, it's cool, but not too cold. Sha Chu reached Li Shu's arm and leaned against him, her fingers tracing up his arm until she found his face. Sha-Chu touched Li Shu's forehead with her hand. It feels normal, you don't have a fever. Why do you feel hot? If it's not a fever, it must be enthusiasm. Is it because you heard my story about female ghosts in the pool and a little spark in your heart can't be contained? Zhu Xiaoyun teased from the side. He and Jing Li also heard Li Shu's words, stopping and floating in the nearby water. Xiao Li, do you feel hot? Li Shu ignored Zhu Xiaoyun. No, Jing Li answered definitively. Li Shu thought, this is strange. All four of us are in the same pool. There's no reason why only I feel hot. Is there a problem? Jing Li asked in a deep voice. There's no problem. Keep moving. Li Shu knew that even if there was an issue, they couldn't panic. They had to swim across before the lotus closed. Jing Li acknowledged and continued swimming forward. Li Shu, Sha-Chu, and Zhu Xiaoyun hurriedly followed. Yet, the more Li Shu swam, the hotter it felt, as if he were swimming in boiling water. Fortunately, his physique was decent. Had he not become a trial taker, he might have been cooked by now. Strangely, Sha-Chu and the others were unaffected. Jing Li occasionally asked if he was okay, seemingly aware that something might be wrong and ready to assist at any moment. Apart from the heat, Li Shu didn't feel anything amiss. Thankfully, although the water was uncomfortably hot, he could barely manage to endure it. They had no choice but to swim forward rapidly. Stopping was not an option. Hearing Li Shu speed up, Sha-Chu and the others followed suit. Swimming along, Li Shu felt something brush against his foot, startling him. He quickly drew his leg back, calling out, "There's something in the water. What is it?" Sha-Chu's voice came to him. "I don't know. It was gone after it touched me, like something swam past my leg." Li Shu frowned. Whatever it was disappeared after brushing against his calf like a fish. "Commander, could you not scare us?" "Are you worried there are female ghosts in the water after hearing my story? If you're scared, just say so. I'll swim holding you, let the female ghosts come for me." Zhu Xiaoyun's teasing voice came from the left. "Stop talking nonsense and swim out quickly." Li Shu urged them to swim onward, certain that something was strange about the pool. "You're the one talking nonsense," Zhu Xiaoyun muttered. Setting off again, Li Shu swam while keeping an ear out for any underwater movement. But the water, like before, was filled with cloud-like omens reflecting the water like milk, obscuring visibility underwater. Suddenly, Li Shu felt something like a rope entangle his ankles. Before he could react, a mysterious force yanked him underwater. 611, Chapter 611, 255 Strange Events, one after another. Li Shu's body sank rapidly in the water, his body pulled like a sharp arrow breaking through the pool water and rushing downward. Li Shu immediately reached out to grab the spiritual mace hanging on his body, but as soon as he moved his arm, something wrapped around his wrist, tightly binding both of his hands so they couldn't move. Li Shu gathered light energy, attempting to break free from the things restraining his hands and feet, but those things were extraordinarily resilient. The light energy surging from the evil spirit token and the forbidden spear couldn't shake off the things entangling him. The water of Yanbo Pool was much deeper than he had imagined, and his body was pulled downward swiftly for quite a while without reaching the bottom. However, as he ventured deeper underwater, the luminous mist-like glow began to diminish, as if passing through layers of clouds, and suddenly the surrounding water became clear, widening his field of vision dramatically. Under the cloud-like radiance overhead, Li Shu witnessed a scene he would never forget. The lake bed stretched endlessly, covered with countless skeletons, and judging by their structure, they seemed to be human bones or those of some humanoid creatures. Could the story Zhu Xiaoyun told be true? Did the brutal emperor really throw countless women's bodies into Yanbo Pool? Li Shu looked around and discovered that the thing entangling his limbs was actually a black lotus-like organism originating from the pool bottom. Among the bone-laden lake bed, there grew a cluster of black lotus leaves and a black lotus. The things binding his limbs extended from between the lotus leaves, akin to small vine buds. Li Shu's body was quickly pulled towards the lotus, and as he approached, he realized the lotus was far larger than expected, with its lotus pod harboring numerous eyes rather than seeds, all fixated on Li Shu. The black petals of the lotus were covered with fine, hair-like teeth. No doubt this lotus was an extremely rare plant-type demon spirit, yet it was unclear why, among the four who entered Yanbo Pool, the black lotus focused solely on him. Seeing that he was about to be dragged into the colossal black lotus, Li Shu's mind sprang into action, and the fire lotus sword automatically sprang from his waist, its blade burning like flames, striking towards the black tendrils binding Li Shu's arms. Unexpectedly, the black tendril gave a fierce tug, directing Li Shu's arm towards the fire lotus sword's blade. Just as the fire lotus sword was about to slash his arm, it suddenly halted, and as soon as it did, a black ribbon-like thing coiled up, ensnaring the fire lotus sword as well. Bang! Li Shu's body was pulled to collide within the black lotus, and the petal covered with hair-like teeth immediately folded over, layering him snugly. Li Shu's heart was gripped with horror. Watching as the tooth-laden petals were about to envelop his body, he even saw a strange liquid smeared on the petals, but his limbs were firmly bound, with more black tendrils wrapping around him, rendering him utterly immobile. Crack! Just as Li Shu considered summoning the Jedi Knight, he suddenly saw a crack appear on the heavily layered petals, and from this crack, a purple-black blade light beamed through. Jing Li. Li Shu saw the face emerging through the crack and was overjoyed. When Li Shu was pulled underwater, Jing Li, who had been closely watching Li Shu, noticed something was amiss and dove down in pursuit. However, because the Black Lotus had tugged so rapidly, Jing Li couldn't catch up immediately, only now finally reaching close to the Black Lotus and slashing its petals open with a blade. The Black Lotus, hit hard, seemed to suffer greatly, its petals opening wide as if in a soundless scream of agony. Countless black tendrils extended from the surroundings of the lotus leaves, curling towards Jing Li. Jing Li's blade flashed repeatedly in his hand, forcibly severing the approaching black tendrils, his blade further slicing the lotus petals apart piece by piece. Jing Li wielded the ghost head blade, charging forward to cut the black tendrils binding Li Shu, and at the moment Li Shu freed himself, the ghost head blade stabbed fiercely into the eye-filled lotus pod. Strands of purple-black blade light flickered within the lotus pod, and in the next second, the entire lotus along with the pod shattered, breaking into pieces. A demon core fell out of it, which Jing Li grasped and with Li Shu rushed toward the water's surface. After the two burst out from beneath the water, Li Shu exhaled a long breath of relief, thankful that Jing Li was there, otherwise, this time would indeed have been quite troublesome. "Let's get moving," Li Shu shouted to Jing Li beside him, continuing to swim forward. For some reason, Li Shu still felt that the pool water was uncomfortably hot, and it hadn't returned to normal despite the Black Lotus being cut to pieces. After the previous turmoil, Jing Li stayed close by Li Shu, constantly vigilant of his situation to prevent a recurrence. Until all four of them emerged from Yanbo Pool, nothing further happened. Glancing at Yanbo Pool behind him, Li Shu felt somewhat puzzled, having the uncanny sensation that a pair of eyes within Yanbo Pool was fixated on him. "What just happened?" Sha Chu inquired, looking at Li Shu and Jing Li. "There was a Black Lotus demon spirit on the pool bottom. It pulled me under, but thankfully Jing Li saved me in time." Li Shu recounted the events. "Even though we all entered Yanbo Pool together, the Black Lotus targeted only you. It seems to say something about your character. Better accumulate some good deeds for virtue in the future." Zhu Xiaoyun chuckled. 612, Chapter 612-255 Strange Events continue. 2. Let's hurry up and get to Elder Dao quickly to avoid any more trouble, Jing Li said. Li Shu nodded and left Yanbo Pool with them. He couldn't tell if it was an illusion, but ever since he swam across Yanbo Pool, Li Shu had a constant feeling that something was watching him. But after paying close attention for a long time, he couldn't find anything. After he informed Jing Li, she couldn't find anything following them either. Ever since they passed Yanbo Pool, the journey had been unusually calm. Even in the places marked on the map where magical creatures might appear, they didn't encounter any. The single log bridge is just ahead. Once we cross it and head that way, it'll be much safer, Li Shu said, looking ahead. Though it's called a single log bridge, in reality, it's a round jade pillar as thick as a bucket, extending into the cloud-like mist, and its length is unknown. Zhu Xiaoyun examined the bridge and said, "It's said that this single log bridge originally leads to the Road of Ghosts, with endless hell on either side. Once you fall off, there's no rebirth. I wonder if that's true. Whether it's true or not, as long as we cross using the method annotated on the map, we should be fine," Li Shu said, looking at the map. "It's very clear. This bridge can only be crossed with closed eyes. On the bridge, you must never open your eyes. Even a glance will cause you to fall instantly, and no power can save you. Once we're on the bridge, no matter what you hear or feel, absolutely do not open your eyes." "Got it." Zhu Xiaoyun was proactive, closing his eyes and, surprisingly, being the first to step onto the single log bridge. He likely knew the story of the bridge beforehand, aware that as long as he didn't open his eyes, it should be safe. Sha Chu was next, Li Shu third, and Jing Li at the back. After stepping onto the jade bridge, the feeling of being watched from behind intensified, making him want to turn around and look. Li Shu forced himself to suppress this urge, following Sha Chu forward, knowing Jing Li was behind him, so if there was anything, it would have to pass Jing Li first. The jade pillar wasn't wide, and with its smooth arc, crossing with open eyes would be difficult for most, let alone with closed eyes. But for them, it wasn't much of a problem. With a bit of caution, they wouldn't fall off. As Li Shu walked, he suddenly felt a heaviness on his back, as if something was pressing against him. He quickly reached out to grab it, but caught nothing but air. He didn't make a sound, fearing that if he did, Jing Li behind him might be tempted to open her eyes and check his back. Li Shu kept quiet, continuing forward with the weight on his back, which felt like carrying a person. More terrifying than anything, Li Shu seemed to hear breathing by his ear, as if he truly was carrying someone whose head was right next to him breathing. But when he reached out to grab, he found nothing. There was only emptiness behind him. "Commander, what's wrong?" Jing Li heard Li Shu's unusual movement and asked with closed eyes. "It's nothing, just a discomfort in my back." Li Shu felt a bit uneasy but casually brushed it off. Jingli gave a soft acknowledgement and didn't say more but stepped ahead, closing the distance to Li Shu. The breathing continued, haunting Li Shu as he silently wondered, could it be I'm really under some curse? With no solution, Li Shu could only bear the discomfort and keep walking. As he walked, he suddenly felt something sticky and wet slide over his face like a cold tongue, making his hairs stand and goosebumps form. Slap! Li Shu slapped his own face but touched nothing but his own skin. What's the matter? Sha Chu and Zhu Xiaoyun halted ahead, not daring to open their eyes, and turned to ask Li Shu. Nothing. It felt like there was a mosquito. Didn't you feel it? Li Shu said. Nonsense. There are no mosquitoes here. If there was one, it would be a magical creature, Zhu Xiaoyun said, continuing forward. I didn't feel anything. Sha Chu sensed something off with Li Shu, but truly hadn't felt anything herself. Let's keep going. Li Shu urged Sha Chu forward, following her. Li Shu walked with his head down, the breathing by his ear becoming more pronounced, and the cold tongue-like thing constantly sliding across his cheeks and neck, causing his skin to erupt in goosebumps. Having a particular dislike for such softness and unable to see or touch it made Li Shu even more uncomfortable, involuntarily conjuring various images in his mind. Yet each time he reached to grab, he found nothing, making him doubt whether he was hallucinating. Could it be that the black lotus was poisonous and the toxin has influenced me, causing hallucinations? Li Shu could only guess this. 6/1/3, Chapter 6/113, 255 Strange Events One After Another. Fortunately, although the feeling was unpleasant, there was no actual harm, and the four of them, led by Li Shu, successfully crossed the single-log bridge. Once Li Shu stepped off the bridge, the sound of the breathing in his ears vanished instantly, and the heavy sensation on his back also disappeared. Thank you. Just when Li Shu thought his previous speculation might be correct, assuming the effect of the Black Lotus toxin had worn off, he suddenly heard a faint whisper nearby. Did any of you hear anything? Li Shu opened his eyes and looked around, but saw no one. What sound? Were you frightened in the Yanbo pool? Why are you always so paranoid? Zhu Xiaoyun tilted his head to listen, but found nothing. That's good then. Li Shu checked the map and continued to move forward according to it. The second half of the journey was much easier, without eerie places like Yanbo Pool and the single-log bridge. In fact, there were still many peculiar places, but this route allowed them to bypass those odd spots, with Yanbo Pool and the single-log bridge being unavoidable. When the four saw the majestic city gate ahead, they all breathed a long sigh of relief. Although Zhu Xiaoyun spoke casually, he knew Li Shu must have encountered some problem. Therefore, they all felt a bit restrained along the way, fearing something might happen. It was only when they reached the city gate that the weight on their hearts lifted. This side of the city gate was even more dilapidated than the other. The huge jade door was covered with cracks, of various sizes, countless. The smaller cracks could fit a piece of paper through, and the larger ones were nearly wide enough for a motorcycle. The group passed through those cracks and found yet another circular wall outside the gate. On the arched wall, there was another city gate. That gate appeared much more intact, though it still bore various cross marks, as if they had been slashed by a gigantic sword or saber, yet the gate remained unbroken. The group spotted from a distance an old man in a security uniform sitting on top of the city wall. It was none other than old Dao. Elder Dao, we've come to see you, Zhu Xiaoyun called out warmly to the old man on the gate. He only hoped that old Dao wasn't aware of the outside situation, allowing them to rest there safely for a while. Old Dao, seemingly asleep, opened his eyes, looked them over, and then leapt down from the wall to land in front of them. Li Shu, you dare to come here? Old Dao said coldly, staring at Li Shu. Zhu Xiaoyun silently cursed, while Jing Li and Sha Chu watched old Dao warily, their grip on their knife hilts tightening. Why wouldn't I dare? Li Shu smiled. Li Changyin specifically sent someone to inform me that if you came, I must make sure to take your life. Old Dao said with a straight face. Zhu Xiaoyun was puzzled. They had entered Heaven's Gate first, so Li Changyin's people shouldn't have arrived so quickly. How did old Dao receive the message so soon? How did Li Changyin manage to convey the message? My life is right here. If you want it, come and take it. Li Chu stepped forward and said to old Dao, then I won't stand on ceremony, old Dao said as he walked over. Jing Li, holding his knife, wanted to block in front of Li Shu, but was stopped by Li Shu, who proceeded towards old Dao. Is this guy looking for death again? Zhu Xiaoyun felt frustrated. Watching old Dao walk up to Li Shu, Zhu Xiaoyun was considering whether to flee or stay if Li Shu was killed when he saw old Dao open his arms and embrace Li Shu. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Why are you so late? Old Dao asked with a laugh after releasing Li Shu. With my current capabilities, if I could make a living outside, why would I risk coming to a place like this? Li Shu laughed. What's going on? Weren't you doing well outside? Not only did you become the commander of the technician group, but you also snatched resources from Bai Wanli of the demon armor group, old Dao asked in confusion. Seeing old Dao unaware of the light planting technique in the tournament, Li Shu explained the situation. Haha, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. You're something else, being able to create something like the light planting technique. Now the world will be in turmoil again, old Dao laughed heartily. Li Chongyin previously sent someone to inform me to send you and Wan Chaoxing here to guard Heaven's Gate and to treat you well. I didn't expect you to come on your own before he could bring you here. Rest assured, with me here, even if Li Chongyin sends people, they won't find you. Seeing how close Old Dao and Li Shu were, Zhu Xiaoyun and Jing Li were quite surprised. Old Dao was famously irascible, giving no face to anyone aside from the chairman and Li Chongyin. No one expected Old Dao to have such a strong bond with Li Shu, even risking offending Li Chongyin for his sake. Old Dao, I heard your blood seal stone is with Li Chongyin, Li Shu asked. At my age, who cares about that anymore? Don't worry about it, Old Dao said, pulling Li Shu along. You're just in time. If you hadn't come, I'd have to dispose of something, and the benefit I promised would be lost. What is it? Li Shu asked curiously. You'll know when you see it, Old Dao said, leading Li Shu up the steps of the gate tower. Jing Li, Zhu Xiaoyun, and Shachu also followed. Soon, they arrived inside the gate tower where, in the Jade Tower, a more than 2-meter-high brass furnace was placed, with golden flames burning violently inside. Li Shu and his companions heard piercing, agonizing cries coming from within the golden flame-filled brass furnace. Is this furnace what you promised to give me? Li Shu asked, puzzled as he looked at Old Dao. Old Dao chuckled. No, what I promised is not the furnace, but the fellow inside it. 614, Chapter 614, 256, Demon Refining Furnace. What's inside? A demon spirit. Li Shu seemed puzzled, unsure what Old Knife meant. If Old Knife wanted to give him a demon spirit, he could just gift him a demon spirit ring. Why put the demon spirit in a furnace to burn? If it was a wild demon spirit trapped inside the furnace, then Old Knife could kill it himself and leave something for him. There was no need to wait for Li Shu to come and kill it himself. How should I put it? You could say it's a demon spirit, or you could say it's not. Old Knife pointed to the brass furnace and said, This furnace is called the Demon Refining Furnace, and it's been around for a long time. The demon spirit inside was thrown in by an elder who guarded the Celestial Gate ages ago. It's been refining inside this demon refining furnace for at least 60 or 70 years. Whether it's still a demon spirit now, that's hard to say. What do you mean? Can this furnace turn a demon spirit into a human? The more Li Shu heard, the more intrigued he became. You're thinking too fantastically. Turning it into a human is obviously impossible. This furnace is named the Demon Refining Furnace, naturally used for refining demons. The demon has had the demon refined away, so what remains is the spirit. Old Knife tapped on the furnace, and a clang resonated from inside. The entity inside seemed to sense Old Knife's provocation, desperately ramming against the furnace walls, producing clanging sounds. Old Knife continued. The great elder who guarded here before me stayed here for decades and couldn't watch until this thing's body was entirely refined. In the end, he lost his life. Before I came, I estimated that the demon spirit inside was almost refined to a pure spirit state, and sure enough, the demon spirit's body has been completely refined now, leaving only pure spirit. This is the right time to use it, so you're in luck, kid. What use does pure spirit have? Zhu Xiaoyun asked, his face full of curiosity as he had never heard of such a thing. Its uses are plenty. The most common method is to directly merge the spirit into a contract. The primordial embryo quality of the contract we use determines the contract's inherent strength. The higher the primordial embryo quality, the stronger the contract's intrinsic essence. However, what determines the contract's quality and level is the purity, quality, and quantity of the energy within the contract. Some low-quality contracts have higher primordial embryo quality than higher-quality contracts, which means the contract's body is strong, but the internal energy's purity and quality are lacking. If you merge pure energy spirit into the contract, enhancing the energy's purity and quality, you can improve the contract's quality and level. Pausing for a moment, Old Knife continued, but to refine a demon spirit's body so that only pure energy remains while preserving its spirituality, that takes skill. Besides the demon refining furnace, there aren't many things that can complete this step, and refining demons requires a long time to refine demon spirits fully. Most people don't have the lifespan to wait. The stronger the demon spirit refined in the demon refining furnace, the longer the time required. The demon spirit here was an S-class radiant demon spirit, and it took decades to refine its demon spirit body completely, leaving only pure spirit. The two old guys before me didn't have the fortune to enjoy the results. It's of no use to me, so it benefits you, kid. Old Knife, are you saying that this spirit can enhance the contract's quality and level? If it's a radiant contract, can it be enhanced further? Li Shu was astonished. Stop dreaming about good fortune all day. If you could enhance a radiant contract further, do you think you'd get to use it? I'd use it myself, Old Knife explained. Such a spirit can only upgrade the contract's quality to match that of the demon spirit in quality and level. It can only be used on low-quality contracts. If you have any low-quality, low-level contracts you want to enhance, bring them out, and I'll help you infuse the spirit. It can probably be upgraded to Radiant Quality S-Class, which should be of some help to you. Is that all? Li Shu felt a bit disappointed. Old Knife immediately got annoyed. I'm giving you an S-Class Radiant Quality contract, and you're still not satisfied? Do you want to fly to heaven? If you don't want it, I'll give it to someone else. You have no idea how many people are hoping for this. It's impolite to refuse a gift from an elder. Why wouldn't I want it? Li Shu summoned his forbidden spear. This is my symbiotic contract old knife. Kindly help me upgrade it to S class. Symbiotic contracts can't be used for this. Only parasitic contracts can, old knife said. Why? Li Shu was instantly frustrated again. The symbiotic contract is integrated with your body. If its level is enhanced using this method, its energy will far exceed what your body can handle. When you take it back, its energy will be shared with your body. With just that bit of primordial embryo quality, your body might explode from the excess energy unless you throw both yourself and the symbiotic contract into the furnace to refine. Otherwise, stop dreaming about that, old knife chuckled. For parasitic contracts, I have a few. Let me think about which one to use. Li Shu looked at several of his parasitic contracts. The gentleman's hat itself is of radiant quality, so using it to enhance the level, but not the quality, seems a bit wasteful. The dark mirror has strong night vision ability, and enhancing it doesn't seem too beneficial either. After thinking it over, Li Shu pulled out the Fire Lotus sword and handed it to Old Knife. Let's enhance this one. 615, Chapter 615, 256, Demon Refining Furnace 2. A Fire Attribute. Parasitic Contract, this is more suitable. I was really afraid you'd throw something like a kettle in and make me toss it inside, Old Dao said, lifting the lid of the Demon Refining Furnace. Inside, there seemed to be a golden light trying to burst out, but was slapped down by Old Dao before he threw the Fire Lotus sword in as well. Inside the Demon Refining Furnace, there was an immediate chaotic crackling noise. Old Dao pressed a few times on the furnace, specifically on the 4 beast heads protruding from its sides. Each time Old Dao pressed, the golden light flame inside the furnace grew stronger by a third. After 4 presses, the golden light flame was as fierce as the sun, making it impossible to look at directly. The crackling collision sounds inside gradually diminished, and soon it was completely quiet. Let's wait. Spiritual infusion takes some time, at least 2 or 3 days. Old Dao pointed inside the city and said, there's no place to hide people within Wang City. Later, I'll take you inside to find a place to hide. Once the Li family leaves, you all can come out. All right, Li Shu nodded. He didn't want Old Dao to get implicated because of him. By the way, Old Dao, on the way here, I encountered some strange things. Can you help me figure them out? Li Shu recounted the odd events he encountered on his way. Zhu Xiaoyun, Jing Li, and Sha Chu also knew that Li Shu must have encountered something on his way, but since he didn't mention it, they hadn't asked. Listening now, they mostly understood why Li Shu hadn't spoken at the time. If Li Shu had mentioned it at the time, they might also have become paranoid, potentially leading to unexpected incidents. While swimming across Yanbo Pool, only he felt the water was hot. Didn't you all feel anything? Old Dao, after a moment of contemplation, looked gravely at Zhu Xiaoyun and the others and asked, No, the water was cool, no warmth at all. Zhu Xiaoyun replied. Sha Chu and Jing Li also shook their heads, indicating they noticed nothing unusual. Old Dao then looked at Li Shu and asked, after cutting down that black lotus, did that sensation of heat still not disappear? No, I still felt the water was hot. Seeing the odd expression on Old Dao's face, Li Shu asked, is there a problem? There is a big problem. You might really be in major trouble. Old Dao examined Li Shu with a grave expression. How big of a trouble? Li Shu didn't ask what trouble he had gotten into, he just wanted to know if it could be resolved. Compared to this trouble, the Li family's issue is nothing at all. Old Dao chuckled. Do you know what Yanbo Pool is? Is it where the Emperor's concubine lies dormant? Ever since seeing the skeletons at the bottom of the pool, Li Shu felt the story Zhu Xiaoyun told was quite credible. Nonsense about the Emperor's concubine. That's just a fabricated story by the Demon Kingdom people. There was never any such concubine by the Emperor's side. After a pause, Old Dao continued, but that story is not completely baseless. Though there was no concubine, and the Emperor was not a debauched tyrant, a lot of people did indeed die in Yanbo Pool. Elder Dao, stop keeping us in suspense. Zhu Xiaoyun, full of curiosity, wanted to know what was really going on. I also heard this from the Great Elder in the past. He knew the demon text and once read some records in a divine hall. Old Dao retold the story. It differed somewhat from the stories Zhu Xiaoyun and Jing Li told, but there were similarities. Back when the Demon Kingdom was powerful, it waged war everywhere, conquering countless demon spirit races, even capturing some royal members of the demon spirit races and holding them hostage in Celestial City. Among the demon spirit races fighting the Demon Kingdom, one of the most threatening groups was known as the Evil Ghost race. Even at the height of its power, the Demon Kingdom could not completely subdue the Evil Ghost race. It was by trickery that they captured the king of the Evil Ghost race and suppressed him beneath Yanbo Lake. Many powerful Demon Kingdom warriors died during the suppression of the Evil Ghost King, nearly filling Yanbo Pool with corpses. Utilizing the suppressed Evil Ghost King, the Demon Kingdom lured the Evil Ghost race to recklessly charge into the Celestial Gate, using a well-laid trap to slaughter countless Evil Ghost demon spirits. Even so, a portion of the Evil Ghosts survived and used their special talent skill to parasitize some people of the Demon Kingdom. Among those parasitized by the Evil Ghosts, many were relatives of high-ranking officials of the time. To kill the evil ghosts parasitizing them would require also killing their relatives. This was something even the Emperor couldn't bear to do, so those parasitized by evil ghosts were imprisoned. If I'm not mistaken, the place sealing and suppressing the evil ghost king is where the Black Lotus was. By cutting down the Black Lotus, it's estimated that the evil ghost king has likely escaped. You felt something on your back while on the single log bridge because the evil ghost king was using you to cross it. That bridge's real name is Immortal Crossing Bridge. Only people of the Demon Kingdom can cross it, demon spirits can't. As people of Earth, we are somewhat connected to the Demon Kingdom, thereby able to cross Immortal Crossing Bridge. The evil ghost king couldn't cross by itself and used you to get across. It's likely now gone to free the other evil ghosts previously inhabiting Demon Kingdom people. So, we've created a huge disaster, Sha Sha Shu said with a grim expression. 616, Chapter 616-256, Demon Refining Furnace 3. It's not exactly a catastrophe. Celestial City has long been destroyed beyond recognition. Many Demon Kingdom people possessed by evil ghosts have already escaped, and it's only a matter of time before the other evil ghosts break free too. As for the evil ghost king, it's likely about time for it to escape. Otherwise, this kid wouldn't be having these bodily issues. Old Blade chuckled as he spoke. There's no need to be afraid. With me here, those evil ghosts can't get through the trial gate. But the evil ghost king is so formidable that even the Celestial Emperor could only imprison it and not kill it. Is it really okay if it escapes? Li Shu asked with a frown. The stronger it is, the less likely it can break out. At most, it will leave Celestial Gate City and return home, so there's no need to worry. Old Blade was quite optimistic about the situation, saying, even if it eventually escapes, the world's already in chaos, so what's one more evil ghost king? Seeing Old Blade's apparent confidence, Li Shu and the others relaxed a bit. However, if those evil ghosts do escape, then the safe places inside Celestial City might not be so secure anymore, so stay here and avoid roaming around aimlessly. Old Blade pondered aloud. What if the Li family arrives? Li Shu asked Old Blade. With the evil ghosts escaping, it's hard to say if the Li family could even make it here. We'll assess the situation when it occurs. Old Blade didn't have a better solution. With no other options, the group decided to hide in the gatehouse for now and figure out a plan if the Li family eventually made it here. During the 2 to 3 days that followed, no evil ghosts were seen, and the golden flames within the demon refining furnace continued to burn. You all will watch over the demon refining furnace. Once the fire extinguishes, it signifies successful soul melding, and you can open the lid to retrieve the spirit token. After advising them, Old Blade leapt down the wall. I'll take a stroll in the city to see if the evil ghosts have left. They should have departed from Celestial Gate by now. After Old Blade left, Li Shu and the other 3 stayed in the gatehouse, chatting and watching the furnace. It's been 2 or 3 days. I guess the Li family won't come anymore. If they were going to come, they would have arrived earlier, Zhu Xiaoyun said, lying on the ground and resting his feet. Xiaochu was about to say something when Jing Li suddenly stood up, left the gatehouse, and went to the wall to look at the gate of Celestial City inside Wang City. Li Shu and the others quickly followed Jing Li's sight, and they saw a figure emerging from the crack in the Jade Gate. The cloud light within Wang City was much thinner, making it clear that the figure coming in through the Jade Gate was not Old Blade. Could it be that Old Blade just left and the Li family arrived? Did Old Blade betray us? Zhu Xiaoyun squinted at the figure and said, That's not the Li family or even a person, Jing Li replied coldly. Through the thin cloud light, Li Shu also saw that the figure indeed looked unlike a human. Although it appeared very human-like, how could a human have 2 sharp horns on their head? As the figure continued to approach, Li Shu and the others could see it clearly. The face looked like blue iron, with a pair of blue horns on the head. Eyes radiating blue light, clothes tattered like a beggar's, and the exposed skin beneath the clothes shone with blue iron-like luster. Could this be a Demon Kingdom person possessed by an evil ghost? Zhu Xiaoyun observed the strange figure with interest. It likely is. Li Shu stared at the entity and said, Stay here. I'll go have a look. Jing Li said and leapt down. While midair, he drew out his Tang blade and, gripping it with both hands, slashed towards the odd figure with dazzling brilliance. The strange figure looked a bit dazed but reacted quickly, raising its head and eyes glowing blue, glaring at Jing Li, revealing vampire-like fangs. Faced with Jing Li's forceful Tang blade, the odd figure did not dodge but reached directly for the falling blade. Its blue iron-like palm collided with the Tang blade, emitting a sound like metal clashing. Jing Li's slash failed to sever its hand, and instead, it grabbed hold of the Tang blade. Li Shu and the others were quite astonished. Although Jing Li hadn't entered the super spirit state or used Light Vein, an S-grade strike being caught barehanded showed that the monster's ability was not trivial. Seeing his blade caught, Jing Li's eyes flashed cold, his body and blade simultaneously emitting purple-black light, entering the super spirit state. Jing Li pulled back the Tang blade, severing the monster's palm in the process, with half of the hand and 4 fingers falling to the ground. The monster seemed completely unaware of pain, as blue light like smoke or fog, along with what seemed like blue silk threads, wrapped around it as it leapt towards Jing Li like a specter. Jing Li's Tang blade slashed continuously, and as the ghostly figure dodged 2 strikes, the third cut off its head. Well, evil ghosts aren't all that, Zhu Xiaoyun said dismissively. Jingli hadn't even used the power of light vein, he could handle it too at this level. But the next second, Zhu Xiaoyun closed his mouth. After the monster's body fell to the ground, the blue light within it came alive, floating out and condensing into a transparent human shape, resembling a ghost in the air, with its body emanating blue light like smoke and fog. The evil ghost-like apparition charged at Jing Li, and with Jing Li's tang blades slashing fiercely, various sword-light slashes hit the apparition, dividing the ghostly body into segments. But after the blade passed, the smoke-like body of the evil ghost condensed back together, continuing to attack Jing Li, shocking Zhu Xiaoyun. Oh man, is that thing an undying body? No wonder the Demon Country Celestial Emperor couldn't completely kill them. Jing Li backed while slashing, with his tang blade transforming into a ghastly blade as the light vein was mobilized. A thunderous sword-light slash attacked the evil ghost, slicing it in two, but once the blade passed, its body seamlessly reformed as if unharmed. Jing Li's eyes focused sharply as ghostly blades flashed repeatedly, sword-light slashes crisscrossing and slicing the charging evil ghost into numerous fragments. This time, it's got to be dead, right? Zhu Xiaoyun asked, slightly relieved as he saw the evil ghost cut into pieces. Yet in the next moment, the fragments flew together again, reassembling into a phantom-like blue ghost charging at Jing Li. Li Shu and the others looked rather grave. Even with Jing Li's powerful light energy, he couldn't slay the evil ghost. They could do nothing against it. It was an unkillable monster. As the three were fretting, they saw through the crack in Celestial City's gate more and more Demon Kingdom people possessed by evil ghosts entering, and their numbers kept rising. Zhu Xiaoyun was instantly flabbergasted. They hadn't even dealt with one evil ghost yet, and now dozens more were coming in. A truly perilous situation. 617, Chapter 617, 257, The Path of Old Knife. Jing Li saw one possessed Demon Kingdom person after another rushing over. Unable to open the main gate of Wing City, they turned and charged up the stairs towards the gate tower. What should we do? Sha Chu asked, holding a knife and looking at Li Shu. Zhu Xiaoyun had already summoned the demon shark, prepared to escape at any moment. Li Shu summoned the Jedi Knight, blocking the staircase entrance, and slashed at the approaching evil ghosts with Bloodlight Slash. The Super Spirit's level 99 Bloodlight Slash instantly severed the arm of the leading evil ghost, but it seemed unaware of the pain and continued charging forward. The Jedi Knight furiously slashed with twin blades, dismembering the oncoming evil ghosts. As their bodies fell, strands of cyan light wafted out, coalescing into cyan light evil ghosts that launched at the Jedi Knight again. The Jedi Knight's Bloodlight Slash struck again, slicing the phantom-like evil ghosts' bodies open, with the same result as Jing Li encountered. No matter how fierce the Jedi Knight's attacks were, it couldn't truly kill the evil ghosts. This is real trouble, let's run, Zhu Xiaoyun exclaimed in fright. Sha Chu, return to the building and guard the demon refining furnace, Li Shu instructed Sha Chu. Sha Chu murmured a quick acknowledgement and ran back inside. Seeing the Jedi Knight being forced to retreat by the overwhelming evil ghosts, Li Shu summoned the Forbidden Spear and shot at them. The evil ghosts weren't particularly fast and lacked external demonic light, so Li Shu thought to try different methods to see if he could kill them. Li Shu used the ominous bullet from the 7 Great Taboos. The bullet launched in the cyan light-condensed body of an evil ghost. It seemed to have some effect, yet at the same time, it didn't. The bullet remained stuck inside the evil ghost's body, emitting an eerie bloodlight. The blood pattern on the bullet flickered intermittently. The bloodlight seemed to be seeping into the cyan light-condensed body, faintly tinging the cyan with red. Yet, it appeared to have no effect as the evil ghost still rushed at the Jedi Knight unaffected. The Jedi Knight once again swung its blade at the evil ghost, easily cleaving the evil ghost's body apart with Bloodlight Slash. Oddly, this time, the evil ghost's body did not recombine as before. The cyan light-like body exploded and quickly disappeared. How did you kill it? Zhu Xiaoyun asked, delighted. I don't know. Try using different attributes of light energy to attack the evil ghosts, Li Shu suggested, not overly thrilled with the ominous bullet's effectiveness against evil ghosts, since, like the impossibility bullet, only 7 could be used consecutively, rendering them quite ineffective against so many evil ghosts. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaoyun hurriedly summoned his magic spirits to attack the evil ghosts, but various attributes had no effect on them. Li Shu also summoned the Black Death Demon King and Love God Shooter. Black Death Demon King summoned a group of minions to pounce on the evil ghosts. As a result, those cyan light-like evil ghosts directly rushed into the body of the Black Death Demon, controlling it to counterattack Li Shu and the others. Jing Li below was already unable to hold on. Inside Wang City, all around were evil ghosts that he had separated from the Demon Kingdom people's bodies, swooping down on him from all directions. Jing Li swung his knife, slashing open the evil ghosts' bodies, and leaped up onto the city wall, shouting at Li Shu and the others, "These evil ghosts have an undying body and mustn't touch our bodies, or will be controlled. Damn, how can we fight this? Let's get out of here," Zhu Xiaoyun shouted as he retreated. "We must find a way to stop them. If they break through the trial gate, Changsheng Tian might be doomed, Jingli said coldly as he slashed open the advancing evil ghosts' bodies. Stop them? How do we stop them? Show me how. These things are undying, and without the power to counter them, we can't kill them, Zhu Xiaoyun shouted. Bang! An evil ghost lunging at Li Shu suddenly shattered into fragments of light and dissolved. Zhu Xiaoyun and Jing Li both turned to Li Shu, only to see Li Shu holding a strange mace. When it struck the evil ghost, it immediately shattered its undying body, causing it to dissipate. What kind of weapon is that? Zhu Xiaoyun asked in shock. Li Shu didn't respond, merely wielding the spiritual mace to obliterate the evil ghost charging the Jedi Knight. Hold the gate tower. As long as the gate tower isn't breached, they can't exit through the trial gate, Jing Li shouted at Li Shu. Understood, Li Shu replied, retreating inside with his magical spirits. Holding the gatehouse doors, he shattered the rushing evil ghosts one by one. The spiritual mace demonstrated immense power. Evil ghosts struck by it had no resistance, instantly dissipated. What a powerful weapon. Zhu Xiaoyun drooled with envy, feeling a strong urge to defeat Li Shu and seize his items. Unfortunately, he didn't know that even if Li Shu gave him the spiritual mace, he wouldn't be able to use it. The spiritual mace wasn't driven by light energy, but by Li Shu's spiritual sense. The Jedi Knight and Jing Li stood on either side of Li Shu, first slashing the evil ghosts out of the possessed Demon Kingdom people, then having Li Shu smash them with the spiritual mace to prevent them from attacking simultaneously and overwhelming Li Shu. But more evil ghosts kept coming. Wing City was already brimming with them, the stairway crowded, and those that couldn't climb were scaling the walls. The city walls were also crawling with evil ghosts. In no time, evil ghosts had covered the gatehouse town, and some were climbing through the windows, leaving Li Shu and his companions struggling to cope. 618, Chapter 618-257 Old Knives Road 2, Zhu Xiaoyun was also wielding a slender sword, relentlessly slashing at the evil ghosts, while Jing Li occasionally struck toward Sha Chu's side to help her fend off the evil ghosts. Li Shu frantically swung the spiritual mace, but these evil ghosts were endless. More and more of them surged in, and there was no time to kill them all. Just as they were about to be overwhelmed, a flash of black light suddenly appeared before their eyes, and all the evil ghosts that had rushed into the gateway disappeared, as if absorbed by that black light. Lao Dao. Li Shu saw Lao Dao's figure appear at the gate, with a broken blade in his hand emitting an eerie demonic light. Fall back, all of you. Lao Dao ignored Li Shu and the others, stood straight at the gate and said flatly, previously fearless evil ghosts indeed retreated like a tide. Elder Dao, you're amazing, Zhu Xiaoyun shouted excitedly. Li Shu was somewhat surprised that the evil ghosts were so afraid of Lao Dao. It was beyond his expectations. Jing Li intensely stared at Lao Dao's back. In Longevity City, where the trial takers for the refining blade resided, even if they weren't fans of Lao Dao, they certainly aimed to defeat him in their training, and Jing Li was among the latter. The city walls, once teeming with evil ghosts, were now completely cleared. Inside Wang City, not a single evil ghost could be seen. Lao Dao stood atop the city wall but did not sheathe his blade. He merely coldly stared at the gate inside. Others nurture people with contracts, but you nurture a contract with people. You are indeed an oddity. A ghostly voice came from behind the inner city gate. Lao Dao looked at that inner city gate and grinned, saying, Would you like to test my blade? How many more strikes does your body have left? The ghostly voice asked once more. One strike is enough to cut you down, Lao Dao replied with a smile. And then, hand your life over to that blade, the ghostly voice continued. Step aside from that path, and this king can revive your body so that you are no longer tormented by pain. I, the old man, enjoy carrying a few injuries on me. Having lived so many years with them, if I suddenly felt nothing, I wouldn't be used to it, Lao Dao said. Since you seek death, this king shall grant your wish, the voice said, and then there was silence. Boom. The already heavily cracked gate of the inner city suddenly shattered, and swarms of evil ghosts came storming frantically towards Wang City's gateway, like a tidal wave. Lao Dao narrowed his eyes slightly. His broken blade in hand shone with bright light. The demonic light on the broken blade coalesced into a tangible blade, and it regenerated, transforming into a complete demonic sword. Blade, rise. Lao Dao raised the demonic sword in his hand. At the moment the demonic sword rose, the wave of evil ghosts inside the city seemed to be cleaved by innumerable invisible blades. Their bodies instantly split in two. The city of Wang turned into rivers of blood, and not a single one was left alive. Countless cyan lights floated out from the remnants, transforming into a vast cloud of cyan light evil ghosts, sweeping towards Lao Dao standing atop the city gate as if repressing a mountain. Blade, fall, Lao Dao lowered the demonic sword in his hand, and the vast cyan light evil ghosts were drawn by some kind of magical force, rushing frantically towards the demonic sword, and were actually absorbed into it. The demonic light on the demonic sword grew increasingly eerie, as if a demon was twisting and roaring on the blade, seemingly ready to devour someone at any moment. The frenzied tide of evil ghosts inside the inner city no longer dared to charge into Wang City. The blade has been demonized, seizing control from its master. You are lifeless. Is it worth guarding the gate with your life? That ghostly voice came again from the inner city. As long as I'm here, the blade is here. No ghost or spirit can open this gate. When I'm gone, the blade remains. Even heaven itself must stand obediently before this gate, Lao Dao said flatly. The inner city fell silent, and after a moment, the evil ghost within slowly faded away, with not a trace left. Puh! Lao Dao spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and even as it lingered in the air, it was absorbed into the demonic sword in his hand, disappearing within. Lao Dao. Li Shu wanted to go support Lao Dao upon seeing this, but Lao Dao stopped him with an outstretched hand. I'm not dead yet. Lao Dao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The hand holding the demonic sword was trembling all along, though it was unclear whether it was his hand trembling or the sword. After a long while, the demonic sword gradually ceased its tremors and was inserted back into his chest, disappearing from sight. Has the Fire Lotus sword fusion succeeded? Lao Dao turned and walked into the building, looking at the demon refining furnace. The three of Li Shu also turned their gaze towards the demon refining furnace, the golden flame within having extinguished at some unknown time. Lao Dao approached the demon refining furnace, lifted the lid, and a crimson gold sword light flashed out, flying right in front of Li Shu. The Fire Lotus sword's appearance hadn't changed much, but the demonic light on the sword now flickered like a fire lotus, gracefully swaying, blossoming and fading like lotus petals. Oh, it actually became a super spirit. Lao Dao glanced at the Fire Lotus sword, seemingly surprised. The radiant demon spirit refined in the demon refining furnace was supposed to be just an S-level spirit, capable of raising the contract to at most an S level. But the Fire Lotus sword clearly displayed spirit shadow, indicating it had reached a super spirit state. Li Shu extended his hand, grasping the hilt of the Fire Lotus sword, sensing an infinite power circulating endlessly within it. As he casually swung it, the sword light bloomed like lotus flowers. Though he had only swung once, countless sword lights appeared on their own. Fire Lotus sword, parasitic contract. 619, Chapter 619, 2057, Old Dao's Path 3 level, S quality, Radiant. Primordial Embryo quality, 68 Super Spirit limit, 99%. Talent skill, Fire Lotus Sword Spirit, Fire Lotus Birth, Fire Lotus Furnace Sword, Fire Lotus Body, Protecting Sword Light, Fire Lotus Sword Intent. Li Shu looked astonished. These are attributes that can advance to light base at any moment, and it embodies all 5 skills. The old knife glanced at the Fire Lotus sword and said, "You've hit the jackpot, kid. The primordial embryo quality of this sword is quite impressive." Li Shu strapped the Fire Lotus sword disc to his waist and said to the old knife, "What's going on with you? That evil ghost king said you would die. Is it true or false? I've been living with old wounds for ages. Dying is not surprising at all." The old knife said indifferently, "What's the deal with your knife? Your body hasn't reached light base level, but your knife," Li Shu could clearly see that the old knife was just a super spirit tester, but his knife was even more terrifying than the light base level. Choosing a different path, while others integrate the contract foundation establishment, I simply took another route. The old knife joked, "This path is a bit hard to tread, but I like it. Even though I may not live as long as those guys, I've walked further than them. Do you have any interest in taking my path?" "Not interested. I want to live a bit longer," Li Shu replied. A trace of disappointment flashed in the old knife's eyes. He was not merely joking, but genuinely hoped Li Shu would walk his path. "Knife Elder, if you're willing to teach, I'm willing to take your path." Beside them, Jing Li suddenly spoke. The old knife was slightly stunned. Scrutinizing Jing Li, he said, "You can advance to light base at any time. Why bother taking this path? I am myself, and the knife is the knife. I don't want to become the knife," Jing Li replied. "Haha, you don't want to abandon the path of forgetting emotions, but you also don't want to truly forget emotions. You want to distinguish between material and self, right?" The old knife laughed as he looked at Jing Li. "Indeed, I hope the Knife Elder will grant me this." Jing Li bowed. "Well, though it's not what I wish, it seems I have no choice. If I don't teach you, this path will be severed for good." The old knife pondered for a moment, then said, "You won't need to apprentice under me. I only have 3 days to teach you. How much you can learn depends on your own fate." Jing Li nodded, not saying anything more. "You all go out. I need to teach him the Demon Blade technique. If you don't have any business, clean up Wing City. It looks quite unsightly." The old knife shooed Li Shu and the other 2 out. The 3 of them entered Wing City, cleaning up the bodies and bloodstains on the ground. These bodies were of the Demon Kingdom's people possessed by evil ghosts. They appeared indistinguishable from humans. If you didn't say they were from the Demon Kingdom, you couldn't tell they were different from Earth's humans. Zhu Xiaoyun said while cleaning, "Li Shu, you missed a golden opportunity. Even though the Knife Elder's Demon Blade takes a different path from normal light base, it stands uniquely on its own. Not a single person among the 4 great clans dares say they can withstand the Knife Elder's Demon Blade. If this method were to complement your light planting technique, you wouldn't need to integrate with the symbiotic contract to condense vein. Why not do it?" Li Shu glanced at the gate tower, shook his head slightly, sighed, and said nothing. The 3 of them spent a great deal of effort, finally cleaning up the inside of Wang City, burying all the bodies in a large pit within the inner city, covered by collapsed building bricks. For 2 or 3 consecutive days, neither Jing Li nor the old knife emerged from the gate tower. On the third day, when it was about to end, Jing Li walked out alone and came to Li Shu, saying, "Commander, the knife elder wants you to come over." Li Shu nodded, briskly walked up the gate tower, and pushed the door open to enter. Li Shu saw the old knife leaning against the demon refining furnace, his body thin beyond recognition, his face almost devoid of flesh, like a layer of skin stretched over the bones with no hint of color. Beside him, the demon blade was thrust into the ground, not reverting to its broken blade form even without being in the old knife's hand. Li Shu noticed the faint bloody aura emanating from the demon blade, causing him to frown unconsciously. "Kid, do you really not want to try my path?" The old knife puffed on his tobacco pipe, exhaling smoke as he spoke slowly. "Why not cut off your path? You can start another one." As soon as Li Shu said this, the demon blade beside him emitted a piercing knife sound, its blade shaking violently, turning toward Li Shu as if it was about to fly out and slash him. The old knife pressed down the hilt with one hand, smiled, and said, "Old friend, don't be angry." After a moment, the demon blade ceased its knife sound, but its edge remained pointed at Li Shu, clearly displeased with him. This old man doesn't care for the name symbiotic contract. To live and die together, what a precious feeling that is. If one can casually sacrifice the other, how can it be called living and dying together? I die, the knife stays, and that's quite good. It's what I wish. The old knife murmured, stroking the demon blade. Is it really more important than your life? Li Shu couldn't fathom the old knife's sentiments. My life is life. Its life is also life. The old knife shook his head and sighed. I understand why you won't take my path. Well, differing philosophies can't be imposed. After a silent moment, the old knife seemed to mutter something to himself. Old knife, why are you doing this? Jing Li has already inherited your legacy. Li Shu smiled bitterly. I'm saying what I want to say. You can choose to listen or not, the old knife said and continued to murmur. Li Shu listened as the old knife sat down, hearing him recite word by word. His memory was naturally impeccable. After hearing the old knife recite once, he memorized it completely. When the old knife was about to recite a second time, Li Shu said, "No need to repeat, I've already memorized it. Let's talk about something else." "Memorizing it is good," the old knife smiled. "Is there anything you need me to do?" Li Shu asked. "I have no children or family, a lonely old man, there's nothing left for me here. If I say I have anything I can't let go of, it's only this," the old knife said while stroking the demon blade. "How do you want to handle it?" Li Shu inquired. "When I die, the knife stays. Afterward, only the heavenly gate can be guarded by it. How else can you handle it?" The old knife sighed. "Visit him when you can. If one day, I mean, if there's such a day, when it's no longer needed here, find a way to take him away. This place is too dull." 620. Chapter 620, 2058, Pig Farm. Jing Li and the two others were sitting on the stone steps resting when they suddenly saw a few people coming from inside the city. After clearly seeing the appearance of those people, Jing Li and Shachu stood up and stared at the person leading them. The person in the lead was Li Changyin, followed by Bai Wan Li and several other members of the Li family. Among them was one person from the Li family, the light-based trial taker Li Changmian, Li Changyin's younger brother who participated in this year's tournament. "You are indeed here." Li Changyin glanced at them, not concerned about their presence. Even for Jing Li, who had already condensed the light vein, he was of no consequence in Li Changyin's eyes. Before Jing Li and the others could speak, Li Changyin noticed Li Shu walking out from the city gate tower, standing on the wall looking at him. "Where is Elder Dao?" Li Changyin frowned slightly. He thought Elder Dao should have already dealt with Li Shu, but now it seemed Li Shu was fine, indicating something was amiss. Patriarch Li, Elder Dao's voice came from inside the city gate tower. "Elder Dao, why is Li Shu still alive?" Li Changmian coldly questioned the tower. Elder Dao's laughter came from inside. "Li Shu is my friend, of course he lives." "Well, since Elder Dao values friendship, we won't trouble you. We will handle our own matters," Li Changmian said and started walking towards Li Shu. Clang! The blade demon flew out from the city gate tower, landing in Wang City, blocking Li Changmian's path. The intense light waves forced Li Changmian to step back several paces before steadying himself. "Elder Dao, what do you mean?" Li Changmian asked coldly. "Patriarch Li, please leave," Elder Dao simply said, ignoring Li Changmian. Li Changmian was furious, just about to say something, but was stopped by Li Changyin. "Elder Dao, farewell." Li Changyin took a deep look at the city gate tower, then turned and left with the others. "Brother, why let Li Chu go? Even if Elder Dao protects him, so what? You have his blood seal stone, no need to fear him overturning heaven?" Li Changmian questioned after leaving Wang City. "Elder Dao is dying," Li Changyin said casually. "Dying?" Everyone was shocked. "He used humans to cultivate the blade demon, which reached fruition, but his life is gone," Li Changyin explained. "Isn't that more convenient, saving even the blood seal stone?" Li Changmian was more puzzled. "He is different from us. We die, and our symbiotic contract perishes too. Elder Dao dies, yet his blade remains, inheriting his will. To kill Li Shu, one must consider if they can withstand that blade demon first," Li Changyan said. "Really such a thing?" Li Changmian couldn't believe it. Li Changyan sighed. "A generation's blade demon, probably gone forever." With the Blade Demon guarding the Gate of Destiny, unless some heaven-defying demon spirit breaks through, the gate is effectively sealed, which is good for us, heaven rulers. Unexpectedly, Li Shu has such a relationship with Elder Dao, no wonder he escaped into the gate. He cannot be killed here. This Li Shu is indeed strange. He just entered the Heaven Rulers not long ago, yet has sworn brotherhood with Uncle Ba and Wan Kaiukan, and now such a bond with Elder Dao, it's peculiar. Li Shangmian said gloomily. No matter, he must leave the Gate of Destiny sooner or later. It won't be too late to kill him then. Let's return. Elder Dao's matter needs to be reported to the president, who probably anticipated this outcome and thus had Elder Dao guard the Gate of Destiny. Li Changyin said indifferently. They left the Gate of Destiny, following the original path back. After Li Changyin and the others left, Li Shu walked back into Jade Tower to see Elder Dao sitting on the ground. His hand clutching the tobacco pipe drooped. His breaths more outgoing than incoming, barely able to keep his eyes open, seeming near death. Li Shu approached Elder Dao, examined him carefully for a moment, then suddenly summoned 2 forbidden spears and fired twice at Elder Dao. One bullet struck Elder Dao's heart, another his abdomen. Afterward, Li Shu put away the gun and extended a finger pointing at Elder Dao's forehead as transparent light, like a lamp flame, seeped into Elder Dao's forehead. Elder Dao used humans to nurture the blade, but couldn't condense a light vein, while the Blade Demon had surpassed the light vase. The contract strong but the person weak, coupled with old injuries inside his body, unable to bear the energy brought by the Blade Demon, causing his body to deteriorate further. Were it not for the president of the Heaven Rulers using something to temporarily seal Elder Dao's old wounds, Elder Dao would have long been unable to wield the Blade Demon, like last time at the Golden Gate, where Elder Dao used the Blade Demon's super spirit, only to be hurt by its power. Ultimately, all this stemmed from Elder Dao himself being too weak, even without this battle with the evil ghost. Being overwhelmed by the blade was only a matter of time. Li Shu intended to use the light planting technique to establish a light foundation within Elder Dao's body, allowing him to condense a light vein. Once the light vein forms, his capacity to endure light energy increases, resolving the Blade Demon's hidden dangers. But whether it can succeed, even Li Shu is not entirely sure, needing to try to know. Elder Dao's body is now very frail, with old wounds and on the verge of being drained by the Blade Demon. Li Shu first used 2 undying bullets to heal Elder Dao's injuries, stabilizing his body before daring to kindle a light for him. Whether Elder Dao can endure until the light succeeds depends on his fate. 621, Chapter 621-258, Pig Farm 2 strands of ultimate light seeped into Old Dao's body, flowing towards the junction of the light veins within him, eventually converging into a single point, gradually illuminating that knotted spot. Having been on the brink of exhaustion, Old Dao suddenly opened his eyes, looking incredulously at Li Shu. Old Dao, your journey is one only you can continue on. Nobody can walk it for you, Li Shu said as he infused his ultimate light into Old Dao's body. Since you know that the sword feels lonely, then keep accompanying it further. There is only one demonic sword in the world and only one Old Dao. No one can replace you, and no one else can gain its recognition, for no one can ever treat it like you do. Old Dao looked at Li Shu with a complex expression, opening his mouth to say something, but Li Shu continued. Whether you choose life or death is within your grasp. If you want to live, then fight a battle more. Let me assist you in the Light Foundation establishment, allowing you to continue wielding the demonic sword. Old Dao nodded slightly and closed his eyes, silently activating the light condensation technique that hadn't been used for a long time. Even Old Dao's light condensation technique had been modified by him, not for his own use, but to be used by the demonic sword. This modified technique differed from those used by humans. Your technique is off. Listen to me and follow my instructions. Li Shu slowly explained the unspoken weird technique, elucidating as he spoke. Old Dao began to condense light energy according to the methods of the unspoken weird technique, and slowly, the light seed Li Shu desperately tried to ignite started to shine with distinct brilliance. But Old Dao was too weak. The light energy within his body was pathetically sparse. Despite their efforts, the light seed remained difficult to form. Li Shu was drenched in sweat, his body almost exhausted of ultimate light, even drawing upon the Forbidden Spear and Evil Spirit token's light energy, yet still unable to ignite the light seed. The moment Li Shu's ultimate light ceased, the light seed would instantly extinguish, and Old Dao would surely perish. Just as Li Shu thought disaster was imminent, he suddenly heard the sound of a sword reverberating. The demonic sword embedded in Wang City unexpectedly flew back on its own, piercing straight into Old Dao's chest. Boom! The terrifying demonic light surged forth, causing the light seed in Old Dao's body to blaze brightly, like a burning fireball. Li Shu was greatly astounded. The demonic sword had become entirely autonomous, no longer under Old Dao's control. Once Old Dao died, it would be completely free. He never expected it to use its demonic light to aid Old Dao. Slow down, don't be too intense. Old Dao's body can't withstand such violent light energy, Li Shu shouted at the demonic sword, uncertain if it could understand his words. Amazingly, the demonic sword seemed to comprehend Li Shu's plea, and the torrent of demonic light weakened considerably, working in concert with Li Shu's ultimate light, gradually refining the light seed into a pristine, translucent gem resembling a black diamond. Li Shu breathed a sigh of relief, withdrew his fingers from Old Dao's forehead, and slumped to the ground in exhaustion, gasping while watching Old Dao. Old Dao's complexion gradually improved, though still gaunt, his skin started to exhibit a sheen. Succeeded. Li Shu noticed the increasing strength of light energy within Old Dao, astonishingly beginning to directly condense light veins. The light energy for condensing his light veins naturally originated from the demonic sword. Li Shu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Observe how this bond understands repaying its master, while you lot merely leech my blood like parasitic wastrels. Unaware of how much time had passed, the demonic light on Old Dao intensified, nearly solidifying. Seeing the magnitude of light energy in him, it likely surpassed the light veins gathered by Jing Li. Such a pity. Old Dao opened his eyes, looked at Li Shu, and sighed. "What's the matter?" Li Shu asked quizzically, unsure of Old Dao's meaning and fearing something had gone awry. "Originally, I thought I'd leave my demonic sword to you, but now this old man can live for several more decades. I'll have to keep this old partner to myself," Old Dao chuckled. "You can keep that piece of junk for yourself," Li Shu chuckled too. The demonic sword promptly rose, its blade vibrating furiously directed at Li Shu, ready to pierce his chest at any moment, evidently incensed by Li Shu calling it junk. Old Dao gripped the hilt, withdrawing the demonic sword. This old life counts as salvaged, and old injuries are almost healed. Old Dao patted Li Shu's shoulder and said, "If Li Changyin causes trouble for you again, don't come running to me. I still want to keep this life and live it well." Li Shu couldn't help but raise a middle finger at him, not out of genuine anger. He understood Old Dao's sentiment. Previously, Old Dao feared no threats from Li Changyin using the blood seal stone against him because he was already close to death, having nothing to fear. Now things were different. If Li Changyin threatened him with the blood seal stone again, Old Dao would be caught in a dilemma. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, those circumstances should be avoided. Li Changyin now surely believes you're near death, so there might indeed be an opportunity to reclaim the blood seal stone, Li Shu pondered aloud. "It depends on your methods then. I'm not suited to intervene," Old Dao remarked. "I'll think of a way once I'm out," Li Shu said, "but before that I must first raise my level. C-class is really too low, at least super spirit would suffice." Suddenly remembering something, he eyed Old Dao and asked, "How many light veins have you condensed?" 622, Chapter 622-258, Pig Farm 3, all 28 light veins have fully condensed. The old knife replied smugly. "The light energy of the devil knife is so powerful?" Li Shu was taken aback. "For this old buddy of mine, it's nothing special." "Are you regretting not inheriting this old buddy of mine?" The old knife chuckled. "I still trust my own strength more. Is there a place within the Tianmen for advancing in level?" Li Shu asked. "There is, but it's better to attend trials in the trial ground for leveling up." The old knife pondered. "Do you think I can go out now?" Li Shu shrugged helplessly. "With Li Changyin's personality, he's probably already set up a trap outside Tianmen. If you go out, you might not survive." The old knife thought for a moment before saying, "Since you can't go out, you'll have to find a way here. There is a place that can help you level up." "What place?" Li Shu asked eagerly. "I call it the pig farm." The old knife smiled warmly. After Li Shu came out, he left with Shachu and the other two. "Where are we going?" Zhu Xiaoyun asked, following Li Shu, finding a place to level up a bit. Li Shu said casually, "Level up what? I can upgrade my light base any time. What I lack now are things to increase my super spirit limit. How about helping me with condensing vein first?" Zhu Xiaoyun said gloomily. "I'll help you with condensing vein once I reach S level," Li Shu replied casually. "You'll help me with condensing vein? Wasn't it supposed to be Jing Li? You're not even a light base. How can you light the lamp for me?" Zhu Xiaoyun looked puzzled. "Who do you think lit the lamp for Jing Li?" Li Shu said. Zhu Xiaoyun was momentarily stunned and then looked incredulously at Jing Li and asked, "Old Jing, was it him who lit your lamp?" "That's right, it was the commander who lit my lamp." Jing Li nodded. Zhu Xiaoyun's expression became even stranger, still somewhat in disbelief. He looked at Li Shu and asked, "Didn't your light planting technique say only light base level can light the lamp for people?" "Did you know that the light planting technique was something I developed?" Li Shu smiled. Zhu Xiaoyun was left speechless, and after a moment, with a grin all over, said, "Commander, how do you plan to level up? Do you need my help?" "No need for help, just make sure you don't run first if we encounter magical spirits," Li Shu said casually. The four of them soon arrived at a collapsed palace site, where amidst the ruins there was a large hole. Inside the hole it was so dark that it seemed bottomless, and no one knew where it led. "What is this place?" Zhu Xiaoyun hadn't heard of such a place. The old knife said, "This is the pig farm." Li Shu observed the hole and said, "Pig farm?" The three of them were all taken aback. "Yes, pig farm." Inside, at intervals, gemstones that can enhance primordial embryo quality appear, and they never run out. It's like someone is feeding the pigs at intervals, so the old knife calls it the pig farm. Li Shu replied, "There is actually such a place? Where do those gemstones come from? Could it be bait created by the magical spirits?" Zhu Xiaoyun could hardly believe it. Who knows anyway, I don't mind. If you care, you can stay outside, Li Shu said and jumped directly down. Sha Chu and Jing Li also followed Li Shu without hesitation, and after hesitating for a moment, Zhu Xiaoyun gritted his teeth and jumped in as well. This bottomless-looking pit caused Li Shu and his group to keep descending, but their speed of descent gradually slowed, as if an invisible force was holding them. After more than half an hour, the four of them finally reached the bottom of the pit, their bodies gently landing on a jade-like ground. Looking up, the entrance appeared as small as a needle. No one could tell how high this mysterious place was. The four of them weren't interested in this matter, as they had all noticed the ground littered with colorful gemstones. Wow, rubies the size of ping-pong balls, emeralds the size of soaps. This thing that looks like an ostrich egg, could it be a sapphire? Are these gemstones real? How can there be earth gemstones in the Demon Kingdom? Zhu Xiaoyun's eyes were fixed. It wasn't just him. Li Shu and Sha Chu also had gleaming eyes, but no one dared to pick up any of the gemstones on the ground. Commander, can we take these gemstones? Zhu Xiaoyun looked at Li Shu. Li Shu contemplated. The old knife said we could take these gemstones, but before Li Shu could finish speaking, Zhu Xiaoyun, who was listening, had already picked up the ping-pong ball-sized ruby from the ground. As soon as he picked up the ruby, it suddenly emitted a strange red glow, and Zhu Xiaoyun screamed as he threw the ruby out of his hands. His palms were already charred, and the flesh on his palms was scorched. You tricked me. Zhu Xiaoyun's lips trembled in pain. Li Shu shook his head and said, You should have let me finish. I was saying that the gemstones can be taken, but they are a little different from those on Earth. The gemstones contain a massive amount of unstable light energy. Once triggered, the light energy inside will explode. Li Shu summoned the forbidden spear, pointing it at Zhu Xiaoyun's hand. Want me to help you treat it? How will you treat it? Break my hand. Zhu Xiaoyun hurriedly dodged the gun's muzzle. How can you think of me like that? The bullets of my spear have healing abilities. Want to try? Li Shu said. Forget it, I'll treat it myself. Zhu Xiaoyun took out an emerald-like leaf and placed it on his scorched palm, and surprisingly, the burnt flesh began to heal. The light energy inside these gemstones is so unstable, it's like a bomb. There's no way to absorb the light energy inside, so what use is it? Zhu Xiaoyun grumbled as he healed. 623. Chapter 623, 259, Frenzied Promotion. If it were that easy to use these gemstones, there wouldn't be any left in the pig farm. It would probably be packed with people every day. Li Shu looked around and said, The cave was like a large cylinder, with similar diameters at the top and bottom, surrounded by stone walls that resembled natural jade, and there were no portals or other passages leading elsewhere. How exactly can we take these gemstones away? Zhu Xiaoyun asked while treating his injuries. They can't be taken, nor can they be touched. You can only choose a gemstone that matches your attribute and absorb the light energy it emits. Li Shu reiterated the method told to him by old Dao. How is this any different from guarding a reservoir, but having to wait for water to drip from a tap to drink? Zhu Xiaoyun was very frustrated after hearing Li Shu's method. The method Li Shu provided wasn't ineffective, but for a trial taker of Zhu Xiaoyun's level, the benefits brought by that little bit of gemstone light energy were too minimal. It was better to participate in trials directly. Let's make do with it. We can't get out now and don't know other places that can enhance our primordial embryo quality. We can only proceed slowly here. Although the light energy emitted by the gemstones here is limited, it can still enhance the primordial embryo quality. If you think it's slow, you can experiment. Maybe you could find a way to directly absorb the light energy from the gemstones, Li Shu suggested. How could these unstable gemstones allow for direct absorption of their light energy? Even the demon spirits wouldn't consume such things. It's like drinking. A little can invigorate blood and be beneficial, but no one can withstand pouring tons directly into their belly. Zhu Xiaoyun expressed his frustration. After observing for a moment, Jing Li said, These gemstones look similar to the ones on Earth, but there are differences. They shouldn't be real Earth gemstones. No matter what they are, such a slight overflow of light energy might be useful for low-level trial takers like you, but for an advanced trial taker like me, it's useless. I won't keep you company. I'm going to check elsewhere. As Zhu Xiaoyun spoke, he summoned the demon shark, mounted it, and ascended along the stone wall, disappearing in no time. Li Shu looked at Jing Li and said, You don't need to worry about us here. Old Dao mentioned not many know about this place, and the demon spirits won't come here. If there's somewhere you want to go, feel free to go. All right, this place indeed only suits nurturing pigs, Jing Li said and leapt up, walking along the mountain wall, leaving quickly. What do you mean by that? If you look down on it, just say so. Who are you insulting? Li Shu felt frustrated inside. I think this place is quite good. Although it's slow, it's better than taking risks elsewhere, Sha Chu said while sitting down beside a gemstone. In fact, even if Sha Chu didn't sit next to the gemstone, her body would still be exposed to the light energy, gradually getting enhanced. On Earth, gemstones generally don't emit light themselves. They mostly reflect light sources, and only some containing radioactive substances glowing. These gemstones all emit light on their own, similar to radiation, but this radiation enhances the physique in positive ways instead of causing harm. In reality, if a glowing gemstone is discovered, it's best to stay far away and not touch it heedlessly. The pig farm has dozens of gemstones, with the largest almost the size of a brick, and the smallest comparable to a marble. If they were on Earth, any of them could be sold at an exorbitant price. Unfortunately, these gemstones can't be touched or taken out. Li Shu actually didn't think much of the overflowing light energy from these gemstones either. As Zhu Xiaoyun mentioned, basking in gemstone light to strengthen one's body is slower compared to trial participation. The reason Li Shu was willing to stay was, on one hand, due to a lack of better-suited places, and on the other, he wanted to research these gemstones, hoping to discover a way to stably absorb their internal light energy. Li Shu approached the smallest gemstone, a marble-sized Fanta gemstone. Fanta gemstone is a type of garnet, different from ordinary red garnet. Fanta stone is vibrant orange, similar to the color of Fanta soda. Garnets themselves are quite inexpensive, and Fanta stone is relatively more expensive compared to garnets, but still cheaper than rubies and such. This Fanta stone looked no different from Earth's, with the same appearance and texture, except it emits light on its own, clearly allowing one to feel the light energy fluctuations, a trait Earth gemstones do not have. After observing for a while, Li Shu extended his palm near the Fanta stone, quietly using the super spirit technique bottle suction. Light patterns appeared on his palm, and the light energy within the Fanta stone seemed to be attracted, flowing toward Li Shu's palm. However, this distance absorption of light energy was not enough to offset the consumption of bottle suction. Li Shu had to move his palm closer to the Fanta stone, eventually placing it directly on top of it. The unstable light energy within the Fanta stone surged out, and Li Shu utilized the Hand of God to deconstruct and reorganize that light energy, absorbing it into his body using bottle suction, then using light planting technique to plant the light energy at the intersection of the light veins, allowing it to flow along them. 624 Chapter 624 259 Crazy Promotion 2. Li Shu did this not to condense the light vein, but used it as a transmission channel, using the light vein to transmit light energy throughout his body, enhancing himself and obtaining higher primordial embryo quality. If energy does not stay and condense in the light vein, it won't truly form a light vein, it's just clearing a channel. Li Shu discovered that when light energy is transmitted along the path of the light vein map for the first time, it is very slow, but once transmitted, the next time it goes faster. The light vein is like a clogged river channel. Once light energy passes through it, it is equivalent to clearing the channel, making subsequent passages smoother. Crack. Soon, the Fanta gemstone under his finger suddenly shattered, no longer glowing, indicating the light energy inside had been consumed. What's going on? Shachu looked at Li Shu, surprised after seeing the broken Fanta gemstone, and asked, I have a way to directly absorb the light energy inside these gemstones, but this method can only be used by me and requires special skills, Li Shu explained casually. Why are you explaining to me? Shachu said, blinking her eyes. Nothing. Li Shu had no mood to chat with Shachu now. He needed to solve some problems quickly. Although this method can absorb the light energy inside the gemstones, the intermediate stage consumes too much. The light energy consumed by bottle suction is more than what he absorbs, with most of it wasted. Li Shu moved to another gemstone, starting to absorb light energy again to enhance his body. Li Shu tried to control bottle suction as much as possible. He didn't need such intense absorption. If he could control bottle suction freely, reducing its suction power would also reduce consumption, making it easier for Li Shu to manage the absorbed light energy. But skills are fixed, unlike techniques Li Shu controls, which can be manipulated freely. To master the skill freely, he needs to first break down bottle suction and transform it. In fact, this is what Li Shu always wanted to do. Turning skills into techniques is crucial. Techniques can be used anytime, but skills cannot. Previously, Li Shu didn't have enough light energy to experiment, but this pig farm suited his research. Through constant experimentation and research, Li Shu's primordial embryo quality reached its peak, unexpectedly smoothly advancing to level B, without encountering previous barriers. It seems these gemstones have some connection with Earth's gemstones. Li Shu was delighted, checking his attributes and noticing changes beyond the primordial embryo quality enhancement. Even the talent skill had some variations. Both the ultimate light and evil spirit token suffix had some changes, but no new skills appeared. Forbidden Spear now included an additional skill called the Seventh Great Taboo Refusal. Li Shu didn't have time to study the skill issues now, continuing to absorb gemstone light energy to research bottle suction. The light energy contained within the pig farm's gemstones was indeed strong but unstable. Li Shu continually absorbed light energy to strengthen himself, clearing his body's light veins several times, advancing smoothly to level A. The pig farm's gemstones were mostly gone now, except for leaving one for Shachu. Li Shu absorbed all the others. Bottle suction couldn't be truly mastered yet. His primordial embryo quality is still some distance from level S. Old Dao said every few days new gemstones would be dropped. Let's wait and see. Li Shu had no other place to go, so he stayed here waiting. Seeing there's no movement from Shachu, Li Shu thought and said to Sha Chu, "Well, since we're idle, let me help you with Light Foundation establishment." Okay. Sha Chu hadn't actively sought Li Shu for Light Foundation establishment, and now that Li Shu proactively proposed it, she accepted silently without saying much. Li Shu first explained Zibu Yu's weird and godly technique to Sha Chu. Currently, Zibu Yu's weird and godly technique is most compatible with light planting technique, making it the top-level vein condensation technique. Li Shu generously shared the light condensation technique, but worried that with more people cultivating Zibu Yu's weird and godly technique, it would lead to uniform results, making the vein condensation technique single. With only 2 or 3 people practicing now, there's no need to worry too much. Moreover, Li Shu faintly felt, although everyone practices Zibu Yu's weird and godly technique, what old Dao and Jing Li developed seemed different. Sha Chu was innately intelligent, quickly memorizing Zibu Yu's weird and godly technique and various key points Li Shu spoke of. Alright, now I will start Light Foundation establishment for you. Don't be nervous, just follow what I say, and there should not be any accidents. Li Shu extended a finger, pressing onto Sha Chu's forehead. The ultimate light activated, transforming into threads of light entering Sha Chu's body. This time, Light Foundation establishment was much easier than before, possibly because he had advanced to level A, making the ultimate light much stronger. In just moments, he illuminated the light seed within Sha Chu. Li Shu just felt a bit exhausted, not as debilitated as before. Sha Chu began cultivating Zibu Yu's weird and godly technique. She lacked the level and advanced symbiotic contract assistance of Jing Li and Old Dao, making her cultivation pace slower. Even condensing the first light vein took a significant amount of time, requiring resource support. It might not be accomplished quickly. 625, Chapter 625, 259, Crazy Promotion 3. Li Shu was observing Sha Chu's cultivation, and suddenly saw a flicker of light. Looking up, he saw colorful light spots descending from above, indicating that the gemstone release time Old Dao mentioned had arrived. Indeed, before long, those colorful light spots gradually grew larger and slowly fell to the ground as gemstones. Li Shu looked at those gemstones, feeling somewhat puzzled. These gemstones were obviously dropped from the opening above, but who could be dropping them from the opening? Above was just a ruin without any sign of living creatures. How could someone drop gemstones from above, and why put them here? Old Dao mentioned that when they discovered this place previously, they had investigated but found no creatures nearby. Every time the gemstones seemed to appear out of thin air, as if randomly dropped. Moreover, Li Shu noticed that the sizes, shapes, and types of gemstones appearing this time were identical to those he absorbed last time. The gemstone left for Sha Chu last time disappeared into thin air just before the new gemstones were dropped. It's indeed a strange place, Li Shu thought. Unable to comprehend it, he decided to ignore it for now and continued researching his absorption technique. With the absorption technique, Li Shu found a shortcut to upgrade, successfully advancing to S level amidst the accumulation of abundant gemstone light energy. Li Shu, Trial Taker, Level, S Quality, Extreme Light, Primordial Embryo Quality, 32, Talent Skill, Ultimate Light 100%, Twin Souls, Evil Spirit Transformation. The 7th Great Taboo No Killing, the 7th Great Taboo Immortality, the 7th Great Taboo Unlucky, the 7th Great Taboo Refusal, the 7th Great Taboo No Sacrifice, the 7th Great Taboo Not Seek. Symbiotic Contract, Evil Spirit Token, Forbidden Spear. The S-level Forbidden Spear has 6 talent skills, but the Evil Spirit Token still only has 1 talent skill, with no significant changes. Now was not the time to study skills. Li Shu continued to absorb the remaining gemstones, aiming to boost his primordial embryo quality. As far as Li Shu knew, the S-level primordial embryo quality could double. He was currently at 32, and the S-level peak could reach 64. To achieve Super Spirit gemstones are needed, but Super Spirit would not increase the upper limit of primordial embryo quality. Only after Light Base is upgraded would the upper limit of primordial embryo quality increase again. After absorbing most of the gemstones, Li Shu's primordial embryo quality only rose to over 40, still far from the S-level peak. He originally thought it would be several days before the third round of gemstones were released, yet less than a day later, more gemstones suddenly fell. This time, the released gemstones were identical in quantity, quality, shape, and size to the previous 2 rounds. This made Li Shu somewhat suspicious. Could these gemstones be artificially created? Otherwise, how could they possibly be identical? On Earth, it's difficult to find 2 completely identical natural gemstones, especially such large ones. Li Shu previously heard Old Dao say that usually it would take several days before a round of gemstones were released. Why was this gemstone release time much earlier than Old Dao said? Li Shu considered a rather unfavorable possibility. Could the creature releasing the gemstones have noticed that the gemstones below were almost depleted, hence releasing them early? Just like feeding pigs, seeing the pig food running low, new food is added. No one before Li Shu could absorb gemstone energy in this way, so the time for new gemstone releases was much longer. Now that Li Shu absorbed the gemstones, they were released faster. Li Shu looked up at the needle-like opening, yet found nothing. Having found nothing, Li Shu continued absorbing the gemstone light energy, becoming increasingly adept at controlling bottle suction and integrating it well with the hand of God. Light energy was absorbed into his body, transmitted along the pathways of light veins, continuously strengthening his body. Suddenly, Li Shu felt a tremor throughout his body. A strange energy spread inside him, akin to having eaten a life fruit, indescribably comfortable, with bizarre information rushing into his mind. Oh, the super spirit skill has changed? Li Shu was surprised, noticing that the bottle suction information had altered. Super bottle suction, super spirit skill, capable of absorbing light energy for personal use. Skills can actually change? Li Shu was surprised, finding bottle suction easier to use, unlike before when it was difficult to control, and its absorption and transformation capabilities became more powerful. Li Shu used super bottle suction to absorb gemstone light energy and found a significant improvement in conversion rate, with less expenditure in the process. This is much more convenient, no need for deliberate control. Li Shu quickly brought his primordial embryo quality to the full state of 64, leaving 7 gemstones on the ground. No longer able to improve his primordial embryo quality, further absorption would only be wasteful. Li Shu stopped, allowing Sha Chu to enjoy a light energy bath. What's wrong? Sha Chu noticed Li Shu stopped, also ceasing cultivation, looking at Li Shu and asked, My primordial embryo quality has reached the S-level full value. These things are no longer useful for me, Li Shu said. You've advanced to S-level. Sha Chu looked at Li Shu with a complex expression and asked, finding it exceedingly fast. Li Shu nodded, observed the surroundings, and said, You continue cultivating, I'll take a look around. Li Shu always felt something eerie here, instructed a few words, and then climbed up along the stone wall, soon reaching the cave opening. When he leaped up, attempting to jump out the cave opening, he suddenly felt as if he collided with an invisible wall. With a loud bang on his head, he became dizzy, sending an electric-like sensation throughout his body, causing him to fall back down. Thankfully, the cave itself was very mysterious. His fall slowed, eventually landing gently. Had he fallen from such a height, even an S-level physique could hardly endure. Li Shu's head buzzed from the collision. Currents seemed to run wildly in his body, causing his limbs to tremble uncontrollably, unable to get up for a while. Li Shu, are you all right? Sha Chu approached Li Shu, intending to help him up, but upon touching his body, her hand sprang back as if electrocuted, with sparks flickering between her fingers and Li Shu. 626. Chapter 626, 260, Food on the Plate. After a long while, Li Shu finally caught his breath. He sat up and rubbed his head, saying to the anxious Sha Chu beside him, I'm fine, let me take a moment to recover. After a while, Li Shu felt much better. He reached up to touch his head, discovering a large bump. Pressing on it made him grimace in pain. Fortunately, he hadn't used all his strength when he jumped, or his head might have shattered. The cave entrance seems to be blocked by an invisible wall, and it seems like there's an electric current on that wall. Try and see if you can get out, Li Shu said to Sha Chu. Hearing this, Sha Chu stood up and looked at the cave entrance above, saying, All right, I'll take a look. Be careful. Li Shu watched from below as Sha Chu climbed up. When Sha Chu was halfway up, Li Shu felt much better, so he followed and climbed up as well. His level was much higher than Sha Chu's, so he quickly caught up with her. You're okay now? Sha Chu looked at Li Shu and asked. Much better. Let's go up and take a look first. Li Shu and Sha Chu climbed upward together. Just as they were about to reach the entrance, he stopped and said, Above is that invisible wall. Be careful. Sha Chu nodded, holding onto the wall with one hand while cautiously reaching up with the other. However, she didn't feel anything. Her hand passed straight through. Sha Chu looked at Li Shu in confusion. Are you sure it's here? It's definitely here. Li Shu was also a bit puzzled and reached out to feel for it. As soon as he touched it, he immediately hit the invisible wall and felt as if he'd been shocked by electricity, causing him to fall down again. After Li Shu fell down, Sha Chu also jumped down shortly after. I tried, and I can go out without any problem. The issue might be on your side, Sha Chu said, seeing that Li Shu wasn't as badly off as before and could stand on his own. Li Shu's expression changed slightly. Those gem fruits are definitely problematic. Maybe I've absorbed too much of their light energy, causing the issue. You go out first, don't stay here. What about you? Sha Chu frowned. I should be fine for now. You go find Old Knife first. Li Shu urged Sha Chu to leave, fearing she might also get trapped with him. Sha Chu nodded and climbed up again. Li Shu watched her leave, and sure enough, she encountered no obstruction and easily climbed out of the cave entrance. I'll go find Old Knife right away. Wait for me to return, Sha Chu shouted down into the cave twice before quickly leaving. After Sha Chu left, Li Shu summoned the Jedi Knight and had him charge toward the cave entrance. When the Jedi Knight reached the entrance and reached out to touch it, he was struck with electricity just like Li Shu, bouncing back down. Is my magic spirit also isolated? Li Shu frowned. The Jedi Knight was unharmed and soared again, directly entering a super spirit state, unleashing a bloodlight slash with his twin blades, fiercely striking the cave entrance. Boom! Bloodlight scattered chaotically around the entrance. The scarlet moonlight and blade light were shattered. Bright lightning flickered at the entrance. In the eyes of the Jedi Knight, bloodlight surged. His twin blades combined into one, unleashing the strongest unrivaled national hero strike. Boom! The entire cave shook violently with the impact, yet the blade light shattered again. Brilliant light filled the entrance, illuminating it like the sun. It still can't be broken? Li Shu's expression slightly changed. When the electric light at the entrance dissipated, Li Shu climbed up again. As he approached the entrance, he drew out his spiritual mace, activated it, and struck upward. Buzz! The spiritual mace pierced the invisible barrier, where the mace head and the invisible barrier collided. Instantly, electric light flared, filling the cave entrance with dazzling brilliance, so intense it was nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. Li Shu only felt the spiritual mace vibrating constantly, yet no current came through. Delighted, he pushed hard on the spiritual mace, slowly driving it into the radiant barrier. As the mace penetrated further, cracks began to appear on the invisible barrier. Ecstatic, Li Shu exerted all his strength to break through the invisible barrier and escape. Suddenly, the light shrouding the entrance expanded, transforming into a hemisphere of light that enveloped the area around the entrance. From the outside, it looked like half a sun inverted on the ground, enveloping the entire palace ruins. Inside the sphere, the light wasn't as bright. Li Shu saw that where his spiritual mace had penetrated, it resembled glass. Half of the mace was stuck in the glass. Above the glass, the space warped mysteriously. The original ruins were replaced by a magnificent palace. The entire palace exuded a splendid glow, as if it were the dwelling place of a god. The cave's position was right at the palace's center, and above the glass-like object, a dining table emitting divine light appeared prominently. The table was set with dazzling cutlery, plates, cups, knives, forks, all exuding divine light, each item seemingly brimming with unimaginable light energy. Behind the table sat a man dressed in formal attire, appearing like an enigmatic gentleman. The light emanating from the man was even more intense, so much that his features were obscured. Glowing with an intense halo, the man sat before the dining table as if gazing down upon Li Shu beneath the glass like a deity. 627, Chapter 627, 260, Food in the Dish 2. Amidst the magnificent radiance, the man picked up the white napkin next to him and placed it on his chest, holding a knife and fork in each hand, with his gaze fixed on Li Shu, as if looking at a delectable dish. Damn it, is this really a pig farm? What on earth is that thing? Li Shu frantically pushed the spiritual mace, stabbing at the transparent glass-like barrier bit by bit. As the cracks on the glass increased and it seemed about to shatter completely, the man behind the dining table made no move, simply watching Li Shu with interest, as if observing something amusing. Crash. The glass was pierced by Li Shu, creating a large hole, and he immediately leapt out. Just as Li Shu jumped out of the hole, the fork in the left hand of the man, who was like a god or demon in the radiance, moved slightly. The next moment, Li Shu found himself landing in his plate, his body pinned by the fork on the plate, the fork piercing through him, and blood slowly oozing from the wound. The man gazed at him like a giant god. The knife in his right hand descended slowly. The fork that emitted boundless radiance pressed against Li Shu's body, seemingly without much force, yet no matter how he struggled, Li Shu couldn't break free. Seeing the huge dinner knife falling, aiming for his head, Li Shu desperately swung the spiritual mace to block the massive knife. Ding! The spiritual mace collided with the dinner knife, which was unexpectedly deflected upwards, a small nick appearing on the blade. Oh, interesting dish. The man seemed surprised, but felt more amused, raising the dinner knife again to slice down. Li Shu swung the mace again to block, but this time he couldn't deflect the knife. It pressed down against the spiritual mace, forcing it bit by bit towards Li Shu's body, nearing his neck. Buzz! The spiritual sense at Li Shu's brow flashed brightly, like an eye of light flickering at his brow. The spiritual mace trembled incessantly, an eerie force unexpectedly breaking the descending knife. Seizing the chance, Li Shu swept the spiritual mace directly towards the fork pinning his body. The dinner knife broke, and the man, like a god or demon, seemed somewhat astonished, as yet another dinner knife appeared in his hand. This knife differed from the previous one, seemingly forged of gold, inscribed with blood-like runes, shining brightly, once again slicing towards Li Shu's neck. Li Shu had to change the trajectory of the spiritual mace to meet the golden dinner knife once more. Ding! The golden dinner knife was blocked by the spiritual mace, but it didn't break like before. Haven't seen such a delicious dish in a long time. You look so tasty, the man spoke, with an inexplicable magnetic charm, yet it sent chills down one's spine. The man wore a smile. The golden dinner knife pressing down slowly with his hand, Li Shu continuously unleashed his spiritual sense, trying to fend off the golden dinner knife's pressure. Yet with the burst of his spiritual sense, the golden dinner knife didn't break or deflect. Instead, cracks appeared on the surface of the spiritual mace. This incredibly tough spiritual mace couldn't withstand the combined pressure of Li Shu's spiritual sense and the golden dinner knife, the body of the mace continuously cracking. What the hell is this thing? Li Shu was utterly shocked, a power that even the spiritual mace couldn't endure. What kind of terrifying force could that be? Jingli arrived outside the light sphere at an unknown time. Seeing the radiance there, knowing something was wrong, he rushed over at the first opportunity. Seeing the gigantic light hemisphere, Jingli drew his sword to slash. All his light veins activated, the ghost-headed blade carrying a ghost-slaying, god-cutting sword light fiercely cleaving at the light sphere. Boom. The sword light struck against the light sphere, not cleaving it open, but instead shocking Jingli, causing his tiger's mouth to crack, blood streaming down the sword handle. Disregarding the wound on his hand, Jingli gripped his sword with both hands, his eyes murderous like blades, raising the sword overhead and madly cleaving down again. Strike after strike landed on the light sphere, with no damage to the sphere, the shattered sword light flying scattered. Jingli's hands were blood-soaked, yet he kept frenziedly hacking. What the hell is going on? Zhu Xiaoyun rushed over, hurriedly stopping Jingli. If he continued slashing, Jingli's hands would be completely ruined. I don't know, the commander might still be inside. Jingli said, about to strike again. Don't be stupid, let me see what's going on. Zhu Xiaoyun rode the demon shark and burrowed into the earth, attempting to infiltrate from underground. Boom! The demon shark seemed to hit something, getting ejected straight out from beneath the ground. Damn it, there's a light sphere below too. Zhu Xiaoyun fell to the ground, feeling his body twitching as if electrified, only recovering after a while. Seeing this, Jingli raised his sword to slash again. Strike after strike landed on the light sphere, with nothing achieving apart from shattered sword lights. Crack! Jingli's wrist was actually fractured by the shock, his arms hung weakly, the ghost-headed blade clanged against the ground. Jingli's eyes were blood red, his light energy not diminishing but increasing. He suddenly charged at the light sphere. Boom! The light energy on Jingli shattered, bones cracking, his body rebounded back, landing heavily on the ground. You're mad! Seeing Jingli get up to charge at the light sphere again, Zhu Xiaoyun hurriedly restrained him. Jingli shook off Zhu Xiaoyun, his arms hanging weakly, purple-black light energy rising from his body, staring dead at the light sphere, slowly saying, "The commander can't be harmed, we must rescue him." 628. Chapter 628, 260 Mid-Game Meal 3. You're crazy. Zhu Xiaoyun blocked Jingli again, gritting his teeth. Forget it, let me do it. As Zhu Xiaoyun spoke, he summoned a demon spirit. The demon spirit resembled a rhinoceros, its entire body radiating jade-like luminosity, with a single crystal-like horn on its nose, exuding a terrifying light aura. The power of a super spirit can't break this light sphere. Jingli shook his head upon seeing it was a super spirit. This isn't an ordinary demon spirit, it's a mountain-piercing rhinoceros, Zhu Xiaoyun cursed. This thing was meant to save my life. I wouldn't even use it for myself unless I was at death's door, and now it's wasted on that bastard. Damn it, it's not worth it. Despite his words, Zhu Xiaoyun commanded the mountain-piercing rhinoceros to prepare its skill, the light on the rhinoceros horn growing brighter, like a sliver of starlight. Is this a mountain-piercing rhinoceros? Jingli was somewhat taken aback. He had heard of such demon spirits, but had never actually seen one. Not to mention a super spirit mountain-piercing rhinoceros, he hadn't even seen a regular one. The mountain-piercing rhinoceros possesses a terrifying talent skill called a point of insight. This skill focuses all of its power into a single point, using its indestructible horn to pierce through, rendering it virtually unstoppable. Even creatures a level higher than it find it difficult to withstand this insight attack. Moreover, the insight attack generates an even more terrifying light explosion. Even light-based trial takers dare not face it head-on. However, the mountain-piercing rhinoceros has a fatal flaw. It can only use the insight attack once in its lifetime. Because this attack consumes its life, once completed, the mountain-piercing rhinoceros is done for, so there's no second attack. The mountain-piercing rhinoceros exists solely for that one unstoppable strike. As the light at the horn's tip intensified, the mountain-piercing rhinoceros let out a mournful roar, then charged forward, hooves thundering like a tank at full throttle, head lowered toward the light sphere. As it charged, the mountain-piercing rhinoceros was engulfed in milky white flames, and the light at the horn's tip shone ever brighter, like a comet. Boom. The mountain-piercing rhinoceros collided with the light sphere, a terrifying light explosion surging with a shockwave that sent Jingli and Zhu Xiaoyun flying. When they got up and looked toward the light sphere, they saw dust and smoke, with a huge crater blasted in the stone jade floor. As the smoke cleared, Jingli and Zhu Xiaoyun froze in shock at the sight before them. Such a terrifying strike hadn't penetrated the light sphere. It hadn't even left a mark. Damn, what the hell is that? Zhu Xiaoyun's face turned extremely grim, having sacrificed the mountain-piercing rhinoceros without leaving a scratch. Jingli's face looked even worse. The life-consuming strike of the mountain-piercing rhinoceros was stronger than any of his attacks. If even that couldn't damage the sphere, he couldn't hope to break it open even at the cost of his life. As the two stood dumbfounded, a figure approached the light sphere. It was the security-uniformed Old Dao. Elder Dao, Zhu Xiaoyun wanted to say something, but Old Dao waved him silent. I've seen everything. Let me break it before we continue. Old Dao gestured, and a demon knife appeared in his hand. A demon pattern formed on the blade as Old Dao's body emitted an eerie glow, black light spreading like ink over his form. The demon knife trembled incessantly, its edge transforming into serrations not of metal but formed from concentrated light energy. Boom. The light energy surged, the demon knife's demonic glow solidifying, the entire blade transforming into a menacing black monster, like a dragon or a serpent, ghostly and fierce. Light spirit. Jing Li and Zhu Xiaoyun were both astonished and delighted. Transforming light into a spirit was a power above the level of light base, a mightier force. In everlasting heaven, trial takers who could manifest a light spirit were nearly invincible. Such trial takers in everlasting heaven could be counted on one hand. Old Dao stood firm, his gaunt form exuding a demon god-like majesty, slashing fiercely at the light sphere with the dragon serpent-like demon knife. The demon knife roared downward, seemingly slicing and devouring the light sphere. Boom. Light erupted like a volcanic explosion, the ground violently shaking, debris hurled skyward, taking the surrounding jade bricks with it. When the light explosion dissipated and dust settled, Old Dao holding the demon knife looked at the light sphere in shock. Jing Li and Zhu Xiaoyun shared their terror, and the approaching Shachu halted, incredulous at the scene. The jadestone ground near the sphere had been shattered, leaving a massive crater. But hovering above it was a perfectly intact light sphere, seemingly unscathed. What on earth is this? Old Dao's face was ashen, regretting sending Li Shu to the pig farm. He never would have imagined such an event, having never faced such an incident at the pig farm for years. Inside the light sphere, Li Shu held the spiritual mace, struggling against the golden dinner knife, blood everywhere and continually trickling from his mouth. The golden dinner knife had yet dropped, but the spiritual mace was cracked, unable to endure Li Shu's spiritual sense any longer. Crack. A large fissure appeared on the spiritual mace. Lowly carbon-based life form, becoming food for this king, is your supreme glory. This is the greatest moment of your life. The man, godlike and demonic, smiled as the golden dinner knife slowly fell. Crack. The spiritual mace finally shattered completely, pieces scattering, and Li Shu sighed, "It's over." Just as the golden dinner knife nearly fell, leaving Li Shu powerless to resist, it abruptly stopped. Li Shu's eyes widened, seeing the broken spirit character of the spiritual mace hadn't shattered, but rather glowed with an odd milky white light floating before him. The golden dinner knife hovered just away, seemingly blocked by an invisible force. The godlike man's eyes showed confusion at the radiant spirit character. Buzz, the spirit character's glow flourished, transforming into a beautiful girl light form suspended before Li Shu, glancing at him pinned by a fork, anger flickering in her beautiful eyes. "Sis!" Li Shu saw the girl's light form, too stunned to believe it, and exclaimed in shock. 629, Chapter 629-261, Sister. In Li Shu's memories, his sister always appeared as a sweet young girl, never changing, to the extent that, as a child, he thought women didn't age. One time when he was young, after being injured and rescued by his sister, she adopted him from the orphanage in the small town and lived with him there. That small town belonged to Gu City under the jurisdiction of White Knight City. White Knight City was a region extremely scarce in gemstone resources, and so was Gu City. Apart from the time during the early demon spirit invasions when Gu City suffered attacks, demon spirits were rarely seen there afterward, occasionally passing through. Additionally, due to Gu City's remote location and lack of industrial resources, the small town wasn't very prosperous, but life there was quite peaceful. Li Shu's childhood in that small town was rather happy. He had whatever the other children had, and his sister never forced him to do anything he didn't want to do. Li Shu was fond of demon armor, so his sister hired several retired magic armor masters from the town to train him. Whatever he liked, his sister always fulfilled his wishes. The only slight drawback was that his sister wasn't good at cooking or doing housework. From childhood to adulthood, it was Li Shu who took care of her daily needs. In fact, it was hard to say who was taking care of whom. In Li Shu's impression, his sister was a delightful combination of beauty, cuteness, gentleness, playfulness, and occasionally a bit of willfulness. They lived together for almost 10 years. Later, his sister often left the town due to work, and as Li Shu grew older, he wanted to see the outside world. With his sister's consent, he left the town to travel and eventually met Bai Chuyi and joined Space City. During such a long time of being together, perhaps out of habit, Li Shu never felt there was anything particularly special about his sister. But now, the girl-like light form in front of him was actually his sister's appearance, with expressions and little gestures exactly like hers, which shocked Li Shu greatly. The girl-like light form stood in front of Li Shu, and this scene felt strangely familiar to him. Seeing Li Shu's current appearance, the girl-like light form looked full of heartache, reaching out to touch his cheek. "Don't be afraid, Xiao Shu, sister is here. It's really my sister." Li Shu was both surprised and delighted. That address, that voice could only belong to his sister. Just as Li Shu was about to say something, he saw the man glowing with light like a deity standing up, staring intently at the girl-like light form. From earlier until now, that man, godlike in demeanor, had always been sitting, more dining than fighting with Li Shu. Now, as he stood, he stared closely at the girl's silhouette leaning forward. Sis, be careful, Li Shu loudly warned the girl-like light form, but in the next second he widened his eyes in disbelief. The man, godlike in appearance, did not attack the girl-like light form but kneeled on one knee before the dining table, placing a hand over his chest, trembling in submission. I did not know this human was related to you, my lord. Please forgive my ignorance and offense. What is happening? Li Shu was utterly puzzled, staring blankly at the girl-like light form and the trembling man. The girl-like light form ignored the man and swept her milky white glowing hand over Li Shu's body. The fork embedded in Li Shu evaporated like vapor, and his wounds closed as though he had never been injured. The man continued to kneel there, not daring to lift his head or speak another word. Seeing Li Shu's wounds heal, the girl-like light form turned to look at the man kneeling before the dining table. With just one glance from the girl, the man seemed involuntarily to shiver. Are you of the evil Luo race? The girl coldly questioned, glaring at the man. Upon hearing her words, the man trembled violently, falling to both knees and prostrating beneath the table in terror. It is all my fault. It has nothing to do with the evil Luo race. Please forgive me, my lord. My brother was harmed by you. You will not return but stay and guard him, the girl asserted lightly. Mercy, my lord, the man cried out in joy, promptly paying his respects. The girl reached out towards the man with an airy grasp. The man's body and the golden dinner knife flew towards her hand, the giant body quickly shrinking during the flight and merging with the golden dinner knife. When it reached the girl's hand, it had already become a normal-sized golden dinner knife. The girl placed the knife before Li Shu and gently caressed his head, saying, Xiao Shu, your sister is looking for the way home and can't take care of you. You must take care of yourself, and when your sister finds the way back, she'll take you home. Sis, Li Shu wanted to say something, but he saw the girl-like light form begin to fade rapidly, disappearing in the blink of an eye, leaving only the golden dinner knife in his hand. Old Knife was about to strike again when he suddenly saw the light orb disappear, leaving Li Shu standing amidst the ruins of the palace. Commander, are you all right? Jing Li hurried over. 630, Chapter 630, Chapter 630, 261. Sister 2, I'm fine. What happened to you? Li Shu shook his head and put away the golden dinner knife. Seeing Jing Li covered in injuries, he asked in confusion, Wasn't it to save you? Zhu Xiaoyun remarked with a pout from the side. Li Shu understood the circumstances and summoned the forbidden spear, firing a shot at Jing Li, startling Zhu Xiaoyun. The undying bullet shot into Jing Li's body, and the bullet immediately began repairing Jing Li's injured body. In no time, Jing Li's wounds were healed. Can that thing actually heal injuries? Zhu Xiaoyun looked at Li Shu's forbidden spear in shock. Didn't I already tell you before? Li Shu put away the forbidden spear. Had I known you were fine, I wouldn't have had to sacrifice my mountain-piercing rhinoceros. Zhu Xiaoyun was extremely upset. Li Shu had already heard the story from Sha Chu and knew that Zhu Xiaoyun had sacrificed the mountain-piercing rhinoceros to save him. I'll find you a magical spirit better than the mountain-piercing rhinoceros later. Forget the magical spirit, just help me light the lamp quickly, Zhu Xiaoyun said. It's a small favor. I'll help you light the lamp when we get back. Li Shu glanced at the pit and returned to Wang City with the old knife. On the way, Li Shu briefly recounted his encounters, only mentioning the terrifying magical spirit, not the incident of the spirit's transformation into a girl made of light and shadow. After returning to Wang City, Li Shu helped Zhu Xiaoyun light the lamp and gave him the mystical silence force art. Whether he wanted to practice it was up to him. Successfully lighting the lamp, Zhu Xiaoyun was overjoyed and went off to practice on his own. When he had a moment to rest, Li Shu took out the golden dinner knife and placed it on the table. Looking at it, he said, You can hear me, right, Master? What are your orders? The golden dinner knife stood upright by itself, its blade vibrating, producing a voice that seemed almost human. What's your name? Li Shu asked, looking at the golden dinner knife. Master can call me Luo, the golden dinner knife replied. Are you the king of the evil Luo race? Li Shu, having heard the man refer to himself as the king, asked. In front of you, master, no one has the right to claim to be king, Luo quickly and humbly replied. Seems like this guy is really afraid of my sister. Li Shu already knew the answer. This guy must indeed be the king of the evil Luo race. Little Luo, do you know my sister? Li Shu asked. I don't have the qualifications to know that, master, but having seen that master's grace from afar is a blessing for a lifetime, Luo replied. How strong is she? Li Shu asked again. Aren't you that master's younger brother? Don't you know? Luo asked cautiously. Am I asking you, or are you asking me? Li Shu frowned. Luo hurriedly said, Master, please forgive me. How strong that master is, I cannot estimate. I only know that when that master went to the bottomless pit, the king of the bottomless pit, what happened? Li Shu saw Luo hesitating and couldn't help but ask further. To be able to sacrifice for that master is his fortune, Luo said, choosing his words carefully. Sacrifice? What does that mean? Speak plainly, Li Shu frowned. It means he was roasted and eaten by that master, Luo said, trembling with fear. Li Shu's expression was somewhat peculiar. The bottomless pit was one of the 4 major forbidden zones, and its king had been barbecued by his sister. Imagining that scene made Li Shu shiver involuntarily. Now filled with doubts, if his sister was really that strong, why had she never taught him anything about cultivation, and never displayed any of her abilities in front of him? The route back home that his sister spoke of, what did that mean? Even the king of the bottomless pit got turned into a barbecue. Was there any place in this world she couldn't go? Where exactly was the home she spoke of? His sister once told him that their home was very far away. Back then, Li Shu didn't have any concept of what far really meant. Thinking back on it now, it indeed appeared to be quite far. Is the king of the bottomless pit very strong? What level is he? Li Shu continued to ask. He should be at the divine position level, Luo explained understandingly as he saw Li Shu seemed unaware of the divine position level. Among the levels of light base, spirit casting, and divine position is considered top tier. Of course, in front of that master, divine position level is nothing, but among us, magical spirits, divine position is already considered top tier. What level is my sister? Li Shu asked. I dare not recklessly speculate on the level of that master, I beg your pardon, Luo quickly said. What level are you? Li Shu asked again. I'm just a humble divine position level, nothing worth showing off, Luo said modestly, but it was evident he was somewhat proud. Explain the differences between these three levels to me in detail. Li Shu was a bit surprised. According to Luo, he was already at the highest divine position level, yet he still couldn't determine just how powerful his sister was. It made it hard to fathom her true strength. Luo clearly explained the differences and relationships between the three levels, allowing Li Shu to gain an accurate understanding of the magical spirit's hierarchy. The light base should go without saying, determined by the number of light veins condensed. After light base comes spirit casting, where one's light vein becomes a spirit. Going further is the divine position level, establishing a divine position with a light spirit and gaining a position of a divine spirit, which is almost equivalent to being a deity. At that level, one can somewhat control the power of the rules. 631, Chapter 631, 261, Sister 3 Elro didn't even mention any levels below the light base, indicating that creatures beneath that level are insignificant to him. For him, my S level is indeed a low-level being. Li Shu secretly rejoiced, she's truly my dear sister. Now with the divine position level Elro, won't I be able to easily slaughter magical spirits, effortlessly navigate the land of trial, and acquire unlimited resources as long as magical spirits persist? Little L, you're probably familiar with Celestial City here, right? Do you know where there are divine position level magical spirits we can go hunt? Li Shu immediately grew greedy. Elro spoke gloomily. Master, I am sealed within the golden dinner knife by that master. I can't use my power at all. Only when you, master, use the golden dinner knife can its power be wielded. What do you mean? Li Shu didn't quite understand Elro's words. After Elro's explanation, Li Shu finally understood what it meant. Now the situation with the golden dinner knife is similar to the spiritual mace. Li Shu himself needs to activate the golden dinner knife's power. Previously, activating the spiritual mace relied on spiritual sense, but activating the golden dinner knife requires light energy. The stronger Li Shu's light energy, the stronger the golden dinner knife becomes. My sister, aren't you putting me in a tough spot? Clearly, the golden dinner knife is a divine position level item, yet it can't fight on its own and needs my light energy to activate. Are you really not intentionally making things difficult for me? Li Shu felt somewhat frustrated internally. Maybe that master wants to hone your capabilities, hoping you don't become overly reliant on external forces, Elro said awkwardly. Forget it. Li Shu knew he couldn't blame his sister for this. Obviously, the girl's light shadow wasn't his sister's true form, but merely a wisp of spiritual sense left within the spiritual mace. Just a wisp of spiritual sense achieving such feats is already terrifying. Moreover, she's searching for a way home. She probably won't be back for a while. If Elro wasn't given some limitations, who knows what trouble he might cause. Li Shu pondered on asking his sister when he meets her why she didn't teach him how to cultivate earlier. If he had known his sister was so strong, why bother learning demon armor? Following her cultivation could possibly have already made him a divine position. To use the golden dinner knife, first sufficient light energy is required. Right now, Li Shu's body lacks enough light energy. First, he needs to condense his light vein to store more light energy. Clearly, the super spirit step is essential as well. After a night's sleep, upon waking the next day, Li Shu went to find old Dao, asking if there was a way to obtain super spirit gemstones. Getting super spirit gemstones, it's both difficult and easy. Old Dao said with a smile, there are quite a few magical spirits inside Celestial Gate, and randomly picked magical spirits are all at least super spirit level. But finding them isn't easy. There are places even I don't dare venture into and can't wander about recklessly. Like when you went to the pig farm, it's a relatively safe area within explored regions, yet things still went wrong. Other places are even more dangerous, possibly hiding terrifying magical spirits. Thus, it's somewhat difficult to find magical spirits. But if magical spirits attempt to break through Celestial Gate from here, obtaining super spirit gemstones becomes easy. When will magical spirits come? Li Shu pressed further. It's hard to say. They might come soon, or it could be days or months. No one can be certain of this, Old Dao replied. That's like saying nothing at all. Li Shu grew instantly frustrated. Why didn't those evil ghosts leave anything after being slain? Evil ghosts are unique. I'm not too clear on them either. When encountering evil ghosts again, be cautious. The evil Ghost King was suppressed for many years and quite frail before. What might happen later is uncertain. Old Dao shook his head. Li Shu lacked other solutions, probing more about Celestial Gate, but gained nothing noteworthy. As per Old Dao's advice, it'd be best to venture out, hunting magical spirits at other lands of trial for super spirit gemstones or directly buying a pre-owned super spirit gemstone. Seems like there's no choice. Initially planning to attain super spirit before leaving, Li Shu reconsidered after the pig farm incident, wary of continued risk inside Celestial Gate. Previously rescued by his sister, now without the spiritual mace, facing terrifying magical spirits would leave him helpless. Having ascended to S level, my goal here is accomplished. I should leave. Li Shu summoned Jing Li, Sha Chu, and Zhu Xiaoyun to prepare for departure from Celestial Gate. After bidding farewell to Old Dao, the group retraced their path, crossing the single log bridge, and Yanbo Pool this time felt seamless, returning securely outside Celestial Gate City. Sha Chu, don't extinguish the lamp immediately. Stay here and wait for 2 days. Li Shu instructed Sha Chu to remain behind while he, Jing Li, and Zhu Xiaoyun exit first. All three extinguished their longevity lamps simultaneously. With the lamps darkening, Li Shu saw the scenery change and found himself before the trial gate alongside Jing Li and Zhu Xiaoyun. Li Shu, you dare to come out? As the three stabilized, they spotted Li Changmian leading a group encircling the trial gate. Why wouldn't I dare? Speaking, Li Shu activated his artificial 13 magic armor, donning it. Upon leaving the land of trial, articles he carried spontaneously returned to him. Besides the artificial 13 magic armor, there was also a big box of gemstones, all exchanged by selling light planting technique. Since you've returned, leave your life behind. Li Changmian's light energy surged, advancing toward Li Shu. Jing Li wished to intercept but was blocked by another trial taker, while Zhu Xiaoyun faced similar obstruction. Jing Li, mind your own business. The trial taker stopping Jing Li was an old man, accompanied by a humanoid magical spirit enveloped in black shell armor, wielding a long spear. Its light energy surged, seeming to be guarded by Evil Spirit City, looking rather terrifying, likely a light base level magical spirit. Before Jing Li could react, the magical spirit had swung its long spear, charging forth. Recognizing the one obstructing him, Zhu Xiaoyun mounted his demon shark, vanishing underground. Li Changmian approached Li Shu while transforming bizarrely. His body covered in black scales, extending into a strange sword formed by stacked scales. 632, Chapter 632, 261, The Battle for the Dignity of the Magic Armor Master. Several streaks of light flew out from Longevity City, seemingly headed in this direction, but before they could reach the Heavenly Gate, they were intercepted. No need to look, you've already angered everyone. No one can save you today, Li Changmian said coldly. Then no one else needs to save me. Li Shu withdrew his gaze and looked at Li Changmian as the light pattern on artificial number 13 lit up. The impending battle was about to break out, but suddenly the surroundings echoed with a rumbling sound. The sound was uniform, causing the ground to tremble. Everyone stopped to look, only to see rows of magic armor masters marching orderly under the leadership of Qian Zhongshan. The magic armor masters walked like an army of steel, and as the troops approached, more magic armor controllers continued to join, increasing the numbers of magic armor masters in the ranks. Streaks of light arose around the trial gate. Magic armor masters flew across the sky, descending from above, joining the ranks and strengthening the formation. Soon, the sky was filled with moving streaks. A dense multitude of magic armor masters descended, encircling the area outside the Heavenly Gate. The trial takers surrounding the Heavenly Gate were now encircled instead. Are you planning a rebellion here? Li Changmian looked at the increasing number of magic armor masters around, shouting coldly. The commander of our technician group is here. We came to receive him. What speaks of rebellion here? Qian Zhongshan said calmly. Magic armor masters who guard the trial gate leave their post without authorization. Isn't this rebellion? What if the demonic light charges out from the trial gate? Can you bear that responsibility? Li Changmian said with a grim expression. Qian Zhongshan smiled and said, if even our commander cannot guard, how can we guard the celestial mandate? Then, Qian Zhongshan ignored Li Changmian, bowed to Li Chu, and said, welcome home, Commander. Welcome home, Commander. Thousands of magic armor masters shouted in unison, their voices shaking the entire celestial mandate, while their magic armors simultaneously activated, illuminating the entire Wansheng town. Under Qian Zhongshan's lead, the magic armor masters lined up neatly and rushed to Li Shu's side, separating Li Changmian and his people from Li Shu. Li Changmian and the others looked extremely displeased, but facing thousands of magic armor masters ready to unleash demonic light, they dared not act rashly. Not to mention whether they could kill these thousands of magic armor masters, even if they could, who would guard the trial gate, which should be guarded by the magic armor masters afterward. No matter how domineering the Li family is, they can't annihilate all magic armor masters of the technician group. Li Shu, do you truly want all the magic armor masters of the technician group to be buried with you? Li Changmian looked at Li Shu within the array of magic armor masters, speaking solemnly. The technician group swears to coexist with the commander. As Li Shu glanced at them, thousands of magic armor masters shouted in unison, Li Changmian, you overestimate yourself. Just you aren't qualified to speak of burial. Li Shu withdrew his gaze, looked at Li Changmian, and said disdainfully, doesn't your Li family want to kill me? Then I'll give you an opportunity. Tomorrow at noon, I'll wait for you at the martial arts arena for a life and death duel, each to their own celestial mandate. Dare to come? Having said that, Li Shu left under the escort of thousands of magic armor masters, and no one dared to stop him. The sky full of magic armor masters escorted Li Shu back to Longevity City, and the people in the city, seeing the dense mass of magic armor masters in the sky, looked bewildered, unaware of what had happened. There are actually so many magic armor masters in Celestial Mandate never noticed before, Mo Liu remarked as he looked at the dense mass of magic armor masters in the sky. In such a short time, the magic armor group has actually been subdued by Li Shu, quite unexpected. Sun Gang also appeared astonished. As a result, the technician group has completely broken with the Li family, and if Li Shu is defeated, these magic armor masters will face even harsher days, Mo Liu said with a bitter smile. Even winning against Li Changmian, the Li family will not lightly leave it at that, Sun Gang replied. Li Shu, what to say, really a troublemaker, Mo Li said helplessly. The news that Li Shu and Li Changmian would duel at the martial arts arena quickly spread throughout Celestial Mandate, causing quite a stir. Originally planning to approach Li Shu for money, the families now retreated, waiting for the outcome of the duel between Li Shu and Li Changmian before making any decisions. Li Shu, accompanied by the Magic Armor Masters, returned to the Magic Armor Masters' courtyard. Almost all the Magic Armor Masters were back at the courtyard, no longer guarding the trial gate. Inside the Magic Armor Master's courtyard, Professor Shu led the researchers who were waiting. Seeing Li Shu return, Professor Shu smiled and said, Welcome home, Commander. You all truly aren't afraid? Li Shu's gaze swept over the thousands of Magic Armor Masters, finally resting on Professor Shu's face. Afraid, but we more wish to live with dignity, Professor Shu said, pointing to Lei Qingfeng and Chu Tianyu, who then carried over a set of magic armor, placing it before Li Shu. Li Shu looked at the magic armor in front of him. It resembled neither Divine Spirit nor Furnace Guardian, yet seemed to have elements of both. This is crafted from Divine Spirit and Furnace Guardian as foundational materials, with new elements and materials added, utilizing new technologies to create magic armor anew for you. Please, Commander, give it a name, Professor Shu explained. Let it be called Magic Armor Master, Li Shu pondered for a moment before saying. 633, Chapter 633, 261, The Battle for the Dignity of the Magic Armor. Master 2, Professor Shu clapped his hands and laughed. Magic Armor Master is a great name. You are our cornerstone and our last dignity. We hope you can lead the Magic Armor Masters down a path that's truly our own, so that Magic Armor Masters and those of us in this field no longer have to be looked down upon. You are the hope of our Magic Armor Masters, and it will assist you in winning this battle of dignity for us, and the name Magic Armor Master couldn't be more fitting. What if I lose? Li Shu looked at Professor Shu and said, Commander, please remember that you are our commander. This is your domain. If you encounter any difficulties, the first thing you should think of is to return here. Professor Shu said, Dean Shu, you're blaming me. Li Shu heard the underlying meaning in Professor Shu's words. After selling the light planting technique, he didn't return to the technicians group, but instead fled to Tianmen, and Professor Shu was blaming him for that. It's not about blaming you, but rather to tell you that since we've chosen you, no matter what happens, we will stand by your side, be it success or failure, that's our choice. Commander, please remember, as long as you need it, we will always be there, forever, forever. Professor Shu placed his hand on his chest and spoke with strength and resolve. Forever, forever, Li Shu looked at those Magic Armor Masters and researchers. They also placed their hands on their chests, solemnly swearing an eternal oath. All right, then let's overturn everything together and show them what a true Magic Armor Master is. Li Shu placed his hand on the magic armor, which was immediately activated, transforming into individual components that wrapped around Li Shu's body. The black demon armor bore mysterious white light patterns like supreme runes engraved by gods and demons. Li Shu, Jing Li, Sha Chu, and Zhu Xiaoyun together returned to Courtyard 7, pushing open the door to find Wan Kao-kun standing in the courtyard. Fourth brother, you're too impulsive. You shouldn't have agreed to a life-and-death duel with Li Changmian. Wan Kao-kun sighed. If I don't act impulsively while I'm young, when I get old, my aging body won't allow it, Li Shu said. Wan Kao-kun nodded. In that case, I'll lend you a hand. Saying that, Wan Kao-kun took out a needle, crystalline like jade, and handed it to Li Shu. This is the body of my symbiotic contract life-taking needle. Keep it with you. It will be useful when you fight Li Changmian. Sister Chun, I appreciate the gesture, but I don't need the life-taking needle. Li Shu didn't reach out to take the needle. Why not use it? Wan Kao-kun asked in confusion. I've promised the members of the technicians group that I would defeat Li Changmian using the magic armor, Li Shu replied calmly. Do you know what you're saying? Wan Kao-kun frowned. Of course. Li Shu nodded affirmatively. Li Changmian is Li Changyin's blood brother. Although he's not quite as strong as Li Changyin, he's not far off, a light-based trial taker with 12 light veins. Even the top-tier magic armor can only contend with a super spirit tester. Defeating a light-based trial taker is almost impossible, let alone someone like Li Changmian, Wan Kaokun said. I know, Li Shu nodded. And you still want to battle using the magic armor? Wan Kaokun asked. Yes, Li Shu nodded energetically. Wan Kaokun smiled warmly. You're truly my brother, Wan Kaokun's brother. Once you defeat Li Changmian, I'll throw you a personal celebration. I know a bit about that Li Changmian. I can be your sparring partner, Jing Li said after Wan Kaokun left. No need, you've worked hard these days, get some good rest. Li Shu patted Jing Li on the shoulder and left Courtyard 7 alone. These days, Lord Dongtian was quite anxious, not for himself, but for Li Shu. The emergence of the light planting technique had already cost Lord Dongtian his wager with Li Shu. But Lord Dongtian didn't care whether he won or lost. Having witnessed the light planting technique, he had too much he wanted to say to Li Shu, too many ideas he wanted to discuss with him. Earlier, when Li Shu fled to Tianmen, he was itching to go there himself and find Li Shu. Today, after hearing that Li Shu agreed to a life-and-death duel with Li Changmian in the martial arts arena, he was even more anxious, lamenting his own lack of prowess in combat and inability to aid Li Shu. He paced back and forth in his room, feeling quite restless, until he heard a report that Li Shu sought an audience. He was overjoyed. Quickly, let him in. Never mind, I'll go myself. Lord Dongtian came directly to the entrance and, seeing Li Shu standing at the door, grabbed his arm and pulled him inside, saying as they walked, Li Shu, just stay in my Demon Text Institute, no need to partake in any duel. Let's see who dares cause trouble in my Demon Text Institute. Lord Dongtian's gesture made Li Shu feel a bit embarrassed. Dean Dongtian, I appreciate your kindness, but since I've agreed, I can't go back on it, Li Shu said. You're a scholarly person. What are you doing competing with such a brute? Lord Dongtian said. I'm hardly a scholar, just a brute myself. Li Shu shook his head and said, Dean Dongtian, I've come here with a request. Speak, as long as I can help. Lord Dongtian immediately replied, I wish to borrow all the light condensation techniques in the Demon Text Institute. Would that be convenient? Li Shu could condense veins at will now, but he had been waiting to peruse all the light condensation techniques in the Demon Text Institute. 634, Chapter 634, 261 Battle for the Dignity of the Magic Armor. Master 3. Although the amount of light veins is the same, the light veins condensed through different methods will not be exactly the same. Li Shu wants to condense all the light veins, so he must learn as much as possible about various light condensation techniques and choose a method suitable for himself. You can look anytime. I have some thoughts I want to discuss with you. Your light technique. When Dong Tianjun heard the words light condensation technique, his eyes lit up and he began to speak passionately. Principal, can we discuss these issues another day, after my duel with Li Changmian? Li Shu said helplessly, How could I forget about this? Sorry. Dong Tianjun said somewhat apologetically, Come, let me take you to see the light condensation technique. Unfortunately, there's only one day left. Even with more light condensation techniques, you won't have time to train. Li Shu said nothing, and followed Dong Tianjun to the light vein pavilion. Inside, row after row contained light condensation techniques translated by the Demon Text Institute, with some techniques even researched by the Institute's personnel. You can look here, I won't disturb you. If you need anything, just call out. I've arranged for people outside to be ready to serve you at any time. Dong Tianjun said as he walked out. Li Shu picked up a book and began reading. It was a light condensation technique called All Things Born. Li Shu flipped through the books one by one. Most techniques ultimately condense no more than 12 light veins. Moreover, the positions of these condensed light veins are within the 24 light veins described in the Jade Emperor scripture, with only a few techniques discussing the condensation of veins beyond the 24. Some techniques occasionally taught methods to condense one special vein, at most two. As Li Shu continued flipping through, focusing only on those special veins, he quickly discovered a problem. Beside the 28 light veins of Don't Speak Strange Forces and Spiritual Powers, there are 30 additional veins, meaning there are 15 veins on each of the red and blue vein maps. If all light veins were condensed, the red and blue maps would each hold 58 veins. Li Shu, after studying the various light condensation techniques, reached a resolution in his mind. Even if I condense all 58 light veins, there would still only be 58 veins. If I could merge all 58 into one, could I turn my entire body into a vessel for light energy instead of being limited by the veins? This thought in Li Shu's mind surged, prompting him to continue exploring the remaining light condensation techniques for various possibilities. Li Shu left the Demon Text Institute at dawn the next day. Every translated and untranslated light condensation technique from the Demon Text Institute was now etched in Li Shu's mind. All of the light condensation techniques were methods to condense a specific light vein. None were what Li Shu was searching for. Since it doesn't exist, I will create one myself. Li Shu already had an idea, planning to use the light planting technique as the basis to create a new method of vein condensation. Calling it a new method is actually just an upgraded version of the light planting technique. The previous light planting technique merely ignited one light seed and then cultivated using Li Shu's improved light condensation technique. Now, Li Shu plans to abandon the light condensation technique altogether, solely using the light planting technique, with the singular light seed as a base, igniting his entire body and transforming it into a massive light seed. Li Shu figured that the concept of light veins was entirely unnecessary. He himself was a light seed, why bother with light veins? Of course, this was just theoretical. Whether the light planting technique could be solely used would require actual cultivation to verify. I wonder if the gemstones earned from selling the light planting technique are enough for me to complete it. After returning to Courtyard 7, Li Shu locked himself in his room, took out the large box of gemstones, grabbed a handful, and used the super bottle suction technique to draw out all the energy from the gemstones. Strands of energy flowed into his body, igniting the light seed within Li Shu. The sky was just growing light, and many people arrived at the martial arts arena. The life and death duel between Li Changmian and Li Shu not only concerned their fates, but also the future of all magic armor masters in Longevity Heaven. If Li Shu were to die, the technician group would inevitably decline, leaving magic armor masters with no prospects. If Li Shu were victorious, the technician group and the Li family would be at odds, and Longevity Heaven would likely become lively. What exactly is Li Shu planning? His trial taker level is too low, he doesn't have the capital to fight Li Changmian. The situation on the Magic Armor Master side is just that. Even the top-tier demon armor can't compete with light-based trial takers. Li Changmian isn't Jing Li, but a true light-based powerhouse. No matter how one thinks about it, Li Shu can't win. It's really puzzling why he set a life and death pact with Li Changmian. Such a pity. Li Shu is certainly a prodigy, having researched something like the light planting technique, which was revolutionary. For the pioneer to be killed like this, it truly is a loss. Putting other matters aside, Li Shu is indeed a genius. I've heard he developed some chain manipulation technique among the Magic Armor Masters, enabling ordinary Magic Armor Masters to control multi-core demon armor, and generously taught this to all Magic Armor Masters, which is why they are so loyal to him. Li Shu is really peculiar. If I had researched such a secret technique, no way I'd teach it to outsiders, yet he freely shared it, showing a remarkable character. Forget other topics. If not for Li Shu's research on light planting technique, under normal circumstances, we ordinary trial takers wouldn't even have had a chance to touch it. Even though we still can't cultivate it, at least there is an opportunity now. On this point alone, I believe Li Shu shouldn't die. What use is your opinion? The high and mighty people think he should die. While everyone discussed, the sound of synchronized footsteps was heard outside the martial arts arena. Wearing demon armor, Li Shu entered the arena escorted by thousands of magic armor masters. 635, Chapter 635, 263, Undying and Unyielding. If we don't speak out, they might think only their technician group has people. Let them see what true overwhelming force looks like. Li Changmian snorted coldly and walked into the martial arts arena. Behind him, the orderly ranked trial takers of the Li family silently entered the arena. A multitude of Li family trial takers, dressed in identical attire, flooded into the martial arts arena, silently occupying almost half of the stands, with numbers possibly in the tens of thousands. The stands could no longer accommodate the Li family's trial takers. People were standing even in the aisles, and more Li family trial takers moved to other areas of the stands, flowing like water into every spot where one could stand. Even though all their actions were silent, the aura of the Li family's trial takers was even more terrifying than that of the technician group's magic armor masters. The stands were filled with Li family trial takers wearing the same clothes, while the colorful magic armor master team looked somewhat like a ragtag army. Talking about overwhelming numbers, it seems Li Shu really picked the wrong opponent. The old undead laughed on the high platform. The Li family has been developing in the heavenly longevity for thousands of years. Just those with the surname Li might number 2 to 300,000, and when you add those with distant relations, they far outnumber the technician group, which is just a drizzle in comparison. Naturally talented magic armor masters are already rare, and on top of that, magic armor masters aren't well received within heavenly longevity, so having 2 to 3,000 is already very good, and they're all S-class magic armor masters, not just any trial takers can compare. Mo Wuya paused and continued, but now these magic armor masters are on strike and unwilling to guard the trial gate. If this continues, there could be big problems. One side between the Li family and Li Shu must be utterly suppressed, or this issue won't be resolved. The old undead squinted and said, "Let's first see if Li Shu can pass this trial." Seeing the arena filled with Li family members, the magic armor masters couldn't help but feel somewhat oppressed, and their aura was noticeably weaker. Comparing the magic armor master team to the Li family, they were indeed pitifully few. Is Li Shu going to be all right? Zhu Xiaoyun frowned, sitting next to Jing Li. Commander will surely win, Jing Li said flatly. Hearing Jing Li's words, Qian Zhongshan, Li Qingfeng, Chu Tianyu, and other magic armor masters next to him turned to look at him. They felt somewhat uneasy, even though the magic armor masters pinned all their hopes on Li Shu, but facing the Li family that had been operating in heavenly longevity for thousands of years, it was surely deceptive to say they weren't at all worried. The Li family was the president's family, although not his direct bloodline. They were all surnamed Li Shu. Through thousands of years, the other families experienced ups and downs, while of the 8 great families, only 4 remained. Only the Li family has continuously stood at the peak of power, never experiencing a low period. How can you be so sure Li Shu will win? Zhu Xiaoyun asked the question that Qian Zhongshan and the others also wanted to ask. Why does Jing Li seem so certain that Li Shu can win, especially against a 12-vine light-based powerhouse like Li Changmian? He doesn't do things he's not confident in. Jing Li said flatly. I can't understand it. How could he, a magic armor master, have the confidence to defeat Li Changmian? Li Changmian is a 12-vine light base. I've never heard of any demon armor with capabilities reaching the light base level, Zhu Xiaoyun said. When he fought with me, did anyone think he could win? When he developed the light planting technique, did anyone think it was possible before him? What seems impossible to others is just normal to Commander. Since he decided to battle Li Changmian, then Li Changmian is already destined to lose. Jing Li sat there like a serene Buddha and declared confidently. Those slightly uneasy, like Qian Zhongshan and others, suddenly felt a bit more confident hearing Jing Li speak. Li Changmian entered the martial arts arena while Li Shu, clad in demon armor, was already standing there. Are you ready? Li Changmian directly activated his super spirit state. An explosion of light vein power erupted, and his entire body was enveloped in those black glowing scales. Iron-like jade scales overlapped, forming in his hand that peculiar scale sword. Li Shu looked at Li Changmian calmly and said, What preparation is needed? The profession of magic armor master has existed for battle, for protection, since its inception. Li Changmian replied coldly, Well said, I hope your skill is as impressive as your words. Then, Li Changmian raised the scale sword in his hand. My sword is named Zhao Scale. Since it accompanied me, I've been through thousands of battles, slaying countless demon spirits. For nearly 20 years, it has accompanied me in suppressing the trial gate, cutting down 147 demonic spirits that broke through. 43 were super spirits, 7 were light bases. Tell me, among magic armor masters born to battle, who has such achievements? Since there's none, what are you discussing about being born for battle, proclaiming existence for protection? The ones truly safeguarding this world are us trial takers, Li Changmian declared. True, in terms of demon-slaying merit, all magic armor masters combined are not your equal. Li Shu said slowly looking at Li Changmian. But I have one question I don't understand. Before you go slay the demon spirits, who guards the trial gate every day? Who engages in life and death battles as soon as the demons emerge? In front of that trial gate, who sheds the most blood? 636, Chapter 636, 263, Unyielding 2. Li Shu pointed at the magic armor masters on the stands and said, Since the establishment of the Magic Armor Group, there have been a total of 78,654 magic armor masters documented over the decades. Currently, there are only 3,515 on record, and the surviving magic armor masters are less than even a fraction, and this number continues to decrease. The trial taker indeed possesses the power to slay demons, and you, Li Changmian, have indeed accomplished great battle achievements, but you have gained the honor and resources you deserved. What have the magic armor masters, who bled and sacrificed to guard the trial gate, received? Your Li family is renowned, and you, Li Changmian, are revered by millions. And the magic armor masters? They can only silently perish, silently bleed and cry, without even the most basic respect. In this longevity city, who has ever shown a hint of reverence for the sacrificed magic armor masters, who donated their lives, who has ever erected a monument for them, who even knows their names? How many magic armor masters have died defending the trial gate, while their families fall to Wansheng town, can't even have a full meal, and live a life of enslavement, shedding blood and tears for them? Magic armor masters are also human. They also fear death. It's said that heroes shed blood without tears, but who has cried for them, who has shown a bit of mercy to their families, and who has left them to watch their families wail in hell, unable to rest even in death? Today, I will establish a monument for the magic armor masters' lives. All their families, whether they have the magic armor gift or not, can join my technician group. The honor others do not give, my technician group shall provide. The families others do not support, my technician group shall. No matter the means, even if my reputation is destroyed, even if I fight against heaven and earth, I, Li Shu, will establish this fate for the magic armor masters. Li Shu's magic armor gradually began to glow, mysterious white light patterns rising on the armor. The old shall have support, the disabled shall have care, wives, children, and parents shall have reliance. With me, Li Shu, magic armor masters shall from now on only bleed without tears. Those who stand in the way will be killed. Li Shu's hand exploded with demonic light, his radiant hand directly pointed at Li Changmian. The crowd of magic armor masters listened, their blood boiling, many even shedding tears. Though Li Shu spoke deliberately, it was the truth nonetheless. The offspring of magic armor masters might not have the gift of magic armor, and even if they do, they might not reach S-class standards, mostly ending up in Wansheng town. Among those fishmen, we don't know how many are descendants of magic armor masters. The trial takers on the stands, many were moved, knowing what Li Shu said was indeed true. Li Changmian knew he couldn't let Li Shu continue speaking, so he interrupted coldly. It's not only the magic armor masters who bleed and cry, trial takers do too. What you're saying has nothing to do with our duel today. It's useless to say more. Whatever you plan to do afterward, I don't care, but today you can only die. With these words, the Jiao scale sword in Li Changmian's hand bloomed with demonic light, terrifying demonic light gathering on the Jiao scale sword, forming scales of light. Is Li Changmian going to use his secret super spirit skill on the first strike? Mo Wuya frowned. If words can't win, then kill. The old immortal laughed. That Li Shu really is a king of rhetoric. Pulling at the moral high ground is indeed impressive. Li Changmian is no match at all. This is about defeating everything with force. He's strong with words, but I wonder if he can block Li Changmian's transformed Flood Dragon Strike. The transformed Flood Dragon Strike under 12 light veins is already infinitely close to super spirit form. Such power, the magic armor might not endure, Mo Wuya said. As they spoke, Li Changmian's demonic light became like light flame. At the moment of human sword unity piercing towards Li Shu, the terrifying demonic light soared with the human sword, like a black flood dragon biting towards Li Shu, where the Jiao scale sword was the dragon's fang. Facing the flood dragon-like demonic light roaring and devouring, Li Shu did not choose to dodge. The light patterns on the magic armor shone, like fiery charcoal burning, making the magic armor sizzle and emit white smoke. The dragon-like demonic light swallowed Li Shu's figure. The terrifying light explosion skyrocketed. The shockwaves swept all around, impacting the martial arts arena's inherent defense light shield, causing it to flicker intermittently. The blinding light explosion made it difficult for people to open their eyes to look. Once the light explosion gradually subsided, people saw the situation in the field. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. Across the field, Li Shu, clad in magic armor, astonishingly grasped the Jiao scale sword with one hand, staring at Li Changmian like a demon god. Li Changmian looked pale, sweat dripping continuously from his forehead, seemingly using all his strength trying to pull the sword back, but unable to make the Jiao scale sword budge even a bit. How is this possible? Zhu Xiaoyun said after a while. This was everyone's sentiment. The full-force super spirit skill strike from a 12 light vein expert was blocked by Li Shu with one hand, directly grasping the sword's body. This is beyond whether it can be blocked or not. It's a direct suppression. Even in the same level trial taker battles, one can't simply grab the opponent's weapon with their hand. Has the new type of magic armor researched by the Academy already become this strong? Han Minghui's expression darkened. In this case, it seems that it can't all be explained by good magic armor manipulation technique. If the magic armor's performance wasn't enough, how could it possibly grasp the light base level Jiao scale sword's full force strike head on? 637, Chapter 637, 637. Unyielding 3. Not only did the trial taker think so, but many magic armor masters also believed it. Of course, the Demon Armor Master is indeed very strong, arguably the strongest demon armor created by the Academy. However, achieving such an effect isn't something that can be done solely by strong demon armor. The Demon Armor Master's strength isn't enough to catch a Jiao scale sword's full-force strike with bare hands. The reason Li Shu was able to catch the Jiao scale sword, besides the inherent strength and power of the Demon Armor Master, is that he made a reverse application of the super bottle suction. Previously, Li Shu combined the Hand of God with bottle suction to create the super bottle suction used by trial takers. Now, he reversed it by combining bottle suction with the Hand of God, using the demon armor to unleash the super bottle suction. He forcibly absorbed the light energy from Li Changmian's transformed Flood Dragon Strike into the demon armor and then transferred it to his body. That light energy became the bricks and tiles for his light vein, allowing his light seed to grow a bit more. Boom! Li Shu grabbed the sword with one hand and formed a fist with the other. The light pattern enveloped the entire fist, which radiated intense light, and he punched towards Li Changmian's chest. The speed was so fast that it was visible to the eye, but the body couldn't react in time, leaving him to watch helplessly as the fist hit his chest. The scale armor on Li Changmian's chest shattered instantly, and his body flew backward like a cannonball, slamming hard into the light shield. Bang! The light shield shook violently. All the scale armor on Li Changmian's body shattered, revealing a blue metallic inner armor underneath, with a concave fist imprint visible on it. Spurt! Li Changwei felt his chest cavity churning with blood and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His body fell to the ground, struggling several times without being able to get up, continually spitting blood from his mouth, fearing the fractured ribs had pierced his internal organs. The entire martial arts arena fell into dead silence. Even someone as strong as Li Changmian, a light base, was punched to this extent by Li Shu. The deeply ingrained notion that magic armor masters were mediocre was shattered completely, leaving not even a scrap. Such terrifying light energy explosion, if I'm not mistaken, the inner armor Li Changmian was wearing should be a light base level parasitic contracted Vajra armor, right? Mowuya's face had not yet lost its look of astonishment. It should be the Vajra armor, with the defense of a light base body plus a light base level Vajra armor, yet it's been hit like this. The light energy eruption from that demon armor is quite unexpected. The old immortal was also taken aback. Li Shu in the arena walked step by step toward Li Changmian, who struggled to get up on the ground. Before reaching him, a figure rushed into the martial arts arena, blocking Li Shu's path. You've won. Li Changmian stared at Li Shu and said, This is a life and death battle, and he is not dead yet, Li Shu said flatly. I said, you've won. This duel ends here, Li Changmian said, suppressing his anger. In a life and death battle, it doesn't end until one dies. He isn't dead, so the duel is not over. I've said it before. Those who block me will die. Li Shu was unyielding. A magical light on his fist blossomed again, and he punched directly at Li Changmian, who stood in front of Li Changmian. You're courting death. A strange red glow rose from Li Changmian. Although his symbiotic contract wasn't visible, the red light on his fist blossomed like a beast's mouth, ready to devour Li Shu's fist. Li Shu punched out, but his body didn't move. The magical light on the fist burst forth and, before it met Li Changmian's red light, drew a strange arc, bypassing Li Changmian in an instant, and struck the back of Li Changmian's head. Li Changmian's view was blocked by Li Changmian, so he couldn't see the strange fist light. Without even a block or dodge, he was directly hit in the head by the fist light. Bang! Skin and bone shattered, blood and pulp spurted, splattering on the light shield like a blood-red chrysanthemum in bloom. Everyone was dumbfounded, both shocked by the strangeness of Li Shu's magical light attack, and horrified that Li Shu actually dared to strike Li Changmian in front of Li Changmian. Li Shu, I want your life, Li Changmian raged, the red glow on his body rising like a fierce ghost, transforming into a red ghost to pounce on Li Shu. Patriarch Li, this is a life-and-death duel. You shouldn't intervene. Suddenly, a voice came through as Yuba entered the martial arts arena, blocking between the two. Yu Wang, you dare stop me? Murderous intent appeared in Li Changmian's eyes, and the red ghost also focused on Yuba, seemingly ready to devour him at any moment. Patriarch Li, you overestimate me. I'm merely Yuba who dares to block you. I'm only here by the president's order. Yuba presented a jade-made token to Li Changmian, saying, The president asked me to convey that, regardless of life or death, this battle ends here. Anyone who causes further trouble will be executed. Li Changmian's eyes were blood red, glaring at the jade token in Yuba's hand. His face twisted, but ultimately he dared not act further. Li Chu, I will kill you. Li Changmian turned, picked up Li Changmian's body, and left the martial arts arena. It's like you didn't want to kill me before, Li Chu said flatly. Li Changmian paused his step but did not stop, holding the body, and left the martial arts arena. What's the point? Yuba sighed. Thanks, old ba. Li Shu said no more, leaving the martial arts arena from another side, taking 3,000 magic armor masters with him. It wasn't until Li Shu left the martial arts arena with the magic armor masters that the deathly silent arena suddenly turned into a marketplace, filled with various discussions and whispers. This is way too intense, killing Li Changmian in front of Li Changmian. They really won't stop until one is finished. Li Shu's not wrong, though. It was originally a life-and-death duel. Even the president sided with Li Shu. What's the background of this Li Shu? Could he really be the president's illegitimate child? I used to think not, but now I'm not sure. After all, the Li family and the president share the same lineage. With the president protecting Li Shu like this, it's hard to say. A638, Chapter 638, 26.4, the president invites fourth brother, take care. After Li Shu left the martial arts arena, he was stopped by Eighth Master. What's the matter? Li Shu stopped and looked at Eighth Master, asking. The president wants to see you, Eighth Master said with a smile. Is it fortune or misfortune? Li Shu frowned and asked. Since entering Changshengtian, he hadn't met the president even once. After all, he was a commander, yet he hadn't even met the president, which would seem unbelievable to others if he mentioned it. Whether it's fortune or misfortune depends on what you say and do. Eighth Master seemed reluctant to say more, merely winking at Li Shu. Li Shu let Chang Zhongshan take the magic armor masters back first, while he himself followed Eighth Master to the City Lord's mansion. Eighth Master was unwilling to disclose much, so Li Shu did not inquire further. The two of them, one after another, arrived at the City Lord's mansion. With the jade token in Eighth Master's possession, the guards at the mansion let them through. Arriving at the courtyard where the president lived, Eighth Master stopped and said to Li Shu, Fourth brother, the president wants to see you alone. It's inconvenient for me to go in with you. Be careful with your words when you meet the president. Sincerity is the medicine for worry. Don't deceive. Understood. Li Shu nodded and walked into the courtyard on his own. Inside the courtyard were pavilions and towers. Although it wasn't as large as the garden where Li Qingyi lived, its level of refinement was even greater. From a distance, he saw an elder feeding fish in a pavilion. Outside the pavilion was a fish pond, not large, stocked with small goldfish, not the common carp. From this angle, he could only see the back of the elder, not his face, but since the courtyard only housed the elder, there was no doubt it was the president. For some reason, Li Shu felt the back of the president seemed somewhat familiar. I'm not asking you here to make you stand as punishment. Why are you standing there? Come here quickly, the elder's voice came from inside the pavilion. This voice, Li Shu was slightly taken aback. The voice was very familiar to him. He could now be certain he did indeed recognize this elder. Li Shu quickened his pace and walked into the pavilion. The elder scattered all the fish food into the pond, patted the residue off his hands, and turned to look at Li Shu with a smile on his face. It's you. You are the president of Changsheng Tian? Li Shu saw the elder's face clearly, confirming it was indeed the person he thought it was. Yet even so, it was still somewhat hard to imagine that he was truly the president of Changsheng Tian. Why, can't I be the president of Changsheng Tian? The elder said with a smile. Of course you can, but I didn't expect you to be the president. Who would have thought the city lord of Red Sand City is actually the president of Changsheng Tian? Li Shu said. The president glanced at him and said flatly, It's not that you didn't expect it, but rather you didn't dare to say it. All right, stop acting in front of me. I didn't ask you here to watch you perform. Whatever the president needs, just instruct me, Li Shu said respectfully. The reason he could join Changsheng Tian was precisely because the president summoned him. Previously, Li Shu wondered why he became a commander upon arrival, but now he understood. What do you think of the Li family? The president sat down at the stone table in the pavilion. Li Shu walked over, picked up the teapot, poured tea for the president, and after putting down the teapot, he said, Arrogant and condescending, apart from you, President, the Li family probably doesn't regard anyone else in Changsheng Tian. Is the Li family's arrogance any greater than yours? Seizing the General Affairs Department's warehouse, defrauding various families of their money and property, and killing Li Changyin's brother Li Changmian in front of him at the martial arts arena. When it comes to arrogance, the Li family doesn't compare to how wonderfully you've managed it, the president said while sipping tea. President, I've been wronged. As someone who loves peace, if I wasn't really unable to survive, how could I offend them, causing myself such trouble which brings me no benefit at all? Li Shu began to plead his case. President, you instructed me to manage the technician group, yet Vice President Bai didn't provide the resources or hand over the blood seal stone to me, so what use is my being a commander? I wouldn't mind not being a commander, but being summoned by you to be manipulated by them is a disgrace to you, wouldn't it? Alright, stop playing the victim. Among the 7 groups in Changsheng Tian, your resources are the most abundant, and you've gained the most benefits. What more do you have to complain about? The president said calmly. It's all due to your cultivation, President. Li Shu refilled the president's tea. After all, the Li family is my blood kin. You shouldn't mistreat them, the president said coldly, looking at Li Shu. If there's any mistake, it's entirely my fault. If the president wants to punish, I'll take full responsibility, Li Shu said. There's no need to speak so evasively. You mean to say all these things you did were under my planning and that you were the scapegoat, right? The president snorted coldly. I wouldn't dare think that, Li Shu said. Just wouldn't dare? The president questioned, staring at him. All right, I did indeed think that way. Li Shu opened his hands and said, You summoned me into Changsheng Tian at such a time and let me take over the technician group. Wasn't it clear that you wanted me to snatch those resources from Bai Wanli and the Li family? That's exactly what I did. At least you're honest. The president's gaze softened considerably. Putting down the teacup, he said, You're so smart, then tell me why I would let you reclaim those resources. Is it because the Li family is even greedy with your share? That you don't have enough money either? I get it. Ever since I became a trial taker, I've never saved money. No matter how much I have, it's never enough, Li Shu said with an expression of deep empathy. 639, Chapter 639, 264, President's Invitation 2. The president was amused by him and laughed. Do you think I'm like you? Do you really think there's a share for me in those resources? Of course not. If there really was, even if the Li family dared to reach out for it, Bai Wanli wouldn't have the guts to scrape off a layer, Li Shu responded. You asked me to reclaim those resources to greatly develop the demon armor research, didn't you? You have a bit of cleverness left, the president said with a smile. Thank you for the compliment, but I'm not worthy of it, Li Shu replied modestly. Yet the president's expression turned cold suddenly. He slammed the teacup heavily on the table and glared at Li Shu, saying sternly, Since you know everything, why did you embezzle the Institute's resources? Did you really think I'll use you and not kill you? Please calm down, President. I had no other choice, Li Shu said calmly, showing no fear. Explain to me what no choice means? The president still showed no sign of friendliness. I have no background, no trusted allies, and I'm all alone in this eternal heaven with such poor strength. If I don't have some resources to enhance my strength, I'll lose my life sooner or later. My death is trivial, but I'm worried it might hinder your major plans, which shouldn't happen. Li Shu admitted to embezzling some resources. While the resources he embezzled were far less than what the Li family took, it wasn't insignificant either. Who says you have no one to rely on in eternal heaven? What am I then? The president laughed, suggesting that the previous anger was feigned, without truly blaming Li Shu. I didn't know you were the president before. If I had known earlier, it wouldn't have been so troublesome. I could have just mentioned your name, and then Bai Wan Li and the Li family wouldn't dare refuse, Li Shu smiled. If I could let you use my name, why would I need to recruit you here? The president's expression changed, showing that he was indeed capricious. So, what do you suggest I do? Li Shu asked helplessly, spreading his hands open. Do what you ought to do. You're old enough? Don't expect me to teach you step by step, the president said indifferently. By saying that, I understand. You don't need to worry about the magic armor master and the institute over there. I guarantee there will soon be a new type of demon armor available. As long as resources are sufficient, it will soon form super spirit level combat power, Li Shu said. Not enough. The president took a sip of tea. Super spirit isn't enough? Li Shu asked. Space City has already developed a demon armor that can compete with super spirit level and has already started mass production. It will soon form Legion level super spirit combat power, the president said lightly. So soon? Li Shu was somewhat surprised. When he was in Space City, it didn't have super spirit level demon armor, yet now they could produce them in batches. Doesn't the god of Space City know this? The president's words made Li Shu's heart chill. Does he really know my magic armor master code, or is he just bluffing? Thinking of what the Eighth Lord said before coming, Li Shu laughed. There really is nothing that can be hidden from you, President, but you might have misunderstood. My relationship with Space City is purely cooperative, which has now ended. I have no further ties with Space City. That's not untrue, the president nodded. Do you know who the god of Space City is now? I don't. Do you know, President? Li Shu asked the president, eager to know the answer. You will know in due time. The president didn't provide the answer. Instead, he took another sip of tea and said, Pay more attention to the Institute. We can't fall behind others. I'll supervise them, Li Shu said. Supervision alone isn't enough. More achievements need to be produced, the president corrected. There will definitely be achievements, but the number of people in the Institute is severely lacking. Li Shu was trying to use the opportunity to negotiate for more benefits, but was interrupted by the president. You're the commander of the technician group. If manpower is lacking, go recruit by yourself. Li Shu replied helplessly. Talents in demon armor research are almost monopolized by Space City and White Knight City. Where should I recruit? Isn't there one in your City of Light? The president said indifferently. Li Shu was slightly surprised, knowing that Jimin Guan was there. The president was clearly aware too. If he didn't want to use Li Shu, Jimin Guan would have been in trouble long ago. You know his personality a bit. He's not interested in making such demon armor and is solely focused on creating one that can be brought into the trial gate, Li Shu spoke honestly. That's where your skill comes into play. I only look at results. The process is up to you, the president said coldly. Okay, I'll handle it myself. Li Shu shifted the subject, asking, Actually, in terms of research capability, Space City is currently the best. Why not let Guan Jinghao join our eternal heaven? Having lived in Space City for 3 years, what do you think of Guan Jinghao? The president didn't answer Li Shu's question but asked in return. He is capable and ambitious, Li Shu replied. You're missing one thing, the president said calmly. Missing what? Li Shu watched the president, believing this answer was what he wanted to know. The president stood by the railing, looking at the fish in the pool, and said, What do you think is different about Space City's demon armor compared to others? Li Shu pondered. Technologically, it's stronger than other places, but that's not really a difference. It's just more advanced technology. Even within Eternal Heaven, the demon armor uses better materials and has ample power, resulting in better performance. But when it comes to technicality, Space City is still superior. Many technical details seem inconspicuous but feel very different in actual experience. A 640, Chapter 640, 264, The President's Invitation 3. Why do you think Space City has so much advanced technology? The president asked again. Long development time, large research investment. Li Shu thought for a moment and answered. The initial research on demon armor was done by Changsheng Tian, and Space City is a place scarce in gemstones, starting late and relying mostly on materials purchased from outside. Yet this place developed the most advanced demon armor technology. Don't you find this problematic? The president said indifferently. I've thought about this issue before, Li Shu pondered. White Knight City was able to establish itself mainly because most of its technology is based on imitation, and then it continued to innovate on that basis. This makes sense. However, Space City's technology has always been at the forefront of the world, right from the start. I always thought it was because they were lucky enough to have many excellent magic armor researchers. It seems you have a different answer, Mr. President. The answer is not important. The president walked out of the pavilion, saying as he strolled, I'll give you resources, use people as you wish, improve the level of demon armor. As I said, I'll give you whatever you want. I don't care about the process, I just want the result. Changsheng Tian's demon armor must not be inferior to Space City's. Understood. Li Shu had no choice but to agree. Your trial taker rank has been improving rapidly. You've already reached S rank. Then go to the inner treasury to receive a super spirit gemstone. Here's a suggestion. You'd better choose one produced on Earth, the president said as he exited the courtyard. Go, I need to rest. My health hasn't been great recently. The doctor advised me to rest more. Doctor? Li Shu was slightly taken aback. It was the first time he heard that a trial taker needed to see a doctor. After Li Shu left the courtyard, he saw Bei still waiting outside. Why are you still here? Li Shu asked. Waiting to take you to the inner treasury to select a super spirit gemstone, Bei laughed. So all this was decided before I came. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Li Shu frowned. The more you know, the more likely you are to have taboos when speaking, which won't do you any good, Bei said as he led Li Shu to the inner treasury. How does the president still have time to be the city lord of Red Sand City? Li Shu asked. Bei was so frightened he quickly made a shushing gesture. My little ancestor, can you please not speak carelessly? If someone heard that, it would cause big trouble. All right, then tell me a secret I can hear, Li Shu said. I'm just someone who interprets characters. How would I know any secrets? Bei was adamant and wouldn't budge no matter how much Li Shu pressed. The two of them arrived at the inner treasury, and using the token to pave the way, someone soon led them inside. The inner treasury, unlike the warehouse of the General Affairs Department, wasn't that large, just a 4-story small building. Strangely, this small building had no guards, and there was no inner treasury management staff, only a blind old woman cleaning inside. How come there aren't even any guards here? Aren't you afraid of theft? Li Shu looked at the seemingly ordinary blind old woman, noting she didn't even have a skill brand or demon spirit ring on her hands, suggesting she wasn't a trial taker. You think someone would dare steal from the city lord's mansion? Bei laughed. That's true. Li Shu glanced at the shelves inside the building, which held a variety of things, but he didn't see any super spirit gemstones. Blind woman, where are the super spirit gemstones? Bei asked the blind old woman. On the left shelf on the 3rd floor, the blind woman replied while wiping objects without even turning around. In fact, turning around wouldn't do any good since she couldn't see anyway. Bei led Li Shu up the stairs to the 3rd floor. As they went up, Li Shu asked, if I can't ask about other matters, I can at least ask about Li Qingyi, right? The president only had this one daughter in thousands of years. Is it a problem with him or the women he found? Just kill me already, Bei said bitterly in response to Li Shu's question. Okay then, I won't ask that. Who is Li Qingyi's mother? Surely you can tell me that at least. Li Shu smiled. Bei breathed a sigh of relief. That's nothing confidential. Everyone in Chongshengtian knows that the one who bore the daughter for the president is Madame Qianhua, his 87th wife. Wow, the president has married so many wives? Li Shu exclaimed in surprise. It's not much. Ancient emperors even had harems. The president has lived for thousands of years, much more formidable than those emperors. Even if he had 3,000 beauties in his harem, it wouldn't be much, Bei said. However, the president is a person of deep affection, never having more than one wife at a time, and devoted to each wife until the previous one passed away before marrying a new one. Then why didn't the previous 86 wives bear him any children? Does the president have some hidden ailment? Is Li Qingyi really his biological daughter? Li Shu whispered. Brother, I implore you, can we not court death? Bei's legs went soft. All right, let's just look at the super spirit gemstone. Li Shu came to the shelf the blind woman had mentioned, reaching out to open a box on the shelf, immediately seeing a purple super spirit gemstone inside. The purple light swirled within, like a colorful little bird flying inside the gemstone. The things in the inner treasury are part of the president's personal collection. Although not many, every piece is a fine item. Being allowed to choose a super spirit gemstone from here is a tremendous blessing. Apart from the eldest miss, no one else has this fortune. You must choose carefully, Bei said, frequently glancing at a particular box on the shelf, evidently signaling to Li Shu. 641, Chapter 641, 265 Super Spirit Ruby. Li Shu looked at the box. It was similar to the other boxes on the shelves, made of wood. He took it down, opened it, and found the super spirit gemstone wrapped in gold foil inside. When he unwrapped the gold foil, inside was a red gemstone the size of a fist, with red light flowing inside like a thick liquid. What kind of super spirit gemstone is this? Li Shu asked Ba Ye beside him. This should be a super spirit gemstone nurtured within the ruby mine, Ba Ye replied, looking at the gemstone. A super spirit gemstone nurtured on Earth? Li Shu rewrapped the gemstone in gold foil, placed it back in the box, and then picked up the box. Let's choose this one. The president said it was best to choose a super spirit gemstone from Earth, and Ba Ye hinted that this gemstone was also nurtured on Earth, so choosing this one should be fine. Li Shu walked out of the storeroom with the box, and no one checked or stopped him. Leaving just like that? No need to register? Li Shu asked Ba Ye after stepping outside. No need. This is the president's private warehouse, not the General Affairs Department's warehouse. No need for such trouble, Ba Ye laughed. Not afraid of people taking too much? Li Shu asked again. Ba Ye glanced back at the small building, saw no one around, and then turned back to speak in a lowered voice. You don't really think that Blind Woman is there just for cleaning, do you? Li Shu also felt that Blind Woman wasn't an ordinary person, but he couldn't figure out what was special about her. Let's talk while we walk. As they left, Ba Ye spoke to Li Shu on the way. If you're asking me what capability Blind Woman has, I really don't know, but she looked the same when I joined Chongshengtian in my youth. So many years have passed, yet she hasn't changed at all. Li Shu nodded and said nothing more. A person guarding the president's storeroom as an ordinary blind old lady would indeed be strange. Don't leave, I haven't finished speaking. Li Shu was about to return when Ba Ye stopped him. You don't even know Blind Woman's background, what else is there to say? Li Shu looked at Ba Yi in confusion. Ba Yi laughed. I'm not talking about blind woman. I'm talking about that super spirit gemstone. You've already mentioned the super spirit gemstone nurtured by the ruby mine. What more is there to say? Li Shu was puzzled. Ba Yi said, there's a lot more to say. Let's find a place to have a few drinks. I'll explain slowly. Let's go to my place. Li Shu took Ba Yi back to courtyard number 7 and asked Sha Chu to prepare some wine and dishes. What is this? Ba Yi looked at the food and drink Sha Chu served and said with frustration, the commander doesn't usually drink, so there's nothing stocked at home. This is some yellow wine I bought for cooking last time. I thought since it's still wine, it should be drinkable, Sha Chu said as he placed 2 small dishes on the table. There's only these at home. You go ahead and eat. I'll cook more dishes shortly. No need to cook. Peanuts are enough. Seeing a plate with boiled peanuts, Ba Yi waved his hand, indicating Sha Chu not to bother. Li Shu opened a bottle, poured a cup of yellow wine for Ba Yi, and poured himself a cup. They toasted, and Li Shu intended to drink it all in one go. But as soon as it entered his mouth, it tasted slightly of soy sauce, not very pleasant at all, so he only drank half a cup before setting it down. Ba Yi drank his in one go, put down the cup, and said, yellow wine, this stuff is actually quite good, but it involves a lot of nuance. It's fine for cooking, but to drink, it's a bit lacking. I'll have Sha Chu buy some good wine, Li Shu said, wanting to call Sha Chu, but was stopped by Ba Yi. The wine isn't important. As long as you can drink it, the important thing is talking. Is there a problem with this super spirit gemstone? Li Shu placed the box on the table and asked. While peeling peanuts, Ba Yi said, super spirit gemstones are divided into 2 types, one dug out from magical creatures and the other from gemstone mines. Theoretically, both are the same. Both can let symbiotic contract become super spirit that you should know. Then tell me about something I don't know, Li Shu said as he put a peanut in his mouth, chewed twice, and spit it out as it turned out to be bad. Ba Yi chuckled. Eating peanuts, you need to peel off the red skin inside, otherwise you won't know if they're bad or not. After a pause, Ba Yi continued. Super spirit gemstones have good and bad qualities. The quality dug from magical creatures is related to the super spirit limit of the monster itself. A creature with 80% super spirit, the gemstone dug out from it contains merely 80% energy. Thus, the higher the grade of the creature, the better the super spirit gemstone it produces, and the quality can affect the symbiotic contract's super spirit limit. For example, originally your symbiotic contract's potential isn't high, and it can only reach an 80% super spirit limit. Once reaching this point, no matter how you use resources, you can't elevate further. If you merge with a super spirit gemstone at 90% super spirit limit, then the symbiotic contract's potential could be enhanced, originally only able to reach 80, now maybe up to 82 or even higher. Su 642, Chapter 642, 265, Super Spirit Ruby 2, IC, are the Super Spirit gemstones mined from the gemstone mine the same? Li Shu asked. Pretty much, since they're all Super Spirit gemstones, naturally there are good and bad ones. But as for those mined from the gem mine, it's not so easy to tell if they're good or bad. Uncle 8 continued, you see, the Super Spirit gemstones on the evil spirit can be judged by observing the strength of the evil spirit itself. Once the evil spirit enters the super spirit state, you can pretty much tell. The super spirit gemstones produced in the gem mine are different. There's no reference point, so if you want to distinguish whether the super spirit gemstone is good or bad, you can only look at the size of the vein. Generally, the larger the vein, the better the super spirit gemstones produced. Of course, it's not to say that a large vein is always good. Apart from size, the quality of the produced gemstones also affects the goodness of the super spirit gemstones. As for the gemstones' variety, well, there's no need to say much. The super spirit gemstones produced by the 5 great gemstones are certainly not lacking. The super spirit gemstone you chose is from the ruby vein, and it's from the top tier ruby mine. I was right next to the city lord when he acquired this super spirit gemstone initially. Who would have thought that after so many years, this super spirit gemstone is still kept? It's been many years indeed, quite a rarity, Li Shu said while fiddling with the super spirit gemstone. The city lord is the Red Sand City Lord, and Red Sand City is the most famous place for producing rubies. Given the super spirit ruby that he brought back, it's naturally not going to be of poor quality. It's more than rare, it's exceedingly rare. This super spirit gemstone is not only from a top-tier ruby mine, but it also caused some extraordinary anomalies when it was unearthed, Uncle 8 said mysteriously. Anomalies? Li Shu didn't quite understand what anomalies meant. Yes, anomalies. Uncle 8 took a sip of wine and recalled, ordinarily, the birth of a super spirit gemstone attracts evil spirits to contend for it. No need to elaborate on that, you should know. However, when this super spirit gemstone appeared, who knows how many evil spirits came to snatch it. The scene was immense, to say the least, and something strange happened then as well. He shelled 2 peanuts and put them in his mouth before continuing. All the evil spirits that entered the mine vein to fight for the super spirit gemstone died. Not one of them came out alive. Isn't that quite normal? Li Shu didn't see how this was an anomaly. The last time he snatched a super spirit gemstone, many evil spirits died as well. It is indeed normal for evil spirits to die fighting over a super spirit gemstone, but have you ever seen their souls leaving their bodies to guard the super spirit gemstone? Uncle 8 said mysteriously. Their souls leaving their bodies? Can evil spirits even do that? Li Shu thought Uncle 8 was being extremely far-fetched. Yes, their souls leave their bodies. When their bodies died, a sphere of light detached from them. If that isn't a soul leaving the body, what else is it? Uncle 8 drained his glass of wine. I was with the city lord all the way then. We saw many evil spirits lying dead in the mine tunnels, not knowing how they died, not a single wound on them, and quite some distance from where the super spirit gemstone was located. The city lord and I personally saw a spirit-like figure, like a soul coming out of those dead evil spirits and rushing towards the area where the super spirit gemstone was. Later, when we entered the super spirit region, we saw various kinds of magical light images everywhere. Those things seemed out of their minds, desperately guarding the super spirit gemstone. It was only after the city lord scattered those things that he managed to acquire this super spirit gemstone. Could those light images be transformed from the demonic light within the evil spirits' bodies? Li Shu pondered. Transforming demonic light into spirit is something only at the spirit forging level can accomplish, impossible for ordinary evil spirits. Uncle 8 shook his head. Indeed, it's peculiar for evil spirits to use their souls to guard the super spirit gemstone after dying. I've never heard of such a thing. Li Shu looked at the super spirit gemstone in his hand, but did not feel anything unusual about it. It looked no different from the other super spirit gemstones he had acquired before. Anyhow, this super spirit gemstone is no ordinary one. If you can use it, then use it yourself. If not, you can exchange it for a super spirit gemstone that suits you, Uncle 8 said. Why wouldn't it suit me? Li Shu was somewhat puzzled. When you obtained the symbiotic contract, did you open the trial gate with a ruby? If it was opened with a ruby, then this super spirit gemstone is just right. If not, it's better to exchange it. This super spirit gemstone is extraordinary, and if you find the right person, you might even be able to exchange it for 2 other types of super spirit gemstones. It should be usable. Li Shu wasn't too sure. He has 2 symbiotic contracts. The trial gate for the Forbidden Spear was opened with a sapphire, while the trial gate for the Evil Spirit token was opened with both ruby and sapphire. Logic would dictate that it should be usable. Li Shu just wasn't sure whether using a super spirit gemstone to enhance the evil spirit token would enable the forbidden spear to also reach the super spirit state. If not, he would need to find another super spirit gemstone. All right, you've had your drink and said what you needed to say. Fourth brother, attend to your own matters. I'm heading back now. Uncle 8 finished his last sip of wine, patted himself, and left. 643, Chapter 643, 2643, 264 for Spirit Ruby 3. After Lord Ba left, Li Shu returned to his room, summoned the Evil Spirit token, and placed the Super Spirit gemstone on top of it. Ting! The Evil Spirit token suddenly flipped over. Originally, the blue light vein side was next to the Super Spirit gemstone, but now it became the red light vein map side that was next to the gemstone. The red light vein map lit up, and the red spiritual light within the Super Spirit gemstone seemed to be attracted by something flowing towards the red light vein map. As the red spiritual light flowed into the Evil Spirit token, the red light vein map on it became brighter, more red lines were lit. Soon, the entire red light vein map was lit up, and the red glow from within the Super Spirit gemstone continued to flow into the red light vein map. Li Shu observed carefully and noticed that the red glow inside the red light vein map was actually circulating, constantly cycling within, and with each cycle, the red lines on the red light vein map became brighter. After an unknown period of time, the red glow inside the Super Spirit gemstone had been completely extracted, leaving the gemstone itself pale and colorless. There was a cracking sound, and the gemstone, now like transparent glass, shattered into a pile of powder. Li Shu examined the Evil Spirit token. The red light vein map on it was still emitting light, but it did not advance further, nor did it seem to enter the Super Spirit state. Could it be that it still requires a Super Spirit Sapphire to achieve a Super Spirit state? Li Shu picked up the Evil Spirit token and noticed that the blue light vein map wasn't lit at all, presumably needing it to be lit before it could reach a Super Spirit state. Helpless, he had to put away the Evil Spirit token for now. If I calculate it this way, I still need 2 Super Spirit Sapphires to fully empower both the Evil Spirit token and the Forbidden Spear in a Super Spirit state. Li Shu felt troubled, wondering where he could procure 2 Super Spirit Sapphires now. The problem was that he couldn't openly buy them, or others would become suspicious about why he needed so many Super Spirit gemstones. After pondering for a while, Li Shu decided not to purchase the Super Spirit gemstones just yet, and planned to return to the City of Light first. Since the president already knew Zimin Guan was in the City of Light, this matter needed to be discussed with Zimin Guan to plan a strategy. Additionally, he needed to go back to help them light up, having the light planting technique, but no one to help them light up would be useless. Even if the commander wanted to leave Changshengtian, he needed a mission or Vice President Han's approval. He had to go through Han Minghui for the procedure. Li Shu first visited the Magic Armor Master courtyard to arrange everything properly. He devised a training plan for the Magic Armor Masters and then handed it to Qian Zhongshan, assigning him to oversee its implementation. There was also the issue of the Magic Armor Master's family members. Whether they were current Magic Armor Masters or those who had passed away, their descendants and family members could apply to join the Technician Group. Once they joined the Technician Group, they could reside within the Great Wall instead of staying in Wansheng Town, living in fear. Of course, their living needs also had to be met by the Technician Group. Changshengtian couldn't solve their living problems. Previously, for those Magic Armor Masters who deserted their posts without permission, Li Shu sent them back, as it concerned the safety of all Changshengtian, and any issue would offend not just the Li family. After settling the matters regarding the Magic Armor Masters, Li Shu went to the Research Institute and handed over the Demon Armor Master to Professor Shu. Even though Li Shu used it very cautiously, it suffered some damage due to overloading. Fortunately, Li Shu didn't overload too excessively. Primarily, he used the technique of bottle suction to defeat Li Changmian. The damage wasn't too severe, so it probably wouldn't be scrapped. Repairs should suffice. He also discussed the matter of mass-producing multi-core magic armor with Professor Shu. Professor Shu indicated that there were no technical issues, but they were a bit short on manpower and resources, making it difficult to mass-produce in a short time. Li Shu went to Han Minghui's office to submit his application form to take Sha Chu out of Changshengtian. Commander Li, you just became the commander, and your departmental affairs are busy. How do you have the time to go out? Han Minghui looked at the application form and continued, this is difficult to handle. No mission, no president's permission, and taking a member out, this is probably a bit hard. Vice President Han, why don't you ask the president first and then decide whether to approve or not? Li Shu said casually. You mean to say, Commander Li, that your departure from Changshengtian is arranged by the president? Han Minghui frowned. I don't know. You could ask yourself, Li Shu replied. Your attitude makes it hard for me. Han Minghui stared at Li Shu. If it's hard, you don't have to do it. If the president asks, I'll just say Vice President Han found it difficult, and to avoid troubling Vice President Han, I didn't go out. It's all out of my own goodwill. Nothing to do with Vice President Han, Li Shu smiled. Han Minghui looked at Li Shu, frowning silently. She couldn't tell if Li Shu was telling the truth or if he was using the president's name to bluff her. If it had been someone else, she would never believe them without a direct message from the president. But Li Shu had just killed Li Changmian, and the president had protected him. It's hard to believe there was no connection between them. Now rumors outside say Li Shu is the president's illegitimate child, a notion that even Han Minghui found somewhat plausible. Commander Li, please wait here for a moment. Han Minghui dared not make a decision and decided to send someone to seek the president's guidance. Shortly after, the person she sent out returned and whispered a few words to her. When Han Minghui came back, her face was full of smiles. Commander Li, we've completed all the procedures for you. I'll have someone escort you out. Han Minghui's attitude became very cordial. The message from the president's side was only one sentence. Li Shu could enter and exit Changshengtian at will. Could he really be the president's illegitimate child? Han Minghui had never received such an order before. Even for commanders with important matters at hand, the president would never allow them to move so freely, as coming and going from Changshengtian was not an easy task. 644, Chapter 644, 266, Return to the City of Light. When leaving Changshengtian, he still lay inside the coffin on the beach before being transported out. This feeling was very strange. With Li Shu's sense of judgment, not to mention lying in a coffin, even with a few more layers of boxes, he should still be able to discern direction and position. After just over an hour, Li Shu felt the coffin stop, and then the coffin lid was pushed open by someone. Once out of the coffin, he found they were already at a deserted forest outside the City of Light. Sha Chu also came out of another coffin, and once they were out, 8 individuals wearing bronze masks took the 2 coffins away. Li Shu closed his eyes and recalled the trip before heading back the same way. When he felt he was at the location where Changshengtian should be, he found it was merely a forest, with no beach or ocean in sight. There's no point in searching. No one can find where Changshengtian is located, Sha Chu said beside him. If we don't find the way in and out of Changshengtian, it will eventually be a problem. Li Shu looked around, but there was no apparent path leading to Changshengtian, just remote wilderness with nothing nearby. Unable to find the way, Li Shu had to bring Sha Chu back to the City of Light. Upon entering the City of Light, Li Shu felt the city was vastly different from before. In such a short time, there were many newly constructed buildings within the city, people bustling on the streets, making it seem very prosperous. Chu Jun and Afei did a good job. Li Shu was greatly satisfied seeing the City of Light doing much better than before he left. City Lord. Ye Yuzhen saw Li Shu and happily greeted him. Looks like you're doing well, Li Shu said, patting Ye Yuzhen on the shoulder, noticing his luxurious attire. City Lord, I haven't embezzled anything. These are things I exchanged for after killing demon spirits in the land of trial myself, Ye Yuzhen quickly explained. No need to be so tense. I'm happy that you're all doing well, Li Shu replied. Back at the City Lord's mansion, Chu Jun, Afei, Ye Shiyuan, and Zimin Guan came over one by one. Seeing it was about time for a meal, Li Shu had Afei arrange food, and everyone sat down to eat and chat. Old Guan, if I asked you to return to Chengsheng Tian now, would you dare? Li Shu asked as Zimen Guan had nearly finished eating. Why would I go there? Zimen Guan scoffed. Your blood seal stone is still in Chengsheng Tian, and the fact that you escaped is already known by their president, Li Shu said. It was exposed that quickly? Even though Zimen Guan was prepared for this, he couldn't help but sigh heavily. You don't need to worry. If Chengsheng Tian wants my life, let them have it. Old Guan, don't be hasty. It's not that bad. Death is not inevitable. If I asked you to go back to Chengsheng Tian to research demon armor, would you be willing? Li Shu asked. What's there to research? Chengsheng Tian doesn't care about demon armor at all. Zimen Guan scoffed. This time it's different. The president of Chengsheng Tian intends to fully develop demon armor. If you go, you'll definitely be able to make a significant mark, Li Shu persuaded. I know what the people of Chengsheng Tian are like. They say they want to develop demon armor, but in fact, they despise it completely, and it's all just for show. I'd rather enjoy life and live one extra day rather than be manipulated within Chengsheng Tian. Zimen Guan clearly made up his mind that he'd rather not go back to Chengsheng Tian. I'm now the commander of the technician group. The Magic Armor Master Brigade and the Magic Armor Research Institute are under my control. Who would give you a hard time? Li Shu laughed. Zimen Guan was taken aback and sniffed skeptically. You're a commander? No way, you only just entered Chengsheng Tian. How could you possibly become commander? If you're going to fabricate a story, at least make it sound believable. Technician group, it sounds obviously fake. Chengsheng Tian has groups of longevity, immortality, detachment, quest, demon spirits, divine pets. There's no technician group. What's wrong with the name? I think it's quite nice, and I named it myself, Li Shu said calmly. Are you serious? Zimen Guan knew what it meant to have the right to name his own group, so he was even more skeptical. If you don't believe me, ask Sha Chu. Li Shu pointed at Sha Chu. Zimen Guan looked at Sha Chu, who nodded and said, Li Shu is indeed the commander of Chengsheng Tian, the newly appointed commander of the Technician Group, in charge of the Magic Armor Master Brigade and the Magic Armor Research Institute. There shouldn't be anyone in Chengsheng Tian who doesn't know him now. You've really made it to commander. If I follow you, it might be okay. At least I won't have to suffer. Zimen Guan finally relaxed. Li Shu pondered, going to Chengsheng Tian might not be a bad thing. If you join my technician group, I can legitimately retrieve your blood seal stone for you. Moreover, the equipment, instruments, and resources of Chengsheng Tian are far superior to those in the City of Light. Using their resources to conduct our research there is better than having nothing here, right? All right, I'll go along with your plan. It's not like I haven't been there before. After considering for a moment, Zimen Guan slapped his thigh, deciding to follow Li Shu back to Chengsheng Tian. Afei, you should also come with me to Chengsheng Tian later. Li Shu turned and said to Afei. Zhu turned and said to Afei. Zhu 645, Chapter 645, 266, Return to the City of Light 2. What about me? Shujun pointed to his nose and asked. What do you mean you? You're from the Chu family. If you go to Long Life Heaven, your family won't let it slide with me, Li Shu said. I don't care. If you're all going, I'm going too, Shujun said seriously. I'm okay with that, but you have to ask your family first. As long as they allow it, I'll give you a membership card. You can go to Long Life Heaven right away, Li Shu said. All right, I'll talk to my family later. Chu Jun knew that this matter needed family approval, otherwise the Chu family might not let Li Shu off. By the way, the light planting technique has spread everywhere now, but you can only look at it, no one can actually practice it. You need to be light-based level to plant light. That's too high a requirement. Other than Long Life Heaven, how many light-based levels are there in the world? So, a lot of people look at it, but hardly anyone practices it. Chu Jun started talking about the light planting technique again. It's useless now, but it'll become useful over time. Don't worry about it, Li Shu said. Yeah, that's why I must enter Long Life Heaven with you. Find a light base to help me plant light and light my lamp. That way, I can level up a lot faster and have a light vein in advance. My strength will increase greatly, and future adventures in the Land of Trial will be much safer. Chu Jun looked at Li Shu and asked, Since you came up with the light planting technique, you should know quite a few light-based trial takers, right? Once we're in Long Life Heaven, help me find a light base to light my lamp. Why go to Long Life Heaven to light your lamp when you can do it here? Li Shu said. Here? Did you bring a light-based trial taker back? Was it the guy who delivered the message last time? He seemed pretty skilled, though a bit cold and not talkative. I guessed he might be an expert, Shujun rattled off like a machine gun. He didn't come, and he's not light base yet. He's still a super spirit, could enter light base any time, Li Shu said. Why not invite them over for a meal? I didn't bring anyone. Then how are you going to help me light my lamp? Shujun asked, confused. Can't I help you light your lamp? Li Shu laughed. Did you advance to light base? Shujun's eyes widened in disbelief. No. Li Shu shook his head. Then what are you talking about lighting a lamp? You're not even light base. What lamp can you light? Shujun pouted. Who said you have to be light base to light a lamp? Asked Li Shu. You did. It's written in black and white on the light planting technique you released. Shujun pouted. Who came up with the light planting technique? Li Shu asked again. You. So, do you think those papers are more authoritative than me? Shujun's eyes widened immediately. So, you don't need to be light base level to light a lamp. You've been holding back. Don't worry too much. If you just want to light a lamp, there's no need to go to Long Life Heaven. I can help you light it. Li Shu smiled and said, actually, I came back this time to help you guys light your lamps. Lighting them early is good for future Super Spirit and Foundation establishment. If a lower level can light a lamp, then it's easier. You can tell us how to light the lamp, and we can help each other out faster. Chu Jun always thought Li Shu's level was lower than his. There's a method, but you can't use it. Li Shu said, why can you use it, but I can't? What level are you? Chu Jun asked, unconvinced. I'm S level. Li Shu said with a press of his lips. S level? You're S level now. Chu Jun stared blankly at Li Shu. Yeah, S level. Is there a problem? No problem. Chu Jun became even more determined to go to Long Life Heaven. Previously, Li Shu's level was lower than his, and now he's just A level, whereas Li Shu is S level. Clearly, advancing in Long Life Heaven is much faster. The resources in the City of Light are just too scarce. After the meal, Li Shu called Chu Jun, A Fei, and Ye Yuzhen over, first giving them a book called The Unspoken Technique of Strange Powers and Gods, asking them to memorize it before explaining. Once they understood thoroughly, Li Shu started helping them light their lamps. That's it? It's too simple. Chu Jun, who finished lighting his lamp first, looked at Li Shu, puzzled, thinking it was too simple. Li Shu just merged a bit of light into his body, and the lamp lighting was done. Oh, I forgot, it's not finished yet. Li Shu thought for a moment. I knew it. It couldn't be that simple. What next? Chu Jun quickly asked. Position your feet on the heaven and earth spot, and place your hands on the Zhendui spot, Li Shu said. Chu Jun hurriedly followed Li Shu's instructions, spreading his legs apart and hands pressing to the ground, like a tortoise on all fours. And then, Chu Jun asked after getting into position, reverse your hands to Shunzhen, Li Shu said. Chu Jun placed his hands on the ground and then bent backward, placing his hands on the Zunzhen positions. Then what? Junjui, Yizhen, Zhendui, Yizhen, Chu Jun followed the positions Li Shu chanted, sometimes bending backward, sometimes lying forward. Soon, his waist ached terribly. What's the use of this? Chu Jun couldn't help but ask. No use. Li Shu shook his head. No use. Why make me do this for so long? Chu Jun was so angry he almost jumped up. Didn't you say it was too simple? I made it a bit more complex for you. Scram, 6C46, Chapter 64626C6, Return to the City of Light 3, Li Shu helped A Fei and Ye Yuzhen ignite their light seeds. A Fei didn't feel anything special, but Ye Yuzhen was extremely excited. It's really fortunate to have followed the right person. If it weren't for Li Shu, how could we, brother and sister, have such an opportunity? Ye Yuzhen vowed silently to himself, determined to help Li Shu protect the City of Light. Although he also had some desire to go to Eternal Heaven, that place didn't accommodate magic armor masters well, and since Ye Shiwan couldn't go together, he naturally didn't want to go either. Go and bring Shiwan over. I'll light her lamp too, Li Shu said to Ye Yuzhen. Lighting the light seeds for 3 people in a row, Li Shu felt he still had ample strength. Shiyuan is a magic armor master. Does she also need her lamp lit? Ye Yuzhen was slightly taken aback. Who says magic armor masters don't need lamps? Being physically better aids in controlling the demon armor. It's also an extra means of self-preservation, which might be useful someday, Li Shu said earnestly. Thank you, City Lord. Ye Yuzhen was overjoyed and quickly went to call Ye Shiwan over. Li Shu originally hadn't planned to light Ye Shiwan's lamp, but didn't expect his light energy to be so abundant, lighting 3 people without feeling too tired. So he decided to have Ye Yuzhen teach Ye Shiwan the Zibu Yu's secret art of mystical powers first, and then he would light the lamp. He planned to take people to Eternal Heaven, and from then on, the City of Light could only be sustained by the Ye brother and sister duo. Although there probably wouldn't be any major issues, should anything arise, there ought to be someone able to step up and manage it. Ye Shiyuan's spiritual sense was extremely strong, and her memory was remarkable, almost photographic. She quickly memorized the Zibu Yu's secret art of mystical powers. Li Shu smoothly ignited her light seed, but since she hadn't cultivated before, and her primordial embryo quality was poor with no light energy within, Li Shu consumed quite a bit of light energy and felt somewhat fatigued. Let's stop here for today. Both of you need to practice my method. Shiwan, if you have time, you can also go to the trial ground for training. It won't harm you, Li Shu said. Ye Shiwan nodded solemnly, and although she didn't say anything, she truly took Li Shu's words to heart. Li Shu felt somewhat tired. Lighting lamps for A Fei, Ye Yuzhen, and Chu Jun wasn't as tough as lighting the lamp for Ye Yuan alone. Returning to his room, he found A Fei sitting in a chair by the table, like a ghostly specter, giving Li Shu a fright. What are you doing here? Still sitting in the dark? Li Shu turned on the lamp and asked A Fei. I saw the god. After a moment of silence, A Fei said with a strange expression, looking at Li Shu. How was it? Can you confirm whether he's the god you're looking for? Li Shu asked with concern, as he too wanted to know the answer to this matter. No, he's not the god I'm looking for. A Fei shook her head but kept her eyes fixed on Li Shu. Li Shu discerned that something was wrong with A Fei and continued to ask, Where did you see him? Space City, A Fei replied. You went to Space City? Li Shu frowned. I just wanted to see if the god of Space City was the one I was looking for. I never intended to actually do anything. I know what can and cannot be done. I simply wanted to confirm. A Fei continued looking at Li Shu as she spoke. But as soon as I arrived in Space City, Guanjinghao's people found me and said Guanjinghao wanted to see me. And then? Li Shu asked calmly. Then I met Guanjinghao, who took me to see that god, and I can confirm he is not the one I'm looking for. A Fei sighed. What happened next? Li Shu continued to ask. Then Guanjinghao told me. A Fei didn't finish her sentence, staring into Li Shu's eyes before continuing. He told me, you are the true god, that you used to control the red flower wolf. Is this true? Yes, I used to control the red flower wolf for 3 years, Li Shu nodded. He knew A Fei would eventually find out, and he had meant to tell her personally, but he hadn't been prepared for Guanjinghao to reveal it early. Is it you? A Fei's question was vague, but Li Shu understood what she was asking. No, Li Shu replied. That's good. A Fei nodded. Guanjinghao asked me to be his spy by your side, and I agreed. Understood. Understood. Be careful from now on, and don't go to Space City anymore. Guanjinghao is not simple. His background has issues. Li Shu sighed. All right, I'm heading back. A Fei left Li Shu's room and silently returned to her own room, but instead of resting, she packed her things, placed a prepared letter on the table, and quietly left the City Lord's mansion. Outside the City of Light, A Fei cast a long glance at it before finally averting her gaze and turning into the forest. In the depths of the woods, A Fei walked a long distance before stopping, putting her belongings down, and starting to dig with a shovel. In no time, A Fei dug out a large rectangular pit, 2 meters long, 50 centimeters wide, and over 1 meter deep. Putting down the shovel, A Fei opened the box she carried, took out the bedding, spread it on the pit floor, then jumped inside with a quilt, laid on the bedding, covered herself with the quilt, and summoned the Black Death Demon. Under A Fei's command, the Black Death Demon vigorously pushed the previously dug soil back into the pit, gradually covering A Fei's body. A Fei closed her eyes, slowly getting buried by the soil. Isn't it somewhat too wasteful to just die like this? A voice suddenly sounded outside the pit. A magic armor master appeared, squatting beside the pit, tugging at the quilt almost buried in dirt, revealing A Fei's face. You can stop me once, but you can't stop me from seeking death, A Fei said coldly. You wish to die, and I can't stop you. But what about your family's revenge? Without you, who will avenge them? The magic armor master asked. They're all dead. Even if revenge is taken, they won't come back to life, A Fei said. Just because your enemy is Li Shu, you won't avenge your parents, the magic armor master questioned. Li Shu is not my enemy, A Fei countered coldly. How do you know? The magic armor master frowned. Because he said so, A Fei replied. The magic armor master laughed. You believe a man's words? Haven't you heard that saying? A man's mouth is a deceiving ghost? You believe him when he says he's not? He says he's not, so he's not, A Fei retorted, her voice cold. You're too naive, young girl. Don't assume a man's words are trustworthy. Even if he's truly not, sacrificing your life for his isn't worth it. The magic armor master advised earnestly, in this world, there's nothing more important than your own life. You need to safeguard your life first. Regarding men, with your abilities, you'll have no shortage of outstanding men in the future as long as you're alive. Why sacrifice yourself for a man who might be your parents' killer? 647, Chapter 647, 267, The New Type of Demon Armor. In Space City, the magic armor master saw that A Fei remained unmoved and continued. Don't forget about the thing inside your body. If you don't do as I say, that thing will crawl around, drilling holes in your flesh, blood, and bones. You've tasted that pain before. You should know what it's like. Do you want to try it again? You can't threaten me, A Fei said calmly. Young girl, you're just too naive. Do you think dying is the end of it all? The magic armor master said with a smile. It's not that simple. Even if you die, the thing inside you remains. As long as Li Shu comes to clean up for you and touches your body, I can still achieve my intended purpose. Foolish child, whether you live or die makes no difference to me. I just don't want you to be deceived by a man, sacrificing yourself and getting nothing in return, only to be laughed at by men as foolish. The magic armor master stroked A Fei's cheek with a finger. If you can use my corpse to kill him, that's your skill. If you have the ability, go ahead and kill him, A Fei said, pulling a knife from her waist and thrusting it toward her chest. Pah! The magic armor master knocked the knife from A Fei's hand, grabbed her by the neck, and lifted her up. Why are you so stubborn, woman? Not even avenging your parents for a man. Is it worth it? The magic armor master shouted angrily, holding A Fei's body with one hand. It's not about worth. I know the pain of having my loved ones murdered, so I won't let others experience the same pain. A Fei gasped hard as she spoke. So foolish. If you're so ignorant, there's no reason to keep living. Your corpse can accomplish the task just the same. The magic armor master stared at A Fei, and demonic light shone from their body, as if something inside A Fei was activated. Beneath her skin, something seemed to move, with glowing objects appearing under her abdomen and crawling toward her heart. A Fei's face turned pale from pain, cold sweat pouring out but not uttering a sound. I'll give you one last chance. Do you wish to die or live? If you want to die, the thing inside will invade your heart and crush it. The magic armor master said coldly, staring at Afei. If you want to kill, then kill. Why waste so many words? Afei said with difficulty. Very well. The magic armor master flashed with demonic light, and the glowing thing beneath Afei's skin was about to penetrate her heart. Suddenly, the magic armor master sensed something and dodged to the side, seeing a streak of red light glide past her cheek. Crack! The red light pierced Afei's body, directly stabbing through the thing about to invade her heart. Li Shu, the magic armor master, turned around, looking at the person walking out from the forest, and said with a heavy expression, Rakshasa. Li Shu looked at the blue magic armor. Although the person inside couldn't be seen, he recognized the identity of this magic armor master. So you really are the Red Flower Man, Rakshasa said, staring at Li Shu. What difference does it make, whether I am or not? Either way, Guanjing Hao still wants to kill me, Li Shu said lightly. You've done what you shouldn't have, so you must pay the price. Rakshasa snorted coldly, holding a magic spirit tournament and creating some light planting technique, clearly being a magic armor master, yet wanting to end the path of magic armor masters. Who should die if not you? Only with opponents can there be progress. Without any opponents, how far can a magic armor master go? Li Shu said nonchalantly. No use telling me that, Rakshasa said, grabbing Afei's neck and squeezing hard. You must have heard this woman would rather die than help me kill you. Her life is in my hands. It's up to you if you want to save her. Are you sure her life is in your hands? Li Shu smiled slightly. Rakshasa immediately sensed something wrong. The red sword embedded in Afei's body flew up on its own, transforming into red lightning, slashing toward Rakshasa's wrist. Rakshasa released Afei's neck and withdrew her hand quickly, while the other hand opened, filled with blue light dots, resembling blue eyes, and shot waves of blue demonic light at Afei. Clang, 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 clang. At the very moment, the Fire Lotus sword flashed quickly, transforming into a lotus blossom sword light, protecting Afei's body, blocking wave after wave of blue demonic light from Rakshasa. Symbiotic contract. How long have you been a trial taker, and you already possess such an advanced symbiotic contract? Rakshasa looked at the Fire Lotus sword with some surprise. Li Shu somehow ended up beside Afei, holding the injured Afei. He glanced at the wound on her chest, where the skin was pierced by the Fire Lotus sword. Inside, there was a beetle-like thing, its body pierced and burned by the Fire Lotus sword. Cracks revealed blue light patterns flickering. It looked like a magic armor component, yet it could operate independently of the magic armor, something even Li Shu had never seen in magic armor technology. Li Shu reached in and removed the beetle-like thing from Afei's chest, tossing it to the ground and crushing it underfoot. Then he summoned the forbidden spear and shot once into Afei's wound. Rakshasa watched bewildered, not understanding why Li Shu would shoot Afei. 0648, Chapter 648-267, the new type of demon armor in Space City 2. The next second, Rakshasa understood why Li Shu did that. After the bullet entered Afei's wound, the wound healed quickly. The trial taker's things are indeed a bit miraculous, Rakshasa admired as he stared at the gun in Li Shu's hand and the Fire Lotus sword floating in the air. Leave one hand and crawl away. Your life is temporarily yours. Go back and tell Guanjing Hao if he dares to touch my people again. I don't care what his background is. Space City will no longer need to exist, Li Shu said coolly. Rakshasa giggled charmingly. Li Shu, do you really think you're God? You're God while you're in Space City, but now that you've left Space City, you're nothing. Your glory was given to you by Space City, but you really take yourself seriously. If I have to do it myself, it won't be as simple as leaving behind one hand, Li Shu said coldly. Rakshasa didn't take Li Shu's words to heart and giggled. If it were before, I might have been a bit afraid of you. Honestly, your talent as a magic armor master is indeed enviable. Even the four of us feel inferior. But unfortunately, you left Space City, chose not to be the noble magic armor master, and insisted on becoming a lackey for everlasting heaven. You deserve to die. While Rakshasa spoke, she activated the demon armor on her body. Blue light patterns rose on the demon armor, and it turned out there was a pair of scimitars behind her demon armor. Rakshasa took down the scimitars and held them in her hands. The twin blades instantly filled with light energy, resembling two blue light blades. Don't say you don't have demon armor now. Even if you did, you couldn't win against me. This is the latest demon armor, far outperforming the Honghuaringer you used back then. Even a super spirit would struggle to defeat my new demon armor, Rakshasa said, pointing the scimitars at Li Shu. Today, let me bury you, once the strongest magic armor master. As she spoke, the demonic light on Rakshasa exploded, rushing towards Li Shu like a blue phantom. The twin scimitars in her hands also slashed down like a storm. Li Shu didn't move at all while holding Afei. The Fire Lotus sword flashed quickly outside him. The sword lights like a protective Fire Lotus, forcibly blocking all of Rakshasa's attacks. Rakshasa's scimitars slashed wildly, and the demonic light on the blades grew stronger, yet it couldn't break through the protective sword lights of the Fire Lotus sword. No, impossible. You've only been a trial taker for such a short time, and you already possess the super spirit coexistence contract. Rakshasa looked at Li Shu and the Fire Lotus sword incredulously. After all, she had worked with Li Shu for 3 years. Li Shu definitely wasn't a trial taker before, how long has it been, and he's already a super spirit tester. She couldn't believe it. Even within everlasting heaven, probably no one could evolve from nothing to a super spirit tester as quickly as Li Shu. Space City indeed researched demon armor with performance comparable to super spirit, and even someone like you, an S-level magic armor master, could easily drive it. That's impressive. Leave this demon armor and you can crawl away, Li Shu said lightly. Rakshasa gritted her teeth and leaped directly. Blue light patterns surged, carrying her body, intending to rush into the sky. Yet the Fire Lotus sword independently rose, its sword light flashing, transforming into a giant sword light lotus descending from the sky, forcing Rakshasa back to the ground. Li Shu walked over holding Ah Fei, reached out and grasped the Fire Lotus sword's hilt, stabbing towards Rakshasa. Rakshasa wielded the twin blades to fight back, attempting to battle Li Shu to the death. Crack. Li Shu held Ah Fei with one hand and swung the sword with the other. Each strike made Rakshasa feel unable to block and impossible to evade. Each strike pierced the gaps in the demon armor. After several strikes, only a crash was heard, and Rakshasa's demon armor directly disintegrated, parts falling off her, scattered all over the ground. Except for the pair of scimitars in Rakshasa's hands, the demon armor on her body completely fell off, revealing a tightly wrapped, well-shaped body and long, wavy hair. Ah! Rakshasa let out a miserable cry, both wrists severed, and the hands holding the scimitars fell along together. Pass my words to Guanjing Hao. Li Shu casually inserted the Fire Lotus sword back into his waist, speaking indifferently. I'll definitely deliver your message. Rakshasa gritted her teeth, every word seeming to squeeze out from between her teeth, and then she dashed into the forest without looking back. Having lost the demon armor and her hands severed, Rakshasa's condition was worse than an ordinary person, trudging with great difficulty. How did you know I was here? Ah Fei asked Li Shu with a complex look. With Guanjing Hao's personality, since he made you a spy, how could he not have means to control you? Li Shu sighed. Besides, I know you well. If it was simply to be a spy, you wouldn't specifically tell me because in your view that was nothing important. You know I trust you, no need for explanations. Since you explained it to me, something must be up, so I've been secretly following you. Looks like knowing each other too well isn't always a good thing, no privacy at all. In front of you, I feel like I'm not wearing clothes. Sometimes that feeling is quite bad, Ah Fei said. If you feel unfairly treated, I'll strip off and let you see me from head to toe, Li Shu joked. 649, Chapter 649, 26-7, The New Type of Demon Armor in Space City. 3. All right, then take it off, Ah Fei said seriously. Cough, no need to take things so literally. Li Shu felt a bit awkward. His mouth was tough, but he was a little cowardly at heart. A man's words cannot be trusted, Ah Fei mused. Li Shu couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Forget it. I'll take you to Old Guan first for a checkup to see if there are any other issues. Space City seems to have developed something unexpected. We can't be careless. Rakshasa staggered through the forest, unable to retrieve her severed hands. She hadn't brought any medicine, only roughly bandaging the wounds, which were still oozing blood, making her look increasingly pale. Rakshasa, why are you in such a sorry state? Didn't I tell you not to go head-to-head with Li Shu? That guy is not to be messed with. If he's truly the Red Flower Wolf, even with a new type of magic armor, you might not be his match. Asura jumped down from a big tree, standing in front of Rakshasa. He is indeed the Red Flower Wolf, but he didn't use the demon armor, Rakshasa said, suppressing the intense pain from her wounds, her lips trembling. Didn't use the demon armor? Then who injured you like this? Could he have some masters from the Longevity Heaven protecting him? Asura frowned. There were no masters from Longevity Heaven. It was him who cut off my hands, Rakshasa recounted the incident. Li Shu has transcended to super spirit in such a short time? Asura said with interest. No wonder he is a top-notch genius, unbeatable even without using the magic armor. Do you still have time for this? Shouldn't you be healing my wounds? Rakshasa said angrily. No rush, losing both hands won't kill you. Asura picked up Rakshasa, glanced towards the City of Light, and said, Now that we know Li Shu is the Red Flower Wolf, our mission is completed. We can head back. Wasn't our mission to kill Li Shu? Rakshasa frowned upon hearing this. If he were just Li Shu, then our mission would be to kill him. But he's not just Li Shu, he's also the Red Flower Wolf, so our mission is less complicated. Ashura laughed. The City Lord knows we can't kill the Red Flower Wolf. Just confirming his identity is enough. Why is the City Lord so sure we can't kill the Red Flower Wolf? If he hadn't reached Super Spirit level, how hard could it be to kill him? Rakshasa was still somewhat unconvinced. There's no such thing as ifs in this world, Asura said, taking off towards the city. Rakshasa's wounds needed prompt treatment, or she'd risk not making it back to Space City alive. Li Shu brought Afei to Zimenguan's laboratory and handed over the dismantled magic armor and the items extracted from Afei's body to Zimenguan. Zimenguan used instruments to inspect those items first, and then performed a thorough examination on Afei. The X-ray images showed that there was nothing else inside Afei's body. Those guys in Space City are quite capable for having developed remotely controllable magic armor components. The pair of scimitars and that beetle are similar in concept to your lightspeed spear, though the beetle is equipped with an intelligent control system. How this intelligent control system works still needs further research, Zimenguan said. The materials for this magic armor, they're not of a super spirit level, are they? Li Shu asked. No, it's a composite material, likely made by combining certain demon spirit materials with some raw materials from Earth. Analyzing the specific components will take time. Such composite materials are particularly troublesome, knowing the components alone is not sufficient. One must also study the manufacturing process and solve equipment problems, which is even more cumbersome than sourcing raw materials, Zeman Guan said as he examined the Rakshasa demon armor components. The core energy system of this magic armor is also intriguing. It uses a cluster of S-class demon cores to form an energy furnace instead of a super spirit level demon core. How does that differ from a multi-core magic armor? Li Shu asked. It's very different. Multi-core magic armor gathers energies from different sources that require the wearer to balance and integrate manually, resulting in significant losses. Poor coordination can lead to energy conflicts, which is why normal magic armor masters find it difficult to control multi-core magic armors. But the energy furnace developed by Space City processes the multiple energies from demon cores first, turning it into a singular and pure light energy, which is much easier to control than a multi-core solution, Zeman Guan pondered. The challenge with this technology isn't about the number of demon cores, but about the design of the energy furnace that processes and channels energy. Whoever invented this is really quite capable. Li Shu had never heard Old Guan praise other magic armor designers before, indicating that whoever created this device was indeed extraordinary. Can it be replicated? Li Shu asked. This device is more effective than multi-core magic armor. If this technology could be brought back to Longevity Heaven, it could quickly lead to the formation of super spirit level troops among the magic armor masters, significantly boosting both their combat capability and status. We'll have to research to see if it's replicable. Fortunately, the energy furnace on the magic armor you brought back is intact. Once I examine it, if there's no special material constraints, it should be relatively easy to replicate. Zeman Guan scoffed and continued, with your standard, you don't really need such a device. You can simply use super spirit level materials to make magic armor. I might not need it, but other magic armor masters need this technology. I now lead the Magic Armor Masters Division. They have all placed their lives in my hands. It's only right to find a way for them to survive. In Longevity Heaven, Magic Armor Masters have it really tough. I don't understand why they choose to join Longevity Heaven when they could easily become revered outside. Why prefer being subservient inside? Do you think they don't wish to remain outside as revered figures? Longevity Heaven probably doesn't grant them the chance. Training an S-Class Trial Taker requires a lot of time and resources, but training an S-Class Magic Armor Master only needs a talented Magic Armor Master and an S-Class Magic Armor, which is much more convenient, Old Guan sneered. Longevity Heaven wouldn't let such cheap and useful cannon fodder go. That's true, Li Shu sighed. Enough of that, I've created a new set of magic armor for you, one that should meet your satisfaction and won't be as fragile, Old Guan said, pulling Li Shu into the laboratory. 650, Chapter 650, 268, Lightspeed 3. Arriving at Zeman Guan's laboratory, sure enough, there was a set of demon armor still fixed on the dummy on the platform. Is this my new demon armor? Li Shu looked at the demon armor on the dummy with a very peculiar expression. Yeah, this is your new demon armor. Looks pretty trendy, right? Zeman Guan said with a smile. Are you sure this thing that looks like a bikini is really demon armor? Li Shu still couldn't believe it. How could this be demon armor? That's right, this is the latest demon armor I made for you, Zeman Guan said earnestly. Li Shu carefully examined the demon armor on the dummy. Below was an armor piece that looked like a triangle brief, and above was a bustier-style armor. The only other thing was the lightspeed spear. Just looking at the style, it looked just like the gear of a bikini girl playing javelin. Could this thing really have anything to do with demon armor? You call this demon armor? Tell me how this thing defends. Only defends 3 points, Li Shu said, feeling frustrated. Ahem, well, I have no choice. You see, with that vase you brought in, I found a way to decompose it. After breaking down the vase's materials, the usable material was just enough to make this. There really wasn't any more material. The old officer coughed lightly. Can't you add a bit more demon spirit wood material? Li Shu felt this wasn't as simple as the old officer made it out to be. Composite materials have ratios, you know. Too high or too low won't work. The material properties have specific ratio requirements. This is the optimal ratio now. Changing the ratio would mess up the material properties. Before, whenever you used those demon armors, they'd always burn out during demonic light transmission, right? I guarantee this set won't burn out. Even if you blow up the energy core, this thing won't burn, the old officer said proudly. How did you manage to decompose the vase? Li Shu knew how hard that vase was. It shouldn't have been that easy to break down. That involves a lot of chemistry and physics. Explaining it to you wouldn't make much sense. Why don't you quickly test this demon armor to see its actual performance? I made the core detachable. While it takes up a bit more space, it's convenient for replacing the core after it burns out. If you damage the demon armor core during a fight, just find one and replace it yourself. No need to waste time repairing. Do you like this idea? The old officer spoke more and more proudly. I really like this idea, but the appearance, Li Shu was still a little hesitant. As a grown man wearing something like this, it was like wearing underwear on the outside plus a bustier like Superman. Key point, there's not even a helmet. If only there were a helmet to cover his face, at least others wouldn't see his appearance. Stop worrying about this and that, just try it out first, okay? I designed this specifically for you, guaranteed to be awesome, the old officer urged. Li Shu had no choice but to step forward and prepare to activate the demon armor. As Li Shu got closer, he realized that although it looked like a bikini from the front, it was actually connected in the back by a spine-like support, joining the two pieces together. This spine-like support was likely where the core system of the demon armor was housed. Rather than calling it a demon armor, it was more fitting to say it resembled an exoskeleton. Li Shu pressed his hand on the demon armor to activate it. The demon armor then detached from the dummy, shrank and folded, transforming into the size of a pencil case. Its volume is smaller, but the protected areas are too few, Li Shu remarked while holding the demon armor. It's not little at all, just try it. The old officer kept urging. Li Shu had no choice but to activate it again and put the demon armor on himself. Once the demon armor was activated, it directly attached to his body. The three-point armor and spine support made the entire set of demon armor appear like a gleaming white porcelain, somewhat resembled ivory with a patina. Li Shu felt awkward wearing this demon armor, but once he fully activated it, a white gleam like porcelain extended from the demon armor and transformed into light energy armor, wrapping his entire body. From this perspective, it didn't look as strange and even had a cool vibe. The body was wrapped in radiant white light armor, exuding brilliance all over, with a somewhat radiant demon spirit feel to it. Using light energy armor, this idea is not bad. Now Li Shu was in awe of the old officer's innovation. Although Space City and Changsheng Heaven's demon armor technology and equipment were more advanced, in terms of creativity, the old officer was still way ahead of them. Abandoning physical armor and replacing most areas with light energy armor was something only the old officer could pull off. With this kind of demon armor, the energy consumption must be huge. Is the energy core okay? Li Shu asked. Actually, the design of my core energy is quite similar to the Space City's furnace energy source. It's just that they use a special technology, whereas I utilize the vase material's special properties. The core energy is detachable. Currently, the core energy used is from light speed number 2. If you feel the energy is insufficient, you can add a backup energy source. 3 backup energy slots have been provided for you, meaning this demon armor has a total of 4 energy slots, supporting up to 4 cores output. The old officer explained all the capabilities of this demon armor in detail. Chapter 651-268, Lightspeed number 32. And this Lightspeed spear, we've incorporated materials decomposed from the vase, so its strength has significantly improved. I've also modified it to have a detachable energy core, allowing for easy changes of the energy source at any time, the old official laughed. In terms of sheer strength, this set of demon armor is the strongest at present. Not only here, but even in Changsheng Heaven, there shouldn't be any materials able to produce demon armor stronger than this. Li Shu tried a line activation and found that the demon armor easily withstood the high power transmission of demonic light, unaffected whatsoever. Additionally, with the light armor style design, the distance the demon armor itself needed to transmit the demonic light was shorter, reducing loss and heat. Not bad, really not bad, Li Shu praised endlessly and suddenly suggested, why don't you come up with a name, old official? No need, it's just a regular set of demon armor, no point in naming it. We might as well keep using the previous name, just call it Lightspeed number 3, the old official responded indifferently, though there was a hint of pride in his eyes. I remember you once said that this name is a bit inauspicious. Should we consider changing it? Li Shu pondered. Change it to what? Young people shouldn't indulge in superstitious nonsense. It's just a name. How could it affect anything? Those demon armors break quickly because they have flaws, not because of the name. You can use this set of demon armor confidently, and calling it Lightspeed number 3 or even Super Lightspeed number 3 won't make a difference, the old official replied, giving Li Shu a look that suggested he knew nothing. All right, with your assurance, I feel at ease. Li Shu tucked away the Lightspeed number 3 and the Lightspeed spear. Though a minor issue was that these two couldn't be combined and essentially functioned as 2 separate demon armors. You should arrange the lab here first. Even after we head to Changsheng Heaven, the research here mustn't stop, Li Shu said, looking through a one-way glass at the researchers conducting experiments in other rooms. Don't worry, everything is set up. Everyone has their research projects and might not produce results even in a year or two, so they'll be kept busy, the old official laughed. Okay, I'll sort things out here, and then we'll head to Changsheng Heaven. Li Shu left the laboratory with the Lightspeed number 3. Phase injuries were no longer a serious issue. A couple of days of rest should suffice. She had already planted the light seed, making her physique much stronger than ordinary humans, and with the healing from the undying bullet, she'd soon recover. Li Shu didn't intend to go to Changsheng Heaven immediately. He planned to take this chance to visit Black Death City first. He'd learned a great deal of demon text at the Demon Text Institute, gaining a deeper understanding of it. It's about time he utilized the wine in the Nether House. Though Li Shu couldn't drink wine anymore, others could drink on his behalf. If he found people to enter with him and mix drinks for them, and they allowed him to partake, he could drink to his heart's content. The reason Li Shu hadn't yet taken anyone to drink was because he was contemplating how to incorporate the wine into his system. The wine contained powerful energy, capable of assisting the enhancement of magic spirits and increasing the super spirit limit. This was greatly advantageous to Li Shu. Finding 2 super spirit sapphires was extremely difficult, and even if found, the quality might not be great. Li Shu had already set his sights on the wine, intending to use the wine in the Nether House to enhance his symbiotic contract. Before heading to Black Death City, Li Shu called Johnny over. Now Johnny was already the captain of the personal guard of the City Lord's mansion. Previously, Johnny was the vice captain of the city guard. Sha Chu always felt it wasn't suitable for Johnny to be the captain, so he specifically established a personal guard and made Johnny the captain. Johnny pays respects to the city lord. Johnny had been doing well lately, looking much fuller and more spirited than before. After dealing with the jewelry store father and son who trapped Li Shu, Johnny had thought he could only follow Li Shu's path to the end. Who could have predicted that the City of Light would develop beyond expectations? And even better, it continued to thrive, hosting a magic spirit competition and spreading the light planting technique. Now, City of Light had been hyped online as a holy land for trial takers. Countless people wanting to become trial takers were flocking there, even some trial takers visiting the City of Light as if on a pilgrimage. Johnny's title as the captain of the personal guard was akin to a chief of a palace guards in antiquity, seemingly without real power, yet able to manage everything. City of Light's officials and merchants of all ranks had to give him some face. Of course, Johnny had also done many dirty jobs for the City Lord's mansion that were inconvenient for ordinary people, contributing significantly. "Johnny, you're doing pretty well these days," Li Shu said, sizing up Johnny's expanded waistline. "It's all thanks to the trust and cultivation from the City Lord and Miss Sha Chu," Johnny quickly replied, standing up. "The light planting technique spreading in my city lately. Are you interested?" Li Shu asked, squinting. Johnny shivered, looking at Li Shu with surprise and delight. "City Lord, have you found a light-based expert to light the lamp?" "As captain of the personal guard, responsible for guarding me and the high-ups in the City Lord's mansion, your strength does come up short. If there's an opportunity, you should light a lamp," Li Shu said plainly. For the nurturing from the City Lord, Johnny has nothing to repay with but service and loyalty throughout his life. Johnny was moved to tears, seemingly ready to go through fire and water for Li Shu. Whether this was truly heartfelt or just acting, only he and the heavens knew. 652, Chapter 652, 268, Lightspeed 3 Number 3. I'll keep this matter in mind and look for you when I get the chance. You recruit a batch of trial takers, let's say 10 people. I want to take them into Black Death City. These people must absolutely follow orders, and they must be tight-lipped, not leaking any information. If something goes wrong, I'll hold you entirely responsible, Li Shu said. The fewer people know about Netherhouse, the better. Taking people inside requires using the trial badge. Li Shu only has around 20 trial badges on hand, which isn't enough to take many people inside. He'll just have to try with what he has. If it works, he can trade for more trial badges and take more people into the Netherhouse for drinks later. Rest assured, City Lord. I definitely won't let them leak a single word, Johnny promised, patting his chest. Go get ready. Li Shu waved his hand, signaling Johnny to leave. After Johnny left, Li Shu thought that since he was idle anyway, he might as well take a solo trip to Black Death City. Who would have known that before he could leave, the Godslayer shrine would appear out of nowhere, hopping onto Li Shu's desk. You still remember to come back? A line of text appeared on the Godslayer shrine. Since entering Eternal Life Heaven, Li Shu hadn't seen the Godslayer shrine. Previously, he was wondering why it didn't follow him to Eternal Life Heaven. Why do you smell like alcohol? Li Shu detected a whiff of alcohol. Upon closer inspection, the Godslayer shrine was still wet, and the smell was coming from it. Don't worry about it. I'm asking, why are you only returning now? The text on the Godslayer shrine was all wobbly. No way, could this guy be drunk? Li Shu thought it was a good opportunity to delve into the secrets of the Godslayer shrine. It said that the great general of the demon country attacked Longevity Island and brought back 2 longevity plaques from there. By inscribing a name on the plaque, one could achieve immortality. The great general of the demon country offered 1 longevity plaque to the demon country's celestial emperor, inscribed his own name on the other, thereby achieving immortality, conquering lands for the demon country unceasingly. The Godslayer shrine is likely one of the 2 longevity plaques, but it's unsure which one. Is it the demon country celestial emperors or the great general's? Based on the name God of Slaughter, it's likely higher for the great general's plaque. But given the Godslayer shrine's quirky nature, insisting on being pampered, Li Shu felt it could be more likely the demon country celestial emperor's plaque. Perhaps the celestial emperor didn't use the longevity plaque but gave it to his offspring. That would explain why the Godslayer shrine is so unique. Of course, this is only Li Shu's guess. Whether the Godslayer shrine is one of the 2 longevity plaques, Li Shu can't confirm. Now seeing this shrine drinking and getting drunk, it's indeed a great opportunity. If it was Li Shu's old temper, he would kick out the Godslayer shrine for talking to him like that. Now, he's saying gently, I went to Eternal Life Heaven. I know you went to Eternal Life Heaven. If you hadn't gone there, I wouldn't have gotten in either. Why even ask? The Godslayer Shrine seems genuinely drunk, spilling its secret of not being able to enter Eternal Life Heaven. Aren't you so powerful? How come you can't even enter a small Eternal Life Heaven? Li Shu laughed. Nonsense. What small Eternal Life Heaven? What do you even know? The Godslayer Shrine got more aggressive. That Eternal Life Heaven is the door of all wonders, the ultimate resting place of all beings in the world. You, a mere little nothing, dare to prattle nonsense. What is the door of all wonders? Li Shu quickly asked. You don't even understand the door of all wonders. Why waste words on you? I'm done talking. I'm going to sleep now. The Godslayer Shrine wobbled, seemingly about to fall down at any moment. Don't sleep. Do you know the Celestial Realm and Celestial City? Li Shu grasped the Godslayer Shrine and shook it to keep it awake. How could I not know the Celestial City? Back then, I was one of Celestial Cities. One what? Li Shu quickly saw that the latter words weren't appearing and anxiously pursued. Mind your business. Unexpectedly, those 4 words appeared on the shrine. Li Shu was helpless, so he continued saying, I met a guy claiming to be the evil ghost king at Yanbo Pool in Celestial Realm. It said only 2 people in Celestial City were worth noticing. The rest were trash, not worth mentioning. Which 2 people? The Godslayer Shrine seemed interested. Wobbly text appeared. One is the Demon Country Celestial Emperor. The other is the great general who aided the Demon Country in attacking Longevity Island and retrieved the Longevity Plaque. What was his name? Seemed like, called. Li Shu pretended to forget, acting puzzled. The drunken Godslayer Shrine didn't fall for it. Either still sober or already too drunk, it didn't reveal the great general's name. That evil ghost king has some insight. Evil ghosts are considered upperborn among demonic spirits, and evil ghost king with a divine position isn't unusual. The Godslayer Shrine continued writing. Too bad it was schemed upon, cut from its position, and suppressed in Yanbo Pool for so many years, enduring endless torment. Not dying was already fortunate. Even if it escapes, likely not many skills remain. Now, it's just a piece of trash. So sleepy, need sleep, don't sleep, keep talking. Li Shu saw the Godslayer Shrine was getting confused again, quickly grasping it tightly and shaking. Stop shaking, need sleep, need hug. The words on the Godslayer Shrine grew increasingly faint. Don't sleep, tell me, are you that great general of the Demon Country? Li Shu shook harder. Stop bothering me, need sleep, go away. While shaking, Li Shu suddenly felt darkness before his eyes, immediately realizing the Godslayer Shrine used that peculiar ability to drag him into Black Death City again. But as Li Shu's sight cleared, he was stunned. This wasn't the Black Death City he was familiar with at all. 653, Chapter 653, 269, Colorful City. What is this place? Li Shu surveyed the surrounding environment, feeling slightly puzzled. The bright sunshine, clean streets, and rows of flowers lining the street, blooming with small pink and white blossoms. The square was filled with pigeons searching for food, undisturbed by the flow of people. A scruffy-looking man held a violin, playing a lively tune, and under the accompaniment of that tune, men and women, old and young, danced an exotic dance in the square. What's going on here? Li Shu glanced around, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. This was a city full of vitality and joy, completely different from Black Death City, yet Li Shu noticed something that sent chills down his spine. The city's layout was identical to that of Black Death City. The place where he stood was the city's central crossroad, with city gates in 4 directions, just like in Black Death City. Moreover, the architectural style was similar to Black Death City, except Black Death City used black stone bricks, whereas this city used colored bricks, giving an entirely different impression despite the architectural similarity. Some buildings were the same as those in Black Death City, while others were different. A regular person might not see the connection to Black Death City, but Li Shu noticed upon comparison that this city bore only slight differences from Black Death City. Essentially, it was a colorful version of Black Death City. Uncle, why are you standing here? A youthful yet pretentiously mature voice sounded from behind Li Shu. Li Shu turned around, seeing no one. Uncle, don't be so aloof. The voice spoke again. Li Shu looked down to notice a cute little girl wearing a vest and boots and a cowboy hat, glaring at him with a puffed-up demeanor. Are you talking to me? Li Shu squatted down, gazing at the little girl. Who else am I talking to if not you, a ghost? The little girl wore a "you're so silly" expression. What's your name? Li Shu studied the little girl, who had rare purple eyes and naturally curly black hair. Call me Sharpshooter. The little girl pulled out a wooden carved revolver from her waist, holding it with both hands in a shooting pose. All right, Sharpshooter, do you need something from me? Li Shu asked with a smile. Are you a foreigner? The little girl inquired, looking at Li Shu. I suppose I am. Li Shu glanced at the city. To this place, he was indeed an outsider. Why did you come here? The little girl continued to question. Tourism. Li Shu was unsure what to say, for he hadn't intended to come here. The damned Godslayer Shrine had brought him here. You're a traveler? You must have visited many places then. The little girl's eyes lit up instantly. I guess so. Li Shu nodded. Have you been to the Celestial Sea? The little girl asked, looking at Li Shu with great anticipation. The Celestial Sea, one of the 4 forbidden zones? Li Shu asked. What are the 4 forbidden zones? The girl asked, puzzled. The Celestial Gate, Longevity Island, Bottomless Pit, Celestial Sea. Don't you know about the 4 forbidden zones? Li Shu inquired with a frown. Never heard of those. I only know the Celestial Sea. You must have visited many places. Have you been to the Celestial Sea then? The girl asked excitedly. I stood at the edge of the Celestial Sea, but I didn't go in. Li Shu wasn't exactly lying. He had previously been to the Sea Heaven Trial Ground, and from there one could enter the Land of Trial to reach the Celestial Sea, so technically he had stood at the doorway to the Celestial Sea. That's great. Can you take me to the Celestial Sea, Uncle? The girl asked eagerly. I can't. Li Shu shook his head. He dared not enter the Celestial Sea himself, let alone take the little girl along, especially since he didn't even know where he was. This place was likely the Demon Kingdom. His knowledge of the route from the Demon Kingdom to the Celestial Sea was non-existent. Li Shu was somewhat surprised that if these people were indeed from the Demon Kingdom, they appeared indistinguishable from humans on Earth. Except for the difference in attire, no one could tell them apart. You want a reward, don't you? I can pay you, the little girl said, taking a coin from her vest pocket and handing it to Li Shu. Li Shu looked at the coin, surprised, as it was carved from a red gemstone. He had never seen money carved from gemstones before. It's not a matter of money. You can't get to the Celestial Sea from here. Li Shu looked at the little girl and asked, Why do you want to go to the Celestial Sea? I want to find my father. He's at the Celestial Sea. The little girl thought for a moment, then asked in puzzlement, Didn't they say you just have to pass through the Sea of Love to reach the Celestial Sea? That I don't know. What's this city called? Li Shu asked. City of Love. Didn't you see the name above? The girl pointed to a sign in the square. Turning his head, Li Shu indeed saw the sign with the 3 words, City of Loves, inscribed. 654, Chapter 654, 269, Colorful City 2, Thank you, little girl. Li Shu got up and walked away, intending to take a stroll outside the city to see what this City of Love really was like. The fact that there were so many people from the Demon Kingdom here suggested that the place hadn't been conquered by the demonic light yet. Perhaps he could learn something about the Demon Kingdom from here. But since he didn't know anyone, he couldn't just go looking for information recklessly, so he decided to go outside the city and take a look around first. Uncle, where are you going? The little girl followed beside him, kindly reminding him, It's very dangerous out there. There are a lot of demonic lights. Where are the demonic lights? Take me to see them. Upon hearing about the demonic lights, Li Shu was overjoyed. Since he was already here, it wouldn't be bad to kill some demonic lights for resources. Even getting a demon spirit ring, some skill rings, or talent gemstones would be good. Are you going to hunt demonic lights? The girl sized up Li Shu and asked. Yes, Li Shu nodded slightly. Then you should be careful. Those demonic lights are very fierce, the little girl said. Where are the demonic lights? Li Shu didn't take it seriously. After all, how fierce could they be according to a little girl? Uncle, I'll take you there. With that, the little girl started walking toward a city gate in one direction. Li Shu followed the little girl toward the city gate in that direction. The residents here seemed quite simple and honest. They all smiled at Li Shu when they encountered him, and nobody showed any malice. It's a pity that the Demon Kingdom has long been divided. If it hadn't fallen, maybe earthly humans could have easily integrated into it, and this place might have become a second home for earthly humans. While Li Shu pondered this, the little girl had already led him out of the city gate. Li Shu instinctively compared this place to Black Death City. The city gate the little girl took him out of should be the one leading to the Dead Sea. Coincidentally, upon exiting the city gate, Li Shu discovered that there was indeed a vast sea before him. This sea was normal, with blue waters, a blue sky, and seabirds flying in the distance above the surface. A gentle breeze swept the sea, creating ripples that formed waves caressing the beach. On the white sandy beach, some newly hatched white sea turtles were emerging from beneath the sand, wriggling their tiny bodies to crawl toward the sea. Are the fierce demonic lights you mentioned these newborn sea turtles? Li Shu hadn't noticed any other demonic lights, and, suspecting that the girl was referring to these sea turtles, asked with a chuckle. Yes, these white-shelled turtles are very fierce and bad, the little girl said seriously. Let me help you deal with them. Li Shu wasn't particularly interested in killing these little things, but since the little girl had asked, he felt obliged to do something. Summoning the Fire Lotus sword, Li Shu gripped the sword handle and walked a few steps forward until he reached a newly hatched white-shelled turtle. Despite just hatching, the white-shelled turtle was already the size of a palm, with a shell that was entirely jade white along with its claws and head, making it look as if it were carved from white jade. As the white-shelled turtle clawed its way out of the sand, preparing to crawl toward the sea, Li Shu slashed his sword at the turtle's neck. Unexpectedly, although the white-shelled turtle had just been born, it was very alert. Sensing something amiss, it retracted its limbs and head into its shell. Li Shu had to slightly alter the trajectory of his Fire Lotus sword, striking the shell of the white-shelled turtle directly. With the sharpness of the Fire Lotus sword, these newborn white-shelled turtles, even with their shells for protection, were bound to be cut through with a single slash. To his surprise, when the Fire Lotus sword struck the turtle shell, it made a loud clanging sound, failing to cut through, and the sword was bounced back instead. Wow, this white-shelled turtle's shell is so hard? Li Shu was quite surprised. Meanwhile, the white-shelled turtle extended its head, turned to stare at him, and its shell began to shine with a constellation-like pattern. glowing dots and lines connected together, resembling a star map drawn by hand. Bang! As Li Shu was examining the light pattern on the white shell turtle's back, beams of demonic light suddenly shot out from its small eyes. Though the turtle was tiny and its eyes no bigger than beans, the demonic light erupted like a volcanic blast, the massive light beam shooting toward Li Shu with astonishing speed, too fast for him to dodge. Startled, Li Shu gripped the Fire Lotus sword, instantly activating its super spirit state, and slashed the demon light slash with a swing, unleashing a fiery lotus-like sword light. The sword light collided with the demonic light, and the Fire Lotus sword's light was shattered. Li Shu felt a tremendous force strike him, sending both him and his sword flying backward like a cannonball, slamming into the city wall and creating a concave dent. Light-based demonic light. Li Shu spat out a mouthful of blood, utterly shocked. He never expected a newborn white shell turtle to actually be a light-based demonic light. Fortunately, he had advanced to S level and had the power of the light seed protecting him, while the Fire Lotus sword's light had weakened the demonic light significantly. If it were before, this single attack would have undoubtedly blown his body to pieces. Seeing Li Shu still alive, the white shell turtle charged towards him again, brandishing its claws, and its eyes once more began to glow with demonic light. 655, Chapter 655, 269, Kai Cheng, 3 Bang. Just as Li Shu was secretly lamenting, he heard a gunshot, then saw a light bullet shoot into the white shell turtle's head, directly causing it to explode. The white shell turtle's head exploded. Its body twisted a few times, then gradually decomposed until only a turtle shell and a demon core were left. This demon core was different from any demon core Li Shu had seen before. Within the core, lines like light veins flowed and shone. 1 line, 2 lines, 3 lines, there were actually 4 lines. The newly born white shell turtle turned out to be a 4-vein light-based magic entity. Fortunately, it was only 4 veins. If it were a 12-vein light-based magic entity, Li Shu couldn't be certain he'd survive that recent strike. Li Shu's gaze shifted to the person who killed the white shell turtle, and he was momentarily stunned. He saw the little girl holding a revolver carved from wood, pointing it in the direction of the white shell turtle. Besides her, there was no one else on the beach. Could it be she killed the white shell turtle? Li Shu was unwilling to believe this fact, but had no choice but to believe it. The little girl blew off the gun's muzzle, twirled the revolver twice on her finger, then stylishly holstered it. She walked over and picked up the turtle shell and demon core. "Uncle, how are you so terrible? How can you travel the world alive like this?" The little girl looked at Li Shu with full doubt and asked, "Ahem, do you know what dreams are?" "Whether a person has ability isn't important. What's important is having dreams. As long as you have dreams, anything is possible." Li Shu spoke seriously, but couldn't help coughing a couple of times, spitting blood. "No matter how big your dreams are, you still need ability, right?" The little girl was obviously very disappointed, turned and walked into the city, apparently no longer intending to ask Li Shu to take her to the Celestial Sea. Li Shu watched the little girl return to the city, sighed helplessly, summoned the forbidden spear, and directly shot himself with an undying bullet. Under the treatment of the undying bullet, Li Shu's injuries gradually healed. What kind of strange place is this? A newly hatched white shell turtle is a light-based magic entity, and a little girl uses a wooden toy to kill it. What the hell is this? Demon Kingdom people look no different from Earthlings, but the strength disparity is too great. Li Shu got up and walked to the beach, seeing more white shell turtles emerging from under the sand, evidently newly hatched as well. "I refuse to believe I can't kill even a newly born turtle son." Li Shu gritted his teeth, summoned the Jedi Knights, holding the Fire Lotus sword in his hand, attacking a white shell turtle left and right. The sword light of the Fire Lotus sword and the sword light of the Jedi Knights fiercely slashed at the white shell turtle, which didn't even lower its head. A light shield appeared on its body, stubbornly blocking the sword light and sword light. Super Spirit level sword light and sword light couldn't break its light shield. Seeing demonic light shoot from its eyes, Li Shu dodged away first, utilizing body technique to move while crazily slashing at the white shell turtle with sword light. The Jedi Knights did the same, not engaging the white shell turtle directly, continuously moving and slashing, streaks of sword light and sword light slashing at its light shield, not having the slightest effect, unable to break it open no matter how fiercely they attacked. Li Shu gritted his teeth, found an opportunity, and when the Jedi Knights had drawn the white shell turtle's attention, he came beside the white shell turtle, pressing his hand against the light shield. "Is that silly uncle courting death? Such a weak fellow, saying he's a traveler, claiming he's been to Celestial Sea, he's outright lying, talking about dreams, just a big liar." The little girl stood inside the city gate, secretly monitoring the outside situation. Seeing Li Shu pressing his hand against the white shell turtle, thinking he was about to suffer greatly, she couldn't help but draw her wooden revolver. But before she could shoot, she witnessed an inconceivable scene. Under Li Shu's palm, the white shell turtle's light shield quickly disappeared, while the Fire Lotus sword in Li Shu's hand gleamed brilliantly, slicing off the unprotected white shell turtle's head with one blow. How did he do that? The little girl was a bit surprised. This little thing is nothing much after all. Li Shu used the super bottle suction technique, feeling greatly delighted in his heart. The light energy scattered from the white shell turtle, its body gradually decomposed until only a turtle shell and a three-vein demon core were left. Li Shu gathered the turtle shell and demon core. They were both valuable. The turtle shell was light-base level material, while the demon core was a light-base level energy source, excellent for feeding magic entities or serving as the core of demon armor. Li Shu quickly realized that this place was practically paradise for him. Although these white shell turtles were light-base level, they were newly born, with neither mature abilities nor wisdom, perfect for slaughter. Li Shu walked along the beach, spotting newly emerging white shell turtles and directly went up to capture or kill them. With last time's experience, Li Shu gave these white shell turtles no opportunity to act. As soon as they showed their heads, he pressed down and absorbed the demonic light from their bodies, slaughtering them with a single sword strike. Before long, Li Shu had killed 6 white shell turtles, though sadly without acquiring any skills or talents, only receiving turtle shells and demon cores. These white shell turtles were typically between 2 and 5 veins. Combined with being newly hatched, they were too unintelligent and lacked experience, easily massacred by Li Shu. After another chaotic search, Li Shu had killed more than a dozen white shell turtles, just about to continue hunting when he suddenly saw a huge wave rise in the sea, a massive, unparalleled monster breaking through the waves coming towards him. The creature was pure white, its body like a turtle, but its head resembled a dragon, with claws similar to dragon claws on its limbs. The monster's body was as large as a building, riding huge waves of several dozen feet, its body shining brightly and terrifying demonic light shooting from its eyes, blasting towards Li Shu like a flood pouring down. 656. Chapter 656-2770, Specious. The masked emperor instantly appeared beneath Li Shu, and with a twist of the throttle he accelerated madly, sprinting towards the city gate. The tiny white shell turtle was already at light base level. Who knows the level of this house-sized giant turtle? The masked emperor accelerated wildly, the demonic light surged onto the beach, blasting a giant crater into the sand. The torrential demonic light erupted from the hole, flooding towards the masked emperor like a deluge. The masked emperor's speed reached its peak, yet it was still not as fast as the flood-like demonic light. Fortunately, Li Shu was not far from the city gate and was now visibly close to it. The demonic light was about to touch the tail of the motorcycle when Li Shu leapt off, simultaneously summoning back the masked emperor. As he landed, Li Shu reached out to grab the city gate, intending to close it to fend off the terrifying demonic light. But his hand was pressed down by a small white hand. He saw a little girl holding his hand, while the other hand gripped the wooden revolver. She aimed at the overwhelming demonic light and pulled the trigger. Bang! A light bullet actually flew out from the wooden revolver's barrel. The small pellet soared into the flood-like demonic light. Li Shu suddenly witnessed an incredible scene. After the pellet entered the demonic light, the flood-like demonic light began rotating with the light, transforming into a whirlpool that reversed direction. Bang! The pellet struck the giant white turtle coming with the winds and waves, piercing a bloody hole through the turtle's head. Accompanied by the pellet, the demonic light swept up the body of the white turtle and the sea waves, throwing them into the sky. Boom! When the white turtle's body and the overflowing seawater fell, it crashed onto the beach, creating a large pit, while the seawater poured down like a torrential rain. Uncle, what's the point of closing the door? This shabby city gate can't withstand the attack of demonic light. Even if you hide behind it, you'll still be killed, the little girl said, blinking her eyes. Is that so? Li Shu was somewhat depressed. He had always thought this place might have some connection to Black Death City, so he treated it as Black Death City. If it were Black Death City, the city gate ought to be able to withstand the impact of demonic light. But hearing the little girl's words, he realized he had made a mistake. This isn't Black Death City. You can't equate the things here with Black Death City. The little girl walked up to the giant white turtle's body, jumped inside the shell, and picked up a demon core and a gemstone from the decomposed corpse. Is that a super spirit gemstone? Li Shu saw the luminous lines forming patterns inside the white gemstone in the little girl's hand, faintly resembling constellations. The patterns look like a turtle. Li Shu counted. There are 12 light veins on it. This thing is a 12-vein light-based spirit. This isn't any super spirit gemstone, it's a light-based gemstone. The little girl corrected, Uncle, you can't even handle a light-based spirit. You better not wander around recklessly. After the little girl collected the demon core and light-based gemstone, she was dragging the giant turtle shell towards the city. Let me help you. Li Shu was helping the little girl push the turtle shell into the city from behind. This little girl could unexpectedly kill a 12-vein light-based spirit with a single shot. Her power was somewhat terrifying. Judging by her age, she was probably around 6 or 7 or 8 years old, yet she already possessed such strength. Indeed, people from the Demon Kingdom were far stronger than humans on Earth. Wait a minute, could it be that the Demon Kingdom people inside this city all have terrifying power like this little girl? Li Shu looked at the diverse residents of the Demon Kingdom within the city, conceiving such a frightening thought. Maybe those elderly sweeping the streets, blacksmiths forging iron, and sisters selling vegetables could possibly be even stronger than the little girl. Watching the bustling city streets, Li Shu's mind felt extremely odd. Everyone seemed like a hidden sweeping monk. It shouldn't be possible. Are Demon Kingdom people really that strong? I remember the demon country celestial emperor only raised up the demon kingdom after creating the Jade Emperor scripture, indicating that people from the demon kingdom weren't naturally so strong, at least they couldn't be born at light-base level. So what's with this little girl? At her age, killing a 12-vein light-base spirit with a single shot, if not born at light-base level, it doesn't make any sense. Li Shu's mind was full of doubt. Little Buer, did you kill another giant turtle today? With such a big turtle shell, you can exchange it for gemstone coins at Uncle Wu's place. Little Buer, you're pretty lucky, scoring such a big deal. You'll have to treat us to drinks tonight. Only then did Li Shu learn the little girl's name was Buer. The name was a bit strange, yet she seemed well liked. Walking through the streets, neighbors from both sides greeted her as she dragged the big turtle shell. So noisy, I know. I'll treat you to drinks tonight, you bunch of drunkards, Buer shouted loudly. With that declaration, the city's other neighbors let her be. Li Shu was pushing the turtle shell from behind, surveying those smiling neighbors, feeling somewhat nostalgic like he did back in the orphanage. In the old city's orphanage, most residents were orphans whose parents were killed by magical beings. Li Shu was among the younger ones, and many staff members in the orphanage cared for him. 657, Chapter 657, 270, seemingly right but actually wrong too. The way these neighbors look at little Buer is very similar to the way those workers at the orphanage looked at him back then. It's not just affection, it's more of pity. Little Buer dragged the turtle shell to a shop with a signboard reading Armor Shop and directly threw the turtle shell onto the empty ground in front of the shop. Elder Wu, see how many gemstones this can fetch. Little Buer shouted into the shop. Soon a bearded old man came out from inside, took a glance at the turtle shell on the ground and smiled, saying, Little Buer, today's haul isn't bad. A light-base white turtle shell with 12 light veins, a good thing. I'll give you 1 gemstone coin. Elder Wu, you're trying to cheat me again, at least 2 coins. Little Buer firmly held out 2 fingers. 2 gemstone coins, all right. Elder Wu reluctantly fished out 2 gemstone coins and tossed them to Little Buer. Little Buer caught the gemstone coins and carefully put them away. Elder Wu, come to the square tonight. I'll treat you to drinks, Little Buer said, then turned and left. Li Shu followed Little Buer, and after walking for a while, Little Buer arrived at the square, where he threw several small white-shell turtle shells on a drink stall at the edge of the square and shouted to the lady boss, Boss lady, I'll treat you to drinks tonight. Make sure there's enough. Don't worry, Little Buer. The drinks will definitely be plenty. The charming lady boss even winked at Li Shu, who was following Little Buer. Li Shu nodded slightly to the lady boss in greeting, then followed Little Buer away. Uncle, why are you following me? Little Buer, seeing Li Shu always tagging along, turned around to look at Li Shu with some displeasure and said, I'm unfamiliar with the places here and have nowhere to go. Can you let me stay for one night? Li Shu said, There are benches in the square. Go sleep there. My home doesn't have a place for outsiders to sleep. Little Buer said, turning to leave, Don't follow me anymore. Come to the square at night, drink as much as you like, after drinking, sleep, and when you wake up, leave quickly. This is not a place for someone like you. Okay. Li Shu watched as Little Buer walked away, and he didn't chase after her, instead turning towards another direction. Li Shu wanted to see if this place was related to Black Death City. He always felt this place was somewhat similar to Black Death City. Li Shu had exited through 3 gates of Black Death City. The one toward the Black Sea did indeed lead to the sea, but it wasn't the Black Sea and the seawater wasn't corrosive, just ordinary seawater. The other gate outside Black Death City led to a desert, and another direction was a canyon. Li Shu first went to the canyon side of the city gate, and after passing through the gate, his expression became even stranger. It was indeed a canyon, but it looked much smaller than the canyon outside Black Death City, and the canyon was full of strange flowers and plants, unlike the desolate canyon of Black Death City. Of course, this canyon also had no mechanical skeletons. Li Shu walked into the canyon and soon saw a building that looked like a dam. The door of the building was open, and upon entering, Li Shu found that the style of the building was exactly the same as the one outside Black Death City, but there were no magic spirits or that bizarre divine statue worshipped inside. The doors inside were all open, with every hall containing some shrines, just ordinary shrines commemorating deceased relatives. Li Shu walked to the front of a door just in time to see someone praying. That person was in their 20s, wearing knight-like armor, quite handsome, and after finishing his prayers, he smiled at Li Shu standing outside. Friend, this is the resting place of relatives of our city's ancestors. If there are no relatives of yours here, it's best not to disturb them. The young man said to Li Shu, Sorry, I thought this was a place like a church, that's why I came in to have a look. Sorry for disturbing. Li Shu felt odd. Why would someone build such a place to place ancestral shrines? The young man laughed. You can't really be blamed. It used to be a church here, dedicated to a certain divine spirit, but later on, those who believed in it were no more, so it was changed to this. Why see? Li Shu felt increasingly odd. Everywhere here resembled Black Death City to some extent, yet there were also significant differences, making it unclear to Li Shu what the connection was between this city and Black Death City. Previously, the Godslayer Shrine could only draw him into Black Death City, but this time, while drunk, it had brought him to such a place, making it truly puzzling. How should I address you, friend? the young man asked cheerfully. Li Shu replied. The man smiled and said, people in town call me Black Knight. You can call me Black Knight too. It's been a long time since I've seen friends from outside. If you don't mind, could you come to my place and tell me about the outside world? Outside? Li Shu sensitively felt there was something odd in that term used. Aren't you from outside? Black Knight asked in confusion. I am from outside, just not sure about the outside you refer to. Li Shu laughed. Black Knight laughed. Outside means anywhere beyond the City of Love. Have you never left the City of Love? Li Shu grew even more puzzled. I left when I was younger, but after the road out was cut off, I've never left the City of Love again. Black Knight continued. Let's first go to my place. We can drink and chat. 658, Chapter 658, 270, seemingly true yet false 3. Tonight Buer is inviting us for a drink. How about we chat later in the evening? I just arrived in the City of Love and want to explore a bit, Li Shu expressed, feeling a bit puzzled. The words of the Black Rider seemed somewhat contradictory. If the exit route from the City of Love was blocked, wouldn't the inhabitants find it strange that he, an outsider, managed to arrive here? Moreover, the Black Rider mentioned that he had been outside when he was young, but judging by his appearance, he seemed to be only in his 20s. Just how young could he have been? Certainly not a teenager. Before Li Shu could voice his doubts, the Black Rider said, Buer's invitation for a drink is a must-go. How about this? Wherever you want to go sightseeing, I'll be your guide. We can go to Buer's place for drinks afterward. How could I impose? Li Shu responded. No need to be polite, I have nothing else to do anyway. Where do you want to go? The Black Rider was quite enthusiastic. I'd like to see outside the city, Li Shu said. What's there to see outside the city? There's no road out from the far side, and on the other side lies the Sea of Love, which is a bit dangerous and not easy to venture into. Black Rider pondered and added, the other two sides are worth a visit. The scenery is quite nice. The two of them returned to the city and headed for another gate that led to the Land of Love. Li Shu recalled that in Black Death City, this direction would lead to a vast desert. However, upon exiting the gate, instead of a desert, they saw a vast stretch of white mountain ranges. These are the White Jade Mountain Ranges connected to the Sea of Love. There are plenty of gemstone veins within the ranges, and many residents of the City of Love make a living mining them. The Black Rider pointed to the endless series of white mountain ranges outside and said, If you have time, I can take you to a mine. Maybe you'll find some gemstones to keep as a souvenir. Let's save the mines for another day. I'd like to see the other side. Seeing the difference from the desert in Black Death City, Li Shu wanted to see other places too. Moreover, he didn't know when the Godslayer Shrine might take him back. He wanted to understand this strange City of Love as much as possible. On the way, Li Shu asked the Black Rider, Brother, how did the road between the City of Love and the outside world get cut off? The Black Rider laughed. There used to be a dock over by the Sea of Love. To go out, one needed to take a big ship. But for some unknown reason, the ship stopped coming and nobody could leave anymore. Can't you leave by land? Li Shu inquired. It's possible, just too dangerous. There are magical spirits everywhere outside. Generally, no one ventures out by land, explained the Black Rider. In no time, they arrived at the last city gate. This place corresponded to a gate in Black Death City that Li Shu hadn't gone through, and he didn't know what lay outside it there. However, this city gate was open, and looking out from here, there was a meadow filled with small flowers of various colors, and beyond the meadow was an expansive forest. This forest is called the Forest of Loveseed because love mushrooms grow there. If you have a girl you love, you can pick a love mushroom in the forest to give her. It's our way of expressing love in the City of Love. Every year when the love mushrooms are in season, the annual Flame of Love Festival is held here. It's a pity you missed it. The festival just ended not long ago. Otherwise, with your looks, some girls might have given you a love mushroom. The Black Rider narrated various stories about the Forest of Loveseed. The more Li Shu observed, the more he felt that this place was indeed unlike Black Death City. After the Black Rider finished speaking, he asked Li Shu, What's the situation outside now? Has the Celestial Emperor conquered Longevity Island? The Demon Kingdom has been destroyed for a long time, and the Celestial Emperor's whereabouts are unknown, Li Shu answered truthfully. It seemed that this place indeed had lost contact with the outside world. The Black Rider didn't even know about the destruction of the Demon Kingdom. What? The Demon Kingdom was destroyed? Who could defeat the Celestial Emperor and destroy the Demon Kingdom? The Black Rider was incredulous. I don't know either. Li Shu shook his head and said, I only know that the present Celestial City is nothing but ruins. Could it be that Longevity Island defeated the Celestial Emperor? This is impossible. With the Celestial Sea as a constraint, how could Longevity Island defeat the Celestial Emperor? The Black Rider grew more puzzled, as if suddenly remembering something, and looked at Li Shu, asking, When did the Demon Kingdom get destroyed? As Li Shu was about to answer, he suddenly saw a girl in a long dress walking out from the city. Li Shu, let me introduce you. This is my fiancée, Ka Duoer. She's the most beautiful girl in the city. The Black Rider proudly introduced Li Shu to the girl as he held her hand. Li Shu observed that Ka Duoer was indeed beautiful, in no way inferior to Li Qingyi. Bu Air is inviting everyone for drinks. The landlady is busy over there. Let's go help, Kaduoer said to the Black Rider after greeting Li Shu. All right, the Black Rider said with a smile to Li Shu. Join us and tell me more about the outside world. The three of them returned to the city, and sure enough, they saw many tables and chairs set up in the plaza, with each table holding some fruits Li Shu had never seen before. The alluring and charismatic landlady was busy arranging bottles of wine on the tables. Landlady, we'll help you. The Black Rider walked directly into the tavern and carried out a case of wine. Li Shu followed him into the tavern and found that its location corresponded exactly with where the Nether House was in Black Death City, once again stirring his curiosity. Initially, the outdoor drink stand did not seem unusual to Li Shu, but he hadn't expected an indoor tavern, especially in the location of the Nether House. As Li Shu examined the tavern's interior, he found the decor remarkably similar to the Nether House. The difference was the absence of bookshelves and books, with wine bottles placed everywhere instead. Take this case of wine out too. The landlady approached, lifting a case of wine and handing it to Li Shu, her eyes seemingly enchanting as they looked at him. 659, Chapter 659, 271, Reuniting with the God of Slaughter's Position. All right, madam. Li Shu took the box of wine. By chance or by design, as madam released her grip, her fingertips gently glided across the back of Li Shu's hand. Little brother, the road is slippery. Be careful not to fall. Madam said to Li Shu with a teasing smile. I'll be careful. Li Shu carried the wine out of the tavern and then took the bottles out of the box, laying them out on the long table outside. Boxes of wine and plates of food were brought out, and Li Shu noticed the food here consisted mainly of mushrooms and seafood, with fruits he had never seen before. More and more people came to help, leaving Li Shu puzzled. Although they had never met him, they showed no surprise or distance upon seeing him, a stranger. Perhaps it was because the residents were as full of love and passion as the city's name, yet it still felt strange to Li Shu. The sky gradually darkened, and many had gathered in the small square. Old Wu was dragging a huge barrel over. The wooden barrel was as big as half a room. He gripped it with one hand over his shoulder and casually set it on the ground, showing no effort, as if the barrel were made of foam. Before Buer, the host, arrived, people had already started drinking. Bottle after bottle was opened, and Old Wu's barrel was tapped open too, filling cups with amber liquid. The cups were larger than a face, yet someone lifted one to his face and soon drank it dry. The man wiped away the remaining wine on his lips and boldly said, Old Wu, your rose wine keeps getting more authentic, even better than Madam's brew. Blind Tailor, what did you just say? Dressed in a red gown like a thorny rose, Madam walked over and grabbed Blind Tailor's ear. Blind Tailor wasn't angry. Instead, he seemed to enjoy it as he smiled. Old Wu's wine is tasty, but madam, your beauty's even better. Fine wine and beautiful women, I want both. Get lost, Madam teased, letting go of Blind Tailor's ear. Hearing the name Rose Wine, Li Shu was slightly taken aback, promptly getting a cup to pour himself some. Old Wu handed him the cup larger than a face. Little brother, that's not the way to drink. You should use this. All right. Li Shu took the cup, turned the tap open, filled it up, and brought it to his mouth for a taste. The wine was smooth and fragrant upon entry, with a strange aroma. Upon swallowing, a warmth spread in his stomach, and he felt cozy all over. The taste of this wine, Li Shu's expression grew more complex. The first wine he drank in the Nether House was named Blood Rose. This wine, named Rose, lacked the word blood, and its taste was very similar to Blood Rose, yet seemed to be missing something, not as intense. Little brother, how's my wine? Old Wu asked with a cheerful squint. Like a woman, gentle at first, passionate once embraced. Li Shu replied. Old Wu burst into laughter, patting Li Shu's shoulder. Little brother, you understand wine? My rose wine, brewed from love roses unique to our city of love, crafted with a secret recipe, is gentle yet fiery. Young people should drink more. This taste is stronger than love. Saying that, Old Wu raised his cup to Li Shu, clinking it with him. For love, cheers. Seeing Old Wu drink it all in one go, Li Shu had no choice but to finish his large cup of wine as well. Little brother, I'm the tavern's boss. Your words upset me. As punishment, drink this. Madam placed a cup of wine before Li Shu. Try my tender lover. It's far better than that old man's brew. Hearing the name, Li Shu was surprised again. The tender lover in the Nether House was something he'd mixed before. The mint-colored wine in the cup had some differences from the tender lover in the Nether House. Li Shu took the cup and drank with Madam as well. After setting down her cup, Madam asked with a soft smile, How's my tender lover? Entwining, lingering endlessly, like a woman's obsession, this wine could be deadly, Li Shu said with a smile. Not just the wine could be deadly, Madam replied with a suggestive look. Li Shu wondered if the wine could truly be fatal. He was genuinely puzzled now. The wine's aroma was very similar to Tender Lover, yet still lacked something, differing slightly. Madam, what is this wine brewed from? Li Shu asked. The recipe is the foundation of my tavern, my lifeline, naturally not shared with outsiders. If you want to know, it's simple enough. What my tavern lacks is a boss, Madam said with a half-smile. Madam, you're trying to court a young lad. Shameless, aren't you? Little brother's so young, don't ruin him. If you're truly lonely, come ruin me. I'll bear all the blame. Blind Tailor chuckled. The people next to them cheered, the atmosphere joyous. Get lost, you old thing. I'm not even interested. Madam's words sparked another round of cheerful laughter. 660, Chapter 60, 60, 27-1, Meeting the God of Slaughter. Again, too, Little Bouer is here. Someone shouted, and everyone quieted down instantly. Little Bouer was still dressed as during the day. After walking into the square, she jumped onto the stage, snapped her fingers at the boss lady, and said confidently, "Boss lady, give me the strongest drink. Coming right up." The boss lady walked to the long table, opened a bottle, poured some white liquid into a cup, and handed it to Bouer. As the boss lady passed Li Shu distinctly smelled a strong scent of milk from the cup. Bouer took the cup and raised it high. I, Bouer, offer drinks, and tonight no one's allowed to leave until they collapse. Everyone excitedly raised their cups. Li Shu also joined in the toast, and the night of revelry began. It seemed like everyone in the city had come. Whether it was the moms carrying babies or the shy, blushing young girls, their drinking capacity was surprisingly impressive, one cup after another. Soon, someone jumped onto the table to dance, and that scruffy violinist picked up his violin to accompany them. Before long, many people joined in, and Heichi pulled his girlfriend Ka Duoer into a hot dance. Li Shu held his cup, sipping a little bit of each drink. The names on those bottles felt both familiar and strange to him. Bouer was also quite lively, clinking glasses with people everywhere. Her drinks were all that milky white liquid poured by the boss lady. Can you get drunk on milk? Li Shu wondered, seeing Bouer's flushed cheeks. Children shouldn't drink alcohol. The boss lady sat next to Li Shu, chuckling as she spoke. Bouer said her father is in the Celestial Sea? Asked Li Shu. Everyone needs hope, especially children. The boss lady refilled Li Shu's cup and poured one for herself, raising it to Li Shu with a smile. With hope, anything is possible, don't you think? Her words seemed to answer his question, yet also not, leaving Li Shu unsure what to say. He clinked his glass with hers and drank it all. If I were you, I wouldn't get drunk tonight. The boss lady took a small sip, looking at Li Shu with a teasing smile. Why? Li Shu asked, puzzled. Maybe there's a delicacy even better than fine wine waiting for you to taste. Wouldn't it be a pity to miss out? Her fingers grazed the rim of the cup, eyes gleaming with spring warmth, as she licked the wine off her red lips. I don't think that person is blind at all. Why do you call him the blind tailor? Asked Li Shu, changing the subject. The boss lady wasn't his type, and his heart was full of questions, lacking the mood for flirts. Him? He can barely patch a cloth properly. What else could he be but blind? The boss lady pointed at the zithermaster. Look at the clothes on the zithermaster. They're all patched by that blind tailor. Li Shu glanced at the zithermaster, whose clothes were covered in patches, but the quality of the work left much to be desired. The stitches were large and messy, making the patches all askew. Even an average housewife wouldn't sew like that. How does a tailor who sews like that survive without starving? Li Shu chuckled. His clothes sewing isn't great, but he's decent at patching other things, the boss lady replied. Li Shu wanted to ask more, but the boss lady gently tapped his forehead with her finger, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, I'm a rather lazy person. Once I go to bed, I don't want to get up. But I can't sleep with the lights on. I wonder if there's someone who would blow out that lamp for me. Without waiting for Li Shu to respond, she swayed her hips and walked away. Just as she left, Bouer, looking as if she were drunk, staggered over, glaring at Li Shu, asking, What were you whispering about with that old woman? She said you're quite popular in the city. Li Shu smiled. It's none of her business. Bouer snapped, You better stay away from her. Anyone who gets involved with her ends up miserable. Is your father really in the Celestial Sea? Li Shu didn't want to discuss this with a little girl, so he asked instead. Of course, Bouer said loudly. Once I grow up a bit more, I'll build a big ship and go to the Celestial Sea to find him. And then? Li Shu asked. And then beat him up so badly he can't take care of himself, Bouer said fiercely. Li Shu was stunned, asking, Why? Why did he leave me? Not killing him is already merciful. Bouer snorted coldly. Have you really been to the Celestial Sea? Just up to the door, Li Shu sighed. Why didn't you go in? Bouer asked. It's too dangerous. I didn't dare go in, Li Shu answered honestly. Makes sense. Someone as frail as a big uncle like you probably wouldn't survive even a day in the Celestial Sea. Bouer nodded slightly and continued, Uncle, where do you come from? City of Light, Li Shu replied. Never heard of it. What kind of place is that? Bouer asked again. A place full of people as weak as me. It doesn't have pretty scenes like here, nor as many lovely people, Li Shu explained. What's the point of a place like that? You should stay here in the City of Love and hang out with me. I'll look after you. Bouer raised her cup and drank the wine, inside it all in one go. 661, Chapter 661, 27-1, Meeting the God of Slaughter Again 3. Although it's not that great there, my friends are all there, so I still want to go back, Li Shu said with a smile. Little Bouer was slightly startled, looked at Li Shu for a while, then walked away silently. The atmosphere in the square grew increasingly lively. Some were already drunk while others were still dancing. Black Rider and Ka Duoer seemed tireless, dancing one dance after another. Boom! At that moment, a sudden loud noise was heard. The square suddenly grew quiet. Everyone looked towards the direction the sound came from. Li Shu also turned his head to look. The sound came from the city gate leading to the Sea of Love. Li Shu stood up and walked to the crossroads, looking towards the city gate, only to see it wide open and a person walking in from outside the gate. The person was wearing a black cloak, his face indistinguishable, yet his physique seemed robust, his steps like those of a lion. On his shoulder he bore a black tombstone, walking step by step. In the city of night, it seemed the darkness deepened with his every stride. "Who are you?" A burly man holding a wine bottle stepped forward to question. Boom. The cloaked man didn't say anything. He grabbed the tombstone from his shoulder and smashed it down, directly crushing the burly man beneath it. Fresh blood splattered, bones shattered, his body severed at the waist. Li Shu was horrified to see that on the tombstone, the 4 characters for Godslayer Shrine were engraved. The next second, Li Shu saw Black Rider dash out like a shadow, the sword at his waist drawn simultaneously. He was dressed in black armor, yet the blade was filled with holy radiance. In the instant the radiant sword was thrust, the entire city of love was illuminated, bathed in holy light. The sword light was like snow, with force like a mountain. A single sword strike could divide a mountain. The terrifying sword light shocked Li Shu. Even the magic blade of Old Knife entering the realm of spirit forging didn't possess such power. Yet when the sword light reached the cloaked man merely grabbed the tombstone and smashed it down. The sword light instantly shattered like glass, despite being hundreds of meters away. The moment the tombstone smashed down, it was already in front of Black Rider. The head fractured, armor shattered, a living person was crushed into a twisted form, indescribably eerie and terrifying. Ka Duoer let out a heart-rending scream, rushing madly towards the cloaked man. Yet the next second, the cloaked man appeared beside her like a ghost, adding another soul beneath the tombstone. "Run, take Little Buer and go." Old Wu pushed Little Buer into Li Shu's arms, shouted, and charged towards the cloaked man himself. The square descended into chaos. Some were fleeing, while others like Old Wu charged at the cloaked man. Li Shu grabbed Little Buer and ran, but Little Buer shook off Li Shu's hand and also rushed towards the cloaked man. The blood-stained slaughter began at this moment. In mere moments, Li Shu saw a sea of corpses and blood, the tombstone stained with fresh blood, its original color no longer visible. In an instant, Old Wu was smashed dead by the tombstone, and Blind Tailor also met a tragic end, the cloaked man like a ghost harvesting lives. Li Shu summoned the Jedi Knight, wielding a golden dinner knife, wanting to catch up with Little Buer, but it was already too late. The cloaked man was in front of Little Buer, yet he didn't kill her like the others with the tombstone, instead grabbed Little Buer's neck with another hand, lifting her up. Little Buer struggled desperately but in vain. Her wooden spear kept firing at the cloaked man, yet the wooden spear that could kill light-based demon spirits now seemed to have become a mere toy, the sound of gunfire heard, but no harm befalling the cloaked man. The cloaked man slowly raised his head. Li Shu saw half of his face, the corner of his mouth with a bizarre grin. Above it, a blood-red mole. The Jedi Knight entered the super spirit state, crazily slashing out blood-light slashes at the cloaked man, while Li Shu also gripped the forbidden spear with one hand and fired at him. But it was still too late. The cloaked man had a grim smile, eyes fixed on Little Buer, seemingly a soul-hunting demon. His finger moved slightly. Little Buer's neck snapped, her head hung weakly, twisted into a strange angle. From Li Shu's perspective, he shouldn't have been able to see Little Buer's face, but due to the twisted head, Li Shu saw Little Buer's face full of terror, helplessness, and despair, her eyes wide open, pupils completely lost focus. Li Shu turned and ran. Now he could only hope to survive, for only by surviving could he do more. Just as Li Shu turned, his vision went black. Boom. Li Shu fell to the ground. When his vision returned, he found himself back in the room in the City of Light. Beside the bed, the Godslayer shrine was tilted on Li Shu's blanket, still emitting the smell of alcohol. Damn, it was this guy who slaughtered the City of Love. Li Shu looked at the Godslayer shrine, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. However, thinking about it seemed a bit off. If the one inside the Godslayer shrine was truly the cloaked man, how could he appear in the stone house of Black Death City? What exactly is going on? Is there a connection between Black Death City and the City of Love? Li Shu even suspected whether he had just been dreaming, or if he had entered the dream of the Godslayer shrine. However, the white shell turtle shell brought back by him denied this thought. It was not a nightmare, but something that truly happened. Who exactly are you? Li Shu stared at the Godslayer shrine, his emotions extremely complex for a moment. If the cloaked man was indeed the great general of the demon kingdom who obtained the longevity plaque, then why would he slaughter the people of the City of Love? The people in the City of Love were all humans. Shouldn't the great general of the demon kingdom kill demon spirits? Why did he kill humans? What kind of place is the City of Love? Li Shu stood there for quite some time without moving, his palms constantly sweating. 662, Chapter 662, 2072, Do you want to drink? If the Godslayer shrine wants to kill me so badly, if it really was the cloaked man who destroyed the City of Love, then he could have pulled me into the City of Love to kill me directly before. Why go through so much trouble? Li Shu felt something was not right. Li Shu felt that the Godslayer shrine was merely a portal, capable of pulling him into either the Black Death City or the City of Love. In the past, the Godslayer Shrine only pulled him into Black Death City, never into the City of Love. This time pulling him into the City of Love shouldn't have been the true intention of the Godslayer Shrine. It seemed to be an unconscious act brought on by drunkenness. Thinking about the people in the City of Love, Li Shu's heart felt a bit heavy. Even though they were from the Demon Kingdom and not Earth's humans, seeing so many kind people slaughtered while being powerless to do anything was still a stifling pain. I must quickly level up. Looking at the still sleeping Godslayer Shrine, Li Shu couldn't determine its relationship with the Cloaked Man. The shrine had the inscription, God of Slaughter, and so did the tombstone of the Cloaked Man. To say they were unrelated, Li Shu couldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. After taking a cold shower, Li Shu still felt uncomfortable. He disliked the feeling of powerlessness. Recalling the appearance and eyes of Buer after her death, Li Shu's heartstrings couldn't help but tremble. Once I level up, I must return to that City of Love. Hopefully, the Cloaked Man will still be there by then. Li Shu's expression was a bit gloomy. He made a phone call and summoned Johnny. Lord City Lord, the people you wanted have all been found. They were personally recruited by me into the elite guard, and their backgrounds are clean. Their families are all in our City of Light, confirmed personally by Miss Sha Chu. You can use them with confidence, they won't talk carelessly. Johnny said in a low voice upon entering Li Shu's office. What level are these trial takers? Li Shu asked. There are 6 at level E and 4 at level D. If you have specific level requirements, I have backup options, including several level Cs. Johnny quickly replied. They'll do. Bring them to the trial gate at noon. Li Shu waved his hand, signaling Johnny to leave. He wasn't in the mood to talk with Johnny. Johnny, sensing Li Shu's bad mood, didn't dare say much and quickly withdrew. After Johnny left, Li Shu wandered into the courtyard. Soon, he saw Chu Jun approaching, followed by Chu Qi. What's happened? Chu Jun looked Li Shu up and down with some confusion. He rarely saw Li Shu looking so lethargic and knew something must have happened. The day after tomorrow, I'll return to Chengsheng Heaven. How about your side? Can you come along? Originally, Li Shu intended to stay a few more days, but after what happened in the City of Love, he realized his growth rate was too slow and needed to accelerate. Resources in the City of Light were too scarce. Only Chengsheng Heaven could provide enough for fast growth. I came to tell you this. The old man agreed to let me go to Chengsheng Heaven, and Brother Qi is going with me, Chu Jun said with some excitement. Since Chu Qi is going, I'll light a candle for him first, Li Shu said. No need. To everyone's surprise, Chu Qi shook his head, refusing Li Shu. Chu Jun explained. I mentioned the light planting technique to Brother Qi, but he wants to walk the path of the Shattered Contract Foundation. That's fine. One path is not inherently better than the other. The light planting technique just familiarizes one with the light vein sooner. Brother Qi is already level S, not far from condensing light. It won't be long before he can shatter contracts and condense the vein. It's all the same. Li Shu nodded in agreement. Seeing Li Shu had no other thoughts, Chu Jun breathed a sigh of relief. I need to prepare for entering Chengsheng Heaven. Money, as much as you can. As long as you have money, any resource in Chengsheng Heaven is available, Li Shu said. Haha, that's simple. I might not have other things, but money is no problem at all. The old man said he would fully support my cultivation. Chu Jun said happily, since the Magic Spirit Tournament, White Knight City's attitude towards trial takers has changed somewhat. With the emergence of the light planting technique, they also see the need to cultivate their own trial takers. Once we've achieved something, I'll lead White Knight's trial takers. By the way, what currency does Chengsheng Heaven use? Chengsheng coins. You don't need to worry about that. Both White Knight coins and space coins can be exchanged for Chengsheng coins. The exchange rate between space coins and Chengsheng coins is about 2 to 1, Li Shu explained about the situation in Chengsheng Heaven. Good, I was worried Chengsheng Heaven wouldn't recognize outside money. Knowing our money can be used there puts my mind at ease, Chu Jun breathed a sigh of relief. You think too much. Wherever there are human communities, money is essential. Even if the name money disappears, it would surely exist in another form. Li Shu checked the time and said to Chu Jun, I have to visit Black Death City. You guys go prepare. After Li Shu left, Chu Jun said to Chu Qi at his side, Brother Qi, can you lend your demon armor to Li Shu? Chu Qi shook his head. No, he's not qualified yet. 12663, Chapter 663, 272, Do you want to drink? 2. If he's not qualified, then no one in this world is qualified to use that demon armor. He's the best magic armor master in the world. Even the gods can't compare to him, Chu Jun said. Even if the gods came, it wouldn't work. The old master said that this demon armor can only be used by one person, Chu Qi insisted. Who exactly is it for then, Chu Jun wondered, annoyed. I don't understand what the old man means by creating this demon armor and having you carry it, yet not allowing our Chu family's own magic armor master to use it. What exactly is he thinking? I don't know, Chu Qi shook his head. You don't know who it's for, so why are you carrying it? Chu Jun felt Chu Qi was dodging the question, but he also knew Chu Qi well. This man would never lie. The old master only said that if the demon armor encounters someone who can use it, it would naturally react. Li Shu can't. Chu Qi's words completely dashed Chu Jun's hopes. It's just a demon armor, yet it can choose its own master? You're making it sound too far-fetched. Chujun was skeptical of Chuchi's explanation. If the old master says it can, then it definitely can. The old master said, "This is the strongest demon armor in the world, and only the strongest magic armor master can use it. As long as it encounters the strongest magic armor master, it will surely react," Chuchi stubbornly said. "All right then." Chujun felt helpless, knowing that no matter what he said, it was useless. Chuchi treated the old master's words as sacred, and no one could change that. Li Shu went to the laboratory and handed the turtle shell from the City of Love to Zeman K. "Oh, is this light base level demon spirit material?" Zeman Guan became interested upon seeing the turtle shell and quickly confirmed after a simple test. "Yes," Li Shu nodded. "Where did it come from?" Zeman Guan asked in surprise. "No need to worry about where it came from. If you can use it, keep it," Li Shu said. "What about the demon core?" Zeman Guan reached out his hand. "I have a use for the demon core." Li Shu had no intention of giving the demon core to Zeman Guan. These light-based demon cores could be directly used on the Lightspeed Spear and Lightspeed number 3 later. With a light-base level energy source, Li Shu could completely control the demon armor to fight against light-base level demon spirits and trial takers. "You're not planning to use those light-based demon cores on the Lightspeed number 3, are you?" Zeman Guan immediately saw through Li Shu's plans. "I plan to. Shouldn't be a problem, right? You told me before that the Lightspeed number 3 isn't that easy to break, right?" Li Shu looked at Zeman Guan and asked. "Of course there's no problem. Go ahead and use it confidently," Zeman Guan replied with uncertainty, also unsure himself. After all, he had never tested using a light-base level energy source. Whether the Lightspeed number 3 could actually handle light-base level energy, Zeman Guan wasn't sure either. However, theoretically, it should be fine based on performance tests. As long as it can be used, Li Shu said as he prepared to leave. "Don't leave. You've got 10 turtle shells here. There must be 10 demon cores, right? You can't use that many yourself. Give me 5 to research. 2 would be fine. Just 1 then." Zeman Guan implored Li Shu, his gaze somewhat melancholy. "Just these 2. Li Shu handed 2 light-based demon cores to Zeman Guan. Whether there would be another opportunity to visit the City of Love was uncertain. Even if he could go, there might not be another chance to kill the white shell turtle. These light-based demon cores were Li Shu's greatest asset, with uses in the future. After leaving the laboratory, Li Shu went directly to the Hero's Gate, where Johnny and his men were already waiting early. "Lord City Lord, do you think they're all right?" Johnny pointed to the guards behind him. "Good. I'll take them with me first. You head back." Li Shu wasn't concerned about who they were as long as they followed him inside. "Would you like me to accompany you?" Johnny asked respectfully. "You may come if you wish," Li Shu said indifferently. "City Lord, since you hold your subordinates in such high regard, I wish to contribute to your cause," Johnny said promptly. "Then let's go together." Li Shu directly used the trial badge to access the trial, allowing them to enter the trial ground together. The B-level dark maze posed no difficulty for the trial takers from the City of Light. Even without Li Shu leading them, they could easily pass. When selecting rewards, among the 12 people, 4 admission tickets came out. The remaining people were given trial badges by Li Shu, allowing them to enter Black Death City. These people were true trial takers, but they had never seen anyone as extravagant as Li Shu. Opening the trial gate without entering, using 5 trial badges in succession to open the entry, and then using trial badges to let them follow him into the land of trial. This was simply far too extravagant for ordinary trial takers. The familiar Black City, familiar furnaces and streets. Li Shu glanced at Johnny, who understood immediately, shouting to the 10 trial takers, "From now on, you must strictly follow the orders of Lord City Lord, no private actions allowed, and absolutely no mention of today's events when we return, or you'll face military justice." "Yes," the 10 guards responded in unison. "Assist me in accomplishing tasks here. Each of you will be credited with a first-class merit," Li Shu said indifferently. 664, Chapter 664, 272, do you want to drink it? 3. Upon hearing Li Shu talk about earning first-class merit, the 10 personal guards were overjoyed. They knew what first-class merit meant. It was their ticket to exchanging for a spirit beast at the City Lord's mansion, a dream come true for them. Unfortunately, most trial takers find it hard to possess even the lowest grade spirit beast, as the drop rate is extremely low. Janny listened with envy burning in his eyes. A first-class merit reward was not something given lightly. It required significant contributions to earn such honor. Even those personal guards who get injured while completing tasks typically only receive second-class merit. Although second-class merit can also be exchanged for spirit beasts, the quality cannot be guaranteed like when using first-class merit. Johnny possessed a quality spirit beast himself, but he had paid a hefty price for it. It paled in comparison to one acquired via first-class merit. However, Li Shu didn't mention giving him any rewards, and Johnny didn't dare ask, feeling restless inside as if he were being clawed by a cat. When the Black Death Demon appeared, Li Shu showed no intentions of intervening, merely letting Johnny lead the 10 personal guards to tackle the problem. Johnny, despite being ruthless and greedy, was equally adept in his capabilities. He effectively commanded the 10 personal guards to kill the Black Death Demon following a structured plan, clearly showing his regular training. Even the quality spirit beast that appeared at the end was continuously dragged and slaughtered by the 10 guards. After dealing with the Black Death demon, Li Shu finally brought them to the Nether House and pushed the door open, entering. Johnny led the personal guards to follow Li Shu inside the Nether House, all of them curiously observing the interior. The City Lord is indeed the City Lord. Never had I heard anyone entering a house in Black Death City, Johnny thought to himself. Boss lady, I'm here with people for a drink, Li Shu shouted upstairs. Hearing the phrase, boss lady, Li Shu couldn't help but think of the boss lady in the City of Love. Regrettably, the Nether House's boss lady's voice differed from that of the City of Love's, indicating they were not the same person. Besides the one next to you, no one else is qualified to drink these drinks, the boss lady's voice echoed from upstairs, causing Li Shu to pause. Does drinking require qualification? Li Shu was unaware that coming to the Nether House for a drink required credentials, rendering his plans futile. If just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can drink here, why would you need to seek? The boss lady replied irritably. Fair point. Li Shu did not inquire about who qualified to drink, but he glanced at Johnny, surprised that the fellow had the qualification despite just being a D-level trial taker, while among the 10 personal guards, several were also D-level trial takers but unqualified, indicating it's not a matter of rank. Do you want to drink? Li Shu walked behind the bar, looking at Johnny. Yes, Johnny instantly replied, getting the hint. Good, Li Shu nodded appreciatively, then set his eyes on the liquor cabinet, searching its contents. He'd seen these liquor names at the City of Love banquet and tasted them. Some seemed remarkably similar yet distinct to those here. Shortly, Li Shu selected 7 bottles, choosing to mix the cocktail known as Punishment and Sin from the mixologist's formula. The 7 bottles included Purgatory Angel and Black-Robed Bishop he'd previously used, while the remaining 5 were new to him: 7 Deadly Sins, Netherworld Ice River, Paradise Night, Source of All Evil, and World Purifying Holy Water. Punishment and Sin, also known as Eternal Seal of the End of Visages, ranks among the most challenging to concoct. The first 6 types must pair and pour into the shaker, while the 7th must be added last, ensuring perfect balance of proportions and timing, leaving no room for error. Even the least deviation might spell failure. Most demanding of all was the need to accomplish this in under 7 seconds, as even a millisecond over would ruin the drink. Failure bore no warning sign, but drinking it could lead to a fate worse than death. Both failure and success rely solely on experience, and I couldn't perceive it. Hence, the created cocktail promises prosperity if successful, yet even burial rituals seem elusive if it fails. Li Shu chose to make Punishment and Sin because he drank the same in the City of Love. If the Nether House's alcohol mirrored those from the City of Love, the concoction might greatly benefit Li Shu. Purgatory Angel and World Purifying Holy Water, Black-Robed Bishop and Source of All Evil, Paradise Night and Netherworld Ice River. These 6 must pair into the shaker with critical accuracy, additionally requiring precision in pouring positions to attain perfect balance, successes and failures separated by a mere fraction. Li Shu opened the shaker, grabbing Purgatory Angel and World Purifying Holy Water with respective hands, uncapping single-handedly, directly pouring into the shaker. A drop of red Purgatory Angel, resembling undiluted blood, mixing with a crystal-clear drop of World Purifying Holy Water, instantly entwined within the shaker, launching alternating red and white beams within. The room was illuminated with streaks of red and white, blending the fragrance of wine with a bloody stench, pervading everyone's nostrils. Some felt nauseated, others fascinated by the peculiar scent. The bottle was swiftly recorked, as Li Shu placed the 2 bottles down, grasping Black-Robed Bishop and Source of All Evil bottles, uncapped with a flick of the wrist, leveraging centrifugal force to eject pitch-black drops and mist-like alcohol, simultaneously into the shaker. As the alcohol entered, Li Shu switched to Paradise Night and Netherworld Ice River, pouring the cloudy pink and green liquids in equally. Once the 6 drinks entered the shaker, the contents immediately transformed into a vibrant spectacle, like dazzling lights in motion, akin to a hellish portrait depicting eerie hue transitions. All 10 trial takers, including Johnny, couldn't suppress the urge to vomit as the scent evolved beyond bloodiness. Johnny desperately resisted the rolling in his stomach, biting his lips hard, fearing he might actually vomit. A dread griped his heart. Surely the City Lord doesn't mean for me to drink this, right? Just by the scent alone, Johnny felt this menace was deadlier than poison. Consuming it could indeed spell doom. No wonder the City Lord would promise such generous rewards. Could it be for a task demanding life sacrifice? Johnny now deeply regretted accompanying Li Shu in. As he wallowed in regret and discomfort, the last ingredient, 7 Deadly Sins, was already poured. Upon the crystalline liquid entering, the previously vibrant mix turned transparent. No shaking required, Li Shu directly poured it into a glass, its contents clear as water, bearing no impurities nor color, nor the previous nauseating scent, only emitting wisps of chill, resembling glacier meltwater. Do you want a drink? Li Shu pushed the glass to Johnny, squinting at him. 665, Chapter 665, 273, Cemetery Thud. Johnny kneeled before Li Shu with a thud, tears, and snot flowing as he said, "In this lifetime, being favored by you, my lord, is the greatest honor. I would go through fire and water for you without regret." only without me to serve you in the future. I hope the city lord takes good care of himself." The guard squad members nearby were stunned, unable to imagine their captain Johnny, usually so high and mighty, showing this side. Li Shu almost couldn't help but laugh. Suppressing his smile, he said, "All right, get up, no one is asking you to die. I might really be a bit unaccustomed without you by my side." "My lord, with your words, I could die fulfilled." Johnny appeared sorrowful, like a warrior dying for a kindred soul, yet he wouldn't get up to take the drink. "Get up, you don't need to drink it. Find someone to drink in your place. Would you agree?" asked Li Shu. I agree, thank you, my lord." Seeing Li Shu's expression, Johnny dared not continue playing the tragic role. He nodded while rising. With Johnny's agreement, Li Shu took up the wine cup and drank it all. Like icy spring water, the liquid flowed down his throat into his belly, instantly spreading coldness throughout his body, as if falling into an ice cellar. "My lord," Johnny was stunned seeing Li Shu drink it himself, deeply regretting inside. He wasn't yet realizing the wine was something good, but thought Li Shu was testing him with it, feeling he missed the chance to show loyalty. Li Shu ignored him, directing the terrifying cold within his body towards the evil spirit token. "You should leave now," Li Shu said lightly. "My lord, Johnny wanted to say something but was immediately interrupted by Li Shu. "Leave, wait outside." "Yes." Johnny dared not say more, leading the guard squad members out of the nether house, standing outside keeping watch. Crime and punishment is one of the 3 most difficult drinks to mix. A slight mistake will not only be unbeneficial, but also leave you in a fate worse than death. "You are quite bold, daring to mix this drink," the tavern owner's voice came from upstairs. Li Shu had no ability to chat with the tavern owner now. The cold within him grew more severe, freezing his entire body. Not only could he not open his mouth to speak, but even moving his lips was impossible. He directed that terrifying energy into the evil spirit token. Just as he thought, once the energy entered the evil spirit token, the blue light vein map lit up. As more energy was drawn into the evil spirit token, the light veins on the blue light vein map continued to light up. Even if you successfully mix this, not just anyone can drink crime and punishment. It has another name, eternal seal, at the end of fall. If a common person drank it, they'd be permanently sealed, never awakening for thousands of years. The tavern owner sighed. "It was hard to get a bartender who isn't really one. Don't you dare die on me." With a change of tone, the tavern owner spoke with a smile. "But if you were eternally sealed here, it's not entirely bad for me. At least someone would be here keeping me company, alleviating a bit of my loneliness." Li Shu naturally couldn't respond to the tavern owner. The cold inside him seemed endless. Even after the blue light vein map was fully lit, it kept surging in madly. Luckily, the evil spirit token's capacity was extraordinarily strong. As the cold kept pouring in, the evil spirit token began to undergo a strange transformation. The process of super spirit is from quantitative changes inspiring qualitative ones. Generally, when a symbiotic contract becomes super spirit, its form changes. The changes in the evil spirit token indicated it was beginning to undergo super spirit. Li Shu originally thought he'd need to drink several cups to make the evil spirit token undergo super spirit, hence gathering so many people. Yet the energy in just this 1 cup exceeded his expectations. The red and blue light vein map on the evil spirit token shone brightly, the token body seeming to melt, gradually disappearing. Only the red and blue light lines remained, which surprisingly merged with Li Shu's light vein within his body, transforming them into a tangible existence. This was equivalent to directly condensing a light vein, a complete red and blue light vein, no different from the light base level. These light veins have slight differences from regular light base level veins. Where others shatter the contract into a foundation, typically, light veins are formed from nothing. Once the evil spirit token merged with Li Shu, the red and blue light veins became like blood vessels, not only storing a large amount of light energy, but also able to accommodate its flow within. Due to the strong light veins, one can faintly see the red and blue light veins glowing on Li Shu's body from the outside, resembling light patterns that cover the entire body like veins. Tavern owner, you're overthinking. If you wanted someone to keep you company, you should have just said so. If I did get frozen here, unable to speak a word, what's the point of staying here to accompany you? Li Shu joked. In a moment, Li Shu had absorbed all the energy transformed from crime and punishment into the light veins formed by the evil spirit token. Generally, when a contract enters the super spirit state, it upgrades from 1% of the super spirit limit. Yet because the energy from crime and punishment was so strong, upon complete absorption, the evil spirit token's super spirit limit directly reached 100%. With a single opportunity, it's already possible to shatter the contract into a foundation. Li Shu didn't do so because he never intended to go the path of shattering the contract into a foundation. He wanted to establish his foundation directly using his light seed, not needing to merge into a contract foundation establishment. See Shu 666, Chapter 666, 273, Cemetery 2. So you finished digesting it this quickly. The proprietress seemed somewhat surprised. She understood the strength of the energy of sin and punishment well, and believed that even a super spirit demon drinking this glass of wine shouldn't digest it completely this quickly. Just a glass of wine. Li Shu said flatly, "Madam, I have a question for you. Do you know about the City of Love?" "How do you know about the City of Love?" the proprietress blurted out. "I've been to the City of Love." "What exactly is it?" Li Shu knew from her tone that she not only knew about the City of Love but was definitely connected to it. "Impossible. There's no way you've been to the City of Love." The proprietress immediately denied Li Shu's claim. "Why can't I have been to the City of Love?" Li Shu quickly sensed there was something wrong with her words. "A city that no longer exists. How could you have been there?" The proprietress snorted coldly. "Where did you hear the name City of Love coming here to spout nonsense?" "Do you know Elder Wu?" Li Shu tested. "You? How do you know Elder Wu? Where did you hear all this?" The proprietress's voice was somewhat agitated. "I not only know Elder Wu, but I also know Black Rider, Ka Duar, Blind Tailor. There's a tavern there too, but it's not called Nether House, just tavern, and there's also a proprietress," Li Shu said slowly. "Where exactly did you hear all this?" The proprietress interrupted Li Shu sharply. "I told you, I've been to the City of Love," Li Shu said word for word. "Impossible. You couldn't have been to the City of Love unless you've seen ghosts," the proprietress said. "Why did the City of Love disappear, and where was it before it vanished?" Li Shu stared at the second floor and asked. The second floor didn't respond, making Li Shu frown as he asked several more times, but the proprietress remained silent. After a while, the proprietress's voice rang out again. "No matter where you heard about the City of Love, it no longer matters. It's not something you should know, and you shouldn't investigate anything related to the City of Love, or it will surely invite disaster." "What are you afraid of? Afraid of the god of slaughter?" Li Shu pressed. "Just leave." The proprietress spoke this sentence and then went silent, giving no response no matter how Li Shu pressed. Li Shu reluctantly left the Nether House, becoming increasingly convinced there must be some connection between the City of Love and Black Death City. Johnny and the others were waiting outside the door, but Li Shu wasn't in the mood to hunt demons, so he let them go to the canyon to hunt mechanical skeletons while he himself headed towards the never-opened city gate. He had a vague suspicion but couldn't fully piece it together. He needed more evidence. Approaching the city gate alone, he could hear the ghostly cries from outside. Without hesitation, Li Shu summoned the Jedi Knight, then raised the city gate. Li Shu also fused with the evil spirit token again, entering the super spirit state. His super spirit state was comparable to the light base, even stronger than ordinary light base. As the city gate slowly rose, Li Shu saw the scene beyond and couldn't help but furrow his brow. Outside the gate lay a vast graveyard with countless graves, large and small, standing without markers or plaques, numbering perhaps in the thousands. Something's not right. Li Shu examined the graves with some confusion. Li Shu's memory could be described as photographic, knowing the City of Love only had a few hundred people, whereas here number thousands of graves. Previously, Li Shu had suspected the City of Love might be Black Death City from the past, possibly brought into the City of Love by the Godslayer Shrine, merely a place resembling the Time Illusion realm. But now, it seemed his suspicion was misplaced. The City of Love only had a few hundred residents, it couldn't possibly have thousands of graves. "Seems I overthought it. The City of Love isn't the old Black Death City." Li Shu realized his thoughts were too fantastical. The turtle shell and demon core previously brought out had already made Li Shu realize this idea was unreliable, but still held onto a sliver of hope. Now seeing so many graves, he knew it was indeed a stretch. Unfortunately, those graves had no tombstones nor any inscriptions nearby. If there were epitaphs, he could find out who was buried there. Apart from the graves, no demons were found, nor were the ghostly cries heard inside the city. Li Shu still felt somewhat unsatisfied, hesitated for a moment, and walked to the nearest grave, intending to dig it up and see what was buried inside. "If I were you, I wouldn't dig it up." A voice suddenly rang out. Li Shu looked vigilantly toward the voice but saw nothing, a grave obstructing his view. Red and blue light patterns gleamed from Li Shu's body as he cautiously walked around, immediately seeing a person leaning against a grave, surprisingly holding a bottle, drinking. A human? Li Shu was slightly stunned. He didn't expect to encounter a living person here, thinking earlier it might be an intelligent demon. The person had a head full of disheveled gray hair, clothes ragged like a beggar, and a beard obscuring most of his face. 667. Chapter 667, Chapter 667, The 3 Cemetery 3. The man didn't pay any attention to him and just continued drinking his wine. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Li Shu stared at him and asked. The man still ignored him, continuing to gulp down wine. "Are you from the Demon Kingdom?" Li Shu asked again. "Is who I am really that important to you?" After taking a big swig, the man put down the bottle and wiped his mouth as he spoke. "Very important," Li Shu said seriously. "Sorry, I don't know who I am either." "You can just consider me a wandering ghost with nowhere to reincarnate," the man said. "Why won't you let me dig the graves?" Li Shu stared at him and asked. "No one is stopping you from digging the graves. If you really want to, just go ahead. I'm merely reminding you, if I were you, I wouldn't dig those graves," the man said. "Why?" Li Shu frowned and asked. "Because those graves are buried with evil spirits that can devour everything. If you dig them up, it's over for you and for this city." The man took another swig and said, "Evil spirits? You mean powerful demon spirits are buried here?" Li Shu thought for a moment and asked. "Maybe," the man said indifferently. "Just leave if there's nothing else. This is not a place for the living. Aren't you alive?" I told you, you can consider me a wandering ghost, but to me, you seem like a person. Then don't think of me as a person. Can you tell me your name? Forgotten. I'm just a wandering ghost who has forgotten past and present lives. How could I have a name? You must have a nickname at least? Call me whatever you like. All right, then I'll call you Ghosty. Li Shu stared at him and said, Can you tell me why you're here? I don't know. I was here when I woke up, Ghosty replied. What do you know then? Li Shu frowned and asked, I only know that under these graves lie evil spirits. They're always howling and screaming, giving me a headache, Ghosty said. Even now? Even now, Ghosty nodded and said. Li Shu listened closely, but he heard nothing. Not even the sound of wind. It was so silent that you could hear a pin drop, let alone the howling of evil spirits. Are you sure? I'm sure. Li Shu concentrated and listened again, but still heard nothing. If it's so unbearable, why not leave? Li Shu stopped questioning and asked. Can't leave, Ghosty said. Why can't you leave? Li Shu pursued. If I walk out of this graveyard, I'll die, the man said with a smile. How can you die? Li Shu didn't believe him. I'll just die. The man showed no intention to explain. What if I take you out? Li Shu coldly stared at him and said, This person was strange and spoke with too many uncertainties, making it hard for anyone to believe him. Suit yourself, the man replied indifferently, continuing to drink. Then, pardon me. Li Shu concentrated light energy and reached out to grab the man, wanting to find out his true origin. Surprisingly, the man didn't resist at all, allowing Li Shu to seize his wrist. Pardon me, Li Shu was slightly stunned but had no intention of letting him go. He began to pull him out of the graveyard. The man didn't resist, letting Li Shu drag him, stumbling out of the graveyard. Thud. Li Shu had just pulled the man out of the graveyard when he fell to the ground with a thud. Li Shu was shocked to find the man had stopped breathing. Reaching out to check, there was no breath, no heartbeat, no pulse. His once warm body was quickly cooling. Li Shu initially thought he was feigning death and immediately pulled out a gun, shooting at his head. The bullet hit the man's head, but he remained motionless. If someone could feign death to this extent, he couldn't really be considered human. This bullet was an undying bullet, so it naturally didn't harm him. The bullet lodged in his skull, gradually disappearing. Yet the undying bullet somehow caused his cooling body to warm slightly, and his heart began to weakly beat. But after only a couple of beats, the heart started to stop again. Li Shu hurriedly dragged the man back into the graveyard. He didn't want to kill the person needlessly. He didn't truly intend for this man to die. Amazingly, when Li Shu dragged the man's body back into the graveyard, his heartbeat and breathing quickly returned. After a moment, the man sat up by himself and looked at Li Shu with a smile. Now do you believe? How do you know you'll die if you leave the graveyard? Li Shu was still skeptical. If this man had left the graveyard before, he should have already been dead. How did he come back? Because someone did the same thing as you before. The man stood up, picked up the wine bottle on the ground, and took another swig. Who? Li Shu asked. He said his surname was Li, an interesting man, the man said. Surname Li. Li Shu couldn't help but think of the Red Sand City Lord. The Red Sand City Lord was the president of the Chongsheng Tian, so his surname was Li, and it wasn't surprising that he had been here, as he had initially built this city of light. A sleazy old man? Li Shu described the Red Sand City Lord's appearance. No, a handsome young man, though he said he was very old. Ghosty said as he staggered over to a gravestone and sat down against it. You should leave. If you stay any longer, you might not be able to leave. Ghosty's words made Li Shu even more suspicious that the man was the Red Sand City Lord. 10, 9, 8, Li Shu wanted to ask more, but Ghosty suddenly started counting down. Li Shu understood his meaning, urging him to return to the city. What if I don't go back to the city? Li Shu looked at Ghosty and asked. Ghosty didn't answer, just continued counting. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As he finished counting, there was a loud rumble, and the city gate that Li Shu had raised unexpectedly shut by itself. Now you can't leave, even if you want to, Ghosty sighed and said. 668, Chapter 668, 2074, The Impossible Appearance. Come here, sit down, and don't move. Agway gestured to Li Shu, indicating for him to sit down beside him. Li Shu didn't hesitate, walking straight over to Agway's side and leaning against the grave mound to sit down. No matter what you see later, you mustn't make a sound or move, Agway instructed. Li Shu nodded, remaining silent and still. Soon, Li Shu suddenly felt a bit cold. A chilly breeze blew in from nowhere, causing the grass on the grave mound to sway. A scraping sound emanated from deep within the graveyard, resembling the sound of metal rubbing against sharp stone, an unsettling noise that set one's teeth on edge and frayed the nerves. Blocked by the grave mound, Li Shu couldn't see what was happening. Agui, half reclined on the grave mound, seemed completely unconcerned, sipping from a wine bottle. Li Shu mimicked him, half reclining on the grave mound, as the scraping noise in his ears grew louder. Gradually, Li Shu heard footsteps. This must be the sound of some creature dragging a metal object within the graveyard. Li Shu stared in that direction, occasionally catching glimpses of something through the gaps between the grave mounds. It turned out to be a Black Death demon, though it was somewhat different from those in the city. This Black Death demon wasn't shackled but dragged a black metal shovel, slowly walking within the graveyard. Its black light was like smoke or mist, and its armor, like black diamond, was clear and profound. It turned out to be a radiant demon spirit. Li Shu had the radiant Black Death Demon King, but this radiant Black Death Demon was slightly different, lacking a crown, and its armor was not as opulent. As Li Shu stared at the Black Death Demon, it suddenly looked over, but Li Shu, wanting to evade, was held down by Agui, who shook his head, signaling not to move. After watching for a while, the Black Death Demon seemed unable to see Li Shu, dragging the black shovel as it continued to wander randomly about the graveyard. Li Shu discovered that the Black Death Demon truly seemed unable to see them. Although it clearly looked his way several times, it acted as if he were invisible. Several times, the Black Death Demon passed very close to them without the slightest indication of noticing. Who knows what the Black Death Demon was searching for, dragging the black shovel around the graveyard, looking and sniffing at various grave mounds as if searching for something edible. Could this thing be planning to dig up graves to eat corpses? Li Shu wondered privately. As Li Shu pondered the scenario, the Black Death Demon stopped in front of a grave mound, then forcefully swung the shovel, truly starting to dig. It's really digging up a corpse, Li Shu thought in surprise, turning to look at Agui. Agui said that demons were buried under these graves, and if they were unearthed, both they and Black Death City would be doomed. Yet now, his demeanor showed no intention to stop it, merely leaning against the grave mound, watching the Black Death Demon dig. Was this guy just fooling me before? Li Shu pondered but felt it unlikely. The Black Death Demon moved swiftly, soon excavating the entire grave mound, revealing a black coffin inside. The coffin looked metallic yet had a sheen like jade, made of unknown material. Its design was bizarre, a shape Li Shu had never seen before. Clang! The Black Death Demon stuck the shovel into the coffin, prying the lid open with force. Li Shu couldn't see what was inside the coffin from his position, wanting to raise his head for a better look, but as soon as he moved, Agui restrained him again. Li Shu had to curb his curiosity and waited, not daring to move again. Once the coffin lid was open, the Black Death Demon discarded the shovel and reached into the coffin, soon pulling something out. Li Shu trembled as he clearly saw what the Black Death Demon had retrieved. The Black Death Demon had pulled out a corpse, a little girl's corpse, wearing leather boots and a vest with a cowboy hat. Little Buer. Li Shu's expression turned extremely grim. He had been wondering about the connection between Black Death City and the City of Love all along, and now it seemed his suspicions hadn't been entirely misplaced. At least the two cities were connected, otherwise how could Little Buer's corpse appear here? Li Shu saw clearly that Little Buer's corpse showed no signs of decay, suggesting she had not been dead long. Moreover, the way the corpse's head lolled indicated death by neck breakage, exactly as he had seen in the City of Love. The little Buer who had died in the City of Love, her body now appeared in the graveyard outside Black Death City. There was certainly a link between the two cities. Could it be that the graves here contain the corpses of City of Love's residents? But there are only a few hundred people in the City of Love. While thousands of grave mounds are here, the numbers don't add up. Or perhaps, not all buried here are residents of the City of Love. Li Shu speculated inwardly. As Li Shu's mind raced with possibilities, the Black Death Demon had already placed Little Buer's corpse on the ground, opening its mouth as if to devour her. Li Shu could no longer bear it. Unable to save Little Buer and those residents in the City of Love already weighed on his mind, and now he couldn't possibly watch as Little Buer's corpse was consumed by the Black Death Demon. 0669, Chapter 669, 274, The Impossible Appearance. 2. The ghost extended his hand to stop Li Shu, but was pushed away by him. The Fire Lotus sword at his waist flew out automatically, instantly covering a distance of several dozen meters, slashing towards the head of the Black Death Demon. The Black Death Demon sensed the arrival of the Fire Lotus sword, grabbed with his hand, and the black shovel returned to his grip. With a wave of his large hand, the black shovel emitted a black glow, forcibly sweeping the Fire Lotus sword away. Li Shu flew to grab the hilt of the Fire Lotus sword, joining forces with the summoned Jedi Knight to attack the Black Death Demon from the left and right. This Black Death Demon was evidently an existence that had reached the Super Spirit stage, or perhaps even more powerful, possessing light-based strength. He swung the black shovel again, and the black glow emanating from it caused the Jedi Knight, who had entered the Super Spirit state, to continuously retreat. Li Shu held the Fire Lotus sword, his body moving swiftly, simultaneously thrusting out beams of sword light. Each beam of sword light was continuous, but the Black Death Demon was exceptionally formidable, black gleam flashing in his eyes with unbelievable speed. The black shovel swept across and shattered all the sword lights of the Fire Lotus sword, indeed at light base level. Li Shu could already see black flames inside the Black Death Demon condensing into flashing light veins. On the black shovel, there was a cross-shaped light pattern emitting white light shining amidst the black glow like a star. The Black Death Demon, wielding the black shovel, forced Li Shu and the Jedi Knight to retreat. Fortunately, Li Shu maneuvered his body skillfully, not falling behind. Even the Jedi Knight realized that force was not an option, continually dodging and looking for the opportunity to unleash the bloodlight slash. With a thought, the evil spirit token entered the super spirit state, integrating with his body, forming a red and blue light vein map inside him, immediately boosting Li Shu's combat power to a terrifying level. Grasping the Fire Lotus sword, Li Shu frantically injected light energy from the evil spirit token and slashed at the Black Death Demon. The Black Death Demon swung the shovel to meet the attack. Sword and shovel clashed, creating a massive explosion of light, with shockwaves blowing the grass on the nearby graves almost flat against them. However, regardless of the violence of the shockwaves and light explosion, they surprisingly failed to break the grass on the graves, which remained perfectly intact. Clang, clang, clang. Li Shu fought the Black Death Demon, surprised to find that the demon was using the black shovel like a sword, making it difficult to gain the upper hand. The Black Death Demon's swordsmanship was as strong as a master, with strokes following standard forms without any flaws, leaving Li Shu unable to find an opportunity. The Black Death Demon seemed like a swordsman of unmatched skill, each move steady as rock, giving Li Shu no opening. Li Shu was unafraid of those who played tricks with him. Flashy techniques were useless against him. However, this simple and unadorned swordsmanship left him without an immediate solution for breaking it, forcing him to continuously channel the power of the evil spirit token, seeking to overcome it with force. But the strength of the Black Death Demon's demonic light was stronger than Li Shu imagined. As Li Shu increased his light energy, the demon's light energy also increased correspondingly. No matter how much Li Shu increased his light energy, the Black Death Demon matched him. It's useless, you can't surpass him in light energy. Defeat him with swordsmanship, the ghost suddenly advised. Li Shu had no choice but to calm himself, abandoning brute force to engage the Black Death Demon in a duel of swordsmanship. In a battle between experts, the slightest margin can determine the victor. The sound of sword and shovel clashing was constant, with the Jedi Knight no longer joining the fray. Though a top-tier fighter even in the Super Spirit stage, he had no place in such a battle. Li Shu only hoped to lure the Black Death Demon away, allowing the Jedi Knight to take the opportunity to retrieve little Buer's corpse. Clang, clang, clang. The continuous clashes of sword and shovel sent waves of shockwaves throughout the graveyard, filling it with flowing light and color. The collision of red and black demonic light resulted in a light explosion, brilliantly colorful, not just black and red. Li Shu, like a flawless machine, made no mistakes. The Black Death Demon's swordsmanship, though simple, showed no flaws. This guy's swordsmanship is definitely master level. Who would have thought there'd be such a powerful being among the Black Death Demons? Even the Black Death Demon King might not possess such wisdom. Li Shu thought in shock, yet his hand never hesitated. Though the Black Death Demon showed no flaws, he was gradually forced by Li Shu into an increasingly closed stance. From an equal start, he eventually found himself only defending, until Li Shu finally pierced through the gap in his armor with the Fire Lotus sword. The sword's light of the Fire Lotus sword bloomed within the Black Death Demon's body like a lotus flower, dismembering the demon from within. The body of the Black Death Demon fell in pieces to the ground, and only then did Li Shu discover, to his astonishment, that this Black Death Demon was indeed different. Inside Black Death City, the Black Death Demon's bodies were simply armor, filled with black smoke like demon flame, lacking flesh and blood. Inside this Black Death Demon's armor was a body of flesh, from which actual blood flowed out. "Didn't I tell you not to make a sound or move rashly no matter what you see? Why didn't you listen?" sighed the ghost. "Isn't it resolved already?" Li Shu replied indifferently, using the sword tip to lift open the Black Death Demon's helmet. "You solved one trouble but brought upon yourself a greater one," the ghost said, noticing a change in Li Shu's expression. Li Shu stared at the face beneath the helmet, his expression shifting unpredictably, looking terribly grim. 670, Chapter 670, 2074, The Impossible Appearance. 3. Black Rider. Li Shu looked at this zombie-like ashen face, his heart filled with indescribable shock. This face was the face of the Black Rider. He had just seen it not long ago, and considering how brutally the Black Rider died back then, how could he have forgotten so quickly? Undoubtedly, this face belonged to the Black Rider. What's going on? Why has the Black Rider turned into the Black Death Demon? Wasn't he already smashed to death by that cloaked man? What in the world is happening? The questions in Li Shu's heart were almost overflowing. "Stop standing here dazed. Real trouble is coming." Agi ran over and pulled Li Shu away. Li Shu shook off Agi's hand, turned around to retrieve the body of little Buer. However, as soon as he turned, Li Shu was dumbfounded. The body of little Buer was floating on its own. The previously twisted neck had risen, the head twisting bizarrely. The eyes, now open, were filled with purple pupils, the whites nowhere to be seen, indescribably eerie. Li Shu immediately understood that the major trouble Agui mentioned was little Buer. Little Buer floated in the air, neck twisting oddly, eyes hardly focusing. "Follow me." Agui pulled Li Shu again, quickly rushing to the grave mound where they had hidden before. "Get up here." Agi jumped to the top of the grave mound, addressing Li Shu. Li Shu followed suit, and they stood side by side on the grave mound. "If you don't want to die, absolutely don't go down. Otherwise, you're dead for sure," Agi said, staring at the floating, unfocused little Buer. "What is going on?" Li Shu asked Agi, staring intently. He had too many questions. Why was the body of the deceased little Buer here? Why had it turned this way? Why was the deceased Black Rider here and had transformed into the Black Death demon? It was all bizarre and strange beyond belief. You killed the ghost-eating demon spirit, and this evil ghost is resurrecting, Agi said solemnly. Now we have only two paths. Stand here on the grave mound and wait to die, or escape after she has killed all living things in Black Death City, before we die. Is there no way to survive? Li Shu looked at the floating little Bu-air, whose eyes were finally focusing, filled with purple pupils, staring in their direction. No, I am merely a worthless wandering ghost, and you are merely a super spirit. Though your super spirit is surprising, capable of killing top-tier light-based demon spirits, compared to that evil ghost, you're too weak, probably unable to withstand even one strike from her, Agi remarked. Who exactly are you? Don't tell me you're just a forgetful wandering ghost. If you forgot everything, how do you know all this? Li Shu pressed Agi. Sigh, does who I am matter? Surviving is the priority now, Agi sighed. You're not entirely without hope. If you can cross Black Death City to the Black Sea before she kills all living things in Black Death City, you might have a slim chance. But with that evil ghost's power, as soon as we leave this grave mound, she could kill you in an instant. So you can only gamble that while crossing Black Death City, she won't notice you. Aren't you going? Li Shu frowned. If I leave here, I'll die, Agi sighed. As they talked, little Bu-air's neck twisted constantly, and the snapped bones seemed to reconnect, appearing much more normal. Suddenly, little Bu-air tilted her head back and let out a loud shriek, a ghostly wail that made it impossible for Li Shu to associate her with the adorable little girl from City of Love. With little Bu-air's scream, her entire body was enveloped in purple flames. The grave mounds all ignited with purple flames, burning away the grass, the mounds looking like piles of purple bonfire. Only the grave mound beneath Li Shu and Agui's feet didn't emit purple flames, a sight that left Li Shu somewhat astonished. Such terrifying flames, and they continued to be released unceasingly. This already exceeded what the light-based level could achieve. This corpse-like creature, little Bu-air, was probably at least at the spirit-forging level. This is really freaking me out, Li Shu sighed helplessly. Little Bu-air floated like a ghost in the air, drifting towards the two of them, her eyes fixed on the grave mound. As she floated closer to the top of the grave mound, a shriek echoed out as if she had hit an invisible electric net. White electric snakes flickered around her, throwing her back. However, the white electric snakes quickly vanished, and little Bu-air floated back. This time she didn't charge directly at the mound, but hovered around it, her purple flames blazing continuously. Why is this grave mound so special? Li Shu asked Agui. I don't know either. This grave in the graveyard isn't the largest, nor the smallest, plain and unremarkable. However, it's the only place in the graveyard that's safe. No demon spirit or evil ghost can get close to it, Agui explained. Could it be something buried in this grave that can restrain her? If we dig it out, would we have a chance to suppress her? Li Shu speculated, examining the grave mound beneath his feet. What if there's a more terrifying evil ghost below? Agi Shu also knew this was more likely, and he temporarily abandoned the thought. Let's wait and see. Based on past experience, she should head to Black Death City soon. Before she kills all living beings in Undying City, you still have a chance to escape, Agi said. Agi clearly didn't know Li Shu was from Earth, assuming he was from the Demon Kingdom too. In fact, Li Shu just needed to return inside the city gates, reach the plaza, extinguish the longevity lamp, and he could leave here. But Johnny and those guards were still in Black Death City. If that evil ghost-like little Bu-air entered the city first, they'd be doomed. Li Shu wouldn't sacrifice his life to save them, but even if he didn't plan for them, would he be discovered by little Bu-air after entering the city? Not reaching the plaza before being discovered by little Bu-air would leave Li Shu wondering if he could make it there alive. What about you? Li Shu asked Agui, watching him. He didn't believe Agui would truly stay here to die. I am just a lonely wandering ghost. If you leave, she won't come back to kill me, Agui claimed, but his expression was off as he watched the nearby little Bu-air. Strange, based on past experience, she should have gone to Black Death City. Why would she stay here to guard us? 671, Chapter 671, 275, Uncle Bang. Little Bu-air tried once more to charge at the gravesite where Li Shu and his companion were, but was again repelled, white electric light flashing across her body incessantly. Time and again, little Bu-air crashed frantically, the purple flames on her body colliding fiercely with the white electric light, igniting bursts of explosive light. Strange, what's going on? It's illogical. Why isn't she heading to Black Death City? It shouldn't be like this. Ghost stared at the frantically charging little Bu-air, bewildered. What do you mean by before? Did something like this happen before too? Li Shu fixed his gaze on Ghost and questioned. Ghost replied, It did happen before, although I haven't seen it myself. I've only heard about it. Heard? Who did you hear it from? Li Shu frowned secretly. A reckless spirit that was here before, Ghost murmured. You aren't going to tell me you're a professional tomb guardian, are you? Li Shu construed from Ghost's words that even this spirit had a legacy, making it less simple than just one person. Ahem, can't exactly call it a legacy, just some idle people who feel life isn't interesting enough and choose to lie flat here instead. Ghost clearly didn't want to elaborate. What should we do now? Li Shu asked as he looked at Ghost. Since soft methods don't work, we'll have to opt for hard ones. Ghost said as he lifted the bottle in his hand. Is that bottle a contract? Li Shu was somewhat startled as he eyed the black bottle in Ghost's hand. Originally thought to be just a plain black glass bottle, but at this moment, that black glass bottle began to shine brightly, releasing wisps of ghost-like black light from its mouth. The ghost-like black light intertwined, clinging to the bottle, transforming it into a bizarre black weapon exuding a sci-fi atmosphere. Although the black weapon looked cool, like a flamethrower or a laser gun, to Li Shu it seemed more like a water gun, with the bottle serving as the water reservoir. Ghost, who looked like a beggar, was also enveloped in black light, forming into black armor around his body, making him appear like a bearded Terminator warrior. Stay here, don't move, I'll drive her away. With that, Ghost stepped out and jumped off the gravesite, firing directly at Little Buer with the gun formed from the bottle. Li Shu's guess proved correct. It was indeed a water gun. What sprayed from the gun wasn't bullets, but sheets of liquid black light. As the liquid black light landed on Little Buer, it immediately extinguished the purple flames on her body. The purple flames seemed to encounter an extinguisher, and after several sprays, the purple flames on Buer were nearly snuffed out. Little Buer let out cries of pain, retreating repeatedly as she was sprayed by the liquid black light. Go to where you belong, Ghost coldly shouted as he held up the gun aimed at Little Buer. Suddenly, Little Buer emitted a sharp scream. The purple flames on her body instantly reignited, burning even fiercer. It was initially just purple flames above the gravesite, but now they rapidly spread, enveloping the entire cemetery. Ghost found purple flames at his feet too, his black light armor ignited by the purple flames, causing him to frantically spray black liquid light all around himself, but extinguishing this spot only for another to ignite. Facing the raging flames, Ghost's gun seemed truly like a water gun, the black liquid light merely a drop in the ocean, unable to make a significant impact. Little Buer suspended in midair, at some point holding a wooden revolver, the barrel aimed directly at Ghost, prompting him to turn and flee. Bang! The revolver cracked a shot. A light bullet hit Ghost squarely on the rear, causing him to let out a tragic scream as he toppled over, engulfed wholly by purple flames. Ghost ignored the purple flames covering his body, desperately rushed back to the gravesite, spraying black liquid light all over himself, extinguishing the purple flames. His already ragged clothes now burnt beyond recognition. His beard and hair singed, his face burnt purple. Li Shu stared dumbfounded at Ghost, surprised at how he returned so swiftly, hardly in the impressive manner he had departed. Cough, cough, that thing's gone mad, Ghost grimaced in pain. Any other tricks up your sleeve? Li Shu asked. No more. This is absurd. My netherworld annihilating spear should have severely wounded her. Ideally, she would have left. There's no need for her to struggle to the death with me, and yet she fuels herself with fire, determined to fight me till the end, which is troubling. Watching the surging purple flames, Ghost's expression turned grim. The entire cemetery transformed into a purple flame. Purgatory, apart from the gravesite they stood on, blazing purple flames were everywhere. The purple flames spread toward the gravesite. The purple light and white electricity intertwined, producing crackling sounds. Little Buer within the purple flames stared intently at them, resolute in her endeavor to engage them fiercely. Bang! Bang! Little Buer's gun fired light bullet after light bullet, each bullet causing the surrounding electric light to sparkle. Li Shu watched Little Buer suddenly descending towards the base of the gravesite. What are you trying to do? Ghost asked in shock. Problems need solving. Li Shu already stood at the junction of white light and purple flames, meeting Buer's gaze as he spoke. We 672, Chapter 672, 275 Uncle 2. Don't be foolish. Even though you're a super spirit, you can't possibly rival that malevolent ghost. Just hold on a little longer. She's burning herself out for a forced explosion and can't sustain it for long, said Agui. Even if I survive, if she dies, then what's the point of what I've done? Li Shu shook his head. In his eyes, a strange white light appeared as he looked at Buer. In merely an instant, Li Shu's eyes were completely engulfed by the white light. Even the dark mirror couldn't block the glow in his eyes. Is it a pupil skill? That kind of skill is useless against her. If you were of spirit forging level, it might have some use, but you're just... Agui's words trailed off as he saw the purple flames on Buer begin to calm down, and the purple flames atop the tomb slowly dissipate. Ghostly eye covering, a spiritual sense attack method Li Shu learned from the vase monster. When used by the vase monster, this method could lure countless demon spirits to offer their lives using the peculiar tree. When wielded by Li Shu, it became even more terrifying. The reason Li Shu seldom used ghostly eye covering was because it required crossing a line before it could be used, and crossing the line was just the minimum requirement, enabling usage similar to the vase monster. Firstly, Li Shu was unwilling to casually use cross-line abilities. The deeper the crossing, the less human he felt, as emotions grew increasingly insipid, affecting his usual temperament and even causing damage to his brain. Secondly, this skill to control others' wills and obliterate souls, Li Shu didn't wish to use. But at a life-or-death juncture, there was no time for much thought. This was Li Shu's biggest reliance and currently the only method to convert spiritual sense into combat power without using demon armor. As the light in Li Shu's eyes grew increasingly odd, spiritual sense continuously erupted through ghostly eye covering, and the purple in Buer's eyes grew fainter. When Li Shu stepped off the tomb, the purple flames in the graveyard had completely vanished, and the purple flames on Buer had receded, her purple pupils becoming much gentler. Agui looked at Li Shu with mixed surprise and disbelief, astonished that Li Shu, merely a super spirit, could use pupil techniques to control such a presence. Li Shu took deliberate steps toward Buer, placing his palm against her cheek, which felt as cold as ice. Quel, Buer suddenly uttered those words, her eyes meeting Li Shu's and then closing, her levitating body falling to the ground. She remembers me, Li Shu shuddered, reaching out to catch Buer as she fell. But when Li Shu touched Buer's body, it scattered upon contact, dispersing like purple ash flying away. Li Shu's lips trembled. He understood why Buer didn't leave, as Agui had said, why she burned herself to charge the tomb. Buer recognized him. She wanted to be close to him. He wanted to save Buer's body, but in the end, he accomplished nothing. Strange, malevolent ghosts lack humanity and memory. Why does she seem to know you? Agui approached Li Shu with curiosity, asking, "Who exactly are you?" "A useless person," Li Shu replied as he walked toward the city gate, intending to inquire of the Godslayer shrine for answers. "Hey, don't go, let's talk," Agui shouted behind him, but hesitated to leave the grave. Li Shu ignored him, walked straight into Black Death City, wanting to know what the hell was happening. After Buer dispersed, the city gates automatically opened, and Li Shu returned inside where Johnny and others were at the gate, trying to find a way to open it. They had previously been startled when the gate closed on its own, discovering that Li Shu hadn't entered the city, and hurried to attempt to open it with the winch, but no matter what they did, the winch wouldn't budge. "City Lord," Johnny wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Li Shu. "Return." Li Shu quickly made his way to the city square, extinguishing his longevity lamp. After exiting, Li Shu returned directly to his room, grabbing the Godslayer shrine from the bed and forcefully slamming it onto the table. "Tell me, what's going on with City of Love and Black Death City? Otherwise, regardless of the method, I'll destroy you right now," Li Shu said through gritted teeth. "Do you really want to know?" Surprisingly, the Godslayer shrine didn't argue with Li Shu. Instead, a few words appeared on its surface. "Yes," Li Shu stared at the Godslayer shrine. "Then, go seek the answer yourself," slowly appeared on the surface of the Godslayer shrine, finally showing Li Shu's name. The next instant, Li Shu's vision went black, and when it recovered, he was standing in the bustling center of the city. "Uncle, why are you standing here?" a familiar voice called out behind Li Shu. Li Shu trembled and turned, seeing Buer as he first saw her, curiously gazing at him. Colorful houses, charming landladies standing by the street, a blind tailor basking at the doorway, bustling streets, Buer before him. It all seemed to have reverted to his first arrival at the City of Love, as if everything before had been a dream, never truly occurring. 673, Chapter 673, 275, Uncle 3, Little Buer. Li Shu crouched down and reached out, trying to embrace Little Buer. Bang. Little Buer punched Li Shu in the abdomen. Li Shu was completely unprepared and was hit directly in the abdomen by Little Buer's fist. His whole body flew backward, crashing into the wall and landing heavily on the ground. "Outsider, what do you want?" Little Buer glared at Li Shu fiercely, full of vigilance. Only then did Li Shu realize that Little Buer did not remember him. Perhaps he really had returned to the time he first entered the City of Love. Seeing Little Buer rushing over to strike again, Li Shu quickly waved his hand, saying, "Don't hit, I'm a friend of your dad." "A friend of my dad? Do you know who my dad is?" Little Buer seemed disbelief, grabbing Li Shu's collar and asking. Sitting on the ground, Li Shu caught his breath, his abdomen still hurting fiercely. Little Buer's punch was indeed heavy. If it wasn't for his improved physical conditioning now, it might have taken his life in the past. "No, I saw your dad at Celestial Sea. He knows I'm traveling around, so he asked me to bring you a message when I came to the City of Love. You are Little Buer, correct?" Li Shu said. "Did he really send you?" Little Buer seemed a little excited, but forced himself to suppress it, pretending to be indifferent, making him both amusing and pitiable. "Yes," Li Shu nodded. "What message did he send you for me?" Little Buer still didn't let go of Li Shu's collar. "He asked me to tell you that he's always been trying to find a way to come back for you, but he can't cross the Sea of Love, so he hasn't been able to return. He wants you to take good care of yourself and wait for his return," Li Shu said. "Who's waiting for him to return?" Little Buer snorted coldly, turning away. When Little Buer turned back, although his face was still stiff, there was a visible trace of happiness, a smile tugging hard at the corners of his mouth. "What else did he say?" Little Buer asked casually. "He also said the City of Love would face a threat. A very dangerous murderer is coming here, and you should find a way to escape." Li Shu didn't know what was happening in the City of Love, why everything reverted as it initially was, and all those who had been killed were alive again. Since everything restarted, that cloaked man might once again massacre the residents of the City of Love. Maybe he could do something about it. Who dares to come to the City of Love to kill? They must be tired of living," Little Buer sneered. "What else did he say?" Little Buer asked again. That's all, Li Shu urged. Your father repeatedly reminded you to find a way to escape. That murderer must be very formidable. It's better to be cautious. Is that it? Little Buer was somewhat disappointed, not taking Li Shu's words seriously, and turned towards the square. Come with me. Li Shu followed Little Buer to the familiar square. Little Buer jumped onto the platform with the iron bell, pulling the striker to ring it. Soon, the residents of the City of Love were drawn over, and Little Buer proudly pointed at Li Shu, telling them, You all didn't believe my dad would come back, did you? This outsider is sent by my dad. Tell them, what did my dad send you for? Li Shu looked at the familiar faces below, then reiterated to them what he told Little Buer, emphasizing the murderer might arrive that day. The blind tailor, landlady, Wu Laodi, and others happily congratulated Little Buer, making him especially delighted, saying they should drink together that night. But nobody took the matter of the murderer seriously. Li Shu wanted to say more, but was ignored. Just as he prepared to rush onto the platform to speak again, a robust arm locked tightly around his neck. Young fellow, we need to talk. Wu Laodi hugged Li Shu and led him into the alley beside. Seeing it was Wu Laodi, Li Shu didn't resist and followed him into the alley. What are you really here for? Why did you come to the City of Love? Wu Laodi released Li Shu and stared coldly at him. I was entrusted by Little Buer's dad. Before Li Shu could finish, Wu Laodi interrupted him. Wu Laodi pressed a hand against the wall, leaving a deep indentation, and coldly warned Li Shu, Little Buer doesn't have a father at the Celestial Sea. If you don't start speaking truthfully, your head will end up like this. Wu Laodi clawed at the wall with 5 fingers, tearing down a stone brick. Light flashed between his fingers, and the hard brick turned to dust. Little Buer's father isn't at the Celestial Sea? Li Shu was slightly taken aback. You really are no good, Wu Laodi sneered, reaching for Li Shu's head, his hand bigger than Li Shu's head. Li Shu shifted his body technique, evading Wu Laodi's grasp, but Wu Laodi shadowed him closely, catching up again. Wu Laodi's stature was extraordinarily robust, perhaps 2 meters 3 or 4 tall, towering and solid, his entire body like a mass of iron, making Li Shu nearly 1 meter 90 in height look thin and small by comparison. Yet Wu Laodi's body was incredibly agile, his speed astonishing. Li Shu utilized Angel's wing body technique to dodge Wu Laodi's assault, but couldn't shake him off for a moment. Wu Laodi's eyes were filled with frenzy, his whole being like a terrifying war machine, his fingers, palms, fists, and legs unleashed like a torrential downpour. Though he did not erupt into demonic light, his combat techniques alone were enough to shock. Previously, Li Shu had witnessed Black Rider's swordsmanship, truly a master-level skill, steady and peaceful, the sword of the king's path. But Wu Laodi's style was entirely different, yet also master-level. His entire body was like a killing machine, any part could explode with unimaginable lethal techniques. Another person would likely have fallen under Wu Laodi's all-out offense. Seeing Li Shu dodge all his attacks, Wu Laodi's eyes burned even hotter, staring at Li Shu with frenzy, his muscles contracting, compressing, giving his robust body a lean appearance, every inch of muscle shining with tempered steel. At this moment, Wu Laodi was like a demon with a body of tempered steel, fervently watching Li Shu and saying, Leave your name, being able to fight against me, the 5th Celestial King, means your name is worthy of being etched on the historical monument of the Demon Kingdom's radiant glory. 674, Chapter 674, 276 History resurfaces Bang Bang. When Grandpa Wu moved, his whole body constantly emitted explosive sounds. Visible air currents turned into white circular ripples and spread out. The tiny ripples continuously burst as Grandpa Wu moved, similar to the sound of a whip. Li Shu was slightly surprised. The explosion was clearly the sound burst after the body broke through the sound barrier. Breaking through the sound barrier with speed is not surprising. Li Shu can do it too, but for someone like Grandpa Wu to be able to break through the sound barrier with every move, that's not something everyone can do. It's not difficult to break through the sound barrier with speed, but Grandpa Wu's muscles moving over extremely short distances can break the sound barrier. Now, that's a bit terrifying. Watching the constantly exploding sonic booms from Grandpa Wu's body, Li Shu's expression turned slightly more serious. Being able to break the sound barrier just with the vibration of flesh and bone requires not only high speed, but also extremely strong explosive power and control. Otherwise, such high-speed muscle vibrations would hurt one's own body before injuring the enemy. Buzz. Grandpa Wu started moving, unbelievably fast. There was no light energy explosion, yet he could rely solely on muscle power to elevate short-distance speed to such levels. Li Shu's S-grade physical body couldn't do that. However, since Grandpa Wu did not use light energy, Li Shu also refrained from using light energy, his footsteps transforming to dodge Grandpa Wu's attacks. Bang, 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 bang. Grandpa Wu's fists rapidly pounded, each punch carrying a sonic boom, so fast it was almost dizzying. Li Shu swayed left and right, continually retreating amidst the violent fist shadows. The gas produced by the sonic booms tore Li Shu's hair into a flying mess, slightly slower, and the sonic boom passing by cut his hair directly. Li Shu retreated again and again amid Grandpa Wu's frenetic pounding, his body twisting into various impossible angles. His body no longer resembled a human, more like a steel python, able to twist his waist and bones to degrees humans should never be able to achieve. His head could twist a full circle, waist and limbs could intertwine like numbness, launching attacks from various inconceivable angles. Boom. Li Shu failed to dodge and had to block Grandpa Wu's punch with his arms, resulting in a heavy blow that sent him flying backward for over a dozen meters before landing on the ground. Li Shu felt his arm bones ache as if broken, while Grandpa Wu charged forward with a sinister laugh, his snake-like arms entwining toward Li Shu's neck. Quite an impressive body. Are everyone in the City of Love this strong? These people aren't ordinary citizens. Why exactly are they here? Li Shu thought to himself, though his feet never stopped, repeatedly dodging Grandpa Wu's weird and terrifying attacks. Li Shu retreated again and again, soon reaching the end of the alley, where there was no room left to retreat. Just as Grandpa Wu was about to force Li Shu into a desperate situation, Li Shu crossed his feet, suddenly spinning backward, dodging Grandpa Wu's fist while landing a punch on Grandpa Wu's abdomen. Boom. The sound barrier shattered. Li Shu's fist didn't touch Grandpa Wu's flesh. When he felt his fist about to hit, the muscle quickly contracted, triggering a sonic boom that invalidated Li Shu's punch location, then bounced off at sound-breaking speed, forcefully shaking Li Shu's fist back. Li Shu's body retreated, hitting the wall to disperse the rebound force. To have lasted this long under my fluctuating fist, you can certainly be proud. Grandpa Wu licked his lips, eyeing Li Shu like a ravenous python about to strike. This technique is called fluctuating fist. Li Shu leaned against the wall, calmly looking at Grandpa Wu. Correct. I started practicing martial arts at 3 years old, spending 27 years training my muscles, bones, and organs to the point of perfect control. Now every inch of muscle in my body can unleash sound barrier. Breaking power, this is the ultimate skill of human body control. You should rest in peace dying under my fluctuating fist. Grandpa Wu said feverishly. So, any last words before you die? This technique is indeed strong, but to kill me, it's probably not enough. Li Shu replied. Do you think using light energy will allow you to survive? I advise you not to do so, for if you do, I will no longer restrain my power, and you will only die more miserably. Grandpa Wu's every move exuded powerful pressure, and even his words did so. Li Shu knew Grandpa Wu wasn't bluffing. He could feel the tremendous light energy within Grandpa Wu, perhaps not just at the light-based level, possibly even spirit casting. Such a powerful person was actually killed in a single blow by that cloaked man. To what extent was that cloaked man powerful? It's truly unimaginable. I don't intend to use light energy, Grandpa Wu. Can you tell me, why would someone as strong as you be willing to be a small shop owner here? Li Shu asked. Find the answer in hell. Grandpa Wu said as his body emitted chaotic sonic booms, charging toward Li Shu. His entire body was a terrifying weapon of death, requiring no strikes to injure Li Shu. Just contact with his body would severely damage Li Shu. Li Shu knew words were meaningless now. The only option was to first defeat Grandpa Wu. Li Shu's expression slightly froze, his muscles suddenly contracting, entwining around his bones like veins. 675, Chapter 675, 276 History resurfaces 2. Bang! Li Shu's body broke the sound barrier, evading Elder Wu's attack while unleashing a sonic boom of his own. Bang 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 bang. Li Shu moved swiftly, his entire body resonating with sonic booms, energy rings bursting continuously as they struck Elder Wu, resulting in a series of successive collision sounds. You actually practiced the fluctuating fist. Elder Wu retreated 2 steps, looking incredulously at Li Shu. The technique Li Shu used was surprisingly similar to Elder Wu's fluctuating fist, where his muscles seemed capable of short-distance explosive force and speed, breaking the sound barrier under control. Such techniques don't even require special practice. Li Shu spoke, already charging forward, engaging Elder Wu in battle. Sonic booms continuously erupted between them, muscle clashing against muscle, bone against bone. Although Li Shu's body couldn't twist like Elder Wu's, the peculiar angel's wing body technique gave him an absolute advantage. With the same fluctuating fist, Elder Wu couldn't hit Li Shu, but Li Shu could strike his body. Bang, bang, bang. Elder Wu, who had previously been in absolute control, was forced to retreat under Li Shu's offensive, soon pushed back to their previous position. Roar. With a mix of shock and anger, Elder Wu let out a roar, his body radiating a demon-like demonic light that converged into a one-eyed monstrous snake form, glaring fiercely at Li Shu. The light wave from the serpent's eye repelled Li Shu's incoming punches, forcing him back several steps before stopping. Weren't we not supposed to use light energy? Li Shu said, looking at Elder Wu from afar, feeling secretly astonished. As expected, spirit forging level? Elder Wu's face flushed, and the spirit casting dissipated from his body, glaring at Li Shu and asking, "Who taught you the fluctuating fist?" "You did," Li Shu replied. "Bullshit. When did I ever teach you the fluctuating fist?" Elder Wu fumed. "Didn't you just demonstrate it? It's such a simple technique. No need for special learning. Knowing the principle is enough." Li Shu's words made Elder Wu's face alternate between green and white. He spent nearly 30 years to control his muscles, bones, and organs to such a degree, his most proud technique, believing no one else could achieve such control. Now Li Shu claimed he learned it just by watching, calling it simple, rendering Elder Wu enraged. Elder Wu, I mean no harm to you or Bu-Er, nor to the City of Love. The real enemy is on their way and might arrive tonight. Please make preparations, Li Shu said. Even if the fifth celestial king comes, in the City of Love they must bow to me. Elder Wu snorted coldly, disregarding Li Shu's warning, charging again. Bang bang. Li Shu was forced to fight back, fluctuating fist against fluctuating fist, hammering Elder Wu relentlessly. Elder Wu, is this all you can do? Can't even handle a young lad? Spoke an ominous voice nearby. Even in battle, Li Shu recognized the voice, the tailor with poor skills yet making a living in the City of Love, who wasn't blind, but called the blind tailor. Li Shu saw cold light flash before him, slightly turning his head as it grazed his face, slicing a blood trail across his cheek. Elder Wu didn't seize the moment to attack, instead stepping aside, glaring at the blind tailor and saying, "Who told you to meddle? You're losing so badly, if I don't act, should I watch the fifth celestial king be savaged by a young boy? That's too disgraceful." The blind tailor laughed. Elder Wu groused, "That kid is bizarre. His body technique is incredibly eccentric, as if knowing what I think and I can't hit him. Plus, he can use fluctuating fist, really bizarre. Only you prize that useless technique. What good is a trained body? It's still brute force. Just watch me," the blind tailor said, stepping towards Li Shu. He was diminutive, somewhat sleazy-looking, pale complexion, skin extremely pale, like he hadn't seen sunlight. Unlike the muscular Elder Wu, beneath his pale skin hardly any muscle was visible. Judging by appearance alone, one wouldn't think he was adept at fighting. "Boy, listen up, you're dying by the Shadow Swordsman's hand. Don't get the name wrong in hell," the blind tailor said, suddenly moving like a shadow, reaching for Li Shu's eyes. Li Shu used the fluctuating fist, his fist breaking the sound barrier, hammering towards the blind tailor's finger. However, the blind tailor's finger halted midway. As Li Shu's fist couldn't reach it, a needle shot out from between his fingers, aiming at Li Shu's left eye. Too close, the bull hair thin needle was incredibly fast. Li Shu couldn't dodge. Bang! Black death light shot from Li Shu's eye, striking the black needle, altering its trajectory as it flew past him. "You even know the pupil skill. You know quite a lot, but using light energy you're far from adept. It'll only make you die faster," the blind tailor said darkly, again aiming fingers at Li Shu. 676, Chapter 676, 276 History Resurfaces 3. You still call yourself the Shadow Swordsman. Why use needles to launch a sneak attack? Li Shu's steps changed, dodging the blind tailor's fingers, not giving him a chance to flick out the black needle. "This needle is my sword, the Shadow Needle Sword." As the blind tailor spoke, the black needle flicked by his hand suddenly lengthened, sweeping towards Li Shu's neck. Li Shu's step shifted, and the technique of the fluctuating fist exploded. The muscles on his body contracted rapidly, causing a sonic boom, making his body lean back and narrowly avoid the sweep of the Shadow Needle shadow. The blind tailor approached Li Shu like a specter, the Shadow Needle sword in his hand changing unpredictably, sometimes stabbing, sometimes slashing, as if a fierce ghost was entangling Li Shu. Like Old Man Wu, the blind tailor did not use light energy but only fought with techniques. Li Shu continued to dodge using angel's wings, and no matter how strange the blind tailor's Shadow Needle sword was, it still couldn't touch him. This kid is indeed a bit strange. What kind of body technique is this? The blind tailor was somewhat surprised. "Haha, you blind man are just like that. What did you say earlier?" Old Man Wu laughed heartily. Annoyed and embarrassed, the blind tailor shot the Shadow Needle sword in his hand, and after Li Shu dodged, it hit Li Shu's shadow. Li Shu's body, which had been moving at high speed, suddenly froze there, unable to move, still maintaining the posture of lifting his leg to step forward. The facial muscles twitching from the high-speed movement didn't settle back, remaining distorted. "Blind man, you're cheating. Weren't we not supposed to use light energy?" Old Man Wu said unpleasantly. "I'm no heavenly king, just a despicable shadow swordsman. What's the point in arguing about cheating? Besides, that kid used light energy once just now. I'm just evening the score by using it once myself, aren't I?" The blind tailor chuckled. As he spoke, the blind tailor had already walked up to Li Shu, with another Shadow Needle sword appearing between his fingers, fine as cow hair, slowly piercing towards Li Shu's pupil. "Kid, honestly, who sent you to the City of Love? Tell me everything clearly, or you'll neither live nor die." "It was little Bu-Er's father who sent me." "You really are in danger. There's an extremely terrifying person coming to kill you tonight." Li Shu sighed. "Nonsense. Even the Heavenly King isn't qualified to be little Bu-Er's dad. Where did she get a father from? If you keep spouting nonsense, I, the blind tailor, will skin you alive and then stitch you back up needle by needle." The blind tailor said harshly, the Shadow Needle sword in his hand stabbing towards Li Shu's pupil, intending to waste one of Li Shu's eyes first. Bang! Before the Shadow Needle sword could touch Li Shu's eye, a gunshot was heard and a bullet hit the blind tailor's abdomen. Li Shu's left hand at his waist held the forbidden spear, its muzzle still smoking. The blind tailor, holding his needle, looked at Li Shu in shock. His face was full of surprise. He couldn't understand how Li Shu, trapped by the Shadow Needle sword at his shadow, could still move. If he hadn't been off guard, there was no way Li Shu could have hit him with that shot. Old Man Wu was also somewhat surprised to see the blind tailor get shot, but he didn't step forward or show much concern, still standing by with folded arms. The blind tailor frowned and asked Li Shu, "What kind of bullet is that?" "A healing bullet." Li Shu withdrew the gun, moved his body a bit, and the red and blue light veins on his body gradually faded away. His shadow also moved, and that Shadow Needle sword no longer had any effect. "Why not use a killing bullet?" the blind tailor asked again. "I told you, I am not your enemy, but your friend. Your enemy will soon arrive. Instead of getting tangled with me, why not leave the City of Love now while there's still a chance?" Li Shu said. "Nonsense." The blind tailor's body moved and surprisingly split into two blind tailors. The one who got shot gradually disappeared, and the undying bullet fell to the ground, revealing that Li Shu's bullet had only hit an illusion. "With your little tricks, you can't hurt me," the blind tailor. "If you'd used a killing bullet just now, you'd already be a dead man." The blind tailor said disdainfully, "Even if you're telling the truth, anyone who dares to come cause trouble in the City of Love is destined for a dead end." No matter what Li Shu said, neither the blind tailor nor Old Man Wu believed him, or perhaps they simply didn't need to believe Li Shu. In their view, the truth didn't matter. No one could cause trouble in the City of Love, much less kill them. "You seem not too bad, so I'll spare your life. Leave the City of Love before tomorrow, and don't let me see you again, or I'll skin you to make clothes," the blind tailor said, turning away. Old Man Wu looked at Li Shu and also turned away. They didn't tie up Li Shu, didn't imprison him, and didn't even restrict his freedom, seemingly finding it unnecessary from their perspective. Li Shu, feeling helpless, tried to find other people to tell, but no one believed him. "Little brother, I'm so scared. Will you come to my room tonight to protect your elder sister?" the landlady said, drilling into Li Shu's arms as if in fear after hearing him. "Haha, what cloaked man, let him come. I'll help you chop him up for braised pork." The chubby cook laughed heartily after hearing him. "If there's someone that powerful, I'd like to see." The Black Rider's eyes lit up after hearing him. "Don't be afraid, little brother. I'll protect you," K-Duoer said with a smile. "I can only play the zither. Such a big matter is beyond me." The zither master smiled after listening. No one believed Li Shu, or perhaps they didn't care about the cloaked man Li Shu spoke of. Li Shu wanted to continue persuading them, but it was already late. Night was falling, and the banquet began, with the City of Love once again erupting in celebration. Drinks flowed, song and dance mingled with laughter. Unable to persuade them, Li Shu could only make some preparations himself, standing close to Little Buer. Bang! Almost at the same time as last, the main gate of the City of Love was kicked open again, and the cloaked man carrying a stone tablet stepped into the City of Love once more, his footsteps like the death knell of the death god. 6-7-17-17-17-17-7-277, Paparacha history repeats itself once again, but this time, because Li Shu's identity is different, Old Wu does not ask him to take Little Buer and flee. Seeing the Black Knight being smashed to death by the cloaked man, Old Wu immediately picks up Little Buer and runs toward the city gate in another direction. The residents in the square all rush forward to stop the cloaked man. Boom! The cloaked man's tombstone heavily crashes to the ground, and in an instant, a black ripple blasts away all the residents rushing towards him from all directions. Including those of the level of the blind tailor, under that terrifying shockwave, the residents are powerless, each being blown away, hitting the wall and spitting blood, struggling but unable to get up. Old Wu is both shocked and enraged, yet he doesn't turn back, holding Little Buer and fleeing quickly. Just the next second, the cloaked man appears out of thin air in front of Old Wu, sets the tombstone down, reaches out his hand, and with a finger and a black glove, points at Old Wu's forehead. Old Wu is sprinting with all his might, unable to stop, and explosively uses the skill of fluctuating fist, even showing a sound wave pattern on his forehead. But that sound wave pattern has no effect, as the cloaked man presses his finger on Old Wu's forehead, and with a bang, Old Wu's head explodes directly, and the headless corpse falls backward, clutching Little Buer, who is then grabbed by the cloaked man's other hand by the neck. Just as the cloaked man grabs Little Buer, Li Shu suddenly appears behind Little Buer, placing a hand on Buer as well. Li Shu's gaze passes through Little Buer's face, locking eyes with the cloaked man. Those are black eyes, the black pupils filling the eye sockets, with no whites visible, yet within the black pupils, a strange white light flows. The trajectory of that white light looks like a Tai Chi pattern. Li Shu's eyes turn completely white, and spiritual sense emerges through them. Ghostly eye covering. Almost simultaneously using ghostly eye covering, lines of light pattern appear on the hand pressing on Little Buer, and Buer's light energy surges into Li Shu's body through the hand. Using Little Buer as a bridge, Li Shu uses bottle suction to madly absorb the cloaked man's light energy. An endless and immeasurable light energy surges into Li Shu's body, as boundless as the ocean, completely unpredictable in quantity. The cloaked man's eyes meet Li Shu's, with the white light in his eyes growing brighter, transforming into a white Tai Chi halo within the black pupils. Li Shu's expression is solemn. Ghostly eye covering cannot control the cloaked man, unable to make him release his grip on Buer's neck. Li Shu can only frantically unleash his spiritual sense, but his spiritual sense seems to be absorbed by the Tai Chi halo, continuously unable to control the cloaked man. Blood seeps from Li Shu's eyes, nose, and ears, a sign of excessive eruption of spiritual sense, his brain and body unable to bear it. Li Shu's spiritual sense is too powerful, but his body is not strong enough. Even the super spirit body cannot withstand such a spiritual sense explosion. The cloaked man's evil gaze fixes on Li Shu, with his other hand slowly rising, indicating his will is still affected by ghostly eye covering, or else he wouldn't raise his hand this slowly. If Li Shu's body were stronger, allowing his spiritual sense to erupt more significantly, he might be able to control the cloaked man. But there is no if in the world. The cloaked man raises his palm and terrifying demonic light bursts forth, devouring towards Li Shu like an evil spirit. Li Shu is absorbing the cloaked man's light energy madly through Buer's body, but even so, the light energy bursting from the cloaked man's palm is still terrifying beyond endurance for Li Shu. Strange halos bloom in Li Shu's eyes, and his other hand also reaches up, forming a halo in front of his palm, absorbing the demonic light unleashed by the cloaked man. Super spirit skill, 4th stage of the Four Saint Eyes, the terrifying demonic light rushes into the halo, which resembles a black hole, absorbing the demonic light within, its destination unknown. Watching his demonic light being absorbed by the halo, the cloaked man's smile grows even more sinister. He did not stop the eruption of demonic light. Instead, he unleashed it even more frantically, forcing the halo to break, and endless demonic light blasts towards Li Shu's body. Crack! A flash of golden light on Li Shu's body, a golden dinner knife flies out, stabbing into Buer's back. As little Buer dies, Li Shu feels darkness before his eyes, and upon recovering, he finds himself back in his own room. Bloody tears seep from his orifices, fresh blood spurts from his mouth, his head buzzes, and he's racked with a splitting headache, the aftermath of excessive spiritual sense. The golden dinner knife floats in front of Li Shu, its blade vibrating, emitting a bizarre humanoid voice. That was close, almost couldn't come back. Do you know who that cloaked man is? Li Shu wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth, enduring the stabbing pain from his brain, staring at the golden dinner knife and asking, I don't know, never seen or heard of him, but he's very strong. If I weren't trapped in this knife, I might be able to battle him, although the outcome is uncertain. The golden dinner knife continues, Don't go back there unless you can invite that great figure, only they can kill him. Is that place truly real? Why does killing Buer end it? Li Shu asks. 678, Chapter 678, 277 Paparacha 2. He had previously guessed that little Buer was the key to the City of Love, but he was not willing to use such methods. Don't ask me, I don't know either. I haven't been to that city, and I don't know what kind of place it is, replied the golden dinner knife. Li Shu had to turn his attention to searching for traces of the Godslayer shrine, only to find it standing on the table, already inscribed with a line of writing. If you want to know the truth, kill that person, and you will naturally understand everything. No matter how much Li Shu asked after that, the Godslayer shrine remained motionless, never revealing any more writing. Li Shu frowned and pondered. Since he knew the City of Love could be revisited, he just needed to find a way to kill the cloaked man. According to the golden dinner knife, if it hadn't been trapped, it should have the strength for a fight, indicating the cloaked man should be a divine position-level existence. After this battle, Li Shu realized his power was far too inferior. Although reaching divine position level wasn't necessary to kill the cloaked man, he had to make his body stronger to at least withstand greater explosions of spiritual sense. Ghostly eye covering can impact the cloaked man. As long as his body becomes stronger, he could use spiritual sense to control the cloaked man. Asking no more, Li Shu packed his things, preparing to return to Longevity Heaven. He must quickly enhance his physical qualities, then head to the City of Love to figure out what's really going on. Without sufficient strength, going to the City of Love again is pointless. This time, accompanying Li Shu to Longevity Heaven were Sha Chu, Chu Jun, Chu Chi, Zimen Guan, and Ah Fei, while the City of Light was temporarily managed by the Yi siblings. Is the chairman building the city here because of the unparalleled king, or because of Black Death City and the City of Love? Li Shu constantly pondered this question along the way. He increasingly felt that the construction of the City of Light by the chairman wasn't so simple. Wanting to join Longevity Heaven inevitably requires passing the Blood Seal Stone test, but fortunately, Li Shu can manage Chu Jun and the others' Blood Seal Stones himself, so there should be no issues. Li Shu, as commander, issued invitation cards to Chu Jun and the others, all of which were for super membership. The commander could issue a total of only 10 super membership cards, meaning he could invite only 10 super members, although there were many ordinary membership invitation cards. Ordinary members essentially received few benefits, whereas super members had welfare, but naturally, they couldn't be numerous. Is this Longevity Heaven? For the first time, Chu Jun and the others were awestruck by the bizarre and magnificent scenery of Spiral Mountain. I never thought I'd return here after so many years, Zimen Guan remarked with some sentiment. With Li Shu leading the way, they easily entered Longevity City. After completing the entry ceremony at the Temple of Heaven, Li Shu brought them to yard number 7 for a simple room assignment. Chu Jun, taking Chu Qi, eagerly headed for the gem market, having a significant fund as support, making Longevity Heaven a natural fit for him. Sha Chu took a Fei to familiarize themselves with the environment of Longevity City, while Li Shu led Zimen Guan to the Magic Armor Research Institute. Commander, you're back? Lei Qingfeng and Chu Tianyu hurriedly came up to greet Li Shu. Where's Professor Shu? Li Shu asked. Still researching the new multi-core magic armor, Chu Tianyu replied. Today's research institute is no longer the retirement home it used to be. Those old researchers are energized, researching magic armor that even an ordinary S-class magic armor master could use, each full of vigor. Inside the laboratory, Jimen Guan examined the instruments along the way. Commander. Professor Shu and several senior researchers who were discussing the multi-core magic armor plan stood up to welcome Li Shu upon his arrival. Professor, I've brought you a colleague. From now on, he'll be our institute's advisor, Li Shu said, pointing to Zimen Guan. Advisor? Professor Shu was slightly startled and couldn't help but scrutinize Zimen Guan. Other researchers also frowned secretly, while Lei Qingfeng and Chu Tianyu looked puzzled. The advisor role can vary greatly, potentially dispensable with some having no say, while others hold significant authority, even supervisory and decision-making powers. Li Shu bringing in an advisor now made not just the old researchers uncomfortable, but even Lei Qingfeng and Chu Tianyu felt uneasy. Commander, do you not trust our institute's research capabilities? An outspoken old man directly questioned. Of course, I trust your research capabilities. The main reason for inviting him is to provide more research ideas, Li Shu replied. Commander, what we need aren't research ideas but resources. With resources, we can create any magic armor, another old man stated. Li Shu wanted to say more, but Zimen Guan stepped forward, stood at the table, and looked at the blueprints and data on it. Li Shu said no more, quietly watching. Whether Zimen Guan could establish himself in the institute would depend on his own capabilities. In this regard, Li Shu had considerable confidence in him. Zimen Guan picked up the pen on the table, took the blueprints, and began writing and sketching directly on them. What are you doing? An old man angrily wanted to stop Zimen Guan, but was halted by Professor Ziu. Z679, Chapter 679, 277, Paparaja 3. Everyone quietly watched Zimen Guan writing and drawing on the blueprint. Many places were directly modified and redesigned with new parameters by him. Initially, those old researchers were quite annoyed and dismissive, but after watching for a while, the expressions on their faces became a bit solemn. So the ear bridge transformation system can be used this way? This parameter design increased tenfold. The transmission might have issues, but the way the cycle is diverted seems a bit strange. Theoretically, it seems like it could solve the transmission problem. I wonder how effective it actually is. The more the few old guys looked, the more surprised they became. Professor Shu was continuously observing Zimen Guan, as if contemplating something. Am I qualified to be this consultant? After finishing modifying the blueprint, Zimen Guan put down the pen and looked at them and asked. Before the few old men could speak, Professor Shu suddenly walked up to Zimen Guan, respectfully asking, Excuse me, is your surname Zimen? That's right, my surname is Zimen, with the single name Guan. Zimen Guan said with an air of propriety. The name Zimen Guan seemed to possess immense magic. When Zimen Guan stated his name, those old researchers all opened their mouths in surprise. Lei Qingfeng and Chu Tianyu, on the other hand, were completely bewildered, not understanding the situation. Is this old man named Zimen Guan famous? It's really you. Professor Shu excitedly walked over to Zimen Guan, shaking his hand. Always known for his steadiness, Professor Shu was suddenly like a star-struck fan, excitedly saying, I chose the path of demon armor research because of you. I originally thought that after joining the Eternal Heaven, I would be able to follow you in researching demon armor, but I didn't manage to, as I had hoped. Now being able to meet you is truly wonderful, truly wonderful. Several old researchers also gathered around, each taking turns shaking hands with Zimen Guan, expressing their admiration. Lei Qingfeng and Chu Tianyu were stunned. They had never seen these stubborn old men showing such expressions to anyone. Even Professor Shu was like this, which made them even more curious. What exactly is Zimen Guan's identity? Commander, who exactly is that old man? Lei Qingfeng whispered to Li Shu. To think you're from the Magic Armor Research Institute and don't even know the name Zimen Guan. Li Shu laughed. It sounds familiar, I just can't recall. Lei Qingfeng scratched his head. Have you not heard of the father of demon armor? Li Shu said. Ah, Lei Qingfeng was shocked on the spot, looking at Zimen Guan in disbelief and exclaimed, The father of demon armor, Zimen Guan, wasn't he supposed to have died long ago? Xiaofeng, what are you saying? Professor Shu glared at him, then beckoned Lei Qingfeng and Chu Tian over. Teacher Shimen, these are my two unaccomplished disciples. When Li Shu left, Shimen Guan was not with him. He was dragged by Professor Shu and the others to study demon armor, leaving Li Shu to return alone. The evil spirit token has already become super spirit. Next, it's the forbidden spear's turn. Li Shu contemplated how he could elevate his level as quickly as possible. The step of reaching super spirit must be completed first. Even if not using the symbiotic contract as a foundation, preparations must be made for the symbiotic contract itself to ascend to the light base. Li Shu reviewed the data within Eternal Heaven and selected several lands of trial. He was just waiting for the Forbidden Spear to reach super spirit so he could enter those lands of trial to hunt demon spirits and quickly elevate his level. Li Shu had quite a few resources in his possession, and he planned to go to the gem market to directly purchase a super spirit gemstone. Though super spirit gemstones are precious, in Eternal Heaven they are not invaluable. As long as there is enough money, they can still be bought. Alone, he arrived at the gem market, where ordinary stalls definitely did not have super spirit gemstones, so without wandering aimlessly, he directly went to the largest gemstone shop, Treasure Light Pavilion. As soon as he walked into the store, a charming female salesperson approached. "Welcome, Commander Li, to the Treasure Light Pavilion." The female salesperson immediately recognized Li Shu, warmly greeting him. "I want a super spirit sapphire," Li Shu said. "I'm unable to make decisions on gemstones of such caliber. Please have Commander Li rest in the VIP room on the second floor for a moment, and I will immediately call the boss over." The saleswoman hurriedly escorted Li Shu upstairs to a private room, having tea served. Why would Li Shu come to our store to buy a super spirit gemstone? In the office, Mo Wuya pondered after listening to the salesperson's report, looking at the elderly man with a perplexed expression. If he doesn't come here to buy, where else can he go? Most of the gem veins outside are controlled by a few of us. Major gem traders and mine owners are all in cooperation with us. Apart from us, he really has nowhere else to go, the elderly man said smugly. What I mean is, why doesn't he hunt demon spirits to obtain a super spirit gemstone? Mo Wuya said. He surely intends to use Earth's super spirit gemstone to reach super spirit, isn't that obvious? The elderly man said, seemingly realizing something as he continued. He wants a super spirit sapphire. Do we have any in stock in our store? There are still 2 super spirit sapphires. But you know, both have some issues, Mo Wuya said. I remember one of them is a sapphire extracted from Sri Lanka, right? The elderly man recalled. Yes, but that one is a purplish-blue sapphire, not a pure sapphire. Mo Wuya contemplated and said, as for the other, it's a Padparadsha-colored super spirit sapphire, also not a pure blue sapphire. I remember the Padparadsha super spirit sapphire is supposed to be non-saleable, right? The elderly murmured. I would like to sell it, but who dares to buy it? Now, who doesn't know there's a problem with that Padparadsha super spirit sapphire? Who would dare to buy it? Mo Wuya sighed. Others may know, but Li Shu might not. Perhaps today is our lucky day to sell both super spirit gemstones. Take both out, I'll go talk to Li Shu. The elder's eyes glinted with ambition. 680, Chapter 680, 278, Sacred Gemstone. Li Shu hadn't finished his cup of tea when he saw the mysterious old man push the door open and walk in. Commander? Li Shu recognized the old man, but was somewhat surprised to find out that he was the owner of the Treasure Light Pavilion. He remembered Sha Chu mentioning that the Treasure Light Pavilion was supposed to belong to the Mo family, so how did it end up being associated with the Immortal Group? Please, Commander Li, have a seat. The old man invited Li Shu to sit down with a smile and then placed 2 wooden boxes in front of him. Sensing Li Shu's confusion, he explained, the Treasure Light Pavilion also has a bit of my shares, so you could call me a co-owner. I see. Li Shu nodded, not saying much more. The old man was one of the few commanders not from the 4 great families, and he had been a commander for many years. Some said he was the longest-lived commander, which alone showed he was certainly not simple. Without the backing of the 4 families, being the longest-serving commander must mean he had some unique qualities. There weren't many people in this world with the surname Old, and Li Shu wasn't sure if that was really the old man's surname, but everyone called him that. Commander Li, if you want a super spirit sapphire, does it have to be pure blue, or could other colors work as well? I don't actually have a pure super spirit sapphire here, so if that's what you want, I'm afraid you'll have come for nothing, the old man said. So there are other colors of super spirit sapphires? Li Shu wasn't insistent on a blue sapphire. Within the sapphire family, there are also pink sapphires, purple sapphires, yellow sapphires, green sapphires, and a range of others. So, a sapphire doesn't necessarily have to be blue. Of course, generally speaking, with the same quality, blue sapphires are the most expensive. There are indeed 2 pieces, but I'm not sure if they might catch your eye, the old man said, opening one of the boxes. A purple glow immediately shot out from the box, bathing the entire room in a mysterious purple light. Purple sapphires are a symbol of mystery and luxury. This super spirit purple sapphire was about the size of a goose egg, with purple light clusters shimmering and flashing inside, imparting an indescribable aura of mystery and eeriness. The old man introduced, this purple sapphire comes from the former gem kingdom Sri Lanka, a place rich in all sorts of gemstones. Although Red Sand City claims to have the best gemstones in the world, the quality of Sri Lanka's gemstones is no less, perhaps even surpassing them. However, since the gemstone yield in Sri Lanka is greater and the colors vary slightly, people generally consider the gemstones there inferior to those from Red Sand City. In reality, the difference isn't that great. This purple sapphire comes from a small mine in Sri Lanka. To be honest, that mine isn't particularly large, so the super spirit limit of this super spirit purple sapphire might not be too high. I'm not sure if you'll find it suitable, Commander Lee. May I handle it? Li Shu asked. Please, Commander Lee. The old man handed over a pair of white gloves to Li Shu. Li Shu put on the gloves and then carefully picked up the super spirit purple sapphire, examined it for a moment, and then slowly placed it back into the box. What's the situation with the other super spirit sapphire? Li Shu asked, looking at the old man. This time, the old man didn't open the box directly. Commander Lee, being so knowledgeable, you must have heard of the Padparadscha sapphire, right? You're joking, old commander. Who hasn't heard of such a famous gemstone as Padparadscha? Li Shu replied. Padparadscha is a compound word in ancient Sinhala that means lotus color. The Padparadscha in the sapphire family refers to a sapphire with a blend of pink and orange tones, which is exceedingly rare. A true Padparadscha is valued on par with any top-grade gemstone. Indeed, Sri Lanka was once a Buddhist country, where the lotus flower symbolized purity. The Padparadscha was also known as the purest gemstone. In the past, only those with an exact blend of 5 parts pink and 5 parts orange could be called Padparadscha, and this color was the most beautiful and rare, the old man said with a smile. But because an exact 5-5 blend of pink and orange is so rare, merchants broadened the concept of Padparadscha to include any bicolor sapphire with pink and orange tones. Later, they even came up with sunset and sunrise Padparadscha, which refers to the proportions of pink and orange. Although the sunset and sunrise Padparadscha are also synonymous with beauty, truly Padparadscha must be 5-5 to be considered so. Without that, you can't really capture the lotus's color, so how could it be called a lotus gemstone? The old commander isn't about to tell me you have a Padparadscha super spirit sapphire here, are you? Li Shu said, glancing at the other box. The old man didn't speak. Instead, he opened the box directly, and a strange light began to emanate from it. The color is hard to describe, not as fiercely red as you'd expect, yet it feels warm, not as intensely orange, yet it feels pure. It's a color like that of a newly bloomed lotus, snow-tipped pink, as if untouched by a speck of dust. In that fist-sized super spirit gemstone, a lotus-like light continuously blossomed, as if petals were blooming and withering, again and again, endlessly. Is there really a Padparadscha super spirit sapphire? Li Shu was somewhat surprised. Such a color that is so rare in nature is incredibly precious. The odds are so low, and the chance of a super spirit gemstone forming with this color is even lower. 681, Chapter 681-278, Sacred Gemstone 2. Indeed, this is a genuine Padparadscha super spirit gemstone, perfectly balanced with a 50-50 split between pink and orange hues. This super spirit gemstone also originated from a former mining area in Sri Lanka. As for which mine specifically, it's not convenient to disclose, but I can assure you it was definitely a large mine, with a super spirit limit of at least 90%. If it doesn't meet that, you can always come back to settle accounts with me, and I'll refund you in full, the old immortal said. It's not easy for such a fine super spirit gemstone to remain available until now, Li Shu said lightly. The old immortal sighed. Who says it's not? If it weren't for some peculiar reasons, this super spirit gemstone would have been bought by someone long ago. What kind of peculiar reasons might those be? Li Shu inquired with a calm demeanor. From the moment he laid eyes on this super spirit gemstone, he'd already decided to buy it. He did intend to buy it, but there were some things he needed to clarify. As it happens, ever since this super spirit gemstone emerged, it's been plagued with a great deal of trouble. Many people find it somewhat ominous. Commander Lee might also understand that matters related to super spirits are inherently mysterious, so who would willingly use an ominous super spirit gemstone for a super spirit transformation? Hence, this super spirit gemstone has been delayed, the old immortal sighed. Li Shu knew that the so-called ominous nature typically referred to a gemstone that had caused deaths. Li Shu was not averse to ominous gemstones. The majority of demon spirit gemstones had caused deaths, and that was nothing to fear. However, Li Shu felt that the old immortal might not have revealed the whole story. Would a place like Everlasting Heaven really abandon a super spirit gemstone just because it had caused a death? Li Shu understood in his heart, but he didn't say more. He only asked, how does the old commander plan to sell this Padparadscha super spirit gemstone? If Commander Lee sincerely wants to buy it, I won't hide it from you. Since this super spirit gemstone has indeed caused quite a few deaths, there aren't many people daring to buy it. If Commander Lee truly wants it, I'll give you the lowest price, no bargaining, the old commander said, raising one finger. 1 currency unit? Li Shu asked. The old immortal laughed. Commander Lee jests, it's 100 billion everlasting coins. If you want it, that's the price. Not a cent less. Even such an ominous super spirit gemstone costs 100 billion everlasting coins? Li Shu, although mentally prepared, was still taken aback. Everlasting coins aren't like red sand coins. They are quite valuable. 100 billion is certainly not a small sum. The gemstones Li Shu had extorted through selling the light planting technique, when converted to everlasting coins, would only amount to several billion, probably not even close to 100 billion. At that time, Li Shu already felt quite wealthy, yet he still couldn't afford even one super spirit gemstone. Moreover, Li Shu had already used up a portion of it earlier, and the remaining gemstones he had were probably only worth 20 to 30 billion everlasting coins, making it even more unaffordable. If it weren't for those issues, I would never let it go for less than 1 trillion, the old immortal laughed. This super spirit purple sapphire is cheaper, only 20 billion. If Commander Li needs it, we have some other super spirit gemstones obtained from demon spirits in our store, at even better prices. The cheapest one requires less than 10 billion, 8,888,888 with decent quality. Would Commander Li like to take a look? The old immortal said. Are there any super spirit gemstones that aren't measured in billions? Li Shu asked. Currently, there aren't any. Super spirit gemstones on Earth are extremely rare and their value remains high. We don't have a good solution for this, the old immortal pondered. Although super spirit gemstones from demon spirits are relatively easier to obtain, the drop rate isn't high. Coupled with high demand and low supply, when we acquire super spirit gemstones, even the worst ones are bought at billions. It's quite difficult. Just one super spirit gemstone could be equivalent to the annual GDP of a small country, Li Shu sighed. Can a small country produce a super spirit tester? The old immortal laughed. That's true, Li Shu said as he placed the briefcase he brought on the table and opened it, revealing various gemstones inside. Use these gemstones to trade for the Padparadsha super spirit gemstone. If it's not enough, I'll have to take my leave, Li Shu stated. The old immortal was definitely an expert. Just by glancing, he roughly estimated the value of these gemstones. After estimating roughly, even on the generous side, these gemstones are worth about 30 billion. The shortfall is simply too large, the old immortal said. Then there's nothing that can be done. Sorry to bother you, Li Shu said as he closed the suitcase's zipper and stood up, ready to leave. He wasn't intending to retreat in order to advance. He genuinely couldn't afford it. Please wait, Commander Li. I have a proposal that, if you can accept, will allow you to take the Padparadsha Super Spirit Gemstone without spending a penny. The old immortal's words stopped Li Shu. Please go ahead, old commander. Li Shu paused, looking at the old immortal. He didn't believe there could be such a good deal in the world. Free things often cost more in other ways. Has Commander Li ever heard of the Sword Soul Gate? The old immortal asked. I haven't heard of it. Li Shu shook his head slightly. The old immortal sighed. The Sword Soul Gate was originally a trial gate with a low danger level, but a year ago, it suddenly erupted. Over the past year, more than a dozen super spirits have attempted to break through from within the Sword Soul Gate, including a light-based demon spirit. 1682, Chapter 682, 27-8 Holy Gemstone, 3. With your strength, Commander, dealing with mere super spirits and light bases shouldn't be a problem, right? Li Shu didn't understand what the old immortal meant by bringing up the Sword Soul Gate. If I were the one guarding the Sword Soul Gate, then of course there wouldn't be any issue. The problem is that it's my son who's guarding it. He's still just a super spirit. Though he has some ability, he still lacks the strength to suppress the current Sword Soul Gate. Last time, when the light-based demon spirit attempted to break out, he nearly lost his life. If you're worried about his safety, you could have someone else guard the Sword Soul Gate. Li Shu looked at the old immortal, knowing he surely had more to say. To my shame, it was I who went through great effort to get him the position at the Sword Soul Gate, and now it's a bit troublesome to pull him out. The old immortal recounted the general situation. The Sword Soul Gate used to be a great place. It wasn't too dangerous, and the resources inside were abundant, especially for trial takers with a sword symbiotic contract. Not only could one gain resources there, but it also aligned well with the sword contract. For those with sword-based gifts, sword skills, sword-based super spirit gemstones, and so on, the Sword Soul Gate was a great treasure trove. The old immortal's son was a practitioner of the sword, and his symbiotic contract was also a sword. The old immortal had gone to great lengths to secure the position of guarding the Sword Soul Gate for his son back then. Who would have thought that in just under 2 years, the Sword Soul Gate would become perilous? If his son continued to guard it, he might not survive much longer. However, in securing this position, he had offended several competitors, particularly the Han family, who had rivaled the old immortal extensively, yet to no avail. According to the rules at the time, the old immortal's son had to guard the Sword Soul Gate for 10 years before others could take over. Trying to rotate earlier, the Han family would likely be the first to refuse. Wasn't it 3 years of rotation? Li Shu asked, somewhat puzzled. Actually, there are several different levels. 3 years is the lowest tier, followed by 5 years and 10 years being the highest tier. At the time, I wanted to secure more time for my son. Who knew it would turn out like this? It's truly a predicament. The old immortal sighed. Given the situation, how can I be of assistance? Li Shu didn't know what good it would do for the old immortal to tell him this story. Even if he agreed to send someone as a replacement, the Han family would similarly disagree. The old immortal quickly said, To bring my son back early, I only have one way. Have my son transferred to your technician group. He can't be replaced in your group, yet he can be replaced in mine. Li Shu found the plan unreliable. Your technician group is a bit different because most of your members are magic armor masters who have a high casualty rate. Often, people sacrifice themselves, so even when it was still an armor group, there was a special privilege to independently adjust the personnel list for guarding the trial gate. If my son joins your group, you can use this rule to assign him to another trial gate. Even if the Han family wants to prevent this, I will do my utmost to support you. This is a matter of negotiation, and even if it reaches the council, no one can define right or wrong. If Commander Lee is willing to help me, I will offer this Padparadscha Super Spirit Gemstone without accepting a single penny. The old immortal took out the gemstone and presented it to Li Shu. I need to think it over. You should understand very well the situation of my technician group. There are very few who could guard such a dangerous place. Li Shu did not immediately accept the old immortal's proposal. He couldn't let his members go to their deaths for a super spirit gemstone. If Jing Li could guard the Sword Soul Gate, there would be no worries. The old immortal had already considered all of this and never intended to take Li Shu's money from the start. Unfortunately, Jing Li doesn't use a sword. He's not suited to guard the Sword Soul Gate. Li Shu frowned. Blades and swords are interchangeable, and besides, there are less than 7 years left for the Sword Soul Gate. After that, a reassignment is due and the position will rotate to another group for guarding. The old immortal looked at Li Shu and said, "As long as Commander Li can do me this favor, I, the old immortal, will owe you a debt of gratitude and repay you when needed." Could I have a detailed look at the Sword Soul Gate's information? Li Shu pondered. Of course. The old immortal clapped his hands, and soon someone pushed open the door and placed a stack of documents before Li Shu. Li Shu took the documents and read them for quite a while, but in the end he shook his head. "Sorry, I'm afraid I truly can't help you." According to the data, the Sword Soul Gate was indeed a fine place, with extraordinarily rich resources. However, those resources weren't very useful for someone who didn't wield a sword, and the current risks were indeed too great. Among his team, only Jing Li had the capability to guard it, but Jing Li practiced with a blade, and that place wasn't suitable for him. Li Shu was unwilling to sacrifice Jing Li's 7 years for his benefit, as it would greatly slow down Jing Li's growth. Just as Li Shu was rising to leave, the old immortal suddenly said, "Commander Li is indeed a man of true character. Very well, this Padparadscha Super Spirit Gemstone will be exchanged with that box of gemstones. Consider it as making a friend. If Commander Li changes his mind and wishes to help me with this favor, I, the old man, have other things to offer. I don't see the need for it. Jing Li cannot go to guard the Sword Soul Gate." Li Shu shook his head. "No matter, consider it as making a friend. I have always been willing to befriend someone as sincere and righteous as Commander Li." The old immortal pushed the box containing the gemstone toward Li Shu. "Are you sure you want to make the exchange, Commander?" Li Shu looked at the old immortal without revealing his emotions. "Having more friends is better than having more enemies." The old immortal smiled. "Then thank you." Li Shu pushed his box of gemstones to the old immortal, took the Padparadscha Super Spirit Gemstone, and bid farewell to the Treasure Light Pavilion. After Li Shu left, Mo Wuya entered the VIP room and said to the old immortal, "It's not very clear to leave the matter of that Padparadscha unresolved." The old immortal laughed. "When he finds himself in after failing elsewhere, he'll naturally come to me." 683, Chapter 683, 279, Fire Lotus Light Base. Trial takers waste too many resources while cultivating. One Super Spirit Gemstone is so expensive, no wonder there are so few Super Spirit trial takers. I only have this amount of resources in total. Continuing to cultivate like this, money won't suffice any time. I have to find a way to earn some money. Li Shu kept thinking about this issue on his way back. Even the president has already spoken. From now on, those resources from the technicians group, he can't possibly take out too many for himself. Money still needs to be earned by oneself. Generally, trial takers want to earn money and mostly go to the land of trial to kill demon spirits to obtain demon cores to exchange for useful resources for themselves. If one can manage to get talent gemstones, skill rings, and demon spirit rings, then they can take them out and sell them. Higher-level trial takers also have chances to get super spirit gemstones, light-based gemstones, and other things, earning money much faster. However, the chance is too low. For super spirit gemstones, it is said that even 1,000 demon spirits may not yield one. The chance is not much higher than demon spirit rings. Even with Li Shu having the Forbidden Spear, increasing the chance by 1 or 2 times, the probability of obtaining Super Spirit Gemstones is not very high. Moreover, he must find so many high-level demon spirits within the land of trial, and in the areas where high-level demon spirits emerge, higher-level ones could appear, risking his life too. How can money be earned while lying down? Earth's gemstone resources have almost all been divided up, and the mine owners from various veins, along with the forces of Changsheng Heaven, have intricate connections. Wanting to mine for money is clearly impossible. Li Shu thought over and over again. He was still better at spending money. Back at number 7 court, he saw Chu Jun and Chu Qi already returned. Countless things were set on the table in big and small boxes. Li Shu leaned closer to look, his eyes nearly blinded by the shine. Box after box of gemstones, not a single one smaller than 3 carats. There were also various talent gemstones, skill rings, demon spirit rings, and even several super spirit gemstones. Changsheng Heaven is indeed the paradise for trial takers, the things unobtainable outside. Everything can be bought here. Before reaching spirit forging level, nothing should be lacking. Chu Jun exclaimed to Li Shu. Li Shu thought to himself, for the rich, this is paradise. For those without money, there is not much difference from outside. How much did you pay for these super spirit gemstones? Li Shu took a glance at the 4 super spirit gemstones on the table. One was an earth super spirit gemstone, the other 3 should be demon spirit gemstones. Spent a total of over 30 billion, I guess. Chu Jun casually replied, is your family a money printing factory? Li Shu initially wanted to voice disbelief, but on second thought, isn't his family exactly that? Isn't White Knight currency printed by the Chu family? Of course, the Chu family can't just print anytime. Printing at random would turn White Knight currency into waste paper. Nowadays, the universally recognized currencies are space coins and White Knight coins, both linked to demon armor. With space coins and White Knight coins, demon armor can be purchased, which is why both can circulate globally. Every penny Chu Jun spends here is earned by the Chu family from selling demon armor. Thinking about demon armor, Li Shu's eyes lit up. He found it hard to get into the gemstone business. But demon armor business is different. He managed the Magic Armor Research Institute, owning the world's top laboratory. Various demon armor technologies could also be sold for money, and could fetch a high price. Here, there were ready buyers. White Knight City's demon armor technology always lagged behind Space City. Once Space City's Super Spirit Series demon armor starts mass production, White Knight City's demon armor would probably lag even more. If some of the Magic Armor Research Institute's findings could be sold to White Knight City, not only would it allow White Knight City to continue balancing Space City, but he could continuously earn money, and so could White Knight City, and Chu Jun would have more to spend, a win-win situation. However, the technology couldn't be sold outright to White Knight City. He would only collect their technology usage fees. Every set of Demon Armor Chu's family cells would hold his share. As for whether the tech eventually impacts Changsheng Heaven after being learned by someone else, Li Shu didn't care much. He hoped demon armor technology would advance more and more. We'll have to discuss with Zimin Guan, Professor Zhu, and others later to see what technology can be sold. High-end instruments can also sell. Li Shu was determined, planning to go to White Knight City and have a good talk with that Chu family's old man, provided he brings technology substantial enough to interest him. You guys better not leave gemstones here casually. Be careful about theft. Li Shu saw Chu Jun fiddling with gemstones and kindly warned. Are there thieves in Changsheng Heaven? Chu Jun asked incredulously. Well, not only thieves, but might be traitors too, Li Shu replied. Traitors? No way. A thief within our own family? Chu Jun looked surprised. Li Shu, who are you talking about over there? I'm a person of integrity and never steal from my own family. Zhu Xiaoyun walked in indignantly, seeing the table full of gemstones, also stunned, subconsciously swallowing. What's going on? Where did all these gemstones come from? Zhu Xiaoyun forgot to argue with Li Shu, asked shocked. Come, let me introduce you. This is Chu Jun, the young master of the Chu family from White Knight City. He will also be a member of our technicians group. All these gemstones are bought by him. You better remember who to pickpocket later. This is Zhu Xiaoyun, also a member of our technicians group, skilled at turning others' things into his own. Li Shu introduced them to each other. 684, Chapter 684, 279, Fire Lotus Light Base 2. The young master of the Chu family in White Knight City. Such a pity. Zhu Xiaoyun sighed and said, hasn't the Chu family always been unwilling to join the longevity sect? Why has the young master of the Chu family come to the longevity sect and even joined the technicians group? The young master of the Chu family is nothing special. I'm just a regular trial taker now, so please look after me in the future, said Chu Jun. Zhu Xiaoyun had never seen such a regular trial taker. After glancing at the dazzling gemstones on the table, he pursed his lips and said nothing. By the way, Li Shu, I heard you bought a super spirit gemstone from the Treasure Light Pavilion. Is that true? Zhu Xiaoyun looked at Li Shu and asked, how could the news spread so fast? Li Shu was somewhat surprised. He had just returned, yet the news had already reached Zhu Xiaoyun's ears, which was incredibly quick. The super spirit gemstone you bought, is it the Lotus gemstone? Zhu Xiaoyun frowned and asked. That's right. Li Shu nodded. How much did you pay for it? Zhu Xiaoyun asked again. About less than 3 billion. Li Shu detected some implications in Zhu Xiaoyun's words, so he asked, is there a problem with this super spirit gemstone? The problem is big. You've been conned badly. Zhu Xiaoyun sighed. How so? Isn't the super spirit gemstone worth that price? Li Shu asked. It's worth it, not just 3 billion, even 300 billion would be worth it. The rarely seen Padparadsha super spirit gemstone could easily sell for a high price of 1 trillion, Zhu Xiaoyun said. Then why did I get conned? Li Shu had long suspected that the super spirit gemstone had issues, but he didn't know what the problem was, and he couldn't detect it himself. Padparadsha is also known as Fire Lotus, with 50% pink tone fused with 50% orange tone. It's called Padparadsha. The super spirit gemstone you bought from the Treasure Light Pavilion is a 50-50 Padparadsha. If it were just a regular gemstone, there wouldn't be any issue, but it's a super spirit gemstone, and that creates a big problem. Zhu Xiaoyun continued. Sapphire, yellow-blue sapphire, green-blue sapphire, pink-blue sapphire, purple-blue sapphire, and orange-blue sapphire are all sapphires, belonging to the corundum family. Theoretically, these gemstones have similar attributes, but the attributes vary slightly with different colors of sapphire. This deviation isn't a major issue for regular gemstones, but for super spirit gemstones, differing light energy attributes can significantly impact super spirit ascension. The Padparadscha you bought has both pink-blue and orange-blue sapphire attributes, two entirely different light energy attributes. After merging into Padparadscha, it becomes a compound light energy with two attributes. Regular trial takers using this compound light energy for super spirit will encounter big problems. When this Padparadscha super spirit gemstone first appeared, it caused a sensation. Many who had blue sapphire series contracts wanted to use it for super spiriting. It was even sold for over $1 trillion, but unfortunately, trial takers who attempted to use it couldn't reconcile the two light energy attributes, resulting in issues, rendering it unusable. I see, Li Shu finally understood where the problem lay, but he was not concerned. Don't take this lightly. Many trial takers before you dismissed this, thinking they could handle it with their capabilities, but without exception, things ended poorly, even resulting in contract destruction and death. Compound attribute. Light energy is different from dual attribute light energy. The attributes in dual attribute light energy are separate and relatively easy to handle. Padparadscha's compound attribute light energy can't be separated, unless your contract also has such compound attribute, or else it's bound to cause trouble. Otherwise, why would a top-tier super spirit gemstone be sold for just $30 billion at the Treasure Light Pavilion? I've already bought it, let's give it a try. Li Shu was not bothered at all. Super spirit gemstones produced on Earth are getting rarer with each use, and who knows when he'll have another opportunity to acquire one. Even if his forbidden spear can't use it now, it will come in handy later. The price won't be a loss in any case. You can try it, but if it doesn't work, it's best to consult Treasure Light Pavilion to see if you can return it, Zhu Xiaoyun said. No need for that. Li Shu shook his head. He guessed the old immortal was waiting for him to attempt a return, but to do that, he'd have to manage the old immortal's son's affairs, which Li Shu had no intention of handling. Zhu Xiaoyun also knew that once something was sold, returning it wouldn't be easy, and there weren't many good solutions. Li Shu returned to his room, closed the door, and took out the Padparadscha Super Spirit gemstone. The beautiful color was truly breathtaking, and the lotus-like shadow inside the gemstone was heart-stirringly gorgeous. Let's give it a try. Li Shu summoned the forbidden spear and placed the Super Spirit gemstone on it. Boom. A burst of light erupted between the forbidden spear and the Super Spirit gemstone, each side blown away, clearly indicating the forbidden spear couldn't absorb the light energy from this Super Spirit gemstone. Li Shu was only slightly disappointed, but not overly concerned. At least the forbidden spear wasn't damaged, so he simply retracted it. The gemstone is a good one, just need to store it for now. Li Shu picked up the Super Spirit gemstone, ready to put it away when suddenly the Fire Lotus sword at his waist popped out on its own, piercing the Super Spirit gemstone. 685, Chapter 685, 279, Fire Lotus Light Base 3. The tip of the Fire Lotus sword pierced through, directly contacting the lotus-like light shadow inside. The light energy within the Super Spirit gemstone surged into the Fire Lotus sword, causing its glow to intensely radiate, unfolding petal-like layers of sword light. This guy can actually use it, but your super spirit limit is already 99%. Isn't this a waste? Li Shu frowned slightly. However, since things had already developed this way, Li Shu didn't forcibly pull the Fire Lotus sword out. No matter how you look at it, the Fire Lotus sword was still his first contract. Although its initial quality was relatively mediocre, it wasn't easy to evolve to this step, so it was worth using this Super Spirit gemstone. As the light energy from the Super Spirit gemstone was absorbed, the sword light of the Fire Lotus sword gradually changed from gold-red to lotus-colored, with the sword body undergoing strange transformations. The sword body, thinner than paper, trembled and twisted, unexpectedly splitting into strands of sword blades. These blades intertwined, transforming into a sword lotus suspended before Li Shu, constantly emitting petal-like sword light. Fire Lotus Sword, Parasitic Contract. Level, Light Base. Quality, Radiance. Primordial Embryo Quality, 61. Super Spirit Limit, 100%. Light Vein, none. Talent Skills, Fire Lotus Sword Spirit, Fire Lotus Birth, Fire Lotus Furnace Sword, Fire Lotus Body, Protecting Sword Light, Fire Lotus Sword Intent. Light Base. Li Shu greatly appreciated it. A single Super Spirit gemstone could elevate the Fire Lotus Sword to Light Base, making it worth the investment. However, the Fire Lotus sword still couldn't condense a light vein, evidently due to insufficient energy. More energy was needed to condense a light vein, and its potential would determine how many light veins it could gather. Contracts differ from humans in that their ability to condense light veins depends on their own talent. Most spirit beings are similar in this regard. Generally, the number of light veins they can condense is predetermined. Nonetheless, Li Shu had been researching this issue. The fact that the big white dog wanted to seize the Jade Emperor scripture indicated that spirit beings might also be able to increase light veins through the light condensation technique. Li Shu delayed letting the Jedi Knight ascend to light base because he wondered if the Jedi Knight could also use the light condensation technique. However, the bodies of spirit beings differ from humans. Li Shu didn't dare to directly experiment with the light planting technique on the Jedi Knight, so this matter hadn't progressed. With a thought, the Fire Lotus sword, which had transformed into a Fire Lotus, returned to its original state in Li Shu's hand. Perhaps I should check out the land of the Sword's Soul, where the Fire Lotus sword might gain ample light energy to condense light veins, Li Shu pondered, recalling the resources mentioned in the Sword Soul land. Unfortunately, as commander, Li Shu couldn't maintain his presence at the Sword Soul Gate indefinitely, not even for 7 months, let alone 7 years. He could only stay there for a limited time. But the Sword Soul Gate is unlike other trial gates. Apart from the person guarding the Sword Soul Gate, the Eternal Heaven doesn't allow others to enter freely, which is somewhat troublesome. Returning the Fire Lotus sword disc to his waist, Li Shu worried about money. Now, both money and Super Spirit gemstones were gone. How could the Forbidden Spear reach Super Spirit? Commander, Vice President Han sent someone to invite you over. Sha Chu knocked on the door. What is she looking for me for? Li Shu frowned slightly. I don't know, the person didn't say. They only mentioned that there's a mission assignment for the technician group, Sha Chu had asked, but the messenger wasn't clear. Personnel adjustments and mission assignments fall within Han Minghui's authority, so Li Shu couldn't avoid it and had to follow the messenger to meet Han Minghui. Commander Li, please sit, Han Minghui said with a smile, no longer appearing as aloof as before, seeming somewhat amiable. I wonder what mission Vice President Han wants to allocate to our technician group, Li Shu directly asked, avoiding any pretense with Han Minghui. Han Minghui brewed tea and poured some for Li Shu, smiling as she spoke. Several trial gates need rotation recently. Apart from the original guarding group, other groups require assignments, and the technician group was allocated 2 trial gates. Commander Li should decide who to send to guard them and provide me with the list for record-keeping. Li Shu took the resources and examined them. The trial gates assigned to the technician group were Heavenly Flying Gate and Great Sound Gate. These trial gates were unfamiliar to Li Shu, so he had to carefully study the data first. Han Minghui, sitting behind the tea table, unhurriedly drank tea, showing no urgency, appearing very patient. After reviewing the data of the 2 trial gates, Li Shu frowned slightly. Both of these trial gates had high danger levels, with light-based spirit beings attempting to break through in recent years. Within the last 3 months, super spirits had even tried to breach the trial gates. Vice President Han, are the risk levels of the trial gates allocated to other groups as high as those assigned to our technician group? Li Shu asked Han Minghui after setting the data down. The risk levels vary according to rotation schedules. Regardless of the group, they'll have to guard these gates eventually. It's only a matter of time, Han Minghui replied. Li Shu smirked inwardly. Han Minghui's words sounded fair, but not everything was equal. It's likely the trial gates given to other groups weren't as high risk. Since it's only a matter of time, please switch the gates assigned to us. The technician group is short-handed right now and unable to guard these 2 trial gates. We should rotate later, Li Shu suggested. I'm really sorry. The rotation schedule was approved by the president and cannot be altered. If Commander Li truly wishes to switch, you can consult the president. If the president agrees, I'll immediately change it for you, Han Minghui responded. 686, Chapter 686, 280 Peacock War God. After Li Shu left the office, Li Changyin emerged from the inner room and sat opposite Han Minghui. He didn't say anything, Han Minghui said as she poured a cup of tea for Li Changyin. The most troubling is when nothing is said, Li Changyin replied. In the technicians team, only 2 people have the ability to suppress the Heavenly Flying Gate and the Great Sound Gate. Jing Li is one, Li Qingyi is another. Li Shu has no one else to use, Han Minghui said. Jing Li doesn't matter. Li Qingyi definitely can't go. Even if she wants to, Li Shu wouldn't dare let her. Li Shu himself can't go either, unless the guild president intervenes. Otherwise, Li Shu can't resolve this knot. Only the guild president can help him unravel it, Li Changyin replied. Are you really sure that Li Shu has no connection with the guild president? Han Minghui stared at Li Changyin. You should know as well, ever since Li Qingyi was born, the guild president has been aging steadily, unlike before. If Li Shu was also related to him, I would be quite pleased, Li Qingyin said slowly. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't risk doing this kind of thing, Han Minghui sighed. I hope the result is as we predict. If things are really as we predict, what are your plans? Li Changyin asked, his gaze intense as he looked at Han Minghui. Whatever your plan is, mine will follow suit, Han Minghui said, flashing a bright smile as she brushed the long hair beside her cheek. Li Changyin smiled and said nothing more. After returning to Courtyard 7, Li Shu informed everyone about the technicians' team needing to guard the Heavenly Flying Gate and the Great Sound Gate. Isn't Han Minghui clearly setting us up? Places like the Heavenly Flying Gate and the Great Sound Gate can only be suppressed with the light base. Even the Super Spirit struggles. Where does the technicians' team have the ability to suppress such places? Zhao Yun snorted coldly. You should go to the guild president for justice. This kind of bullying isn't right. Perhaps Han Minghui is just waiting for me to go to the guild president, Li Shu said softly. What do you mean? Do you mean Han Minghui is distributing tasks as per the guild president's wishes? Zhu Xiaoyun asked, slightly taken aback. Li Shu shook his head. It shouldn't be the guild president's wishes. I don't know the reason, it's just a feeling. This is absurd at this point, who cares about feelings? If you aren't going to the guild president, how do you plan to resolve this? Zhu Xiaoyun said disdainfully. Do you intend for us to guard? That's suicide. Asking the magic armor master to guard? That's not even considered suicide, it's pushing people to their death. Jing Li should be able to guard the heavenly flying gate, Li Shu pondered. What about the great sound gate? Do you plan to guard it yourself? I won't go there to die, Zhu Xiaoyun directly stated his stance. I'll guard it myself, Li Shu replied. You're going to guard it? What will happen to the technicians' team then? 3 years is a long time to be away from the great sound gate. Can the technicians' team survive without the commander? Without the commander, the technicians' team would fall apart, and anyone could bully us. Zhu Xiaoyun argued. The technicians' team is different from other teams, even if it's not for 3 years. I have the authority to adjust the personnel guarding the trial gate. Li Shu's gaze swept over the faces of Sha Chu, Ah Fei, Chu Jun, and others, then continued. So you must grow quickly. Once you advance to the light base, you can replace me. Forget it. Even if I advance to the light base, I won't replace you guarding that terrible place. The Great Sound Gate offers no resources we need. Guarding it yields no benefit. It's a waste of life, Zhu Xiaoyun said angrily. I don't understand. Why can't you, as the commander, go to the guild president for justice? Didn't the guild president support you before? Indeed, I cannot. If everything needs the guild president to resolve, why am I even the commander? Li Shu replied calmly. If I can't handle this issue, do I even deserve to be the commander? I'll replace you once I advance to the light base, Ah Fei said. Chu Jun smiled. Ah Fei, you're far from the light base. Let me do it instead. I've already prepared the resources, and within a year I can advance to the light base. Then I'll replace you. 1 year is still too long. Too much can happen in the absence of the commander, Sha Chu said, contemplating. I'll push myself. Strive to advance to the light base within 6 months. With the light planting technique and resources piled up, there's a chance, Chu Jun replied. Still too long. Sha Chu shook his head. The technicians' team can maintain the current situation because the commander supports it. Without the commander, compared to the other 6 teams, the technicians' team is much weaker. If the guild president doesn't intervene, the technicians' team will suffer. If we wait to approach the guild president later, it'll be the same as going now. Neither this nor that. What do you propose? Chu Jun spread his hands, at a loss. Give me 3 months, then I'll replace you, Sha Chu said unexpectedly. You? Everyone looked at Sha Chu with surprise. Sha Chu was always very low-key, handling affairs with skill, but in terms of cultivation, everyone thought she was very weak. Even with 3 months, or even 3 years, they didn't believe she could advance to the light base. She wasn't Chu Jun, how could she have so many resources? S687, Chapter 687, 280 Peacock War God 2. Seeing everyone looking at him, Sha Chu smiled and said, Don't forget, I was once a member of the quest group, personally introduced by the former commander. So what? Zhu Xiaoyun didn't understand what Sha Chu meant. When the former commander passed away, he left no inheritance. But you all should have heard of this, Sha Chu continued calmly. In fact, he did leave something. As he had no children or relatives, he left the items to me. Ah, the commander of the quest group left the inheritance to you. Zhu Xiaoyun looked at Sha Chu in disbelief. Sha Chu stretched lazily. I didn't originally want to mention it, but the reason I can protect the commander's legacy is because of Li Shu. If Li Shu falls, it wouldn't be good for me either, so give me 3 months. Although I can't advance to the light base in 3 months, as long as I reach Super Spirit and leverage the contracts and magic spirits the commander left behind, guarding the Great Sound Gate shouldn't be a problem. Turns out, I'm the poorest one here, Zhu Xiaoyun said dejectedly. 3 months? Is that enough? Li Shu asked, looking at Sha Chu. It should be enough, but these 3 months won't be easy. In your absence, the Han family might target me. Knowing the commander's items are with me, they won't give up easily, Sha Chu sighed. Don't worry about that. I have my ways, Li Shu said, before discussing some details with a few others and finalizing a plan. Jing Li would guard the Heavenly Flying Gate, and Li Shu himself would guard the Great Sound Gate. Forget it, let me guard the Great Sound Gate. It's only 3 months anyway, Zhu Xiaoyun suddenly interjected. Are you sure? Li Shu looked at Zhu Xiaoyun, somewhat surprised. My blood seal stone is still with you. If you fall and the stone ends up in someone else's hands, I'd feel worse. I have to go, Zhu Xiaoyun sighed. You should stay in Longevity City. It can't be without you. Then I'll trouble you for these 3 months, Li Shu said with a smile. If you feel bad about it, you can just return my blood seal stone. Zhu Xiaoyun had been looking for a chance to retrieve his blood seal stone, but he still didn't know where Li Shu had hidden it. That's impossible. Li Shu patted Zhu Xiaoyun on the shoulder. Guard well, and the blood seal stone will eventually be returned to you. Early the next morning, Jing Li and Zhu Xiaoyun respectively went to the Heavenly Flying Gate and the Great Sound Gate, and Li Shu reported their names. Han Minghui was a bit surprised to see that Zhu Xiaoyun went to guard the Great Sound Gate. Zhu Xiaoyun is actually going to guard the Great Sound Gate. Is he truly aligning himself with Li Shu? Han Minghui frowned while looking at the list Li Shu submitted. Li Chengyin smiled and said, "No worries, Zhu Xiaoyun won't be able to hold it, he's still lacking. Zhu Xiaoyun is already halfway to the light base. Guarding the Great Sound Gate shouldn't be too much of a problem, right? Even if he's not strong enough, he can't stop a light-based magic spirit, but with the demon shark he should be able to escape and report." Han Minghui found Li Chengyin's views slightly overly optimistic. Li Chengyin replied unemotionally, "I said he can't hold it, so he won't. The thing in the Great Sound Temple will come out soon, and not just Zhu Xiaoyun, even a commander level may not be able to hold it." "How could that thing?" Han Minghui wanted to say something but stopped, seemingly realizing something, and looked at Li Chengyin in shock. "What did you do?" "I did nothing, and neither did you," Li Chengyin said lightly. "Understood." Han Minghui didn't ask further, stamping and signing the list. "If that thing truly breaks out, whoever's responsible has to settle it. If Li Shu can't handle it and no other team steps in, the president will have to intervene." "But Patriarch Li, you seem to forget, Li Shu has a close relationship with Wan Kaioken. What if Wan Kaioken takes action?" Han Minghui remarked. "Wan Kaioken won't be in longevity heaven for the time being," Li Chengyin said confidently. "Not in longevity heaven?" Han Minghui was a bit surprised, unsure of what method Li Chengyin used to get Wan Kaioken to leave longevity heaven. Vice President Han doesn't know? "In the City of All Things, a spirit forging level magic spirit has appeared, perfectly matched with Wan Kaioken's attributes," Li Chengyin explained simply. "Patriarch Li calculates well," Han Minghui chuckled. "It's not really a calculation. Those who follow the path are assisted by the heavens. Without that magic spirit's emergence, our plan wouldn't have launched now." Li Chengyin's gaze was as sharp as a blade, staring at Han Minghui. "Vice President Han, if we really reach that point, please don't forget your promise. We've exchanged blood seal stones. From now on, we live and die together. It's a glory to be prosperous, a loss to be damaging. Once that matter is confirmed, even if I want to back out, I can't. Surely you agree?" Han Minghui said. Li Shu originally thought he could focus on making money, but unexpectedly, trouble arose at the Great Sound Gate just 2 days later. The heavenly altar bell rang loudly, signaling the terrifying magic spirit had broken out from the trial gate. Li Shu didn't know exactly where the incident occurred, but he instinctively felt something was wrong and rushed towards the direction of the Great Sound Gate. 688 Chapter 688 Chapter 688 280 Peacock War God 3 Li Shu had just reached the edge of the cliff when he saw demonic light surging into the sky from the direction of the Great Sound Gate, and Zhu Xiaoyun, riding a demon shark, was fleeing desperately. "Damn it, I've had the worst luck for generations. I just arrived at the Great Sound Gate 2 days ago, and that terrifying thing burst out, nearly costing me my life." Zhu Xiaoyun, riding the demon shark, escaped over, and only then did Li Shu see that he was covered in blood, with one arm barely attached to his shoulder, dangling and almost about to fall off. Boom. Li Shu had no time to listen to his complaints and directly summoned the forbidden spear, firing an undying bullet at his wound, while his gaze remained fixed on the demon spirit charging out of the Great Sound Gate. The door of the Great Sound Gate was already half open, with half of the demon spirit's body having already burst out, the golden demonic light erupting like a volcano, soaring into the sky. The part of the demon spirit that had emerged had 6 heads and 12 arms, its whole body appearing as if forged from golden crystal, with dazzling and changing demonic light inside, as if enveloped in the golden light and shadow of a Buddha. Nearby, a squad of magic armor masters responsible for patrol flew in the air, firing beams of demonic light at the demon spirit, but those beams had no effect on it, unable even to break the halo surrounding the demon spirit. A spirit forging level demon spirit? Li Shu furrowed his brow slightly. "If it weren't a spirit forging level demon spirit, I wouldn't have been wounded so badly," Zhu Xiaoyun said with a bitter face. "Luckily, I ran fast. If I were a bit slower, it wouldn't have been my arm broken, but my head." In the heavenly domain, there were streams of light falling to the edge of the cliff, all observing the demon spirit that was about to rush out of the Great Sound Gate. "Isn't that the Peacock War God from the Great Sound Temple? Why has he emerged?" Mo Wuya frowned upon seeing the demon spirit. "This is a bit too coincidental. The technician team had just taken over the Great Sound Gate and the Peacock War God emerges. It's a bit too much of a coincidence," the old ageless one said. "Indeed, it's a bit too coincidental, and the commanders of the other teams have all come as well." Mo Wuya looked to the other side and found the commanders of the other teams had also arrived at the edge of the cliff, focusing on the situation with the demon spirit. Bodas, the female commander of the Forgetfulness group, was dressed in black, with a black veil covering her face, making her expression unreadable. Wan Kaoshin of the Seeking Dao group was frowning upon seeing the demon spirit bursting from the Great Sound Gate. Sun Wuxi of the Divine Pet group was riding a pig-like demon spirit, examining the demon spirit with great interest. Li Quan of the demon spirit group had his hands tucked in his sleeves, with no expression on his face, his thoughts unknown. "What are the commanders planning to do?" the old ageless one asked with a sly smile. The trial gate is guarded by the technician team, so it should naturally be resolved by them, Li Quan said in a voice devoid of human emotion. His robe was wide, yet he appeared extremely thin, with dark circles under his eyes, as if he hadn't slept for 10 days and nights. It has nothing to do with the Forgetfulness group, Bodo said coldly. I'd like to help, but I'm just a pig farmer, probably lacking the ability to assist, Sun Wuxi said, looking at the old ageless one. The peacock war god has emerged. Your undying group knows him best. Aren't you going to help? Is that help? That's risking your life, the old ageless one laughed. Even if I wanted to risk my life, I'd have to see if Commander Li is willing to let me help. Wan Kaosin said nothing, seemingly lost in thought. Hearing their conversation, Mo Wuya sighed. A spirit-forging level demon spirit bursting out of the trial gate. I'm afraid the technician team can't stop it. If it's not contained quickly, it will be a big mess. Commander Mo is the head of our 7 teams. If you act, naturally there will be no problem, Li Quan said coldly. Mo Wuya shook his head without speaking. Li Quan's attitude was understandable, as the other teams also chose to watch because Li Shu had previously used the light planting technique to take many gemstones from them. This Li Shu, it's his own doing, but it's just a pity for the people of Wansheng Town, Mo Wuya sighed. Near the Great Sound Gate, there were also many residents of Wansheng Town. At the moment, those residents were running out from the shantytown like slum area, but their speed was far inferior to the shockwave caused by the demonic light explosion. The magical wave released by the Peacock War God had already collapsed a large area of nearby shantytowns. The cries and wails of Wansheng Town's residents who hadn't escaped in time resonated, and nearby magic armor masters had already rushed to provide support, protecting the residents of Wansheng Town in their retreat. Many magic armor masters came from Wansheng Town, and those who stood up at times like these were mostly from Wansheng Town. As the trial gate continued to open, the body of the Peacock War God gradually flew out from within. The demon spirit, radiating golden light, 6 heads, 12 arms, sat on a golden peacock flapping its wings, with most of its body having already rushed out of the gate. If none of you are willing to help, then I, this old man, will go talk to Commander Li. The old ageless one's figure flickered, disappearing. When his figure reappeared, he was not far from Li Shu. Commander Li, if you're willing regarding what I mentioned earlier, this old man can lend you a hand. The old ageless one said with a smile. He was already certain that Li Shu would have to ask for his help since there was no one in the technician team who could contend with a spirit-forging level entity. Seeing that the old ageless one was willing to help Li Shu, Li Quan couldn't help but frown slightly. Sun Wuxi and others were also a bit surprised, wondering what the old ageless one wanted from Li Shu that made him willing to help deal with the Peacock War God. A spirit-forging level demon spirit, and an unknown Peacock War God at that, the old ageless one probably didn't have a guaranteed victory, and his willingness to help meant he must want something significant. Old Commander, I appreciate the sentiment, but there's no need for you to take action. I happen to be lacking resources, and with a demon spirit delivering themselves to my door, I couldn't be happier, Li Shu said as he had already taken out the Lightspeed 3 and activated it on his body. The commanders were somewhat shocked as Li Shu actually intended to deal with the spirit-forging level Peacock War God on his own, which seemed incredibly arrogant. 689, Chapter 689, 28-1, The Power of One Shot on the city wall at a corner of Longevity City, Li Changyin and Han Minghui stood side by side, also observing the situation over there. As we anticipated, facing the spirit-forging level whose strength is unknown, even neutral ones like Mo Wuya and the Old Immortal wouldn't dare to make a move easily. No one can help Li Shu, said Han Minghui. The people of the Sun family won't easily get involved in such a conflict. Bodos is cold and ruthless, even less likely to intervene. Without Wan Keokun, Wan Keoksin is still a bit lacking. His strength hasn't reached true commander level. Even if he wants to help, he doesn't have the capability, Li Changyin said mildly. Li Changyin didn't mention Li Quan. Since Li Quan is part of the Li family, it's even more impossible for him to help Li Shu. Huh? The Old Immortal wants to help Li Shu. Han Minghui frowned when he saw the Old Immortal walking over. Li Changyin's eyes flashed coldly. Some people live too long and their minds become unclear. With the Old Immortal intervening, our plan might fail this time. Just as Han Minghui said this, he saw Li Shu donning the demon armor and unexpectedly flying away alone from Spiral Mountain towards the Great Sound Gate. He refused the Old Immortal's help and intends to face the Peacock War God alone? Han Minghui turned in astonishment to look at Li Changyin, Patriarch Li. Is there truly no armor at the Magic Armor Research Institute that can rival the magic spirits at spirit forging level? Absolutely not. Li Changyin frowned and said, previously, when Baiwan Li was in charge of the Magic Armor Group, nothing from the Magic Armor Research Institute could be hidden from him. Before Li Shu came, the strongest armor at the Institute could only compare to the Super Spirit level, not even having a set to rival the Light Base level armor. In such a short time, how could they create an armor capable of contending with spirit forging? Even if they could create it, the resources provided to the Institute don't include the materials and energy of spirit forging level. They have no conditions to create it. Though Li Chengyin spoke these words, he felt something was amiss in his heart. Someone like Li Shu wouldn't do something so reckless. Observing all his actions since coming to Longevity Heaven shows that while he seems to take reckless risks, he actually has calculations in mind. Then we need to watch closely what he plans to do, Han Minghui said slowly as he kept his eyes on Li Shu clad in light armor. Watching as the Peacock War God, riding a peacock, was about to rush out of the trial gate, the magic armor masters coming to assist incessantly were bombarding from all directions with demonic light, which posed no threat to the Peacock War God. As beams of demonic light fell outside the Peacock War God, who seemed like a demon god, they were shattered by the golden glow without touching his body. Among the residents of the nearby shanty town, many elderly, women, and children, though the magic armor masters helped with the evacuation, there was simply not enough time. Once the Peacock War God fully charges out of the trial gate, his power can be released recklessly, and the nearby area will likely be utterly destroyed by then. Hurry everyone, hurry up, run for your lives. Hua Mei lifted the collapsed house to rescue the people inside, urging them to flee quickly, while glancing towards the direction of the Great Sound Gate. Seeing the magic spirit was about to rush out, the golden light brightened tens of miles around, making everything appear as if coated with a layer of gold. The people desperately evacuating to the distance, seeing the massive figure like a giant god, were filled with despair. Such a terrifying magic spirit, even if it didn't intend to kill them, just the aftermath of its battle could crush them to death. It's too late. Hua Mei gritted her teeth. The light patterns on her body rose as she instantly soared into the sky, drawing a beautiful arc, her hands unleashed demonic light, blasting towards the Peacock War God like two laser beams. Her armor was much stronger than that of ordinary magic armor masters, capable of unleashing super spirit level demonic light, yet even so, her demonic light still had no effect, exploding outside the magic spirit without penetrating the body, protecting magic light. Hua Mei knew it was because the level difference was too vast. This magic spirit was unimaginably terrifying, beyond what she could handle. Looking towards the direction of Longevity City, seeing no one of commander level appear, Hua Mei felt a burst of despair in her heart. With such a level of magic spirit emerging, logically there should be a commander-level strongman to suppress it, yet not a single commander-level person has acted, surely because of Li Shu's situation. That's why those commanders haven't taken action. Hua Mei couldn't help but harbor some resentment towards Li Shu. If not for Li Shu, if Baiwan Li still controlled the magic armor group, the Li family wouldn't stand by idly. They would surely send spirit-forging level experts to suppress this magic spirit. Now that Li Shu has become a commander, they hate to see him die. How could they possibly step in to assist? Li Shu, holding the position of commander, yet without a commander's competence, the ones to suffer will only be the residents of Wansheng Town. Hua Mei, born in Wansheng Town, once part of the lowest-tier fishmen, deeply understood how much harm the magic spirit bursting from the trial gate could inflict on those fishmen. In her childhood, she practically grew up in the fear of death. Every time a magic spirit burst out, it affected numerous residents of Wansheng Town to die. Survival wasn't based on one's own abilities but purely on luck, hoping no magic spirit would burst forth from the trial gate near one's home. I-690, Chapter 690, 281, The Power of One-Shot 2 Roar. The body of the Peacock War God had completely charged out of the trial gate, with only a little bit of his golden peacock's tail still inside, as one of his heads tilted back and let out a thunderous roar. The terrifying sound wave transformed into a tangible shockwave, forcibly sending the nearby attacking magic armor masters flying backward through the air, shattering all the demonic light they activated. So many magic armor masters couldn't withstand even a single roar from that demonic spirit. The demonic light activated by Hua Mei was also shattered, and her body was involuntarily pushed back by the residual force of the shockwave. The light pattern on her back flared up like a thruster, resisting the push of the shockwave. She only retreated a short distance before forcibly coming to a stop. Glancing at the desperate crowd below, she gritted her teeth and extended her palm, intending to activate the demonic light again, knowing it's futile but making one last effort. All magic armor masters, heed my command, fall back. A magic armor master, radiating brilliance as if clad in a sacred light armor, appeared before the Great Sound Gate, hovering mid-air confronting the giant godlike Peacock War God. Commander, the numerous magic armor masters were overjoyed. Fall back, all of you, and defend the residential area. Do not let the fight's aftermath reach the residents. I will handle things here. Li Shu said calmly as he looked at the Peacock War God. Understood. The vast number of magic armor masters immediately descended towards the residential area, activating demonic light and transforming it into a demon light shield to withstand the shockwave. Hua Mei also landed in front of the residential area, setting up her demon light shield to block the aftermath. She didn't believe Li Shu could stand against that giant godlike demonic spirit. The limits of a magic armor master are decided by their magic armor, and currently, there is no armor capable of contending with such a demonic spirit. Even if Li Shu wants to fight to the death, he likely wouldn't be able to buy much time. At least he came, willing to fight for the residents of Wansheng Town. Hua Mei sighed inwardly, uncertain whether to resent Li Shu or commend him for daring to take responsibility. Is Li Shu really going to confront the demonic spirit alone? Mo Wuya was somewhat surprised. The other commanders also had complicated expressions as they watched Li Shu confronting the Peacock War God in the air. Although this deviates from our plan, it's still good. If Li Shu can't win, then only the president can save him now. Li Changyin said slowly while watching Li Shu. Is there a possibility that Li Shu could defeat the Peacock War God? Han Minghui spoke up. In theory, a magic armor master shouldn't be able to reach that level unless he has some hidden cards. Li Changyin felt that Li Shu probably wouldn't risk his life recklessly. Perhaps he has a plan B, or maybe he just pretends to put up a front as a commander, ready to escape at any sign of trouble, deflecting any blame that might arise from others. Damn, is that guy crazy? Zhu Xiaoyun exclaimed exasperatedly upon seeing Li Shu truly going one-on-one with the Peacock War God. Chu Jun, Chu Qi, Afei, and Sha Chu, who arrived later, stood on the cliff, anxiously watching Li Shu face off against the Peacock War God. Seeing that the golden peacock under the Peacock War God was about to fully charge out, Li Shu slowly raised the Lightspeed Spear in his hand. His whole body was glowing with demonic light, and he had replaced all the energy cores in the Lightspeed 3 with White Shell Turtle Demon cores. Even the Lightspeed Spear contained White Shell Turtle Demon cores. At this moment, multiple energy cores exploded with light energy frenziedly under the suppression of Li Shu's spiritual sense, all surging toward the Lightspeed Spear. The demonic light of both the Lightspeed Spear and Lightspeed 3 was now so intense that it almost seemed like pure light itself. To onlookers, there was only a blazing white silhouette standing in midair facing the Peacock War God, obscuring Li Shu's appearance. Li Shu did not immediately attack. He was waiting for the precise moment when the Peacock War God would burst out of the trial gate. If he attacked now, this strike might force the Peacock War God back into the trial gate. If the Peacock War God wasn't killed, he'd have no opportunity to rush in, possibly gaining no advantage at all. But once the Peacock War God fully emerged, returning would not be so easy. Li Shu not only needed to kill the Peacock War God, but also wanted to seize the resources it carried. Currently, his greatest need was resources, as those from a high-level demonic spirit could bring him immense wealth. For Li Shu, who was worried about money, there was no quicker way to gain wealth than this. Finally, the Peacock War God and his golden peacock fully charged out of the trial gate, and the Great Sound Gate automatically closed behind him. Pathetic carbon-based lifeforms, prepare to face divine punishment. The 6 heads of the Peacock War God let out gleeful cries. He was overly excited. Having finally escaped that cursed place, he planned to plunder all the gemstones of this world. You trashy demonic spirit, this isn't your rightful place. As Li Shu spoke, he launched the Lightspeed Spear in his hand as if throwing a javelin. The Lightspeed Spear transformed into a blazing white lightning bolt, striking directly at the Peacock War God's chest. This Peacock War God appeared extremely terrifying, but ultimately it was only a spirit-forging level far inferior to that cloaked man. Having faced off against the cloaked man, Li Shu didn't find the Peacock War God all that terrifying, at least not beyond the capacity that Lightspeed 3 could contend with. The lightning-fast Lightspeed Spear instantly arrived in front of the Peacock War God's chest. Enraged by Li Shu's words, the Peacock War God, a mere human, dared to insult him so, and he intended to devour Li Shu alive. 691, Chapter 691, 281, The Power of One Gun, 3. The Peacock War God's arms danced. A large hand filled with golden demonic light directly grabbed the Lightspeed Spear like lightning. The Peacock War God wanted to crush the Lightspeed Spear, but the moment he grabbed it, the 12 eyes on his 6 heads suddenly contracted. In the next second, the remaining 11 arms swiftly swung, each golden hand quickly grasping the spear shaft like blazing white lightning. All 12 hands held the shaft of the Lightspeed Spear, yet they couldn't stop its advance. Carrying the 12 hands, the Lightspeed Spear's speed increased instead of decreased, forcibly piercing through the Peacock War God's chest, making his enormous body fly backwards, crashing into the Great Sound Gate, hitting the closed gate as if nailed to it. White demonic light like lightning flashed through the Peacock War God's body, spreading like electric snakes over him. But upon closer inspection, it was not snakes, but cracks from which demonic light burst forth. Cracks spread across the Peacock War God's body, with blazing white demonic light continually streaming out. Even his heads showed spiderweb-like fissures. Boom. In the disbelieving eyes of the Peacock War God, his body exploded, scattering into countless fragments, and the golden peacock beneath him disintegrated into glowing streams. The entire Longevity City fell into deathly silence. Except for the sound of the Peacock War God bursting, no other sound could be heard. My heavens. Zhu Xiaoyun's eyes widened, nearly popping out, as if unable to accept what he was seeing. The other commanders were equally shocked, finding it hard to believe the power of Li Shu's strike could be so immense. Watching the Peacock War God crumble like a collapsing building, Hua Mei and the other magic armor masters struggled to use demon light shields to fend off the aftermath, their eyes fixed on the figure wrapped in radiant armor in the sky, full of astonishment. Magic armor masters can be this powerful. Hua Mei couldn't believe what she was seeing. As the Peacock War God's body shattered, the boundless gold light within him gathered at one spot, along with the stream left from the golden peacock, gradually forming a golden glass, like treasure bead, with a golden light peacock rolling and soaring inside. Spirit-casting treasure bead. Seeing the bead, Mo Wuya and others' eyes lit up. The spirit-casting treasure bead is something only the spirit-forging level demon spirit can produce, with odds even lower than light-based gemstone and the super spirit gemstone. It is also the essential item for Light-Base's advancement to spirit-casting level. Its appearance signifies the birth of a spirit-forging level trial taker with immeasurable value. But due to the exceedingly low odds of appearance, even killing a spirit-forging demon spirit hardly grants a spirit-casting treasure bead. If they knew beforehand the Peacock War God would yield a spirit-casting treasure bead, even without Li Shu requesting assistance, they would have rushed to battle him. But now, there was no chance. Li Shu already flew above the wreckage of the Peacock War God, grasping the spirit-casting treasure bead and simultaneously extracting the demon core. Unfortunately, no demon spirit emerged. Li Shu was still somewhat disappointed. He pulled the Lightspeed Spear from the remains of the Peacock War God, finding it unable to restore to its original state, still smoking, no longer activatable. Still not solid enough. Li Shu could only carry the Lightspeed Spear away. This spear shot not only combined the energy of Lightspeed number 3 and the spear itself, but also added the technique from the Super Spirit Bottle Suction. When the Peacock War God grasped the spear, his light energy was frantically absorbed by it, compounded upon the spear, thus producing such a terrifying effect. Otherwise, just the energy of Lightspeed number 3 and the Lightspeed Spear wouldn't achieve this effect. Hua Mei. Li Shu looked towards the stunned Hua Mei and the other magic armor masters. Commander, Hua Mei responded instinctively. I'll leave this to you all. Clean up the battlefield and assist them in rebuilding their homeland. Submit a funding request after completing the application forms at Finance. Li Shu said before breaking through the air back to Longevity City. Yes, Commander. Great Commander. Hua Mei watched in a complex tone as Li Shu departed. I can't believe the Magic Armor Research Institute actually developed such a powerful magic armor. Li Chongyin's face was somewhat grim. He was truly lucky. The Peacock War God yielded a spirit-casting treasure bead hitting such low odds. Han Minghui sighed. After this battle, I fear no one will dare underestimate Li Shu, and the technicians group will truly stand alongside the other 6 groups. Those people who didn't want to become magic armor masters thought there was no future. But now Li Shu shows them that magic armor masters can also become top-tier fighters. Surely, Longevity City will indeed change from before. Such magic armor can't be mass-produced, nor can just any magic armor master control it. Li Chongyin sneered. Now I see why they let Li Shu become commander. His spiritual sense is extraordinary, surpassing even Sword Saint and Gun Demon among magic armor masters. Such a magic armor master, I doubt there will be another, won't overturn the world. Let's hope so. Han Minghui sighed. I'll return. This plan has failed, and I need to clean up some things to avoid giving others excuses. Go. Li Chongyin waved his hand, slightly helpless. In Wansheng Town, the sea monster's emotions were tumultuous. He had witnessed the whole shocking spear moment, feeling extremely complex. When Li Shu first entered Longevity City, the sea monster had pleaded for Li Shu's help for the fishmen, but Li Shu ignored him. Now the sea monster understood. Perhaps it wasn't that Li Shu didn't want to help, but that his request was flawed from the start. Rather than begging for others' alms and hoping others would suffer for them, they should strengthen themselves and break free using their own power. There are many descendants of magic armor masters among the fishmen, many with innate talent. They previously didn't want to become magic armor masters because they thought even becoming one would still mean being cannon fodder. Yet Li Shu's spear showed them that magic armor masters can become unbeatable forces. Maybe this is the fishman's path. Maybe, this time, it's truly possible. The sea monster's chest swelled with longing like hot blood boiling, remaining unsettled for a long time. 692, Chapter 692, 28-2, 28-2. The old resident's Zimin Guan looked at the still-smoking Lightspeed Spear and just felt a toothache. Li Shu was already prepared to face the storm, but this time, Zimin Guan unexpectedly did not lash out at him. The body of the Lightspeed Spear can already withstand high-intensity demonic light explosions, but the components connecting the energy core and the spear body still aren't strong enough. It's not a big deal. I can experiment with new materials, and sooner or later, we can solve this problem. Zimin Guan scrutinized the Lightspeed number 3, about the size of a box, in Li Shu's hand and said, "Leave the Lightspeed number 3 for testing as well." The Lightspeed number 3 didn't endure too much energy output. It should be fine, Li Shu said. The main concern was that the Lightspeed Spear endured a large amount of demonic light explosions, while the Lightspeed number 3 did not suffer much damage. However, it can be observed that the Lightspeed number 3 itself can withstand more demonic light than the previous Lightspeed number 2. If it were the Lightspeed number 2, just those 4 energy core explosions would almost be enough to damage it. Even though the Lightspeed number 3 endured less demonic light, we can't guarantee that there will be no issues with those components, so let's check them. It's better if there's no problem, and if there is, replace them quickly to avoid issues during the next use. Zeman Guan was very calm this time, not only not angry, but also planning ahead for Li Shu's future. Alright. Since Zeman Guan was willing to help him, Li Shu was naturally more than happy. From start to finish, Zeman Guan didn't angrily lash out at Li Shu, making Li Shu somewhat unaccustomed for a while. As he was leaving, after repeatedly confirming, Zeman Guan smiled at him. I didn't know the reason before, now I know it's because the demon armor couldn't withstand the explosion of the demonic light. This isn't related to you. It's my demon armor that isn't up to standard, so how can I blame you? If you had clarified the reason before, I wouldn't have lashed out at you. For a magic armor researcher, a magic armor master like you is a dream come true, so how could I blame you? The more demon armor you break, the happier I am. That's good, only then did Li Shu leave at ease. Before he left, Professor Shu allowed him to take the repaired demon armor master back with him. Li Shu shouldn't go without any demon armor, as it's too dangerous. After returning home, Li Shu took out the spirit-casting treasure bead and the Peacock War God's demon core. Both objects contained a large amount of energy, but unfortunately, they were not compatible with the Forbidden Spear's attributes. Otherwise, they could have been used to enhance the Forbidden Spear's level without much effort. With this demon core, I won't need to embed so many core energies when using the Lightspeed number 3 in the future. Just this one is enough. Li Shu put away the demon core and toyed with the spirit-casting treasure bead. The spirit-casting treasure bead is a transparent spherical gemstone only the size of a ping-pong ball, but the internal light energy is astonishing, with the golden peacock being the concentrated light energy. This thing should be very valuable. Should I sell it to exchange for resources? While Li Shu was considering this, the golden dinner knife suddenly leaped out by itself, flying up and landing on the table. Li Shu quickly gripped the spirit-casting gemstone, hiding it behind his back. After the previous incident with the Fire Lotus sword, Li Shu wasn't about to let these things mess with his stuff easily. As if seeing through Li Shu's thoughts, the golden dinner knife said disdainfully, "Does the king covet that broken spirit-casting treasure bead? You're underestimating the king. You jumped out yourself with nothing else to do to scare people," Li Shu said casually. "I didn't want to come out either. It's that master who sent a message, asking you to go home." "She's going back soon and hopes to see you," the evil Luo King said. "My sister is coming back?" Li Shu was overjoyed, but then felt something was off and stared at the golden dinner knife, asking, "When was the message relayed? Why don't I know about it?" "This is hard to explain," the evil Luo King hesitated. "I have plenty of time, you can explain slowly," Li Shu said blandly. "Ahem, it's like this. That master's power was left on my golden dinner knife. She can use that power to vibrate the golden dinner knife to transmit information, like sending an encrypted signal, but only I can receive this signal," explained the evil Luo King, adding, "That master asked me to protect you, and I dare not harbor any ill intentions, so please be assured." Li Shu did not suspect the evil Luo King of having any ill intentions. He just wanted to know how his sister was relaying messages to the evil Luo King. "Can you relay my words to my sister?" Li Shu asked again. "My lord, I don't have such an ability," the evil Luo King said, frustrated. "All right, when will my sister be home?" Li Shu stopped asking further, planning to ask his sister directly when they meet. "That master only said she'd be home in 3 days and asked you to go home early to wait for her," the evil Luo King quickly said. 3 days is tight, but still manageable." Li Shu immediately put away the spirit-casting treasure bead and got up to find Han Minghui. "Commander Li, you've just returned, and you're leaving again?" Han Minghui said with a smile. "Is there a problem?" Li Shu didn't bother to say much. "No problem. The president has already instructed that you can leave any time if Commander Li needs to go out." Han Minghui readily signed and stamped. As Li Shu was about to leave, Han Minghui stopped him, saying, "Commander Li, do you plan to sell that spirit-casting treasure bead? If you intend to sell it, I can buy it at a high price." I-693, Chapter 693, Chapter 693, 282 Old House 2, what price can you offer? Li Shu asked Han Minghui. "The spirit-casting treasure bead is considered priceless. It's hard to put a price on it, but if we're talking trade, it depends on what Commander Li needs," Han Minghui replied. "I don't have any immediate needs. We'll discuss when I return," Li Shu said, still unclear about the value of the spirit-casting treasure bead, hesitating to act rashly. "All right, if you intend to sell it then, I hope you'll give me a chance." "The price is negotiable," Han Minghui said, showing much interest in the spirit-casting treasure bead. "Got it." Li Shu turned and left Han Minghui's office. Walking down the street, Li Shu noticed that the looks people gave him had changed from before, with more evident awe. As he approached home, he saw Li Qingyi walking over, carrying a small puppy. "Just in time to meet you, so I won't go in." "Here's your little one back," Li Qingyi said, returning the puppy. "Could you keep it for a few more days?" "I need to leave Chengsheng Heaven and won't be back for several days," Li Shu said thoughtfully. "Where are you going?" Li Qingyi asked, puzzled. Li Shu had just returned a few days ago, and now he was leaving again. "I'm going home," Li Shu replied honestly. "Where is your home?" Li Qingyi asked curiously. "In a small town under the jurisdiction of White Knight City," Li Shu revealed, not having anything to hide. His family consisted of just him and his sister. In the past, Li Shu feared people would harm his sister, so he rarely divulged his hometown. Now, he had less to worry about. If anyone dared to mess with his sister, it would be their doom. That's quite the coincidence. I'm also heading to White Knight City. We can go together, Li Qingyi said with a smile. Why are you going to White Knight City? Li Shu asked, a bit puzzled. I'm representing Chengxing Heaven to discuss cooperation with White Knight City. That's why I plan to return the puppy. Since you're also going, why not take it for a walk? Li Qingyi said, handing the puppy to Li Shu. Don't let its small size fool you. It's quite fierce. Other than me, it won't let anyone touch it. I didn't dare leave it at home, and I'm worried it might get hungry since it eats a lot. Taking the puppy, Li Shu examined it by its neck, noting it seemed to have grown. Yet it remained a milky white puppy with tiny paws and large, forlorn eyes staring at him, contrary to the fierceness Li Qingyi described. Don't hurt it, Li Qingyi said, pained by how Li Chu held the puppy, taking it back and offering it a gemstone to feed. The puppy's pink tongue curled around the gemstone, swallowing it, and it rested in Li Qingyi's arms, looking thoroughly satisfied. Do you give it rubies every day? Li Shu asked, his eyes wide. The ruby Li Qingyi fed the puppy was at least 2 carats, worth quite a bit. Not just rubies, it also likes sapphires and diamonds. Its favorite is cat's eye gemstone. Usually I feed it cat's eye gemstone, but occasionally switch flavors to avoid monotony, Li Qingyi said, petting the puppy's fur. The more Li Shu listened, the more uncomfortable he felt. He thought he didn't live as well as the puppy, even wanting to swap places with it. After chatting briefly with Li Qingyi, Li Shu realized that besides Li Qingyi, representatives from the Sun family and the Mo family were also heading to White Knight City. He knew Sun Gang and Mo Liu well. Additionally, Bai Ying was accompanying them. Although Li Shu wasn't fond of Bai Ying, he didn't let it bother him enough to avoid traveling with Li Qingyi. Li Qingyi needed to prepare, and Li Shu decided to ask Chu Jun to join as well. It was a good chance to discuss transferring the magic armor technology with the Chu family. Having this pathway open would mean continuous wealth flowing into his hands. Chu Jun readily agreed. You just got here to Chengxing Heaven, and now I'm making you go back. I'll make it up to you, Li Shu said. Do we need to say such things between us? Besides, I've already acquired the resources I need. Staying or leaving Chengxing Heaven doesn't matter, Chu Jun replied with a smile. Li Shu agreed. After arriving in Chengxing Heaven, Chu Jun spent lavishly, acquiring enough resources for him and Chu Qi to advance to light base level. Why don't you both join us? Li Shu said, calling on Sha Chu and Ah Fei. After they left, the 7th courtyard was almost empty. Jing Li and Zhu Xiaoyun had to guard the trial gate, leaving only them, which didn't sit well with Li Shu. After confirming the number of people, Li Shu visited Han Minghui to get a few passes. Han Minghui signed and stamped without hesitation, providing no difficulties. When the agreed time came, Li Shu gathered the group to meet with Li Qingyi and the others. Commander Li, Sun Gang, and Mo Liu greeted Li Shu respectfully. Times had changed. Li Shu's gun blast that destroyed the Peacock War God had established his formidable presence in Chengxing Heaven. No one dared belittle the new technician group commander. Bai Ying followed with a greeting, refraining from the chatter she exhibited before. After regrouping, they arrived at the beach, climbed into coffins, and soon left Chengxing Heaven. 694, Chapter 694, 282, Old House 3. When the coffin lid was opened, Li Shu found that they had already arrived within the territory of White Knight City. This made Li Shu even more puzzled. Clearly, it was the same amount of time, yet last time he ended up near the City of Light, and this time he had arrived at White Knight City. The two are separated by more than 1,000 miles. In just an hour, he still couldn't figure out how it was done. Inside the Eternal Sky, there's a trial gate, and various human-made items can also be brought inside. It's unlikely to be the land of trial. Even if it is the land of trial, one should come out from the trial gate, right? It wouldn't make sense for the trial gate to move at will, would it? But looking at the place called Eternal Sky, it seems not to be on Earth. Li Shu still couldn't figure out where exactly the Eternal Sky is for the time being. Although they were within the territory of White Knight City, they were still very far from White Knight City itself. Li Shu planned to first go home and then head to White Knight City. Because it was not on the way, they could only separate from Li Qingyi and the others. Li Qingyi, Mo Liu, and Sun Gang discussed it and decided to go to White Knight City. Li Qingyi planned to visit Li Chu's old home first, and then join Li Chu and the others to go to White Knight City together. Bai Ying hadn't said much along the way. At this moment, she didn't dare to say anything either, so she followed Mo Liu and Sun Gang on another route to White Knight City. Li Shu led the group towards the direction of his hometown. Originally, he thought they would have to travel from the Southern Cross Federation to get to the Old Town, feeling that 3 days would be a bit tight. Now they were already within the territory of White Knight City, which was much closer, so there was no need to rush. Near the Old Town, Li Shu explained some of the history of the town as they walked. Although the town is remote nowadays, in ancient times it was considered the heartland of a prosperous nation, leaving behind many historical sites. Unfortunately, in today's era, nobody cares about these things anymore, because there are no resources and no industry related to demon armor manufacturing. The population has severely declined, and even in the city center, the streets appear somewhat deserted. The city is already like this, and the small town where Li Shu grew up is even more desolate. Upon entering the town, there was hardly anyone to be seen. Stray dogs and cats roamed the streets, and after walking a long distance, they hadn't seen a single person, making it seem like a ghost town. This is my family's house, Li Shu said as he led them to a courtyard. The style of the courtyard was rather peculiar, yet it had a unique charm. Unfortunately, it was somewhat too desolate. There were no neighbors to the left or right, and even those who once were had long moved away. The entire town was nearly empty. The walls were covered with unknown vines, pink flowers blooming on them, adding a touch of vitality to the courtyard. Li Shu reached up to the doorframe and felt around. The key was still there. He used the key to unlock the door and, pushing it open, went inside. The group found the yard inside much cleaner and tidier than they had imagined. In the not-so-large little courtyard there were flowers and grass, and even a small fish pond. "Is that a fairy?" Chujun exclaimed as he glanced toward the fish pond and saw a beautiful maiden sitting by the edge, her bare, delicate feet casually soaking in the water, surrounded by koi fish playing at her feet. His eyes widened in surprise. Chujun felt that the maiden had an indescribable beauty. Even someone like Chujun felt inferior at the sight of her, a kind of transcendent beauty that seemed not to belong to the mortal world. Not just Chujun, but even the great beauties Li Qingyi and Shachu found their own light dimming in the presence of the maiden. "Xiaoshu, you've brought friends back?" The maiden raised her head to look at the group and playfully winked at Li Shu. "Sis, these are Ah Fei, Chujun, Shachu, Li Qingyi, and Chu Qi." Li Shu introduced everyone to the maiden. "Li Shu, why does your sister look younger than you?" Chujun nudged Li Shu with his elbow and whispered. The maiden laughed upon hearing this. "Hasn't anyone told you that men usually age faster than women?" As she spoke, the maiden stood up, and with bare feet, she walked over, smiling warmly at the group. "I'm Xiaoshu's sister. You can also call me sister like him." "Sister, you're so beautiful." Xiaoshu was the first to greet her, warmly approaching the maiden's side. "You're also very pretty." The maiden graciously accepted Xiaoshu's compliment. "I've wanted a sister since I was a kid, and now not only do I have a sister, but she's as beautiful as a fairy." "What a fortune," Chujun said with a grin. "Only today meeting sister did I realize there are such beautiful women in the world," Li Qingyi also praised. The maiden laughed and said, "I was originally a bit skeptical, thinking how could Xiaoshu make friends? Maybe he just paid people to come along. But listening to you talk, I guess I was wrong. You must be Xiaoshu's friends. Even the flattery is somewhat uniform." Saying this, the maiden walked to A-Fei's side, and pulling his hand, she led him inside. "Don't just stand in the courtyard, come inside and sit. I just picked some fruits. You've come just in time to taste them." A-Fei was not skilled in conversation and found it difficult to interact with strangers, but being led by the maiden felt very comforting, not the least bit resistant. Though it was their first meeting, it felt like they were long-lost kin. "My silly brother, born foolish as he is, can't do anything right, must have troubled you all to look after him, thank you so much," the maiden said as they walked. The group felt somewhat embarrassed by her words. If Li Shu was considered foolish by nature, then what would they be? Naturally born fools? Chujun and Li Shu walked at the back. Before entering the house, Chujun tugged on Li Shu's arm, leaned into his ear, and whispered, "Li Shu, what's our sister's name?" "Why do you want to know that?" Li Shu asked, puzzled, looking at Chujun. "Such a beauty, how can we not even know her name? That would be greatly disrespectful," Chujun said earnestly. "My sister's name is Han-Ling Air," Li Shu replied offhandedly. 695, chapter 695, 283. The greatest aristocratic family. Your surname is Li. How come your sister's surname is Han? Chujun seemed to have an epiphany and said with sudden realization, "I get it. Is it that one of you takes your father's surname and the other takes your mother's? I was adopted by my sister." Li Shu patted Chujun's shoulder and walked into the house. Chujun was somewhat dumbfounded when he heard this. He thought that even if Han-Ling Air was a bit older than Li Shu, the difference wouldn't be much. He didn't expect that Li Shu was adopted by Han-Ling Air. Do women really age slower than men? Chujun touched his face and couldn't help but sigh. To think such unparalleled beauty, in just a few years, will slowly age, it's truly a great loss for the mortal world. After a few people entered the house, they couldn't help but be a bit stunned. The interior was clean and tidy, very well organized. But this was a bit too clean. There was nothing on the coffee table except for a plate of fruit. Moreover, on that plate, there were only 7 or 8 things the size of chestnuts, black like graphite, and none of them knew what kind of fruit it was. None of the people recognized it. "Just picked a little while ago, everyone try some," Han-Ling Air said. "With such little quantity, if they really ate it, it wouldn't even be enough for one person. Plus, no one had seen this fruit before and didn't know how to eat it. However, looking at Li Shu's sake, none of them wanted to make Han-Ling Air feel that they were being polite, so each person took one. "Sis, do you have to peel this fruit?" Chujun looked at the fruit in his hand, unsure how to bite into it. It felt quite hard, almost like jade, making him very suspicious if it was a stone. Li Qingyi and the others also held the fruits in their hands, not daring to bite them. It was so hard that if they tried to eat it, they feared their teeth might break. "You can eat it directly," Han-Ling Air said, looking expectantly at the few of them. Han-Ling Air's expression seemed as if she was waiting for them to taste it and praise how delicious the fruits she picked were. Sis, are you sure it doesn't need peeling? Chujun cautiously asked again. No need, Hanling Air answered confidently. Is it possible that this fruit only looks hard, but isn't actually hard when eaten, just like hard candy? It feels hard, but it breaks with one bite? Chujun thought to himself and put the fruit in his mouth like he was eating candy, sucking on it first. No taste. It felt like a smooth stone in his mouth, not a hint of sweetness. Could it be that this fruit has a filling? Seeing Hanling Air looking at him expectantly, Chujun was embarrassed to spit it out and, with determination, bit down hard, treating it like eating hard candy. Click, a soft sound was heard, and Chujun's face instantly turned to stone, cold sweat pouring out. That soft sound wasn't the fruit breaking, but his tooth cracking. Sha Chu and the others looked at Chujun sympathetically, understanding perfectly well what had happened. Sha Chu, being a true tough guy, didn't even grunt, just tilted his neck back and forced himself to swallow the fruit whole, then squeezed out a smile that looked worse than crying, gave Hanling Air a thumbs up and said, Sis, this fruit is really sweet. Everyone silently praised Chujun for being tough. He managed to endure it. Chu Chi said nothing, directly putting the fruit in his mouth, not even biting, just swallowed it whole. Sha Chu and the others followed suit, directly swallowing the fruits whole. Sister's fruits are really different, so delicious. Seeing everyone had swallowed the fruits, Chujun praised once more. Since you love it so much, these last two are for you. Hanling Air pushed the plate towards Chujun, looking at him with full anticipation. Chujun's smile instantly became a bit stiff, while Sha Chu and the others secretly laughed in their hearts. But looking at Hanling Air's expression, Chujun felt that refusing would be a crime. One is swallowed, three are also swallowed, no big deal. Chujun picked up the last two fruits on the plate. Since Sis is so kind to me, I won't be polite. Saying this, Chujun stuffed the two fruits into his mouth, swallowing them down hard, nearly choking. There's water in the pot, help yourselves if you need to drink some. I have something to discuss privately with my sister. Li Shu pulled Hanling Air outside. You guys sit here for a while. I'll cook for you myself tonight, Hanling Air said enthusiastically before Li Shu dragged her away. Once they were outside the old house and alone, Li Shu looked at Hanling Air and asked, Sis, what's going on with you? He had lived with Hanling Air for 10 years, and he never knew that his sister was so strong. Even a divine position level Elro would act like a mouse in front of a cat upon seeing her. But while living with Hanling Air, he never noticed she was such a powerful person. Her every action didn't seem like someone skilled in combat. She didn't have those habits that come with long-term martial arts training. Generally, people in cultivation have some special habits, like walking posture, etc., which are distinct from ordinary people. But there was nothing like that about Hanling Air. She seemed just like an ordinary girl. I found a path, but I'm not sure if it can lead home, so I need to try it first. If it can, I'll come back and take you with me. I don't know how long this will take, so before leaving, I wanted to come back and see you. Hanling Air sighed. 696, Chapter 696, 283, The Biggest Tycoon 2, Sis, where exactly is the home you're talking about? Although Hanling Air's response wasn't what Li Shu wanted to ask, he didn't mind and hurriedly asked. Hanling Air blinked and said, You've already grown up. There are some things I should tell you. If you want to hear it, I can start from the beginning. Li Shu nodded repeatedly. He was really eager to know. I have to start from when I got lost, Hanling Air sighed. I originally wanted to go to another place, but ended up on the wrong path and accidentally came to where you are, then couldn't find my way back. You got lost coming from the Demon Kingdom? Li Shu asked. No, even further than that. Hanling Air shook her head. Farther than the Demon Kingdom? Li Shu didn't know where that could be. He thought the Demon Kingdom was already the farthest place. Hanling Air looked at Li Shu with her lively eyes and said, When I arrived here, an accident happened that caused a young boy's head to be injured. Since he got hurt because of me, I naturally couldn't just ignore it. Later, I found out the boy was an orphan, so I adopted him. Hanling Air briefly told the story, and after Li Shu listened, he still didn't understand where Hanling Air's home was or why she was so powerful. Sis, are you human? Li Shu couldn't help but ask. With Hanling Air, he didn't hold back on asking whatever came to mind. You're the one who's not human. Hanling Air gave him a glare, but immediately added, Just a bit different from you. Someone from the Demon Kingdom? Li Shu thought he must be right, but Hanling Air shook her head. No, I come from a place even further away, pure human origin. My parents are both humans as well, but it's too far away, so I'm not sure if we could really be considered the same kind of people. Overall, it's somewhat different. All right then. The more Li Shu asked, the more confused he became, so he had to put this question aside and asked instead, Sis, you're strong, aren't you? That depends on who I'm compared to, Hanling Air said with a smile. Compared to divine position level? Li Shu asked. A bit stronger than that, Hanling Air nodded. If you're so strong, why haven't you taught me? Li Shu asked puzzled. I taught you, but you couldn't learn, Hanling Air said innocently. When did you teach me? Li Shu really couldn't remember Hanling Air ever teaching him. Don't you remember? Before, I gave you many things to eat, but you couldn't take them. Either your teeth broke or you couldn't stop vomiting, Hanling Air sighed. Teaching me is about teaching me to eat things? Li Shu was somewhat amused and annoyed as he started to recall that when he was younger, Hanling Air indeed often gave him strange things to eat. Back then, what Li Shu feared most was eating with Hanling Air. The reason he cooked for her for so many years afterward was largely because he was afraid of eating the things Han Ling-er made. I'm not talking about that, I mean fighting techniques. Li Shu had to change his wording. Fighting techniques? I don't know them. Han Ling-er spread her hands. Don't know? Then how did you defeat the king of the bottomless pit? Li Shu asked, bewildered. What king of the bottomless pit? Han Ling-er was equally confused. Evil spirit said you once roasted the king of the bottomless pit. Li Shu was even more puzzled since he knew Han Ling-er wouldn't lie. Oh, you're talking about that big fat sheep, right? I wanted to eat lamb skewers, so when I saw that large and plump sheep, I grabbed it and roasted it. I did hear people refer to it as the king of the bottomless pit. Han Ling-er pondered for a moment and said, the king of the bottomless pit is supposed to be divine position level, right? How did you capture and roast it without knowing fighting techniques? Li Shu was sweating, one of the 4 major forbidden zones of the demon kingdom. The king of the bottomless pit was roasted just because his sister wanted to eat lamb skewers. Just grabbed it, with no need for fighting techniques, Han Ling-er said. Just grabbed? Li Shu couldn't imagine how that kind of grabbing was possible. Why don't you, sis, treat me as the king of the bottomless pit and demonstrate how you grab someone so casually? Li Shu knew Han Ling-er was strong. He just wanted to find out how strong she really was. It's just like this. Han Ling-er indeed extended a hand to grab, and before Li Shu knew what had happened, he was lifted by the collar by Han Ling-er. Sis, wait a moment, I'm not ready yet. Li Shu hurriedly said. Han Ling-er put Li Shu down. Let me know when you're ready. Li Shu immediately merged with the evil spirit token, entering a super spirit state, then stared at Han Ling-er and said, Sis, I'm ready. In the next second, Li Shu felt dizzy, completely powerless, and he was lifted again by Han Ling-er. Sis, I concede. Li Shu finally understood the gap between him and Han Ling-er was too vast, beyond comparison. Han Ling-er, who seemed harmless, was more terrifying than the cloaked man from the City of Love. Sis, how did you cultivate to this level? Li Shu felt quite happy inside. Having such a super powerful sister meant he wouldn't have anything to fear in the future. 697, Chapter 697, 283. The greatest noble family. 3. Without practicing cultivation, you're born this way. You just need to eat to grow. I tried to teach you to eat, but your constitution was too poor. You couldn't eat anything, and even if you did, you couldn't digest it. There's nothing I can do, said Han Ling-er helplessly. Li Shu was a bit speechless. Born this way, could she be a child of the divine? Seeing Li Shu's frustrated look, Han Ling-er laughed. That's why I said we're a bit different. My way of growing isn't suitable for you. Some things can't be forced. Since then, you can learn whatever you want as long as you're happy. Li Shu thought about it and realized it was true. Afterward, Han Ling-er didn't make him eat those strange things anymore, and whatever he wanted to do, she let him, unless he did something wrong. Most of Li Shu's childhood wishes were fulfilled. Although he had no parents, his childhood was very happy, not tragic at all. Li Shu and Han Ling-er talked about some other things, and, seeing it was almost dinner time, they returned to the old house. Han Ling-er said she wanted to cook for them, but how could Li Shu let her do it? He quickly stopped her and did the cooking himself. Han Ling-er had already told Li Shu that she would go to that road tonight, not knowing when she would return, so he didn't spend the night at the old house and prepared to travel to White Knight City overnight. Before leaving, Han Ling-er put a pendant around Li Shu's neck, saying it was a gift from her father that could ensure safety. She told him to always wear the necklace when she wasn't around. The pendant was just a red string with a gold coin hanging on it, nothing special, and there was no light energy fluctuation. After bidding farewell to Han Ling-er, Li Shu and Chujun headed towards White Knight City together. Halfway there, Chujun suddenly screamed and fell off the demon spirit mount. Everyone was shocked and quickly went to see what was wrong with Chujun. But before they could reach Chujun's body, they saw Chujun's white lotus emerge. It grew rapidly under Chujun, turning into a giant lotus, constantly emitting divine light, like a volcanic eruption. The lotus petals wrapped around Chujun's body layer by layer, and the light grew more intense. What's happening? How did it suddenly become super spirit? Everyone looked puzzled at Chujun, wrapped in the lotus. Li Shu and the others knew that Chujun had been A level and hadn't even reached S level, so how did he suddenly become super spirit? While they were puzzled, demonic light began to rise from Ah Fei and Sha Chu as well, and they were surprised to find their levels quickly increasing. While Li Shu was still confused, he saw magic light also blooming on the bodies of Chu Qi and Li Qingyi. Chu Qi's symbiotic contract emerged and also began to achieve super spirit. Magic light sparkled on Li Qingyi's body, with the light veins constantly condensing, leaving Li Qingyi overjoyed. Such vast light energy, where is it coming from? Li Qingyi suddenly thought of the strange fruit she ate today. Only Li Shu felt nothing, as he hadn't eaten that fruit. The terrifying energy pushed Ah Fei and Sha Chu to S level, and they too began to achieve super spirit. Li Shu realized where the problem lay and could not help but smile bitterly. Oh, my sister, why didn't you tell me in advance that you had such a good thing? They got all the benefits, and I didn't even eat one. Li Shu used to be scared by the strange things that Han Ling-er made him eat, so he didn't dare eat today, not knowing it would result in this. Magic light on Li Qingyi disappeared first, and she looked at Li Shu and said, "What on earth did sister give us to eat?" "How would I know?" Li Shu said. "If he knew, it wouldn't have been Chu Jun eating 3 alone." Li Qingyi glanced at Chu Jun and the others and said with a strange expression, "I have heard of something. Legend has it, there's a gem tree in Celestial City. The gem fruit it bears, if one can eat it, will allow the trial taker to gain abundant light energy and rapidly upgrade levels, but no one has truly seen the gem tree. It's only documented in Demon Kingdom texts, and many people think it's just a myth from the Demon Kingdom. Before I came, I only had 3 light veins, and now I have 36. I'm afraid the fruit sister gave us is akin to the gem fruit," Li Qingyi said, looking at Li Shu and asking, "Li Shu, what's your origin? What origin could I have?" "Just an ordinary person," Li Shu couldn't explain and simply didn't bother. Looking at Li Qingyi, he asked in return, "How could you condense 36 light veins? If I remember correctly, the best light condensation technique in demon text should only condense 12 light veins, right?" "The light condensation technique I practice is not from the Demon Text Institute, it's from my father," Li Qingyi said, seeing Li Shu unwilling to say more, and she didn't inquire further. On the other side, Chuchi had already succeeded in becoming super spirit as well, and the light energy on her body gradually faded away. Ah Fei and Sha Chu also succeeded in becoming super spirit, but only Chu Jun's lotus continued to rise with demonic light. Li Qingyi and the others increasingly felt their earlier guess was correct. The fruit given by the sister was extraordinary. Chu Jun ate 3 and obtained far more energy than the rest, thus lasting so long. Sister truly is like a fairy. Chu Jun exclaimed in excitement when the lotus returned into his body. "My child's silent strange power mantra has been perfected, and the super spirit limit has reached 100%. In a flash, becoming super spirit with a super spirit limit of 100% and condensing 28 light veins, Chu Jun realized he had made a fortune. Ah Fei and Sha Chu had only just become super spirit, not yet condensing light veins and still far below Chu Jun, but their super spirit limit reached 100%. Shu Qi condensed 12 light veins, still fewer than Chu Jun's, but she also reached the super spirit limit of 100%. Li Shu, it turns out your family is the biggest noble family. With such a fairy-like sister, randomly handing out some fruit that's so astonishing, no wonder you're so powerful, Chu Jun said, looking Li Shu up and down. 698, Chapter 698, 28.4, Technology Transfer. The few people wholeheartedly agreed with this statement. Even Li Qingyi felt that Li Shu's sister was truly generous. Even as the eldest lady of Longevity Heaven, she couldn't bring out such legendary things, let alone use them to entertain friends. "I'm hardly from a wealthy family," Li Shu thought gloomily. He had never enjoyed such good things. Of course, he might have enjoyed them as a child, but he was too young to appreciate them. Now, no matter what Li Shu said, it was useless. If he claimed he wasn't from a wealthy family, none of them would believe it. Li Shu didn't intend to explain, these were trivial matters. He was more worried about Han Ling Er finding her way home, wondering if there would be any danger. Li Shu had realized that Han Ling Er's path home wouldn't be so simple. Otherwise, with Han Ling Er's capabilities, she wouldn't have been unable to return after so many years. But unfortunately, his own power was too weak to be of any help. He could only quickly improve his level. If he could reach the divine position, perhaps he could assist. But it might be that even at the divine position he couldn't help, considering how the bottomless pit king was easily captured and roasted. That must have been a divine position level existence. Han Ling Er's strength might be out of reach even for the divine position. Even though he knew he might not be able to help, Li Shu didn't plan to give up. He just wanted to improve his level swiftly and do what he needed to do. After arriving at White Knight City, Chu Jun arranged for a few people to sit directly within the city lord's mansion. Because Bai Ying and his group were staying at the annex, Li Qingyi went there to join them and did not stay at the city lord's mansion. Li Qingyi arrived at the annex where Bai Ying, Mo Lu, and Sun Gang were waiting in the hall. As the person in charge this time, without Li Qingyi, they couldn't do anything. "Have you been to Li Qingyu's house?" Sun Gang asked curiously. "I've been there." Li Qingyi nodded slightly. What's Li Qingyi nodded slightly. What's Li Chu's background like? I haven't heard of any big families in White Knight City besides the Chu family. Mo Liu was also curious about Li Shu's background. Li Shu had stirred up quite a storm in Longevity Heaven, so everyone would be curious about his family background, especially since many suspected Li Shu to be the president's illegitimate child. His background is very good. Li Qingyi thought for a moment and used the term very good. How good? Comparable to yours? Bai Ying couldn't help but ask, also wanting to know if Li Shu was the president's illegitimate child. Li Qingyi sensed Bai Ying's underlying implication and replied lightly, "I've met Li Shu's sister. She is a very good person and has nothing to do with us in Longevity Heaven." "Is Li Shu's sister strong?" Sun Gang asked. "Probably very strong," Li Qingyi responded. "If she has no connection with Longevity Heaven, how strong can she be?" "Probably only has better magical talent than Li Shu." Bai Ying, deep down, still didn't regard magic armor masters highly. Sun Gang and Mo Liu agreed more with this statement. Perhaps Li Shu's sister, like Li Shu, was a highly talented magic armor master. Maybe, Li Qingyi didn't say more. My family's old man has a bit of a strange temper. If he says anything unpleasant, for my sake, don't take it to heart, Chu Jun said as he took Li Shu to meet Chu Sanhu after having already informed Chu Sanhu about Li Shu wanting to collaborate with the Chu family. Chu Sanhu decided to meet Li Shu first. Don't worry, how could I fuss over such things with an elder, Li Shu reassured. With Li Shu's words, Chu Jun finally felt at ease. Accompanied by Chu Jun and Chu Qi, Li Shu met the legendary Chu Sanhu. To Li Shu's surprise, Chu Sanhu was actually pushed out in a wheelchair, though he seemed quite spirited. Despite appearing frail, he exuded a natural aura of authority and intimidation. Old Master Chu, Li Shu stepped forward to greet him. You're Xiao Jun's friend, so I'll accept this courtesy. No need for formalities in the future, Chu Sanhu said while studying Li Shu. As Xiao Jun mentioned, you are now distinguished as the Commander of Longevity Heaven, overseeing the Magic Armor Research Institute and Magic Armor Master Battalion. You're here to sell us the magic armor technology? Here's some documentation for the Old Master to review first. Li Shu handed the prepared documentation to the Elder. The documentation was a collection of new technologies organized by Professor Shu, covering new materials and certain technical aspects of magic armor. Of course, these were general instructions, and the core technologies would only be traded after the Chu family decided to purchase. Chu Sanhu carefully flipped through the pages one by one and, after finishing the last page, set the documentation down, staring at Li Shu. Is this all there is to Longevity Heaven's magic armor technology? It seems the Old Master doesn't think much of these technologies, Li Shu said calmly and took the documentation back. Old Master, I've reviewed the documentation, and some of these technologies are indeed unavailable in White Knight City, Chu Jun spoke from the side. Chu Sanhu didn't get angry because Chu Jun spoke in support of Li Shu. He just tapped his fingers, immediately summoning a magic armor master into the room. Commander Li, what do you think of this magic armor? Chu Sanhu asked, pointing to the magic armor worn by the magic armor master. Just basing it on the structure, the technical level is already quite advanced, but performance details are unknown, Li Shu remarked as he surveyed the magic armor, casually but thoughtfully. 699, Chapter 699, 28.4, Technology Transfer 2. A test will reveal everything. Chu Sanhu pointed at the magic armor master, who immediately deactivated the demon armor and sent the armor, now in box form, to Li Shu, then retreated behind Chu Sanhu. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Li Shu grasped the activation device and harnessed his spiritual sense, aiming to activate it. Chu Sanhu squinted at Li Shu. This set of demon armor used a DNA recognition system. If the DNA wasn't a match, the armor couldn't be activated. He wanted to give Li Shu a show of superiority. Li Shu's spiritual sense slightly stirred. Discovering the demon armor hadn't been activated, he realized this set's activation device had special design, much like the fingerprint lock Zeman Guan previously designed for him. This sort of design, of course, posed no difficulty to Li Shu. He directly utilized his spiritual sense to forcefully activate the demon armor, rendering any lock useless. Under the slightly astonished gaze of Chu Sanhu and the magic armor master behind him, the demon armor disassembled to cover Li Shu's entire body. After donning the demon armor, the light patterns on the armor continuously lit up. Even though he hadn't used the demonic light skill, he had roughly understood the performance. Removing the demon armor and placing it back in its original position, Li Shu said to Chu Sanhu, "A very impressive demon armor. The demonic light transmission rate is excellent. The energy source should be a matrix structure composed of multiple demon cores. The maximum power greatly exceeds that of ordinary S-class magic armor, yet the required spiritual sense strength isn't very high. A very clever design. It's likely a result of recent research." Li Shu pointed out the advantages of the demon armor one by one, prompting Chu Sanhu to nod repeatedly. Beyond doubt, Li Shu genuinely understood demon armor. He wasn't just an ordinary magic armor master who knew only how to operate it. The difference is akin to someone who knows how to drive but doesn't necessarily understand the principles and structure of cars. After casually testing, Li Shu could articulate the internal structure of the demon armor so clearly, even recognizing the energy matrix newly developed by White Knight City. This wasn't something an ordinary magic armor master could achieve. As Commander Li sees it, is there still a need for our White Knight City to purchase those technologies? Chu Sanhu said lightly. Indeed, there's no need. Producing such demon armor likely means your city has already overcome most of those technologies. Even if some technologies haven't been achieved, they are dispensable and don't significantly impact the broader picture, Li Shu said. Commander Li is indeed a discerning person, Chu Sanhu nodded with a smile. However, there's something I'm unsure whether I should say or not. Li Shu shifted the tone of the conversation. Speak freely. Chu Sanhu knew Li Shu was definitely going to discuss the shortcomings of this demon armor. He wanted to hear what insights Li Shu could offer. The performance of this demon armor is very good. The matrix structure addresses the issue of insufficient energy. Although this causes the demon armor to be somewhat bulky, That's not a real problem for now, Li Shu said. Upon hearing Li Shu mention the matrix structure size issue, Shu Sanhu felt a bit disappointed. Still, hearing Li Shu say it's not a major problem, he curiously asked, "From what you imply, what big issues does this Nightwalker have? What might they be?" Material, Li Shu directly stated, this demon armor uses composite materials, but the material itself isn't strong enough. If this energy matrix's power exceeds 80%, the armor won't be able to withstand the energy burn from transmitting demonic light, it will be damaged. If used for extended periods, exceeding half an hour, it can't maintain even 60% power, only running below 60% power to operate normally without damaging the core. Chu Sanhu grew more astonished as he listened. What Li Shu said seemed almost like reading from White Knight City's laboratory's actual test data, with virtually no deviation. The magic armor master behind Chu Sanhu was also somewhat moved, knowing well the issues of Nightwalker, realizing Li Shu's points were entirely accurate. You're right, material is indeed a concern. However, Nightwalker is designed for mass production. It's impossible to use advanced materials because the cost is too high and mass production isn't feasible, the Magic Armor Master said. Space City has already solved this issue. Their produced demon armor uses composite materials capable of withstanding super spirit level energy bursts. With this kind of energy matrix, even with full power operation, it can be used for prolonged periods without damaging the main components, Li Shu slowly said. Are you sure Space City has researched such composite materials? Before the Magic Armor Master could speak, Shu Sanhu stared at Li Shu and asked, "It's almost ready for mass production. If your city's demon armor materials don't see a breakthrough shortly, I predict a crushing defeat in future high-end magic armor markets," Li Shu said with certainty. "Why should we believe you, just because you say so? Even if Space City researched that material, it would definitely be classified top secret. How would you know?" The Magic Armor Master skeptically questioned Li Shu. "Sir, I've gone up against Rakshasa from Space City. She used the kind of new demon armor I'm referring to. After I captured that armor, it was handed over to the laboratory for detailed testing. Frankly speaking, White Knight City's material technology falls far short of Space City. It's impossible to reach Space City's level of advancement in the short term," Li Shu said. "Even if what you said is true, merely obtaining material data from tests has little utility. Material manufacturing is equally a complex scientific field. Can Changsheng Tian replicate that material?" the Magic Armor Master said. 700, Chapter 700, 284 Technology Transfer 3. If it can't be replicated, then I have no reason to be here. Li Shu placed the resources back in front of Chu Senhu and pointed to one item, saying, "Sir, take a closer look at this material technology. Using this material technology, I can guarantee that the Nightwalker's energy matrix can run at full power for at least 2 hours. Is this true?" Chu Sanhu stared at Li Shu with piercing eyes. He knew too well the value of material technology. The birth of any new material is enough to trigger a revolution. Once materials can't keep up, they might soon be eliminated. Being able to buy new materials at a high price is already considered fortunate. If Space City develops such materials, there might be a technological blockade against White Knight City, making it impossible to buy them even at high prices. Even if they could buy them, it would be at exorbitant prices. A 10,000-fold profit is inadequate to describe the sheer profit of new materials. It might even be 100,000-fold or million-fold profit. If you're interested, sir, I can provide some samples. Once we test the material's performance, we can discuss further. Li Shu smiled and said, "How do you want to cooperate? Are you providing materials for our Chu family?" Chu Sanhu looked at Li Shu and asked, "If Li Shu only provides materials, the price would likely be high. Once the new materials are used and their production can't be replicated, it would be equivalent to handing the lifeline of the Chu family over to Li Shu. The technology can be transferred." Li Shu understood what Chu Sanhu was worried about. What about the equipment? Chu Sanhu asked another crucial question. Only having technology without equipment still poses a problem. Many manufacturing techniques for new materials require high-tech equipment, which inherently has technology no less important than the materials themselves, becoming another critical point. I'm sorry, equipment technology cannot be transferred. However, we can sign an agreement where I provide a complete set of equipment and can provide technical personnel for maintenance and repair, ensuring the production line runs smoothly. We can negotiate the price to a mutually acceptable rate. Li Shu naturally wouldn't hand over this lifeline to the Chu family. Without holding this lifeline, the Chu family could shake off his control whenever they wish. "If we cooperate, I want exclusive rights," Chu Sanhu said. "Certainly," Li Shu readily agreed. "Good, bring the samples over and I'll have someone test them. If there are no issues, we'll immediately discuss the cooperation details." Chu Sanhu was a decisive person. Once he made his mind, he acted promptly without hesitation. Li Shu took the samples out of his backpack and handed them to the Magic Armor Master. Chu Sanhu immediately instructed them to take the samples to the laboratory for testing before smiling at Li Shu, saying, "Commander Li rarely visits. Let Xiao Jun host you well. Enjoy a stay in White Knight City for a couple of days." After Li Shu left, Chu Sanhu immediately convened a meeting of the Chu family's core members to discuss the materials and information Li Shu brought. Whether Space City has developed such new materials is still uncertain. I believe we should not be too hasty in this matter. What if, as Li Shu said, Space City has already developed and mass-produced new materials? If White Knight City can't catch up immediately, it might suffer a significant blow, possibly losing the ability to compete with Space City, which would be a disaster. Is new material so easy to mass-produce? I think the authenticity of this matter needs further consideration. They've made the materials and can mass-produce them. They can't be fake. With the equipment technology in their hands, if we cooperate with Changsheng Tian, won't our Chu family be subjected to control by Changsheng Tian? Our intelligence personnel stationed in Space City have not received any news regarding new materials. I think Li Shu's words may not be trustworthy. We've persisted for so many years without being controlled by Changsheng Tian. Cooperating with Li Shu now is akin to walking into a trap. What about the new materials? Not everyone is an S-Class Magic Armor Master, and not every S-Class Magic Armor Master can afford new demon armor. Our Nightwalkers still have their user group. Even if we have to engage in a price war with Space City, with similar performance and much cheaper price, there will still be Magic Armor Masters choosing Nightwalker. The Chu family members were all talking among themselves, most holding a resistant attitude towards cooperation with Changsheng Tian. Sir, what's your opinion? Chu Ershu looked at the old man and said, once he spoke, everyone turned their eyes to the old man. Chu Sanhu said lightly, I want to hear one person's opinion first. Who? Chu Ershu asked in confusion. They should be arriving soon. Let's wait a bit. Chu Sanhu sipped tea and said, everyone could only wait patiently, secretly guessing who the old man was waiting for, someone with such influence to make the usually decisive old man want to hear their opinion. After a while, the door to the meeting room was opened and Chu Jun entered. Sir, you called for me? Chu Jun came up beside the old man and said, everyone seated there were essentially his elders, leaving no place for him, forcing him to stand beside the old man. Everyone was somewhat surprised. They didn't expect the person the old man was waiting for was Chu Jun, who had no talent for magic armor and had never been involved in the Chu family's magic armor business. No one understood why the old man wanted to hear his opinion. You heard everything Li Shu said today. Do you think our Chu family should cooperate with him? Chu Sanhu, sipping his tea, casually said, Sir, I don't understand matters about demon armor and don't know the impact of the materials and technology Li Shu mentioned on our Chu family, but I only know one thing, Chu Jun said slowly. What's that? Chu Sanhu put down his teacup and looked at Chu Jun. Everyone's gaze also turned towards Chu Jun, who said slowly, Li Shu used demon armor to strike down a spirit-forging level demon spirit. What? With these words, the high-level members of the Chu family were all shocked.